Dale, did you just have a? Am I seeing things? Did you just have a pistol?
You didn't see that. I didn't think you saw it.
It looked like kind of red. Yeah, I was like,
Pistol, dude.
yeah, I thought I saw something. I was like, is Dale? I was like, is everything good? And I was like,
I'm just working on my trigger press.
yeah. I was like, Dale, is everything good? Yeah.
Hey, man. How are you?
Mr. Dale Comstock, how are you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. What we got to? Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what I guess medium you wanted me to use to link up with you on there, so that's why I was asking you.
Oh yeah, it's whichever people prefer. It's
okay.
Yeah.
Is this a live video recording or just audio?
I'm recording the video and audio.
Okay.
I don't upload it live. Some people like for it to be uploaded live. I don't. I'm like, dude, I like to go take piss breaks. Like I don't like to be on the spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
All right.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for doing this. I've watched interviews with you nonstop for the last 3 days. I finished your book and I went through and reread some chapters today. Yeah, I told you I texted probably my best friend and I was like, hey Joe, I'm having on an ex-Delta Force guy. Hadn't talked to him in probably 6 months. And yeah, he texted me a picture and said, if it's not Dale Comstock, I'm not listening. I was like, okay. So, yeah,
very cool.
This is today's going to be Dalecast because not Tommy's podcast. This is going to be Dalecast because you are hands down the most interesting person I've had on here yet, and I feel like I've already spoke too much. So why don't you introduce yourself and just tell everyone how you've done more in one lifetime than I think most of us will do in 100. So, floor is yours.
Wow. So. All right, so I'll give you I'll just kind of go way, way back.
Yeah.
Give you a big overview of what I've done, who I am, where I'm at today. So I joined the Army actually in 1981. My father was in the Army for 20 years, and then right out of high school, I went in the Army, followed his footsteps. And the whole idea was, I grew up in a military culture all my life, military concerns in Germany and across the United States. So it was just, it was a natural fit for me. So I ended up joining. My goal was to go be an airborne ranger, right? And the way I got sold on that is I knew I wanted to go to the military, and then I saw an advertisement in I believe it was Reader's Digest, and they had a little one-page advertisement in there for Army Rangers, and they had the guy coming out of the jungle with camouflage on his face, patrol cap, rappel rope around his chest, Car 15. And I thought, man, that's it. That's what I want to do. So I ended up going down to recruiters with two of my best friends, in fact. And we ended up signing up on a delayed entry program. So we signed up in the beginning of our senior year, went in the military finally. We started out in the 82nd. So at the last minute, like, oh, sorry, there's no Ranger slots, even though that's what we signed up for. It was like the switch of bait, right? But then they say, oh, no problem. Just go to 82nd. Just tell your sergeant major you want to go to Ranger school. It's no problem. And he'll send you. And it's no. Yeah, it's not like it doesn't work that way, right? But we didn't know. So, anyways, I ended up in the 82nd, 325th Airborne Infantry, and then spent about a year there, and then I spent 3 years in the 82nd LRP detachment down with the 13th Military Intelligence, and then I was at my 4-year mark, and I kind of hit a crossroad. I'm like, okay, first of all, being a grunt is okay, but it was kind of like I'm always taking orders, cleaning my gun, sitting under a tree every day, wiping my gun down, and digging foxholes. And it just wasn't challenging enough. And it's not what I envisioned. And so I had to make a decision. Do I get out? Do I stay in? And I had already been to Britain, and I had an opportunity to see the 22 SAS recruiting video. And I thought, wow, how cool is that? And then I realized that Delta was our version of their SAS, but we didn't know much about the unit. And I got just about the same time, got ready to think about getting out. I got the letter from Delta saying that I was eligible to apply to try out, right? It didn't say anything about you're good enough.
Yeah.
It said, you're eligible to apply, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, well, shit, why not, right? So I went to that route. Actually, my mom made the decision for me because I called my mom, and I was married at the time, had my daughter was a year old, and I was like, Mom, I said, can I, I'm thinking about getting out. Can I come home and stay with you for a little while till I get on my feet with my wife, my daughter? And she was like, no, not no, but hell no. So I realized right then and there, like, okay, there's no options there. So I re-enlisted with the intent of trying out for Delta, and that's exactly what I did. So basically, I spent 10 years as a Delta Force operator. While I was in Delta, I had the opportunity to go to the Q course to be a Green Beret. I did. I went through, and I got awarded the 18 Bravo, which is Light and Heavy Weapons Sergeant, MOS. And then ultimately, I finally left the unit, and I went to 3rd Special Forces Group, and became a team sergeant there on an A team until I retired, basically. So I did a little bit of ops time, but not a whole lot of operations time. Most of it was all, door kicking and carrying a rucksack. So I retired in 1981. Prior to that, I was going to night school, got my bachelor's degree, I got my master's degree, and then I started a business before I got out, the process of starting a business. And I did, and then that was 2001. I retired about a month before 9/11, and then that just opened a lot of doors for me, doing nuclear security, things like that. So my company did very well in the nuclear security industry, so much so that in 3 years later, we sold my company to G4S. They bought it, and at the same time, I had also been recruited by OGA. So I was working for OGA. I got hired by them, and so as I worked for them for 9.5 years. And everybody that knows who OGA is, I won't say the real nomenclature for those guys, but we'll just call it Office of Government Affairs. And so I don't get in trouble. But anyways, so currently I was working for them. I started another business called Risk Control Institute as a virtual company, and I did have some contracts under them that I was able to garner. And in 2011, I sold that company to another company called Intrepid, and they bought the company, and then I worked for them, running my former company under them, right, as a vertical. So I did that for a few years, and then all that went away, and I ended up going to Hong Kong and working over there for a company called Black Sand, running a protective detail for a multi-billionaire investment banker. And so one thing led to another. I ended up finally in Indonesia. That's another story, but I ended up here 6 years ago, and finally gravitated down towards Bali, where I'm at now, and I stood up a company here, a security company in Bali, and I primarily provide explosive detector dogs, patrol dogs, narcotic dogs for like the hotels here and some of the other bars and venues here. So that's what we do here for the most part. I do other consulting work still. I still travel around and do different types of jobs related to security. I still do a little bit of acting from time to time. I'm writing books. I'm currently trying to write 5 books at the same time, and I hope to get them published within a year. But it's been a battle. The reason it's been a battle is because this coronavirus is just killing businesses everywhere, killing the tourist business, especially here in Bali. I mean, that's what they thrive off of, and I mean, it's down like 70%. Yeah. And so it just has a domino effect, man. I mean, shops are closing, everybody's hurting financially, and it affects everybody. Mm-hmm. So we're feeling a little bit of the burn right now as well. And so I've been kind of just focusing on the business here to keep it, to keep it above water. So anyways, that's kind of what I do. I travel back and forth to the U.S. I have a home here in Bali. I have a home in Panama City Beach, Florida. And, I go back and forth every couple months. And the reason I go back to Florida is because I still have my little girl there, Boo Boo. Mm-hmm. And it's just so I can spend time with her and then, just do stuff in the States that I normally do. So, in fact, I've got a training seminar this month in Titusville, Florida, down at the American Police Hall of Fame. I'm running a 2-day, what I call a survival learning skills clinic. And then I've got another firearms course that I'm running in Panama City Beach. And then at the end of the month, I'm going to San Diego to do another webinar for fortune builders. So I have reasons to go back, but the main reason is for my daughter. So that's what I do, man. I'm here in Bali, kind of living the dream. I wake up every day and I'm like in paradise, and I run a business here, and I mean, on one hand, running a business is not easy.
Yeah.
Anybody said, "Oh, you're lucky you got a business." Well, let me tell you, man, it's not for everybody. It's not easy to do, and it's a 24/7, 365, endeavor, man. You're on the clock all the time. There's no vacations. There's no days off. So, hats off to all the business people out there that have their businesses, especially small businesses. They're earning their money, man. And, so it's not for the faint of heart. But anyways, I couldn't have it any other way. I've been, working for myself basically for 18 years now. And, I've done all right. And I just can't imagine going and working for anybody else, man.
I know.
I know. I just can't see it. So
not to interject about not to talk about myself, because again, you were the coolest guest ever. So, but yeah, it's I graduated from the University of Georgia in 2013. Was accepted into medical school, actually in Florida, Miller School of Medicine at the University of Miami. I scored in the top 5 percentile in the MCAT. I got in. I had it all set up, but like you just said, I just began thinking. I was like, I can't be working for someone for the rest of my life. So here I am 7 years later, still with this podcast and with some graphic design. I'm still trying to build my own business, and I've told all my friends that went through and got their MDs. I was like, dude, it was easier to get into medical school than it is to figure this out. I was like, But what I was going to say is the things you left out are still more interesting than anything else. Yeah, you didn't leave it out, but the nuclear facility in high risk security. You put empty water bottles in Terry Crews's pants to save him from going under during filming. It's your canine handler, your 6-degree black belt, your children. When you wrote your book, I don't know how far they've gone since, but they were receiving black belts. There's a picture of you, your wife, and your son all competing at the same bodybuilding competition. It's kind of like I don't follow a lot of sports, but it's kind of something like a couple of years ago when the Patriots came back and beat the Falcons in the Super Bowl, biggest comeback ever. It's one of those things that I've heard people say, if that was a book or a movie, it would almost be cheesy because it's too fantastic. But it happened. It actually happened. They're down 28-3 in the third quarter. Listening to your interviews and reading your book, I was like, if someone wrote a story and the main character was Dale Comstock, I almost couldn't buy into it, because I'd be like, there's no way. Yeah. But you do all this stuff. It's yeah, I mean, if you can't tell, I'm fanboying over here, man. But it's, dude.
No, you're right. Whenever people ask me, about my background, I always have to give them a little caveat, a little preamble, and say, look, you know what? It's going to sound fantastic. It's going to sound unbelievable, but it's all verifiable.
Yeah.
I don't need to embellish anything. It's all there. Even my DD-214 is on the internet. So if anybody questions my military, background, it's all out there. But no, you're right. My son, he's got his black belt. He actually got it when he was 7. Finally, my daughter's a 2nd-degree brown belt. My oldest one, they're both college graduates. My son's in special forces also. He's a Green Beret. My daughter's an entrepreneur. She's a business coach, mentor. And I have another daughter that just graduated a trade school, and now she's working in Charlotte. She's doing very well. And I still have, some younger ones. So, but yeah, you're right. It's people. And so I do performance coaching as well, right? Actually, my oldest daughter talked me into it a few years ago. And people used to always ask me, like, Comstock, how did you do so much? And first I didn't think I did that much. And I just thought I was keeping up with the other guys in the unit, and said, after I started thinking about it, I guess, compared to everybody else, I have done a lot, And and what is the reason for that? How was I able to do that? And there's actually a couple reasons and ways that I did that, but I did it almost unwittingly. First of all, I've got a lot of drive, man. I'm like a shark in the water, man. If I stop moving, I die.
Yeah.
So I got to keep moving, right, and keep doing things. I got to keep eating, and I have a keen interest in a lot of different things, even things that are not, maybe very interesting. I like to take an interest in it and learn about it because, it's, knowledge is power, man. Mm-hmm. And I like to explore new things. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
You're talking. Okay. Some background noise with my employees. So anyways, part of it is I got, a lot of drive. But anybody can develop that, man. It's, mm-hmm. It's a choice between being lazy and getting off your ass and doing shit, mm-hmm. And not making excuses. So, that's one of the things is drive. I never quit. If I fail something, I don't go, I didn't give up and just move on to something else. I keep at it till I get it right. Mm-hmm. The other thing is time management and multitasking, I've got to be able to manage my time. And I've got to be able to do multiple things at one time. The old adage, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? Well, that works for all the other performance coaches out there. That's their little thing. Oh, he's, do it one thing at a time.
Little bit, yeah.
Yeah, focus on this and then work on that. And it's like, well, if you do that, you'll never achieve that much in life, I was able to eat a whole lot of elephants at one time, one bite at a time. I just go back and forth and nibble on this one for a while, and then on this one, and and that's how you get ahead. Yeah. So there's a lot of performance coaches out there that are full of crap, is the way I put it. And I don't care how much money they got. Maybe they were successful at one thing, mm-hmm. and they made a lot of money. But that doesn't mean you can train people to be better versions of themselves, and that's the thing. Right now, I like picking on Tony Robbins. He's done really well. He's made a lot of money doing one thing. He's the master, salesman. But and I always joke. I say, Tony Robbins lays in bed, dreaming about Dale Comstock. What's it like to be that guy? Because he'll never ever be able to achieve what I do. His money can never buy it, and and I'm richer than he is for that reason. And I can always do what he does.
Yes.
Like I'm doing it now.
Yes.
Maybe I don't have his money, but I can do what he's doing and more. So, and why is that? Because what I teach and what I promote is it's not just think a certain way. It's actually how do you think that certain way. There's a process, and there's a neurological process that's involved with this thing, and a metaphysical process. There's these other elements that are at play that most people would just dismiss as it's a bunch of hocus pocus. Uh-huh. And I say, you go right on and believe that, and let's compare resumes, because I can tell you my achievements are grounded in certain principles that are not taught in school. Most people would roll their eyes at it because they're linear thinkers, can't think outside the box, and they're not willing to challenge paradigms, right? That's the difference. I'm willing to challenge all paradigms and not just listen to, the crowd and just stand by. Let me tone these guys down, but hey. Okay. You're over here chatting, and I'm like, hey, dude, I told you guys to be quiet. Anyways, so it's a way of thinking. So it's time management. It's a way of thinking. It's having a certain understanding of mental processes, neurological processes, understanding the metaphysical world. Things like kinetic molecular theory come to play. There's a lot of things, man, that come to play, and that's what I teach. And, for example, these life coaches will go, hey, think positive, never quit, and you're great, you're special, I think you're special. It's like, what does all that mean?
Nothing.
Everybody says that, but that don't get you anywhere, right?
If everyone's special, no one is.
Yeah, but if you understand the underlying dynamics, the real physiology and neurology behind it, as well as the understanding of the metaphysical world and the impact it has on us and the impact we have on it, you are more likely to control your own destiny. And so that's what I focus on, and that's my other little. Besides this business, that's the other thing I do all the time. I do a lot of life coaching. I work usually 16 to 18-hour days. I'm in my office here till at least midnight every night. I'm up by 6 or 7 o'clock, and usually I'm in the office early in the morning doing coaching people around the world on performance and things like that. So, but to your earlier point, yeah, you're right. Most people can't believe it, that I can do all this, but it's all verifiable. There's nobody out there that, has yet to call me out and call me into question, for anything. I mean, because they can't. It's just, it's legit. So, I mean, I've had a few people like, freaking ex-wives and shit that, ex-wife that, they want to sling dirt, but it still holds no water, so. It's part of living, man. I mean, some people just, live to work. I only work just to live. If I don't have to work and I can live, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have fun, And so that's why I enjoy doing so many things. And the other thing is, I've got enough skill sets that, today maybe I'm running a business. Tomorrow I'm doing life coaching. The next day I may be doing acting. The next day I'm doing some type of tactical training somewhere. Or next day I'm doing some kind of business networking. But I've got things I can do in multiple income streams, to keep me going. And that goes back to my earlier point. I don't have a boss. I am my own boss. I get up when I want. I go to bed when I want. And life is good. I won't say it's super easy. But when you're doing something you enjoy doing, it's you're doing something you're passionate about. It's really a labor of love.
Yes.
Than, toiling over something really not enjoying.
Yes.
And so, I always, kind of tell people, motivate people, hey man, you have choices. Life's about choices. You can go work for the man from 8 to 5 where it's safe, get a paycheck, and 2 weeks vacation every year. And you don't have to do anything but just go to the job, drop, and grind it out. Or you can, walk out there on the limb on your own and create your own reality, And 2% of the population, 2% of the population self-actualize. In other words, actually achieve their goals. They become the person that they see themselves as. 98% of the people out there don't. 98% of the people out there are followers. I teach people if you want to get ahead in life, you have to be able to lead yourself. Okay, you have to apply leadership principles to yourself in everything that you do. It's a form of discipline, and without it, you'll go nowhere in life. So anyway, that's kind of I did. I didn't mention, but I've got 6th-degree black belts, got 1st-degree black belt. I was a professional boxer,
PhD,
first MMA, PhD. In alternative medicine, master's degree in business and organizational security management. Speak a couple languages. I mean, I can just go on all day long. And it's one of those things like when I decide I want to do something, I focus, I get on it, I get her done, and then. One of my flaws, I guess, is I get bored real easy. So once I've mastered something, it's like, man, okay, I'm done. I want to move to something else, right?
Yeah.
I can't stay focused on one thing, and that's probably to my detriment because when I stop focusing on something, it just kind of wanes, and dies on the vine. And whereas if I just stayed focused on it, I could probably be very, very successful at it. I had a guy one time tell me, he's a friend of mine. I've worked for him quite a bit. He's very wealthy. And we were sitting around a pool in South Africa one night, and he looks at me, he goes, Dale, why do you do all these things, acting, this and that and that? He goes, if you would just focus on one thing like security, he goes, you're really good at that. He goes, you could be super rich, And I thought about it, and I was like, I said, well, the reason why is because I got a lot of ex-wives and kids to pay for. I'm going through a divorce, and so I got to make money any way I can, And so I bounce around like a journeyman, No, that keeps it interesting, man. I can't just do one job, And then he asked me, he goes, well, because you've achieved so much in life, he goes, what's next? What are you going to do next? And I thought about it. I was like, yeah, you're right. What am I going to do next? And I looked at him and go, I'm going to be like you. And he's like, huh? I go, yeah, I want to sit around the pool one night with billions of dollars in my pocket and ask people, what are you going to do next? And why do you do all this shit you do?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I want to do. He's like, oh, okay. Yeah. He goes, well, you can do it. So I'm not there yet, but I'm working on it. And, it's been a journey. I don't have a whole lot of complaints. I made some bad choices. We all do. But my choices, whether it's a good choice or a bad choice, had some kind of consequence. Mm-hmm. Sometimes had good consequences. Even bad choices had good consequences, and good choices had bad consequences. But that's why I've arrived to where I'm at today. Living in Bali, pretty much, doing my thing, and enjoying life for the most part. So what's tomorrow hold? I don't know. Anything could happen, man. This business could go under because of this virus. Who the hell knows, right? Mm-hmm. So the key is, I can't worry about what I can't control. I do the best I can to control the situation, but I don't let it consume me. My wife here gets a little wrapped around the axle sometimes, when things start going a little bit south, and she gets a little nervous. Mm. And when you're dealing with a business with, other clients, right? They all think they're the subject matter expert on your subject, right? And they have no idea, right, what they're talking about. But they challenge her all the time because she's the face of the company. In fact, the company's in her name and everything else. So she catches a lot of flack, especially as an Indonesian woman. Mm-hmm. They try to bully her a lot, but she's pretty resilient and pushes back. But it stresses her out. And I told her, I said, you have to look at business like a game, like a Monopoly game. I said, think of it as a game. You're moving the pieces around the board, you're rolling the dice, you're picking up a card. Sometimes you go forward, sometimes you go back. Things happen, you gain things, you lose things. That's part of the game, right? But you keep playing the game. I said, don't take it personal. Never take it personal. Think of it as a game, right? And then I use the analogy of that movie Jumanji, right? Imagine we're in a movie in Jumanji, right?
Yeah.
Where these characters, and all these people that are, assholes to you, think of them like the little fat chick or something like that, and whatever with pigtails, and whatever, right? So you give them, think of them in a different way, and just remember, they're all part of the game, right?
It's a game,
and just play the game, and you try to win. But if we lose, it's just a game, right? Life goes on. And so every time she gets a little wigged out, I just look at her and tell her Jumanji.
It's a game.
Kind of snap her back into the game mindset, right?
We all have masks on. We're just playing the game.
Yeah.
It's
yeah, exactly, man. And these are some of my philosophies. Approaching like one of my other approaches to life is, I don't look at my issues as problems. Okay, I look at them as challenges.
Yes.
So. People go, oh my God, we don't have any more money. What are we going to do? Oh, sky is falling. And, they freak out and they try to react and try to fix it. Right. And so usually it's out of some type of desperation. And a lot of times they just exacerbate the issues. Whatever. So what I do is I go, it's not a problem. Okay. Because a problem requires a solution. I got to fix this. Whereas if I look at it from a perspective of a challenge, I invite the challenge because I'm going to conquer it, right? It's going to make me stronger. So I kind of embrace it, like, okay, watch this, and so, and I have let's say I don't have any money, right? I don't free him. Oh my God, I ain't got no money. I'm like, okay, I don't have any money right now, but I'm going to get some more money. Watch this. How am I going to do it? Okay, I'm going to use my head.
Yes. Right.
And I'm going to work my way through this issue, but I'm going to get the money. It's going to come to me. And I use positive affirmations. I think positively, in that I say, I have the money is here, the money's on the way. I don't know where it's coming from, but I know it's going to happen because it goes back to my mindset. It's the subconscious is at play now, and it's when I mentioned earlier about the metaphysical world. This is where there's a connection between the metaphysical world and our subconscious. So again, there's going to be people sitting out there going, "Oh my God!"
Screw them. If they're doing that, turn it off now. I don't want them as subscribers. Tell them to screw off.
I tell you, they have no idea.
Yeah, it's
when they ask me, Comstock, how were you able to do so much? Because of this.
Yes.
Okay, it's a way of thinking, and so and I've got a lot of clients that have come to me that are unemployed, super rich, and everything in between, man. And they get it. Especially the rich ones that are very successful. They've stumbled across this stuff. They don't even know what they were doing.
Yes.
But it was their mindset that got them there, right? And it's not just a matter of, well, I'm never going to quit. You know what? If you never quit and you keep failing 100 times, at some point you got to stop and go, wait a minute. You know what?
What am I doing?
Am I going to fail 200 times? I mean, you know, if you keep getting the same results, you know, then maybe you ought to stop and change what you're doing, you know, change it up a little bit. So, but anyways, you know, it's all about mindset. But I tell people, you know, see it as a challenge, not as a problem. And I use a boxing analogy, right? So when I was an amateur boxer, when I first started boxing, you know, I walk into the corner of the apron of the ring, and I look over at my opponent and go, holy crap, you know, the guy's freaking pretty good shape, you know, he looks pretty scary, and you know, oh my God, I hope he don't knock me out, you know, it's going to hurt, you know, hope the crowd doesn't boo me, you know, I don't want to lose, you know, I'm thinking all this shit, right? And then I'm thinking, okay, I'm just going to get in there and hopefully get this over with in 2 minutes, you know, 2 seconds to knock him out, right? Yeah. So I got there swinging like crazy, and he's doing the same thing, you know, and then, you know, somebody gets hurt, gets knocked out, or nothing happens, right? And then, but as you become more experienced, you walk up to the corner ring, like when I turned pro, and I looked at the guy on the other side, I no longer perceived him as a problem, right? Before it was a problem. And now it's like, okay, he's going to punch me. He's probably going to punch me a lot. It's going to hurt. Crowd might boo. You know, I might get knocked out. I might get killed. You know, I've seen 2 guys get killed in the ring. You know, these are all things I accept as part of the game. It's like, okay, there's no point even dwelling on that because I can't, you know, it means nothing, right? What I focus on is the challenge. The challenge is, do I want to win in the 3rd round, the 4th round, the 7th round? How do I want to win? Do I want to take them out with a 3-point combination? Do I want to showboat? Or do I just want to be there, you know, the you know, just the focus, you know, quiet guy just going down there doing my job and getting out of the ring, you know? So I was, you know, the big picture is me holding the belt up at the end. And so when I went in there, I had a different air of confidence because it's no longer a problem. It's a challenge. The challenge is I want to win. And this is how I want to win. I wasn't fighting out of survival. You know, it was no longer survival fighting. It was going in there to impose my will and be the champion, right? So the mindset was different, okay? That stems from a lot of things. It stems from experience. Also, it stems from understanding what you're facing because we fear what we don't know. But once we understand it, you know, we use our fear for that, right? And now we can actually focus on what's more important, like strategy and the outcome. And so it's mindset, you know, and these are the kind of things I like to teach people, and these are the kind of things that help me get through my life every day, you know, and it keeps everything in balance and helps me keep my sanity. But I won't lie to you, I'm a human being too, you know. There's things that get to me, it's like, oh man, you know, and then a lot of times they'll stress me out for a second, and then I have to stop, sit down, go, okay, Comstock, take a deep breath, drink some water, you know, breathe, okay, practice what you preach, okay. And I've got to, you know, I mean, you have to do that. You know, it's part of learning and growing. So I'm always learning, I'm always growing, I'm always relearning, you know, to keep myself going forward. So, and the other thing I found out too is, you know, a lot of times, so your brain, you know, your brain gets its energy from glucose. It doesn't burn fat, it burns glucose, okay? And if you're down on carbohydrates, you're down on glucose, you get goofy, you get loopy, right? And you get, you know, and not only that, you don't, you know, you're low on your hormone levels, you get moody, depressed, you know, and I noticed that I tend to get a little bit more emotional, a little bit more depressed when I haven't eaten. I don't have any carbohydrates in me. And so what I do is go, okay, you know what? You feel a certain way because part of it mostly is hormonal. Yeah. And I'll go get me something, a candy bar or some food, and I'll get some carbohydrates in me, get my glucose levels back up, and I start feeling better. You know, women are good for this because I've noticed with, you know, my ex-wives, all my wives, right, and girlfriends, I can always tell when they're hungry, even if they don't tell me they're hungry, because they get all pissy, right, and grumpy, and I'm like. And then I realized, yeah, they're hungry. I said, and I've learned now, hey, just go put some food in them and they'll be okay. Sure enough, man, it works. 30 minutes later, they're all happy again, you know, because they need that carbohydrates. But women seem to get more aggressive than men when it comes to that. I don't know if that's a primal response to, you know, needing food and hunting and foraging or what that is. But I have noticed that. And I've also noticed with me, I just get kind of goofy, man, and a little depressed. I don't get angry. I'm like, you know, I can't think clearly. So, you know, these are kind of things I like to talk about. you know, with people when I'm coaching them or training them. I apply all this stuff to my own life, and it just makes for a better understanding of life, and it makes it more life a little bit more enjoyable and bearable. So anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
It is what it is. That's my resume, man. It's pretty long.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I know. With girlfriends getting hungry, you can't say, hey, go get some food, because eventually they'll catch on that you're. Oh, so you think I'm bitching? You gotta subtly be like, hey, babe, let's go get a milkshake. Are you craving a milkshake? Because I'm craving a milkshake. You gotta suave. You gotta be suave.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But I wanted to further touch on the visualization, the mental, the positive affirmations, because it's something I've done my whole life, and like I emailed you, I had never known anyone else to do it, and for most of my life, I didn't exactly know what it was I was doing. It was like you said, you'll find successful people that they'll have figured it out on their own without knowing they figured it out. It's like
right.
It's like if you put people on other sides of the world, eventually they're probably both going to discover fire. They don't necessarily have to teach each other. It's because or physics. Physics is a great example. The laws of physics are permeable. They permeate all. They are universal. If the world explodes and life arises on a different planet, they don't have Newton, but they'll figure it out. It'll be whatever. Starting early on I've done it my whole life, but I'd say I really got into it in college. When I was always a terrible student. I was a meathead in high school, just a terrible student. And my sophomore year in college, I just kind of hit me one day. I was like, I'm going to be a doctor. But what I started doing was meditating, and about 20-30 minutes in, when the stream of consciousness would kind of slow down. And, when you first start meditating, it's everywhere. It's, what do I got to do today? I'm doing a podcast with Mr. Comstock. What am I doing tomorrow? I got to go to the gym. I got to get some groceries. And it's going on. And I haven't talked to him in forever. Man, my ex-girlfriend must hate me. But it's slowly, they become less and less frequent. And finally, it kind of slows down. And it's almost like when the dryer or the washing machine's on and you don't even know it's on until it stops.
Yeah.
You don't realize that they stopped till all of a sudden you're like, what is this peace? What is this quiet? And you're like, oh my God, I stopped thinking. I found in that time and I now do it intently, but for years I did it without even knowing. It was, so for instance, trying to get into medical school. It was like, all right, I got to take biology 1, and way down the road I got to be taking organic chemistry and cellular biology, and I got to publish research and blah blah blah, convince a med school to take me. But at very first it was just, what do I got to do? I got to get an A in this class. And it wasn't just, it's like you said, never quit. You can never quit, but that doesn't mean you'll win. So it wasn't just, I'm going to work hard. It was like, I was like, what would it feel like? And I think of like my mom and her high pitch, like woo, I think of my dad, like good job. I think of that feeling of I would visualize my laptop screen, digital transcript, end of semester, and I'd see the course name, whatever, Calc 1 3200, and I'd see A, and it would be like, okay, what am I like? I feel the chair, I feel the computer screen, I know the fan's on, and I feel A, and what does that A mean? It means I did it. Oh, what am I going to do? It's going to be the end of the semester. Okay, I know I'm going to get some money out of my bank. I'm going to go get some beer with my buddies and go act like an idiot. And when I think about it that way, if you just think, I'm going to get an A in biology, that doesn't really, that's like saying, Mr. Comstock, you should make money. And it's like, no shit. But when I'd see it and I'd feel it, I would literally get like butterflies. I would get excited, and it would be like, that's the thing I'm going to do. That's the thing I'm going to do. Or with this podcast, started in December, and I remember thinking like, how cool would it be to just talk to cool people? I could grow the subscribers, and I'd start to feel it, literally hear it, see it. And like you said, a lot of people are going to be listening to this going like, oh, okay, all right, guys, hit the peace pipe, I am my reality. And I would always use my experiences getting in, but I now say, screw that. Look at Mr. Comstock's experiences and resumes. Don't listen to me. I got into med school. Cool. You were in Delta Force. You have a PhD. You were buddies with Terry Crews. You you've done a million. Your book is hilarious, by the way. It's brilliant. It's politically incorrect, and I love it. I was laughing the entire time. I was literally on the toilet a couple times. I was like, thank God I'm on the toilet because I just shit myself. but so I would say don't look at my experiences. Look at Mr. Comstock's, and it's not just. I like to think of it as it's not just hocus pocus. It's not. Okay, positive, I am success. Like, no, don't think of like. I think of it as like, who's to say that this isn't a field of science that we just haven't discovered yet? Imagine the first guy to say, "Hey, I don't think the Earth's flat." You don't think it's flat? Really? You think it's? Now we know. Who's to say that one day, in 2050, 2080, 2100, they'll go, and here are the writings of Mr. Comstock, and here are Comstock's 3 rules, like. Why not? Why can't it be? We now know positive visualization is the equivalent of like a compass heading towards north or south. It's There's science starting to back it and support it. This is something that actually a lot of people have known it for a very long time, either intuitively, other psychologists, going back for a long time have kind of understood this phenomena, but because it's not something you can scientifically prove. If it can't be proved by science, then it must not be true, right? Right.
And so actually one of my students is he's a seminarian. He basically wants to be a Catholic priest, but he also wants to be in special forces, And I have some very, some people that are very religious, and I have people that are, atheists. But, this whole idea of, self-actualization, autogenic conditioning, the things we're talking about, it actually falls, it fits in nicely with, whether you're an evolutionist or creationist. For example, if you're a creationist, you say, God created the universe. Well, then he created, the metaphysical world. He created all the stuff that we're experiencing.
Yes.
And if you're an evolutionist, then it's the same thing, right? Evolutionary-wise, we have developed certain, the sixth sense, the etherics, all this other stuff that, that makes us who we are and allows us to live the way we do. But there is science supporting it, for me, the best science is I'm a walking, living experiment of it since the age of about 15 is when I stumbled on it.
The baseball game. The baseball game in Germany,
Yeah, and so that was the first time I learned about it, and then I applied it again later in life when I was a Delta operator going through OTC. And it basically saved my job, is what it did.
Yosemite Sam.
And I went from zero to hero pretty fast, over like literally in 3 days. And I can go on all the time about this kind of stuff. It's just when you see things a certain way, and you do make positive affirmations, and you say them in the here and now. What happens is your subconscious, it's back there. There's a little guy in a room with no windows, right? Sitting in an office by himself. He's getting all his input. He's going, shit, I got to make things happen.
Figure it out.
Right. And he's doing that. And then, like I said earlier, there's a neurological process of myelination that's going on.
Yes.
There's,
neuroplasticity
growing. Yeah, and so there's all these other things that, most people wouldn't even understand, and like I said, I don't know if any college courses even would teach anything like this.
Yeah.
But I spent my life doing teaching, learning this stuff, and I've applied it many, many times over and over and over. And I know that it's a thing, it does work, and it's really the basis for all of my success. And so I haven't become like a Nazi where I'm like, Dr. Spock, and I'm kind of focusing all the time on everything. It's just now it's just cultivated a way of thinking, way of meditate. I can meditate right in my motorcycle. Okay. Yeah. It's a way of focusing. Yeah. It's really concentrated, or focused,
intent,
thought. Yeah, exactly. And so, and that basically, sets everything up in my system neurologically, physiologically, metaphysically, and it kind of orients me towards what I'm thinking and what I want to do. Just like, but not only positive stuff, but negative stuff. You have negative thoughts, you create negative outcomes for yourself inadvertently. If you hang around negative people, it's the same thing, right? Here's an example that I give to people. All right, everything in this planet is made up of energy. Everything. This wooden table has energy at the molecular level. Those molecules are always moving.
It's all dancing around, yeah.
Yeah, so they're like pool balls. One push another one, but everything is moving, right? So if you can remember, everything is energy. We create our own energy from within, okay? That's what allows us to think, talk, move our muscles, all that stuff, right? It's you have to have an energy source, and we create it internally. The whole world is an energy source, okay? The earth operates at certain frequencies. It rotates. Everything has frequency. So right now, I'm generating thoughts in my mind, okay? And basically what I'm doing is, creating, I'm moving my tongue, my vocal cords to make sound, okay, which is what? Frequency.
Yeah.
All right, vibration, wavelengths, et cetera, and I'm talking to you through a phone on the other side of the world. You're picking up my frequencies, okay, and through your ears, your receivers, you're getting the message, you're interpreting it, and you're seeing it in your mind, okay, what I'm saying. So basically, in essence, we become two radios. We're doing the same thing our regular radios do, right? We're
tuning in.
We're manipulating energy, space, right? Vibration. The law of vibration is in effect, right? The metaphysical and kinetic molecular theory. So that's how we can communicate. So we're doing the same thing a radio is, man. Everything is like that in this planet. So if you understand that, then almost anything's possible because it always comes down to energy, right? And and again, I love these life coaches. Hey, you gotta have energy. They think you have to have energy, like you gotta be motivated.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, no, you need to have energy, like real energy. You need to create that and focus it on what you want to do. And there's the process. Okay, well, how do I do that? And that's what I kind of delve into. In a lot of my in my coaching. So again, and this takes some explanation for a lot of people, and those that would challenge me on that. I had a guy a couple days ago. He's actually a good friend of mine, and he's interested in getting into coaching. And he goes, is this neuro linguistic programming? He goes, is this real? He goes, there doesn't seem to be any science, backing that. It sounds like some kind of marketing bullshit. And I was like, you know what? You're the typical person, right? You're looking for science to support something. I said, the reality is there is some science supporting it. But I said, more importantly, if neuro-linguistic programming is nothing more than words have meaning. When you say things, you think certain things, right? And that's why people in society now, they want to censor, your words, right?
Yeah.
If you say this, that's hate, right?
Yeah.
And they think by you not saying it, they're altering your way you think, right? Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to alter your way of thinking.
1984.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been told that if you make a racial slur, that's bad. It's politically incorrect. You should never say that, right? And what are you doing? You're trying to change my way of thinking, okay? Or if I express a political belief, if I said, I support Trump, it's like, oh my hell, all hell comes raining down on me. They don't want me to believe that, think that that's right. That's why they they indoctrinate kids in school now. There's history classes and they're comparing Trump with Nazi, Hitler and all these other people. Yeah. So it's really comes down to that. But so people know one way or another, they know that words have meaning and words shape thoughts, right? And so neuro-linguistic programming is a thing. By repeating something over and over or thinking it over and over, okay, you start to believe it. Hitler once said, if you tell a lie long enough times, everybody will believe it's true. Right?
A big enough lie enough times, yes.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of truth to that. And so we can do it to ourselves as well. If you always tell yourself, I suck, I'm a terrible person, I'm stupid, well, that's what's going to happen. You're going to be stupid, you're going to suck, and you're going to be a terrible person. Yeah. That's your life. You've just created your own reality, right? And they're why? Because it's not just a way of thinking, it's the programming. That's why they call it neuro-linguistic programming. You're programming a certain thought patterns that become that actually control your behavior. Yes. Okay. So, anyways, that, we're going kind of deep now, but
dude, go for it. No, I love it. No, if anyone doesn't like it, they can tune out. I don't give a shit.
No, it's okay. And I like I said, I provide coaching on this stuff. I run an 8-hour. It's actually 8 weeks, 1.5 hours a week, seminar or coaching classes for people that are interested in everything from weight loss to getting in better shape physically, getting in better shape mentally, to being more successful, to how do you build a business, it's survival learning skills, how do you protect yourself, how do you think, a certain way, be a thriver, not a survivor. So I go through this whole thing over the course of 8 weeks, and I do pretty good at it. My marketing is weak. I don't push it too hard because I have other things to do, but I like doing this on the side. So, if your listeners are out there, look me up on Facebook or whatever, man.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a life changer. I can tell you. I'll give you an example of how much of a life changer it is. I'm going to tell you about my wife. All right. So my wife is Indonesian. When I met her 6 years ago in Hong Kong, she was a maid. She grew up in a village all her life. She worked overseas for 13 years, cleaning other people's shit, basically. And then I met her. One thing led to another. Over time, we built a relationship, and we came. She moved back to Indonesia. Then I came and followed her back over here. And she's got a 6th grade education, which is probably 5 levels higher than most people have. Here in Indonesia, you have to pay to go to school. It's not compulsory. If you want your kids to go to school, even in elementary school, you got to pay for it, right? Oh. Yeah, and you got to buy the uniforms, all this stuff, right? So she was lucky to make it to 6th grade. Her mom sold her off. I say sold her off, married her off at 15, but basically, to a guy for, something in exchange. I don't know what they exchanged, maybe a cow or I don't know. But, and so at 15, she was already married, was pregnant already, and just never had a good start in life, and husband was never there, actually never worked a day in his life. I can go on. Anyways, so this woman, is actually very smart, even though she doesn't have a formal education. And how do I know that? Because she's self-taught in Mandarin Chinese, Cantonese Chinese, Old Chinese, Bahasa, Sundanese, and English, right? And then she learned all this being a maid, working 18, 20-hour days, right? So about 3 years ago, she didn't even know how to use a computer, literally did not know how to use a computer. And so I showed her how to use a computer. Now she runs a MacBook Pro. She literally runs this entire company from soup to nuts, finances, HR, trains my dog handlers, trains my dogs, explosives and narcotics. She does all the licensing, business development. She's the face of the company. I mean, she's like, here in Indonesia, she's wildly successful, compared to everybody else. I won't go into our finances, but she's done super well for herself.
Sir.
She's got a lot of support from the police because a lot of the police are women here, and they just look at her like, man, you're amazing. And they just support the shit out of her. So, but this person, my wife, was able to do all that because I had to sit down and teach her. I said, look, you can learn this computer. Let me show you this, and then I spent a lot of time talking about leadership, self-leadership, and I talk about, processes, better ways to manage time, thinking way outside the box, challenging paradigms. Okay, just because everybody else has been doing it this way doesn't mean it's the right way. Be asymmetrical, get outside the box and do it a little bit different. You might be more successful. And so we have actually adopted that philosophy here. And since the day we started this company, we vowed that all our employees would get paid every payday, on time, all time, full amount of money. That's very unusual here.
Okay.
We know that people, they go weeks, month without getting paid, because their employers just don't pay them, and it's just crazy, right? And we said we'll never do that. We're gonna apply leadership traits, particularly the kind that I bring to the table from the military, and treat people with dignity and respect. And it's worked out pretty well for us. We've had no major issues with any of our handlers or our employees. We got over 65 right now, plus 45 canines working, and it's a lot to manage, dogs and human beings, and actually the human beings dumber than the dogs, man. You know, I hate to say it, man. The dogs do their job all the time, man. You know, they don't care. You know, they do their job. What they were trained to do. You know, the others not so much. But anyways, but you know, she's one of my success. I have a lot of success stories. I mean, from millionaires to bankers to teachers to unemployed people to police officers. I can go down just military guys, young guys that want to go in the military, older guys. Actually, most of my clients are probably in their mid-40s, kind of reach that midlife crisis. They wake up, walk in the mirror and go, shit, I'm in my third trimester of pregnancy. What happened? Their boys, the kids don't want to play with them. They're playing with the dad next door because he's in better shape. The wife don't want to play with them because the wife's playing with the dad next door. He's in better shape. So there's all these issues. And someone wake up having, come to that realization and they need help. And then they realize, hey, I'm out there. I could possibly help them. And so I do. And I have never had any negative testimonials. Everybody's been very positive. I think everybody's walked away with, a lot and has learned a lot and changed their lives. The most important thing about changing your life is changing the way you think. And you'll never change your situation. You'll never change your life. You'll never change anything that you do or you are until you actually change the way you think. That means challenge every paradigm. Everything that you were ever taught from the time you were a kid, question it,
look at it again.
Yeah, because with time and experience and age, our perspective changes because we have more information, we have more experience. All of a sudden, like, wait a minute, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
I believe that then, but that's not true. Now I got more information. Anyways,
I was going to say, Steve Jobs had an interesting quote where he was talking at a commencement speech in California, and he said probably the most important or one of the most pivotal steps in his journey as, well, we now know, creating the single most valuable corporation in the world at one time. I think it's Amazon now, but the first $1 trillion corporation. But he said it's a massive moment when in your life, in your journey as an entrepreneur, when you've been pushing back at the world a million different times and nothing's working, and then finally you push against the world and you see something give somewhere else. And he goes, at that moment you realize it is not static. It is not a set. It's not made out of concrete. He goes, right. It's malleable. And then you start to realize things that you've just always accepted as, these are the rules, and we do Monday through Friday, and we go to the store, and we go on the roads. He's like, someone planned the roads. Someone planned the calendar. Someone planned where this store was. All these social norms. I'm going to wear a tie, and because all these things, he goes, you start to realize, oh my God, these can all be changed, because they were all created. And right. I think you keep touching on that, but I think that's the most important part, is to realize that none of it is set. If you just look at it and say, well, this is kind of what you talked about on the podcast I listened to, once you're at 35, you're over the hill and you gain weight I'm not a billionaire and I'm not Dale Comstock, so I go 9 to 5, I go Monday through Friday, and that's just what a guy like me does. Fuck that. Yeah. You got to look at it and go,
it's self-fulfilling prophecy,
yes,
man.
Yes,
it's what it comes down to.
And someone smarter than both of us, Max Planck, the famous physicist, every Planck's law is Planck length, one of the biggest names in physics. He said, if you want to get the reality, or was it Nikola Tesla? Either or, they're both brilliant, so it doesn't matter who it was. If you want to reach a certain reality, you must align with it. You must align your thinking with it. Once you reach that frequency, you will be there. So this is not spiritualism. This is physics. But that's one thing I always think of is like, it's Einstein talked about how his most brilliant thoughts were when he would be meditating and he would think of something and it would come to him. So it's not forget Mr. Comstock. Look at these brilliant guys that literal physical laws are named after. Planck length, Planck speed, Planck time, Einstein, Nikola Tesla. These guys all talked about, if you want to reach a certain place in this reality, in this existence, you must match it with your mindset. And they all said the same. They're like, this isn't woo, 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 hit the peace pipe, kumbaya. No, this is this is no different than a radio. You're tuning in. When you want to get to a different radio channel, do you go, oh, well, I guess this is just the song that's on? No, fuck that. You change the channel, and then you find, whatever, Led Zeppelin. You
change the frequency.
You're like, this is it. This is it.
And it's tuning in. You align yourself with the right frequency, okay? And frequency is everything. Everything. There's healing frequencies over 524 hertz that, have been shown to reverse, disease, cancers, things like that. There's different frequencies that affect mood. For example, if I listen to some really slow, Marvin Gaye music or something, it makes me just relax and want to go to sleep, But if I listen to some head-banging metal music, it
time to go to the gym. Yeah.
If I listen to something that has white noise in it, like sitting in the back of an aircraft with the APUs running, everybody goes to sleep. That white noise just kind of lulls everybody to sleep, So it's frequency. These are all frequencies. Our way of thinking is congruent with with certain frequencies, and you get certain results from certain frequencies. I tell people all the time, if you feel a little, out of sorts, a little depressed or whatever, a little anxious, take your shoes and socks off, go walk around inside the grass for a little bit. And basically,
feel it in your toes,
Yeah, ground yourself with the earth's frequency. That's the natural frequency, That's why the American Indians, they talk a lot about, the spirits, and they talk about the animals and being in touch with nature, they really get it, man. They understand that piece of it, that we really are, just one piece of this whole big, electrical sphere. We're part of this whole component, man. And so, you're right. Those guys, Einstein, everybody, man. The physical, the physics behind it is what drives us, man. And it always comes back to energy, man. It's always about energy. I got a quote here that I got from about Albert Einstein. It said, the only source of knowledge is experience. And that's so true, right? Because, knowledge is power. We fear what we don't understand. And so, the only way we really know something is once we've experienced it, And so, you can read books all day. So I'm kind of digressing a little bit here, but
go for it, dude. There's no structure here. Talk about whatever.
Yeah. No, I'm looking. I've got all these things come across my feed about life coaching certificates for $25. Be a life coach in 30 days. And I actually messaged him and go, hey, I said, how does a guy that has no more life experience than anybody else out there, never really achieved anything except, putting his pants on and going to work every day from 8 to 5, how does he become a coach and mentor other people? Because in my mind, I would think that if you want to be mentored, you want to be mentored by somebody that's done that, achieved all that, right?
Yourself.
And reached certain heights, right? And, of course, they deleted my message, which is funny because all these people were on there like, send me, to them. They're like, I want more information. How do I get this? I'm like, man, you guys are a bunch of gullible lemmings, man. But, and I look out there, man, there's a lot of people out there doing this. And it's like, actually, I have coaches that were Tony Robbins coaches, trained by Tony Robbins as life coaches. And I'm now coaching them. Because I asked them, I said, how did you do? Well, not too good. Why? Because you really don't have the foundation experience to talk about it, right? And it's not, look, you can pair all the stuff that we're talking about, metaphysics, kinetic mercury theory, align yourself with frequencies. But you've got to experience it. And I show people how to experience it, little by little by little, and with every time you do something, achieve something, you get stronger and smarter and better, right?
Yes.
And like I have a little saying I always, put out there. It's, with every victory I'm empowered. With every defeat I'm more resolute, but I will never quit, right? And because I know I keep learning and learning and learning. And that's how you grow. You grow from mistakes. You grow from failure. That's how you succeed in life, right? Anyways, I kind of got a little off on a tangent there.
No, not at
all. Let's see. There's actually got people messaging me here, and maybe they'll listen to the podcast. I don't know. I saw your questions earlier.
Yeah. Hey, before we do that, can I run to the bathroom real quick?
Yep.
Be back in 30 seconds. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, people always tell me I have the bladder of a 9-year-old. Like, yeah. Do you want to do those questions?
Yeah, we can. If you want to do the questions, I saw a bunch of them on there. Any one of them that you think would be interesting, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, sure. Let me pull them up. I wanted to, my question before we go down that. I wanted to. Oh, one more thing for everyone listening. I forgot to you were 23 when you got into Delta Force. That's just a.
Yeah.
When I was 23, I was stealing mailboxes with my friends.
Yeah, actually at the time I was one of the youngest guys ever to make it there. There's been a few since then, but at that time it was kind of unprecedented. The average age was about 33 of the guy that made it. I guess. I made it through it physically, and I guess I impressed enough at the board that they thought they should give me a shot. So
yeah.
But even back then, it was all mindset, man. I was determined to make it through the course. I trained like a madman, getting ready for it, and mentally, I prepared myself, because it was a big command board that I had to face, and 3 psychologists, everybody, and I mentally prepared myself for anything they might throw at me. The most important part was being reasonable and sensible in my answers, and not assuming that they don't want to hear from Rambo. They don't want to hear from Pee Wee Herman either. They want to hear from a guy that's like sensible, can make a right decision, knowing that there's always not a right answer. So and I guess I answered the questions properly, or good enough, and so there I was. It was a great experience. Probably a lot of people define me by the guys in Delta Force, but that was a long time ago, and I actually don't define myself by that anymore. It's like, I'm still, technically, once you're a Delta operator, you're always really a Delta operator. But, that's one of many of my achievements. I became a Green Beret. I worked for OGA, which that in itself was a very tough achievement. Very few guys can make it through all of that, including the polygraph, and then I've actually worked as a mercenary. I mean, a real mercenary, not fucking Blackwater, and going to go out and be a contractor. I mean, literally working for foreign governments, killing bad guys on their behalf. And, and it was all legal. Everybody go, oh my God, that's illegal. No, it's not illegal. It's not illegal as long as the government you're working for is politically aligned with our government, right?
Yes,
so if I went and did that for North Korea, I'd be in trouble. If I did it for Russia, I'd be in trouble. If I did it for Iran, I'd be in trouble. But the people I did it for, the American government supports them.
Yes,
so,
sir.
So I've done a lot of things on that level. Actually, the last time I was deployed downrange was about 4 years ago, live fire, doing the real deal. So at my age, I'm still out there. I'm almost 57 now, and I'm getting ready to get on to some more projects that are high risk, and they require the body of a young man. But I keep myself in shape.
Yeah.
Go to the gym 4 or 5 days a week. As strong as I ever was. I've still got it physically. I'm not. I've broken my back in helicopter crash. I've torn ACL, meniscus. I've had concussions, but my body's 100%. I mean, it's 100% functional. There's nothing wrong. I don't get up complaining because why? I exercise.
Yes.
I have the right mindset. I try to eat properly. I drink a lot. I drink a lot of wine at night when I'm working, but and I eat hamburgers. But it's everything in moderation.
Yeah.
It's a mindset.
I wanted. I was gonna say that deer story, chasing down the deer. Yeah. One of my dad's best friends. My dad has a story about them hunting years and years ago. But he was like, we were out there, and his friend, we'll just call him Bob. Bob was chasing a deer, but he got off the radio. No one knew where he was, and my dad was there. And he sees the deer jump out over the road, and he sees Bob chasing him with a .357, shooting him, finally kills him, jumps on top of him, and literally bites his nose, off. And I was just like, And this guy was a Marine, and I was always thinking like, holy shit! And I was reading your book yesterday, and it's like, and I'm chasing this thing through the woods, and I catch up to it, and I hit it with the crowbar, and I jump on top of it like riding a horse, and cut it ear to ear. And I was just reading.
Army knife.
Yeah, and I was reading, and I was like, holy shit! I literally went downstairs. I was like, Dad, and I was like, he's like, it makes sense because this friend. I'm like, yeah, no, this is exactly what he did. Yeah, you look up and the trainee's looking at you, and it's like oh shit, is this what the unit is?
All I could do is look at him and go, what are you looking at?
Yeah.
And then scamper off in the woods, you know. So I had to keep my cadre face on.
Yeah. Dude, you know that guy has told that story like.
Oh yeah.
What was it like trying out for Delta Force? You'll never fucking believe me. I saw Rambo. Like it's not a movie trope, and it's like, nah, man, he needed a Swiss Army knife and a crowbar. That's all he needed. He doesn't need a Berets 50 cal. I saw him do it.
I couldn't leave that thing laying out in the woods crippled like that.
Yeah, well, that's.
I felt like it's the right thing.
Well, that was the same thing.
He didn't make it easy for me.
Yeah, well, that was the same thing. My dad's friend, that's what they were doing. Is it was an injured deer, and they're like, we got to find it and put it out of its misery. It's like. Okay, so I pulled up the questions. Before I asked those, I had a question. I don't know whether or not you could talk about it. Did you ever think about? I don't even know, because when you brought up Delta, it was like you receive a letter that says you're eligible to apply. It's like the ultimate like,
right.
Hard to get in. I'm at a loss for words. Did you ever think about going towards? I don't even know if it's still the same name. The CIA's Special Activities Division, SAD, Special Operations Group, Special Activities Division.
Special Activities Division.
Yeah.
Ground branch.
Yeah. It's Did you? Of course, you're smiling at me like you got it.
We won't talk about that.
Okay. No. Okay. We won't talk about it. Yeah.
You can read into that. You know, I said OGA earlier, so that covers the base.
Dale, you monster! You're.
The Office of Government Affairs. That's who I work for.
Yes, the Men in Black.
9.5 years.
The Men in Black. Okay, so I got up the questions. I sent them to you. Is there any specific one you want to go through, or do you want me to just choose some?
Yeah, just choose some.
Okay.
Pick some, man.
Okay. Well, some of the questions can be found in your book, so I'm not going to go over those. What did you do before Delta Force? Well, you explained it all, but it's also in your book.
Yeah.
Okay. The one I want to ask is, what was the funniest thing you witnessed in the field? And I think it'd be the explosives guy with the girl. I don't know if that's what you go in there and he.
Oh yeah,
it's the Playboy.
While we walk in the room.
Yeah.
But no, actually, that was kind of funny. But
yeah, you said it pissed you off.
The funnier story was when I went to the field. It's a long story, but it's in the book where we went out and we were going to support a special forces team at a small camp on the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan. They were constantly getting attacked. So I brought me and 2 other Americans came in with about 60 of our Afghans in the middle of the night, and we occupied another small, broken-up compound about a mile away on high ground. And we snuck in, put everybody down to sleep. It was about, 2 in the morning. And then, sun comes up around 4:30 in the morning. And so everybody's bedded down except for security guys that are out pulling security. And then my interpreter comes over and he wakes me up, and he's like, Mr. Dale. And I'm like, yeah, what's up? He goes, now this is Afghanistan. There's no water, man. Especially where we're at right now. There's no water, right? But they're down the hill on the side of the road. There's some runoff water, right? From like, I don't know, where it's probably sewage, waterfall. I know, wasn't a whole lot, but it was water. And he asked me, he goes, hey, Mr. Dale, he goes, some of the men would like to go down and take a bath. And I thought, what the hell are you talking about, dude? Take a bath. We just got here a couple hours. Nobody's walking. We were sleeping, right? And he was getting like all pink in the face, right? And, I could tell he's getting really uncomfortable. And he goes, well, some of the men would really like to go. And I go, why? I said, explain that to me. He goes, well, and then he said, okay. he goes, basically the Quran says this, you know, if you have a wet dream, you know, you're supposed to bathe your whole body. And I go, okay, so a guy was sleeping and he freaking jacked off in his sleep.
Yeah.
And now you got to go wash himself because it's a religious thing. Got it. I said, which guy is it? And he points over, there's 5 guys laying there. He goes, those 5 guys in the same little group huddled together, right? and I looked at him. I go, what in the, F? Are you kidding me? You tell me one guy woke up and goes, oh, shit, I had a wet dream. I need to go bathe. And the other guy, yeah, me too. Yeah, we all. And I was like, you're full of shit. You know what they're doing over there, right? And I was pissed now, man. And the little butt monkeys over there. I said, you know what? I said, I'm not going to argue with them. I'll argue with you guys. All right. I said, this is the last time. I said, you take those 5 guys, you get another patrol, you go down and pull security for those assholes while they wash themselves up, and you tell them, that crap happens out here in the field again, I'm going to fire all of them, taking all their money, man. It's over. Yeah. You know, we're here. This is not an orgy, okay? This is a defensive perimeter for combat, you know? And they better get their minds right, man. But I was like, I couldn't even believe it, man. I was like, are you kidding me?
All 5 of them.
Like 2 hours.
All 5 of them.
Banging each other in the corner. I'm like, are you kidding me, man? You know?
Yeah. I read that. That's where I was talking. I was on the toilet, dude. I literally shit. I was laughing so hard because it was, well, you were talking about, on a serious note, you're like the difference between like you guys and the SEALs is like you guys are training them. Part of it is you're training the indigenous people, and part of it is, like you said, you don't treat them like armed slaves. You treat them like one of the boys, right? So, exactly. And part of it is you don't shit all over someone. So, you know, if you want to get someone to come, you know, work out with you, you're not like, hey, fat ass. You're like, hey, dude, let's go fuck up the gym together or something, you know, like that. Yeah. And so you're like, you got to take their culture into, you know, within reason, and you're like within obviously
it's
operational.
It's winning their hearts and minds, man. You're always winning. That's one of the problems I always have with the SEALs. We had a few that were, you know, if they ran an operation, they wanted to take my guys with them because they wanted to put an Afghan face in the operation, right? And you know, give them more credibility, blah, blah, blah. But then they would try to control my guys. And I literally had them on the battlefield, look at them and tell them, no, I don't take orders from you. I take them from Mr. Dale. Yeah. Whatever he tells me to do, that's what I do, not from you. They just froze on them. Like, no, we're not doing it. And the reason why they did that is because, you know, unlike special forces, SEALs are not trained to do that kind of work, man. They're way outside their element, okay? They don't know the hearts and minds game. They don't understand the special forces mission, which is, you know, going out and recruiting indigenous personnel, you know, training them, taking care of them, you know, winning their hearts and minds, and making them feel like they're part of an organization and not, you're just my freaking
follow my
trap,
orders.
You know? Yeah, follow my orders. And that's the problem. You know, SEALs think, oh, you're supposed to yell at them and tell them to do this or tell them to do that. You know, that's how you get shit done. Yeah. It's not, man. No. You know, these guys will, not only will they shut down on you, they'll shoot you in the damn back if you get enough of your shit, you know? Yeah.
All that said.
You know, it was the same thing. You know, I knew that, okay, you know, if I want to keep the peace and win hearts and minds, I'm going to have to let these guys go down there and wash themselves up. And, be understanding. Yes. You know, the part that I had a problem understanding was like, dude, look, you guys came out here. I don't care that you have man love. That's what you want to do, but this is an operation. Exactly. Right? This is a mission. What if I brought a bunch of chicks out and we're all having sex? Are we doing an operation? Yeah. Or are we doing an orgy? Right? It's like it doesn't work, right? It's a problem, right? Exactly. So, which that's another area that I freaking really pisses me off is, you know, women in special operations, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Really? I've seen it already happen.
Well, so, that's one of the questions. Yeah.
You know, it's just the same old crap. But anyways, yeah. So
well, I was gonna say that's what's so funny about it is because you mentioned in your book I could not give less of a shit what your sexual orientation is. You're like that. I don't care about that. You know, homosexuality. Right. You're like whatever. That's not my business. The problem was hey, we're in the middle of a fucking war zone. You know, where you know you can't be doing that, and it's and you can't have five. You know, you're like, wait,
you got an AK-47. Keep your other gun out of his ass and keep it in your freaking underwear, you know, and be ready to go to fight at any second. Because you know we could be get attacked at any time. Yeah, and It's just ridiculous, dude. I mean, some of the stuff over there was it was funny.
Yeah.
But you got to just take it for what it is, That's their culture.
Yes.
It's not just their culture, man. It's the Arabic culture, too,
Yeah.
I can give you stories like that all day long, So I guess when I went, we busted that guy's bedroom door down, and he was out there banging a chick, At least he was banging a chick, And he looked at me like, hey, come on, can I finish?
1 second.
Yeah. And I thought, at least you're doing a girl, but now you're going to have to get off, my friend. And kick for her, and she jumps out of bed and covers up.
Yeah. You're like, she got a new. You're like, she got a new apartment. Just needed a new door. Yeah, dude. I was reading that and I was like, this is fucking hilarious. But well, that was one of the other questions. Actually, I was gonna say, man, dude, how come you haven't been on Joe Rogan? Why the hell have you not been on Joe Rogan?
I don't know. Never asked to be on it. Nobody's asked me to be on it, so I don't know.
You have to go, because he sat on Andy Stumpf, who's a member of Dev Group, SEAL Team 6, and he has some hilarious stories. And he's talking about, Andy Stumpf was like, it's so crazy because you'll be 60 seconds out, 30 seconds out, 5 seconds out, and he's like, and time slows down, and you're going in and you're going through, and he's like, and we're hunting, we're going through the compound, and he's like, it's such a mind fucked, because he's like, on 1 second you're thinking like, am I gonna go home to my family? And he's like, and 30 seconds later you'll be looking at the funniest thing in your life. He's like, for instance, in these compounds out in the middle of nowhere, he's like, they'll just have a room that they use to shit in. Just that's it, just a floor that they shit on. And he's like, and I'm coming out the back room and I see like two of my guys, these big hard Navy SEALs, and he's like, and they're vomiting because they walked into the room and they slipped on the shit, and one of them pulled the other down, and they're rolling around and just in an entire 10 by 10 foot room of dog shit, and they've got their night vision up and they're just vomiting, and he's like, and you go from like life or death to just like laughing and snapping a picture. And he's like, but
you come across a lot of the unexpected. I've seen some weird stuff, man. All kinds of weird shit. It's like, it can throw you for a loop.
Yeah, well, so that's what one of the comments was. So he talked about Andy Stumpf, and he said Andy Stumpf talking about DevGru, and he said the more elite you get, he said it's often the more childish it gets. He's like, you get the most elite killers, the most competent hunters, navigators, trainers, and he goes, but there's like the weirdest correlation. He's like, it's also like the goofier, more immature it gets. And he said, he asked, is Delta Force similar? Is there a certain level?
Yeah, no, it is. It's the same thing. We laugh and joke all the time, and even back then, it's like, man, we need to make like a bloopers video of the stuff that we've done. It's like I mean. Even in my book, I mentioned, my blooper was on the prison when that damn firing system got wrapped around my boot, the charge fell off, It's like, if you're going to capture that on video, it'd be funny as shit, But nobody saw that coming. I sure didn't, but it happens, And
I bet the NRO or the National Geospatial Agency, I bet they've probably got some bloopers, some above top secret bloopers recorded.
Yeah, they're all the time, man. There's all the time. There's something, just funny shit, man.
Yeah.
I had a guy one night. We were on a patrol on the side of a mountain, and it was just a small goat trail, and it was muddy and slippery, and you really had to keep your balance and be very careful. We're wearing night vision goggles, and my interpreter was an Afghan, and wearing his night vision goggles, and then we're walking along, and then all of a sudden. He slips and falls over the cliff, goes down the hill, way down there. I'm like, holy shit, right? And he's laying on the bottom, and I'm like, okay, is he dead or alive? And he starts moving around, and he's like, okay, I'm okay. And he's climbing back up the hill, and finally get him back to the top. And I'm looking at it through my night vision, and I see all this black stuff running down his face, and I realize it was blood. He basically broke his tooth off and went through his lip, and everything was bleeding down his face, and I'm sitting there, I'm sitting on the side of the trail, I'm trying to get the medic over to clean him up, and I said something to him. I can't remember what it was, and he was trying to basically make an excuse for why it happened, but it wasn't really trying to make an excuse. He was just trying to let me know, hey man, sorry, my bad, it's nice the first night I ever wear night vision goggles. And I'm like, what? This is the first time you ever wear night vision goggles on a combat operation? I said, that's why you fell over the cliff, because it's not like, anyways, and we stitched them up right there, and then well, actually wasn't long later on that same trail we ended up killing a bunch of Taliban that night, but just stupid stuff, man.
Yeah.
It's just unexpected shit that happens, and guys falling over cliffs, driving over cliffs, and just a lot of weird stuff, man. Inside the buildings, you're right. I've gone in clear rooms and guys are laying in bed sleeping with chickens, literally sleeping with a chicken. I'm like, I'll pet chicken. They're like, really? I didn't want to get up. Like you're disturbing me and my chicken. I'm so lazy. Just a lot of weird stuff. You're running through a house, clearing it, and there's goats and cows standing in the way.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. Dude, you have to do Rogan. Holy shit, you have to go do like a 3-hour. Dude, honestly, dude, that would. I'm somewhat disappointed in you, Dale, that you have not been on. You have not yet been on Joe Rogan.
I don't go out looking to do radio shows. When people come to me and ask if I'll do it, sure I'll do it. I've kind of gone through a shift a little bit. I'm kind of like more focused on what's going to help me and work for me today, the business, other stuff, and, put myself out there for radio shows. Okay, a lot of people know who I am, and I get to tell stories, but it really doesn't, at the end of the day, nothing, I really don't get much of a return on that,
Sure.
Maybe it leads to another radio show, but, so I'm at a point in life where I need to focus on, what's going to benefit me the most right now, and it really comes down to, making money and taking care of me and mine. And, so, that's what I do. And be honest with you, man, it's like, I got a lot of stories like everybody else, but I hate to say it, but the SEALs have kind of just killed my enthusiasm about this, because all the bullshit, I'm a SEAL. Everybody's a SEAL now, by the way. Everybody's a SEAL, right? And every mediocre SEAL, I'm a great SEAL. It's like they're all full of shit. And I know a lot of guys that are SEALs are good friends of mine. My lawyer's a former SEAL commander. He's a good friend of mine. I'm not saying they're all bad, but they have really tainted the waters with their embellishments, and I know they're embellished. I know some guys out there right now, I'm not going to mention their names, but they think they're top shit, and they're full of shit, because I know the real story behind them. And I actually know that some of the real stories are getting ready to come out by police investigators. They're going to bust these guys' bubbles, man. And I won't go too deep into that, but I've already been approached on that. But they have. People go, well, why do you never hear from Delta? Yeah, because they really are the quiet professional. Yes. I'm the only loudmouth, but I retired a long time ago.
Yes.
But they are the quiet professional. You don't hear anything. It's not because they're not. Dude, they're operating 10 times more than the SEALs ever has been. It's just. Yeah, it's that mindset, like I talked about earlier, special forces, winning hearts and minds, knowing how to do your job, okay, SEALs are good at what they do, but that's it, man. They're a maritime counterterrorist, unit. They do, maybe some underwater demolition, stuff like that, but they have a skill set. Interesting point here. Since I'm here, I'm just going to throw them under the bus one more time.
Okay.
There was a time when I was in the unit, we used to compete against them, right? Actually, we competed against about 80 different counterterrorist units throughout the world. It was an event every year, and we would field our teams and go out there, and it was a big competition. And the unit would always take the top 5 slots in everything. In fact, we outswam SEAL team's best swimmers. We actually outswam those dudes, okay? We had some serious studs in my unit that we had scuba teams, all that, we outshot them. Outperformed them. I can go on all day long, right? And, I'm not trying to take away from them, but everybody thinks that they are the cat's meow. And unfortunately, it's because, they write their books, they write bullshit movies, or they tell bullshit stories, and you don't hear anything from the unit, And you know what? And the unit doesn't care, because they're not looking for that. They're not looking for fame.
Yeah.
Neither are the operators, right? And, I just got to the point where, I don't talk all their smack. At the end of the day, I do what I do.
Yeah.
I do me. And if you want to hear what I have to say, great. If you don't, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm doing me. I'm living the dream of Bali.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You like I said, if you were a book character, I wouldn't like the book because I'd be like, dude, really? Like, I saw your Instagram, like your wife, where you live, like that. Really? I don't believe it. It's cheesy. Really? Delta Force, smoking hot wife, lives in tropical paradise. Really?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm talking to you, and it's. Yeah, man.
It's all true.
Dude,
it's all true, man.
That's so badass, though.
I'm actually writing 5 books right now. One of them is tentatively called Apex, man. I've been working on it for a long time. But basically, it's going to be a book on all the things we talked about earlier, right? Autogenic conditioning, self-actualization, being a better you, those types of things, right? How to make I call it Dale Comstock's operator's manual, right? So, how to be a better operator or be a better person. And I'm going to have a co-author with that one, but he actually helped me write another book. He's a really good writer, a good friend of mine as well. And then I got 4 more books that I'm going to author myself that are going to be real life stories again that, one of them is about my mercenary work. Another one's about, what's the word I'm going to look for? Basically helping to repatriate guys that lost their visas in countries and they can't get out. They're Americans or foreign nationals. Getting them out under the ground, get them back home.
Oh shit!
There's a weird story about all that, man. You would never believe something like that actually happens in the world, but it does. Like in some countries, if you owe money or you had a business, your business goes under, or whatever it is, they'll pull your visa on your passport. You can't leave the country. You become what they call a velvet prison. You're basically in country, can't work, you can't get out, you can't do anything until you pay your debts. And I know guys that have been in one country. I know one guy has been there about 8 years now and can't get out. His wife and kids are already in England, and he hasn't been able to see them. And so, but it's not easy getting them out either. And so I'm writing a book on that. I'm writing a book about some of my bodyguard experiences. I was protecting a multimillionaires in Los Angeles for a while. Smoking hot 31-year-old, fell in love with me. It was just nuts, man. It was just nuts. And I literally walked away from millions of dollars and probably the best piece of ass ever. I mean, I just couldn't do it, man. I'm like, this is, I had my principles, got the better of me, and even then I was 53, and she was 31 years old, no kids, never married, millions and millions of dollars, dude. I'm rolling around a BMW 750 Li. I'm living in a $15,000 apartment by myself, underneath hers. Man, I'm writing that story. It was a very interesting story because of the
temptations,
why I became her bodyguard and what was going on with her. And she was being threatened by a notorious gang out of Chicago. Stole over $1 million worth of diamonds from her. I can go on all day long about that story, but that's gonna be an interesting story. Then I've got 2 more that I'm writing. One of them has to do with a client I had in Singapore. Guy from Turkey flew all the way to Singapore and robbed his wife. Met her through Instagram. He actually lied to her, said her husband was cheating on her. I have proof. I'll come and show you. Okay, come and show me. He shows up, sticks a knife in her, takes all her money, everything, and. And then there's, okay, I want you to go kill this guy for me in Turkey, right? So that's another story. And then what's my 4th one? I got four of them writing, and so I think they'll be pretty interesting. They'll be like my action stories, and there'll be a series of books on that. And then the one book is my teaching, book on self-actualization and being a better you. So one of them is actually for entertainment, 4 of them for entertainment, and one of them for lessons learned. But actually, there'll be lessons learned in the other 4 for entertainment too, because there was a lot of hard lessons, life lessons in there for me and everybody else. I
was gonna say, American Badass is, what I love about it is it's like what Andy Stumpf said of SEAL Team 6. He personally said, if you see a book with a trident on it, the Navy SEAL trident, he was like, buy it for toilet paper. He's like, because I can tell you right now, it's all bullshit. It's no shit. Yeah. There I was, all alone on the backside of a mountain. And like, what I loved about American Badass is like, there's like definitely some badass stories in there, but it's also just like, it's like I killed this fucking thing. I didn't know what it was. It was like a chicken eagle rat bird thing. It's just like, or what was the huge thing you're shooting at? The river otter, and you were like, and I missed it, and it got to go home to its family, and Peter got to sleep safe, and it was like I was trying to send it to the light. I was just like.
Dude, I decided not to write the book about all kinds of killing and morbid shit.
Exactly, but that's why it's great.
I'll leave that to the SEALs.
Exactly,
man,
that's why it's great though.
I just wanted to share the human experience, right? And my thoughts with humility.
Yeah.
I laugh at myself. I tell it to myself. You know what? Delta Force operators. We're very capable. We're very good at what we do. But at the end of the day, we're still a freaking human being. We're the guy next door mowing the grass, man.
Yeah.
We're not SEALs that are freaking above everything.
Yeah.
That we're the real deal, and that's how I try to present it. I don't have to tell you how many guys I've smoked.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
No.
It's understood. So it doesn't matter.
It's very real. It's 1 minute it's hilarious, where it's like he called like an F-16 to drop a JDAM, but like 10 minutes earlier, some guy fell off a cliff, and you go, "Are you okay?" And he goes, "I'm okay, Mr. Dale, but I've fallen." No shit. That's why I'm asking you're okay. But he's waving up at you, going, "I've fallen." You're like, no fucking shit. That's why I'm waving down at you. And
I remember his name. His name was Harley for Harley.
Yeah, Harley Davidson. Yeah, HD. Yeah, HD.
Yeah.
There's also like you said, it's not all like, no shit, there I was, denied territory. Like, no, it was, your first confirmed kill. It's like, I took a man's life instead. You're like, I saw him, the guy in it was Panama? Was it the raid to get Carl Muse?
Kurt Muse.
Yeah, Kurt Muse. But even how you worded it was hilarious. You're like, he stuck up behind the wall, and you pulled the trigger 4 times and sent my regards, and it was sent him to the or with extreme prejudice. The guy during your last mission, when you decided, when you were like, okay, like shit, like you said, even if it's just in my mind's eye, I may be looking at my kids and wife the last time, and you're like, I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna get through it with valor. I'm gonna finish the drill. But you're like, I gotta, and you're like, and so with that, it's this whole serious, like, like I might die here. It's time to hang up. It's time to hang up the rifle. And then it's building up to this, like, oh shit, what's Dale about to do? You're like, so look down, and I said, like, hold on to your guns, and I gunned it at a blistering 5 miles an hour.
Dude, the tire caught on fire.
Yeah.
I broke the front right shock on it, and it dropped down, and the tire started rubbing the inside of the fender well, and just started burning, man.
Yeah.
Rolling down there for like 3 kilometers.
Yeah.
The tire on fire at 5 miles an hour. It's like, shoot me.
Yeah.
Shoot me here.
Yeah. It's literally, you're like, yeah, I'm driving. Was that the truck with all the antennas on it? Was that it's literally you're in the command truck bouncing at and meanwhile you got the imagery. You're like, I'm driving with my right hand. I got my left hand out the window shooting, and you're like. Yeah. And it's like, to me, that's what makes it so much more real, though, is it's not, it's not, I hadn't eaten in 10 days. The president just called me. You're literally like, we're shooting at 360 degrees, I had to turn on the headlights because, like, the IR lights weren't working, and you're like, who was it? Doc got out and broke his ankle, but he was a trooper, he didn't say anything, and it's like, and the guy ran by shooting his AK, and you're like, well, what was it? You're like, with extreme I gave him 2 hollow points to the face with extreme prejudice, and you're like, it's that's what makes it so. But then at the same time, it's it's incredibly real. You talked about the child outside that compound, with the child crying, and you're like, this is just some kid caught up in a war zone, and it's That's
the worst part of all that, man.
Yes.
The kids, man. That's what really touched my heart.
Yes.
Seeing what they were going through, and then think about my own kids.
Yes.
Man. It's like I saw my kids within them. Like, oh shit, that was the part that was the worst of it all, man. The women crying in their house, while we're raiding it, Yeah, that was bad too, But when you see the kids standing there like in bewilderment, like what in the hell is going on here?
Just innocent.
You can just tell it's like. And then I got their dad, rolled up and taking them out the front door. It's like, what's going on? You know?
And it's.
There were times like that, man. The one where I set up the booby traps for the Taliban that was raiding, and some kid walked through it, and I killed him with with the booby trap. Those kind of things are hard to reconcile, and it's like hard to, well, goddamn, did I do the right thing or the wrong thing? On one hand, I'm trying to do the right thing and save people's lives,
save American lives.
On the other hand, I'm thinking, who the hell sends their kid up there looking for unexploded ordnance? I mean, something else could just blew up in his hand, let alone him walking through my tripwire, But man, it made me think, and it's like really start second guessing everything, and those are the kind of things that kind of stick with you because that kid was probably 14 years old, and that's his days were over, man. His brother got blown up, and he survived later. But that's the ugly side of war. Killing the bad guys, I have no problem with that, man. Well, I never had no problem with that,
It's what you said earlier during the psychological exams to get into Delta Force. They're not looking for Rambo. They're not looking for Pee Wee Herman. They're, looking for someone that can give the right answer or make a right decision when there's not always a right answer. I think that's a perfect example. It's some nefarious dude sent his kid to go find unexploded ordnance, and that young man lost his life. But if that didn't happen, the story could be the exact same, and it's you didn't set up booby traps, and some American GI lost his life because the Taliban was able to get close and shoot some pot shots, and it's not always there's not always a right answer, or there's not always rhyme and reason to it. But
I don't have PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
My ex-wife will tell everybody, "Hey, he's got PTSD." She actually got on the radio and told people I have PTSD. I was like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Where do you come up with that, right?" And so, I've been checked out by VA. They're like, "No, you don't have PTSD." I'm like, "You're right. I don't have PTSD." I've had some moments where, I had to deal with some stuff, but like everybody else. But I'm not crazy. I'm not violent. I'm not suicidal because I've been able to reconcile all of that and I understand what happened, why it happened, and it's not because I'm some savage guy with no emotion. It's because I have a brain and I can rationalize everything, right? And so, what I saw and what I done is what it is, and I don't let it consume me. I don't let it eat me up. Life goes on, and it is what it is, man. I mean, some guys can't deal with that, some guys can't cope with that. There's reasons behind a lot of that. Sometimes it's, I don't know all the psychology behind it. We're all different. It's just like my canines, man. I got some canines that are just some badasses, man. They you can run them over with a tractor, man. They'll just get up and keep on fighting. And I got some that'll just, run away in the corner and shit and piss everywhere. It's and then some days they have good days, they'll impress the hell out of you. But in their, down at their DNA level, you can tell they're not that strong, not like this one. And people are the same way, we can compensate and mask a lot of our weaknesses, our, some of our insecurities, some of our shortcomings. We can mask that through training, through behavior, projecting ourselves a certain way. But a lot of times, it's in the torrents of life that we really see a person's true character. It's like, okay, who are you now? Let's see when the shit is on, And so, and I've seen that. I've seen guys, I've seen dudes who are just complete cowards, man. Complete cowards, and people died because of them. Guys that were Billy badasses, been through all the training, had the berets, and just freaking failed, man. Failed to bend, and then I've seen guys that have you would never expect anything out of them, and all of a sudden they're the hero of the day. It's like, damn,
they just nut up. You talked about that with some of the nocturnal emissions guys. You're like, you're like they may be they may be holding hands together, but you're like, you're like, God damn, when the fighting starts, they stand up, and you're like, they're ready to go. Right. And it's
they holster one gun and pull the other one out and get away. Oh man.
Dude,
oh my God! Don't get me on that one again.
Dude,
all these bad flashbacks.
It's like, Dale, what do you have PTSD from? What you're like? It just, if this was your movie, it would show like the flashbacks, but it wouldn't be like war. It would just be like, hairy dudes sweating and touching each other. I legitimately almost threw up when I was reading it, and you were like, we were out of water. And these guys stopped, and you're like, I saw this puddle full of like donkey turds, and you're like, this was water that even a dog wouldn't drink out of, and you're like, and we're walking and talking, and I realized everyone's getting quiet, and I'm like, how come no one's? You turn around and they're drinking out of it. I'm not shitting you. I literally did one of. Like, I was reading it, I was just like, motherfucker. And you're like, yeah, and 30 minutes later, these guys are projectile vomiting.
They were all throwing up. They were sick. Had 5 of them, man, that went down hard. 5 of them, man, and we were out of water now.
Yeah.
I had no discipline, man, and I was totally unprepared for what they did. I expected more, and I'm like, shit. It was bad. But what do you do, man? We're like, there's no recovery aircraft.
You're in the middle of nowhere, yeah.
And we're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
The only way we're getting out of here is we're going to have to walk out of here, and there's no water.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a long way to go.
Yeah.
It'll be a couple of days.
Yeah.
And I was like, that was a challenge there for sure.
They brought shaving cream and razors, and you were like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Shampoo.
Yeah.
You guys out there freaking.
Yeah.
I'm like, what?
And you're like, they've got their, what was it, their polyprene underwear,
Yeah.
And you're like,
heavy polypropylene underwear. They got the long johns on, the tops on, and they're putting their BDUs on, and I'm like, what are you? I mean, we're getting ready to walk.
It's
man.
140 degrees in the shade.
Yeah, and in about 10 minutes, you guys are going to melt down in it, And they would listen to me. Okay. I said, okay.
Fuck it.
All right. Well, I guess you're going to have to learn the hard way, And we walked down the hill. Sure enough, they were sweating balls, and they needed some water.
Yeah.
There you go. And now they made themselves sick. They drank all the water and washed with it, and now they need to drink shit water. And now they got more shit. So now we need more water,
Yeah. And that's what you wrote. You're like, and that's when I realized today was just going to be a learning day. You're like, they're going to learn one way or another.
That's it. That was it. It was training day.
Yeah, dude. I just had this like imagery of you through some of your stories of just you like turning like purple, just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. It's first day I've ever worn night vision. Yeah.
No, you actually don't. I actually got to way beyond it. I never got mad. I'm like, it's like, okay, that's, we would always say they're Afghans, but there are Afghans. Basically, it's like, okay, that's an Afghan for you, but hey, there are Afghans.
There are guys.
They're holding hands, carrying AK-47. We just shake our head and go, that's Afghans.
But there are Afghans. There are Afghans. God damn it!
It's like your kids, right?
Exactly. Yeah, no one smacks them but me. Yeah, they're dumbasses, but they're my dumbasses.
Oh,
yeah,
man, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
I was gonna say, dude, I gotta pee again. I'll cut this out. I'll cut this out.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll edit this part out. Do you sorry, I know I've been talking your ear off. Do you gotta go? Do you want to get to the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I probably need to break you off. I gotta go back to work. I got some shit to do.
Okay.
So,
okay.
We can cut it off here, and then if you want to do another one some other time, that's fine.
Okay. Okay. Well,
with all that,
I'm gonna
whatever you want.
Yeah. Would you want to do another one sometime?
Yeah.
I would love it. I would love it, dude. It's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious, man. Dude, I love having you on because it's like it's all that. It's none of the. There I was, the president said, Dale, you got to do it for God and country. You're like, there I was vomiting lobster.
True, man.
That's why you're the American badass, because it's like, dude, only American would write this story. You're like, I'm sitting there like shitting and pissing, like, you looking. These Navy SEALs look like the girls we were just watching work out.
Oh my God, yeah, that story.
Yeah.
I don't care, man. Like, whatever, man. You know what?
All right, Mr. Comstock. Like I said, I can talk forever, but like you've got a million things going on. So hey, I apologize about yesterday.
Yeah. No worries, man. Yeah, no big deal.
You were like, you ready to go? And I was like,
I wasn't really in no mood to talk. I had some issues here that I had to deal with, man, and a little out of sorts. So it worked out fine.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, no, hey, dude, literally anytime. You tell me, I'll shoot you a message after this, and we'll work it out. I'll let you get back to work. But
okay.
Dale Comstock, everyone, thank you, sir. American Badass on Amazon, fantastic. It's a one-day read. It's fucking hilarious. That's what I wrote down. You gotta narrate it. You gotta put it on Audible. You gotta read it.
Yeah, you know what? People keep saying that's like you got to. That's another. I got to figure out how to do that. But I would almost just rather just tell the story without reading it. Just tell the damn story.
Yeah. Dude, and we should do a podcast where you just tell the American Badass story.
Yeah,
we should.
That'd be a long one.
Dude, we can break it up into parts. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
you can do whatever, man.
Yeah, I'm good with all that, dude. Yeah, it'd be pretty lengthy though. We would be talking 4 or 5 hours probably, for sure.
Dude, I had Master Sergeant Daniel Libby from the U.S. Air Force on. We talked for 4 hours and 27 minutes. It was we were just shooting the shit about whatever.
Yeah, I've done some long ones too. Yeah, and I could talk. We could set something up.
Absolutely.
Just let me know, and I'll be back in the States next week for about 3 weeks. So,
awesome.
And then I'll be back here in April.
Awesome.
Just back and forth. So,
last thing, and then I'll let you go. My best friend that sent me the image texted me. It was like, if it's not Dale Comstock, I'm not listening. You got to give him. You got to give him a shout out. His name's Joe Udell. You got to say shout out Joe Udell. Udell. Joe Udell.
Hey, shout out
Joe Udell.
All right, man. Well, let me give a shout out to Joe Udell, man.
Dude.
My number one fan.
Yeah, he will love it.
Awesome.
All right, dude, my pleasure. Thank you so much for coming on. Hey, my podcast is your podcast. This is Dalecast. Whenever you want to come on, dude, please,
I appreciate it, brother.
Please, I hope to have a million more episodes with you. You're fucking hilarious.
Anytime, man.
All right. Thank you, bro.
All right, man.
Godspeed. God bless.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Background noise, any issue with that?
Nope.
Okay. Because my daughter's watching Baywatch.
Yeah, I can't. No worries, man. Dude, what is going on, Dale?
Dude. Yeah, man. The sky is falling.
I know. Is that a coronavirus cough?
Yeah, right. No, it's actually allergies, man.
Yeah. Dude, I believe you.
Yeah. I'm really prone to allergies.
So is coronavirus a Chinese weapon? Is that where we're at now, Dale?
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me one bit, man. Really? I mean, you got to look at China, man. They got their ass handed to them economically by Trump, man. He put the kibosh on the bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And held them to account. And so they've been profiting off of us, high taxes, stealing, technology, blah blah blah, and Trump finally called them out on it and put them in their place, socioeconomically, man, where they're supposed to be, and without cheating. And so now I think the writing was on the wall for them. Like, damn, we got to level the playing field, and we can't do it, with our economics. We're going to have to get dirty, and I would not surprise me, dude. I think there's a bigger conspiracy at play. That one American scientist, you saw that, right? Got arrested by the FBI. He was basically working with 2 Chinese agents, at a bio lab up north, and
in Canada.
Yeah, no, in the U.S. And actually, one of the Chinese agents made it out of the country. She's on the most wanted list right now, and the second one actually got rolled up at Logan Airport, and had 17 vials of whatever, some type of viruses or something like that in the vials, but they were trying to smuggle out. And this other guy, the American, was getting paid, tons of money from them, sneaking technology to him. So, in Wuhan, there's a lab there, right? He was connected to that. So I think ultimately at the end of the day, man, you know, I just hope it comes to surface, man, the reality of it all. But I think there was a bigger conspiracy at play, whether it was this guy being financially incentivized to help the Chinese, not realizing what's going to happen, and they took advantage of them, or maybe it's a bigger conspiracy than that. But none of this is making any sense, you know, and when you really do analyze the numbers, you know, everybody's talking about, you know, the exponential, you know, growth of this pandemic and what it could mean, blah, 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 blah. But man, when you look at the numbers, okay, I'm not disagreeing that, you know, it could burgeon and it could really propagate, you know, and, but when you compare that to, you know, and everybody says, oh, you can't compare it to the flu and the swine flu and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but what I'm not going to compare it to the severity of the flu or the swine flu. What I'm going to do is compare it to the, you know, the attention those got, you know, by the media. Yeah. And nobody paid any attention to it. Nobody was locking people down when, you know, 60,000 people got hospitalized for the flu and 12,000 people died from it. And then, you know, the swine flu and on and on
H1N1,
you know, I mean, you hardly heard anything about it. And now all of a sudden, you know, people are losing their mind over, you know, but, you know, the numbers, you know, what we have and the percentages. I mean, you've got like a 1% chance, maybe up to 4% chance of falling victim to this thing if you fall into a certain category of people right now anyways. That doesn't mean it can't mutate and kill more people. But you know what? Any daggone virus can mutate. Even the flu virus can become like super severe, you know, and mutate right now. We're still kind of in the back end of the flu season, you know. Yeah. So, but it's the response and the reaction by you know, the media, by everybody, man. You know, I mean, let's get this. When you see Americans, and I'm so embarrassed, man. Oh shit!
You're good.
My phone holder is kind of
dude, you're fine.
Gave out on me.
Literally happens to everyone. The phone.
But anyways, you know, when you see you know, you see Americans run into, you know, Walmart and hoarding toilet paper, man. It really makes you wonder, man. Where's your priorities, man? I mean. Come on, really? You know, toilet paper? I mean, what are you afraid? You're going to not be able to wipe your ass, you know? Well, first of all, you got to have food to even, you know, concern yourself with that, you know? And so it just tells you the American people, man, not just American people, but actually globally, man, most people are, you know, they're lemmings, man. They just follow each other right over the cliff, you know? It's easier to let everybody else think for you so you don't have to, you know? And, sadly, you know, there are two kinds of people in this world, you know, prey and predators, you know. We talk about sheepdogs all the time, but, you know, ultimately a sheepdog, you know, down at his core is a predator. He's not prey, man. He's still a predator, you know. And that's the two kinds of people in this world. And there's a lot of you know, people out there that don't want to use critical thinking. They, you know, they're happy with being told what they need to know, what they need to do, rather than actually trying to figure it out for themselves. And so this is not going to get any better. Not anytime soon. It's going to get worse. And I have my predictions of how this is going to go. But
let's hear it.
I actually think, you know, this is going to come in phases. So right now, we're seeing, you know, schools, you know, being locked down. We're seeing, you know, social distancing and isolation, blah, blah, blah. You know, the next phase is, I think, is what's going to happen as this virus starts to propagate even more. You start seeing more people getting sick, and you're going to see more people getting sick, and you're going to see more people coming up positive because now the test kits are coming out. More people are already positive than we know, right? And so all we're going to do now is just highlight that with the test, right? It's going to freak everybody out. Oh my God, you know, like yeah, they've always been here, you know, but it doesn't change the numbers. But what I think is going to happen is, as the panic continues to grow, you know, most of it's irrational, but as it continues to grow, you know, you're going to see stores just like getting wiped out of food. You're going to see, more closures. You're going to see the transportation network start to slow down, maybe even be, you know, intentionally slowed down. I mean, I'm thinking way outside the box right now, but I got to be realistic, you know. I mean, I can see a day coming where we're ambushing supply trucks to Walmart, to get our goods.
Absolutely.
I can see all that happen. I can see. In fact, I read a report this morning from one of the news agencies, that's and it basically downloaded. I think it was Twitter feeds, where people are starting to call for looting. Hey, when are we going to start looting? That's when we get this party on.
Yeah.
After the coronavirus. So that's already starting, right? So it's now what we need is a trigger. Okay, the trigger is going to be when people go 3 days without food and they can't get any more at Walmart, right? That's going to be one of the triggers when you start running out of gasoline, fuel to move around. When our Wi-Fi or internet gets interrupted, service gets interrupted, or we start getting power outages, there's a cascading events that are going to take place, right? One thing affects the other. And the longer we go, the more likely these things are going to start popping their head up. And everybody keeps saying, conspiracy theories, and that'll never happen. Man, I tell you what, you look at the left, man, all the anti-gunners, man, they're running to the gun store going, I need a damn gun, and they can't buy one now, right? Because there are no guns, no ammo left, and two, a lot of the stores have closed.
Yeah.
And now they're going, oh shit, what am I going to do? And finally the lights came on, and now they got to figure out what they're going to do when this day, if this day comes, which could very easily happen. This day comes, what am I going to do to protect my toilet paper? And so, I think it's coming, man. And, I take it serious enough that I have a roommate here in Florida with me. We've been stocking up on, basic supplies, food, dry foods, dry goods that can last us for a while. We got contingency plans in place. We need water. Hell, I got a huge swimming pool right here where I live, man. It's like, okay, there's all the water in the world that we need to drink, if we need it. But, but we're already thinking outside the box. Yesterday, I did an ammo weapon count and started collecting all my gear and my body armor, and just putting it in place, because I'm not going to wait until, the bubble busts before I start responding, I'm start preparing now for it. Geez, here goes my phone again.
No, you're fine, dude. Yeah, dude, that's one thing I thought of. I was like, I wonder what Dale's doing. Like, I bet Dale's fucking locked and loaded and ready to rock. Like,
it's better to be prepared, man. And, otherwise you're going to be like these people running to Walmart buying toilet paper.
Yeah.
And, and everybody's starting to panic now because they're not prepared.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't care about toilet paper. Actually, the Asians are laughing at us, because they don't use toilet paper. They use, they use hoses, and spray hoses and stuff like that, and they can't get their head around this whole thing. They're like, what the hell's the deal with the toilet paper? Am I missing something?
Take a shower. Yeah.
But man, I tell everybody, man, brace for impact. So I'm actually back from Bali now in Florida. There's a travel ban now in effect in Indonesia, so I can't even go back if I wanted to.
Yeah.
My wife and family, other half of my family is over there. My business is over there. It's taken a huge hit because we are tied to the hip with the hotel industry, and so tourism is almost flatlined completely now, especially with the travel ban. So everything's shutting down, everything's hurting. Hotels have a less than 10% occupancy rate, and man, this thing is killing me. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, dude, leaning up against something, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, maybe I'll just do that.
It's fine.
Yeah, there we go.
Doesn't matter.
There we go.
Everything is just ground to a halt.
Yeah, it affects me because, for example, the hotels, I supply, canines, explosive detector dogs for all the hotels. And so, they're trying to they're already, firing people left and right, relieving people from work. And they're trying to cut services everywhere. And they're obviously trying to cut my service, like, they don't need the dogs, but the canines are part of the security plan. And Marriott actually has protocols in place and mandates in place that they have to have a certain level of security that includes canines, and so they can't unilaterally at the hotel level, cut any security. So that's probably the only reason I'm still surviving there. But I'm reading the tea leaves, thinking, man, this could that all could change overnight, literally, and suddenly, we could be out there. Out of business, literally out of business. The good news, I heard yesterday on the news that Trump is thinking about basically giving financial support to the airlines, hotel industry, things like that. They're taking a beating because actually, when you think about it, man, especially overseas, they're talking about doing that in Indonesia as well. The airline business and the hotel business is very important when it comes to, commerce and business and things like that, man. You shut down the airlines, okay, you're not exchanging goods, you're not exchanging people with money and business and things like that. And hotels, nobody can, has a place to hole up. So it makes sense to protect all that if you can. But yeah, my prediction is we're probably going to see a minute where it's going to kind of it's going to escalate to something more on the level of combatives. I believe it's going to happen. You're going to see more violence as people start to panic. But I think also, on the other hand, you'll see, it's going to swing back the other way, man. We're going to recover. I kind of agree with the 15-day self-imposed quarantine, so to speak. Let's keep that curve everybody keeps talking about. Let's keep that curve level or bring it down some. It's not going to make the virus go away, but it'll make it manageable. And as soon as it's manageable, I think you'll see everything start bouncing back. So, how long is that going to take? I'm not a scientist. I don't know. I'm hoping that within a month, things start to turn in the right direction. But I'm prepared, and here's the irony of all this, right? So this is Trump's 9/11. And it's the way I see it,
It is.
And whether it just happened to be serendipitous, or just happened to be something that happened, or if this was deliberate, I'm inclined to think it was deliberate for a lot of reasons on many levels. I also think there are a lot of people on the globalists, certain people in play in power. I see it as an opportunity to undermine this president and our country and our economic standing, because we are we're massive, powerful, man. We have just trounced the world, not because we've taken advantage of them. It's just we have outperformed everybody, in what we've done, and they hate that because they can't really make money off us no more.
Yeah.
And so, what better way to bring us to our knees by introducing some virus like this? Not only that, altering, social constructs, controlling people, controlling the lemmings out there. And man, there's a lot of them out there. All these toilet paper hoarders, they're just gullible. They're easy pickings, man. It's like the Romans, man. You control the dumb masses. You control everything, bread give them bread and circus, and you own them, man. And so that's unfortunate, and it makes me really mad. And I want to on one hand, forgive these people for being dumb and ignorant, but then on the other hand, I can't, because your stupidity, your ignorance, your naivety, your failure to critically think, what you have done is you've put not only yourself in jeopardy, but you've put our country in jeopardy, and you put my family in jeopardy. And that's the part I resent. And so if you're a liberal ass out there and you're anti-gun, now you can kiss my ass. I'm going to tell you that right now. And you get everything you got coming to you, whatever happens, man. I say that, and it sounds hateful, and be honest with you, I am hateful.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to sit there and pretend like, I got to love everybody.
Yeah.
We say we're all in this together. Well, it's bullshit. We're not all. We'd like to all be in this together and work together, but you know what? There are a lot of actors out there that are. You got Bill Mayer coming on there hoping we go into a recession.
Yeah.
You got these kind of clowns out there that would wish bad will on people just to go, ha, I told you so, and I feel good about it, while everybody else is now out of business, suffering, and while this asshole who's making millions of dollars is sitting back, enjoying life still, it didn't affect him at all. That's not, I'm not here to talk about that. It is what it is. All we can do is take care of ourselves, stay focused, stay positive. In the downtime that you have, try to make the most of it. That's what I'm doing. I'm building. I actually building business, business opportunities, doing some personal professional development, and trying to get the most out of this free time that I can, since I'm pretty much isolated.
Find the silver lining. That's what I'm trying to do. Is I'm emailing so many people to do my podcast, because I'm just like, I'm like, what is the upside of this? People are going to be stuck at home and not working, who normally are never at home and are always working. So I'm finding people that normally wouldn't have the time to do the podcast, and I'm like, hey, are you self-isolating? Are you quarantined? Like, you know, would you like to do my podcast? I'm just like, how can I make the most out of this?
Well, it benefits you and it benefits them. Like, you know, hell, I might as well, get the message
PR
out there. And anyways, with all that said, just kind of a little bit of what's going on. So since we've talked about the last time, we discussed some options and some opportunities and some, I guess, some topics to discuss. First of all, I want to announce that I have teamed up with Joe Teti from Dual Survivor Discovery Channel. And I've known Joe actually for a very, very long time. I know a lot about Joe on every personal level, professional level. I know who he is and who he's not. And I can tell you that regardless of what's out there about him, there's always haters out there. With success comes enemies. And I happen to know that everything that's out there is just purely bullshit propaganda that's been generated just to undermine him. Anyways, it's not, okay, it is what it is. But so bottom line is I'm paired up with the guy, and I made that choice because I think what he brings to the table, and I know his work ethic because I've worked with him before, and I know where his mind is at. I look at his past performance of what I know he can do and has done. I think, and we thought that we would make a great team together. So, and what are we trying to do? Ultimately, what we want to do is help people, grow. We want to share experiences, share our knowledge, share all the things that created us who we are, right? And so, and there's something behind that. It's not like, we just worked hard, and we always thought positive, that's not enough. And I can go into all that later on why that's not enough. But there's actually a science. Okay, under an underlying science, this whole thing called success, man. In fact, there's things called success frequencies, and even Albert Einstein quoted that, man. He talked about success frequency. He actually talked about real energy and thinking and how you develop that. So, anyways, without getting too far in the weeds, the company's called it's Tier 1. Okay, basically it's coaching, performance coaching, Tier 1 performance coaching, all one word. And we have a Facebook page up now, and we just posted it today. We're creating a website. The website's not a big deal because reality is website is just like an online pamphlet. Go check out. So we're not getting too wrapped around the axle with that. We're more concerned with social media and propagation through social media, right? So we've got several people that are helping us, including my daughter, my oldest daughter. She's a online marketing expert, and so she's actually going to take the reins on a lot of this stuff to start, driving traffic toward us and helping to promote us. And there's a lot of other stuff. Bali, Indonesia. I'm paired up with a Canadian group over there that is promoting, starting to build my my public profile and through social media and things like that. And they're going to help propel me forward. I'm also working with another company out of Canada, a marketing firm that is also going to help me do that. So basically what I'm doing is what I am doing now is creating or developing a goal that I was already dialed in on. And so I've always coached for a long time, and I decided that I want to make this a parallel career opportunity along with my security business, and so I feel like this is a perfect time to really start getting on the gas on the coaching stuff and take it to another level. So, anyways, here we are, Tier 1 performance coaching. It's myself and Joe Teti. We have a pretty robust curriculum based on just a lot of my stuff, psychosomal engineering, as well as his performance stuff, and we've merged it together. And what you're not going to get is you're not going to get two clones, okay? And we're, parroting the same things. But what you're going to get is two guys with somewhat divergent views on some things, but there's an intersectionality there where we come together and we're in agreement that is this intersection, this confluence of ideas and experiences. This is really the hub of our success, right? So there's some things that we do a little bit differently, but they both come together in the middle and go, okay, it leads to this, and if you can get this down, then you'll grow from there, right? And so we're not talking different languages, different concepts, but we're talking different contexts, I guess, if you will, or different perspectives, but with the same instincts. So anyway, that's my little marketing spiel.
It's fine. It's badass.
No, and it's good, man. It's we're going to have modules, but basically our program is 8 weeks long. I've been doing this for several years now, and it's an 8-week program for most people, and it doesn't matter, man. If you're fat and overweight, most of my clients are actually between 45 and 60 and anywhere from around 20 to 26 males in those groups. So the 45 and 60-year-olds, they're in that midlife crisis, they get up in the morning, they walk to the bathroom and go, shit, I'm in my third trimester of pregnancy, and, Lord help me, and they wonder why their boys and their kids don't want to play with them, and they're playing with the dad next door because he's in better shape, and the mother is playing with the dad next door because he's in better shape, and these guys realize, man, that somewhere down the road here, they back in the road, they went in the wrong direction. And actually, I know what the reason is for it, and I explained to them what happened to them, and it happens to a lot of guys. Some guys don't want to admit it. Some guys are just fat and happy and just accept it the way it is, and usually don't go any further than where they are now, right? But there's guys that go, man, I want more out of life. I want to live. I want to do more things, And so those are the kind of guys that come to me. And then the younger ones, the 20 to 26-year-olds, come to me because they're they look down the road and they go, man, I don't want to be that 45, 60-year-old dude that looks like that. How do I get ahead of this curve, way before I get there? And so they come to me, and they want to learn now, right? And so they want to learn the magic. And so, they're forward thinkers, and, good for them. They'll be successful. I wish I had mentorship like that when I was younger. My whole life would probably be a lot different. I had to learn everything along the way, and I've been aggressive. I've been determined. I've always wanted to learn, and it's brought me to this point now where I'm still a doer, but I'm also still a teacher, and so I can do both. Give me a second to turn my TV down here. Okay?
Yeah.
And I read the rest of it. Gives update. At first I gave up.
Coronavirus task force gives up like, oh fuck. Oh Jesus Christ. They just come out and they're just like, we're fucked. We had a good run, everyone, from the pyramids till now. This is our new high score. We got to space travel, but we lost. Can
you imagine that if it actually did say gives up? Oh, that would be the trigger, man.
Good night, Irene, dude. Jesus Christ.
I saw a comment the other day. Somebody said, with all these toilet paper hoarders and all the way that people are responding, it's no wonder the government doesn't want to tell us about aliens, right? Could you just imagine?
I saw that. It was like, when you look at how we've responded to the threat of coronavirus, you now know why we can't handle the UFOs.
Yeah. All right. So, anyways, what I want to do real quick is, we kind of kick this can down the street. I like to come back on, as often as I can. What I want to do is, the times I come on, I want to kind of go through my book a little bit.
Absolutely.
Badass.
Yeah.
And
I was going to say, today was an exception just because coronavirus is getting crazy. I wanted to touch on it. But it's definitely
So, what I want to do is go through the chapters, and basically just kind of give you a fireside chat about the chapters, right, without actually reading it. But I still expect everybody to go out and buy the damn books.
Fuck yeah. I've plugged it. They will. Dude, you need to put it on Audible. You've got to get it recorded. Even if you don't read it, you get a narrator to read it. You got to, man, because for me, when I go and see a book and it's not on Audible, I just immediately, no matter how interesting the book is, I just say fuck it. Like I'm not gonna get it. Like I wanted to have you on, so I went and bought it and I read it. But for anyone else, If it's not on Audible, I'm just like, I'm not reading it. I don't have time. I got shit to do. If it's on Audible, I will listen to anything. Dude, I've listened to the most boring books about FDR's childhood. Shit I would never in a million years read. But because it's on Audible, well, now I got work to do. Sure. Tell me about FDR's grandparents. I'll listen. I'll listen to anything. You got to do it.
You're right. And, I agree with you on that. So I just haven't, there's so many hours in the day, and that's it, man.
You got to just contact someone.
Yeah. It's a matter of, I want to do it, and I will. If you got any connections that can do it, great. I'm
having on an author sometime in the next month that actually wrote a book called Raven Rock about all the nuclear bunkers and the government's contingency plans, and he was actually the best-selling book on Audible last year. So if I can get him on, I'll ask him.
Okay.
He'll fucking know. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, I figured this would be a good way to kind of do that without, it's kind of impromptu, but I want to start, we'll talk about some other things in a little bit, but I want to start off with the first chapter, basically. And then there goes my phone flipping over again.
Doesn't matter. Everyone's listening anyway, so.
Okay. And try to prop it up with something. But anyways, so I'm going to go through the first chapter. This first chapter was, it's actually part of one of the public speeches I give, right? And it's centered on self-leadership, okay, or, auto leadership. And it's, also about overcoming adversity. So it's the first chapter in my book. And it's actually true story, and it wasn't going to be a part of the book. It just happened to happen while I was writing the book, and I almost published it. The situation happened. I'm like, shit, man. Is there something that could be learned from this thing? And so I said, yeah, there is, and that's why I put it in the opening of the book. So here, basically, what this goes, this is about is, and I won't pretend like, when I give the speech, I don't tell people, the audience, where this situation is, where this incident happened, but I lead them to believe that it happened in one place when it actually happened in another, right? And they're kind of, at the end, kind of shocked, like, whoa, wasn't expected that. In fact, in Las Vegas, when I gave this speech, my wife was telling me, she was looking around, and all the women are sitting there crying and boo-hooing at the end of the speech. And it was designed to be that way. So with all that said, and I'll try to keep this kind of give you the Reader's Digest version, but to hit the good points to it. Do whatever you want.
Hey, the length of this podcast, this is entirely on you. I got nothing doing, Dale. You want to go for 1 hour? Okay. We'll do 1 hour. You want to go for 15 hours? We'll go for 15 hours. It's up to you. It's up to you, dude. So let's go.
Yeah. So here's what happened, man. So just kind of bear with me. All right. It was a really cold night. Actually, it was around 3:25 a.m. in the morning. Temperatures were about 27 degrees Fahrenheit. It was in the desert, and no illumination, no moonlight. It was very, very dark. And I remember I was standing outside in the desert with another guy leaning up against the truck. And what we were doing is I was communicating with a guy, a SEAL, that was in a vehicle out in the desert. He was driving like an asshole, and he wrecked the car, and he was stranded out there, right? And so I basically called in a search and rescue helicopter to come in and to help him out. So what happened was the helicopter was about a mile out. It was flying in orbit, and actually counterclockwise orbit. And I got on radio with him. I started communicating on that. Helicopter was a friend of mine. His name was Mike. Mike was a former Green Beret Ranger. He was also in Delta with me. He wasn't an operator, but he was in Delta. And just a really good guy, man. We actually had a lot in common. We both boxed together. Our wives at the time were Hispanic. We had the same number of kids. Just a lot of, we just kind of got along really well. And so he was inbound. I called him. I said, Mike, this is Dale. I got eyes on him, blah, blah, blah. He said, roger that, inbound. And then I called the SEAL and said, hey, this is Dale, stand by, Starbird's inbound. And so the expectation was from the SEAL that he was going to get lifted out of there. And actually what was going to happen was Mike was going to dump him a rucksack with a bunch of survival gear in it, and we give him instructions how to get out of there, right? So as the helicopter's approaching, I'm sitting there thinking, man, I'm looking, I can see the white colored sand, even though there was no illumination. I could see white colored sand, and I could just see it speckled with sagebrush and stuff like that. And I was just thinking to myself, man, there's probably Taliban hiding behind every one of those bushes, waiting for the helicopter to come in at a hover so they can shoot it down, because they've been getting pretty good at it. And then my mind was drifting, and then I kind of had a flashback to Desert Storm, and I remember one of our troops got in contact very deep inside Iraq, and they took casualties. And so my team loaded up on 4 helicopters, basically 50 CH-53s, and what we did is we flew in for about 3 hours just to get to them, and our job was to evacuate them out of there. Well, they were already surrounded. They had about 1,000 Iraqi vehicles around them, and so it was a hot exfil. It was literally so fast that when the birds landed, ramp was down. We had two guys from my team on each of the helicopters. Got off post security, got the trucks on. They just literally drove in the back of these CH-53s and stood on the brakes and held it in place. We didn't strap them down. We didn't do anything, and all the guys were on board. And then I remember me and my teammate were like the last ones to collapse on the helicopter, and you couldn't raise the ramp, right? So the ramp was still flat, and remember the guys just standing on the brakes. That's it, and the helicopters take off, and there was no room for me to move forward of that vehicle. And the vehicle was literally all the way in the back of the ramp, and there was probably maybe 2 feet between the back of the truck and the edge of the ramp, right? And so I'm hanging on the back of this truck with a guy just holding it down with his foot to brake, right? And hanging on for dear life. And the other thing, it was like super cold. It was in February. Iraq is probably one of the coldest places I've ever been on the planet that time of year.
Oh, shit.
And so here we are flying, 100, 200 feet above ground level the entire way, trying to avoid radar and things like that. And we got everybody loaded up. Helicopters started taking off. We started flying a little bit. And then I heard over the radio that, actually what happened was this, we flew over a SAM site, Iraqi SAM site. They painted us right away. As soon as they painted us, the flares started shooting out the back end of the helicopter, right? And so when that happens, you're on the radar. And then next thing I know, I see about 6 heat-seeking missiles coming up the back end of my helicopter. And they go shooting over the top end. They missed us, but they go over the top and explode in front of us. And then I hear on the radio, I still remember it was Corvette 1 and Corvette 2, a couple fighters, fighter jets were in the area, and they were basically telling us, hey, as soon as you guys clear clear that SAM site, we're coming in hot right behind you. And they did, man. They came in right behind us and bombarded the shit out of these guys. Anyway, so I ended up standing on the back of this ramp for 3 hours, hanging, gorilla gripping the ramp, hoping I don't fall asleep, or get shot off the back end, or something crazy happens. The truck lurches backwards and pushes me off. But finally, so anyways, I'm having all these thoughts in my mind, right, while I'm standing there. And then I kind of snapped back into reality, and I saw the bird coming in. He was at my 5 o'clock position, flying across to 11 o'clock position. And all I saw was a red and green strobe lights blinking. It was, again, that's all I saw in the sky. It was about 250 feet AGL, doing about 80 knots. And I had eyes on him. He was probably less than 30 seconds out from picking up the stranded SEAL. And as I looked over and I saw this helicopter, all of a sudden, to my shock and surprise, this thing literally fell out of the sky. I mean, just like was flying flat and level, and also just did a nosedive down into this canyon. And my first thought was, holy shit, that is one hell of a dive, Yeah. And I thought, okay, that's really crazy, because I happen to know that, one, the pilot is not flying on NVGs. I know that because earlier when I briefed him, we had a crew briefing. I asked him, I said, how do you intend to fly tonight? And he said, white. Basically, he said instruments, right? And not even white lights and not NVGs. I said, well, how about NVGs? And he goes, well, what's NVGs? I was like, oh, shit. Right? Yeah. I said, what? You don't know what NVGs are. Anyways, so he was flying without night vision goggles, without white light, flying instruments, and azimuth and elevation, and also this thing just nosedived out of the sky into this canyon. And I started just instinctively counting 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and then all I heard was it took a second because it was really cold that night, and where he went down in that canyon was about 300 meters from me. It took a second for me to hear anything, and I did. I heard like kind of a crunching sound, and that's when I just realized, oh shit, and the guy who was standing next to me, he was a support guy. He was like, he goes, Dale, did that helicopter just crash? And I'm like, and I didn't even have time to answer him. I just started running, right? And I had a coal miner's light on, so did he. I turned that on and just so I wouldn't trip and fall all over everything, and just started running in that direction. Well, right before we got to the edge of the wadi and started going down to it, he was, the other guy's name was Rob. He was like, he goes, Dale, he goes, what do I do? What should we do? He just panicking, man. He had no idea what to do. He's like, tell me, it's never happened to me before. And he's asking for instructions and guidance, and, so I could, the fear betrayed his voice, man. I knew he was scared to death, right? And I thought, well, I told him, I said, go back to the base camp, which is about a mile away. I said, go back to the base camp. I said, collect everybody up, get blankets, fire extinguishers, med bags. I said, and get them up here. We're going to need some help, like right now. So he actually vectored off. He didn't even follow me down the hill. And I never stopped. I'm running and yelling this shit to him, right? And he took off, and I went down the hill, and it was like going into a black chasm, man. It was just so totally dark. And I'm sliding down the hill, get to the bottom of the hill, and then I stop and I'm trying to get my bearings, and I just stop and I'm trying to hold my breath because I'm trying to listen. If I can hear anything, I'm hearing nothing. It's just really silent. And so I said, okay. So I ran forward about another 20 meters, and I stopped again, and I'm still listening, and I'm trying to look with my light, and I'm looking for anything, man, and I'll see nothing out there. But I did suddenly start smelling jet fuel, JP4, and when I smelled it, I realized the bottom of my pants were soaked in jet fuel, right? And so now I got jet fuel from the knees down in my pants from running through the sagebrush. And so I moved forward another 10 feet or so, and I stopped, and I looked, scanned to my left, and I saw about 2 foot of the tail boom of the helicopter laying there, and then I saw everything. At that point, I knew I was in the debris field in the impact area, and there was nothing bigger than a shoebox laying anywhere, right? So I was like, holy shit.
How fast was it going when it hit? Do you know? Sorry to interrupt you. No, sorry.
I think it was doing about 80 knots.
Sorry.
I think it was doing about 80 knots.
Jesus.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. No, I'm mad at myself for interrupting you. Keep talking. Sorry.
No. Yeah, I'm coughing too because I got allergies, not coronavirus. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. About 80 knots, I think, is when he went in. It was pretty fast, from at least 200 feet, maybe higher. And, he felt like a rock, too. It was kind of freaky. But so then I scanned to about my 1 o'clock position, and that's when I saw the pilot. And I recognized him as a pilot right away because of the green flight suit. And the way he's laying down, he was laying down where his feet are away from me and his shoulders were pointed towards me, but his head looked like it was rolled up underneath his chest. Really awkward looking position. So I ran right to him, and when I got to him, remember I had a coal miner's light on, so I got just focused light, and so I grabbed him by the shoulders, and I remember rolling him to my left, and when I did, to my shock and surprise, I wasn't expecting this, but he had been decapitated. And so, and I'm just covered now, as my hands are covered in, tissue and things like that, and I just kind of stood up and gasped. I'm like, holy shit, was not ready for that. And that's when it really strikes you, man. I was like, okay, this is, this is bad. And, it's already bad, but now it's like, it really, knocks you to your knees. And at that point, for me, it was like, man, do I just sit down here and just wait for everybody to show up and just kind of, have a meltdown? And then I thought, no, and I remember some words from my OTC instructor when I went to the operator training course in Delta. I'll never forget, but it was back in 1996. Craig Maxon, we call him Mad Max, Vietnam vet, SF guy, little short guy, big bushy red mustache. I used to think of him as Yosemite Sam. He had a little attitude all the time, but he's a little hard charger, man. He's a tough little son of a bitch, man. But he would always yell at us when we were training, and he would tell us, run the situation, don't let it run you. And so that moment when I just about had I kind of stalled for a second, those words came to my mind, run the situation, don't let it run you. And right away I kind of got re-energized and got back into the game. So I knew there was nothing I could do for him. I stood up, scanned to my right about 4 o'clock, about 15 feet away is when I saw Mike's body. So I ran to Mike, and again, he was covered in jet fuel. His clothes was soaked in jet fuel. He had on, I still remember, a brown fleece jacket. It was just soaked, man, like a sponge. And but he wasn't dead. When I got to him, he was still breathing, very slowly, very labored. It was almost like, he was in the final throes. He was in the final throes of dying. And he was just a mess. And I won't go into all the gory details, but, he had sustained some major damage to his face and to his head. And the blood was just, trickling out of the back of his head like a stream. And, I couldn't even abate. I couldn't do anything, man. It's like, holy cow. And he was choking. Really bad. So I grabbed him by his body and kind of wanted to roll him on his side to clear the airway. And then again, I still remember when I grabbed his body, you could just feel, man, all the, everything was broken, man, just like a bag of marbles, a bag of potatoes. So I got him rolled to his side and tried to clear the airway, and I'm trying to balance him. I'm trying to encourage him. I'm talking to him, and I'm doing it whatever I can with all I have is my hands. In fact, I had on a super thin jacket, and I'm freezing my ass off right now. It's 27 degrees, and but I had nothing to to stem the bleeding or anything, man. Just what I had my hands, and and so at this point, we're probably several minutes into the event, and there's no help coming anywhere, and I'm like, crap, man. And I'm balancing Mike, and I know I'm missing one more guy. And I don't know where he is. And I'm like, I got to make a call here. Let me get Mike on his side, at least clear the airway. And then maybe I can get up and kind of scan around, find for the third guy, and maybe I can help him, whatever, But I knew time was important. So I remember after that, I was balancing Mike, and I yelled out as loud as I could in the desert, man. I said, I got two. I'm missing one. Somebody help me, right? Hoping that somebody would dial into my voice and come, can come vector in on me. And I'm yelling this loudly. But there's nobody coming. I'm out in the middle of the desert. There's no lights. There's no talk. I can hear nothing coming. It's just eerily quiet. And, in the cold, too, sound travels. And, nothing. I heard nothing. Saw nothing. And it was just pitch black, And so I'm scanning around with my coal miner's light, and I'm seeing shadows everywhere and stuff, but there's nobody coming. And then the most bizarre thing happened to me as I'm sitting there, trying to figure out, okay, get him stable, get your breath, and then, try to find the other guy real quick. And then you're basically going to have to, balance your care between probably two guys if the other one's alive, right? And as I'm sitting there, the weirdest thing happened. I was actually on one knee, and I was holding Mike up, had my leg propped up behind his back to hold him on his side. Out of the open desert, in the completely opposite direction of where the base camp was located, this woman walks out of the desert, and I saw her through my light, okay? She just appears and doesn't even stop, just walks right past me within a couple feet. I could have reached out and grabbed her leg, right? And she's just moving like with a purpose. Boom, 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 walks right past me, about 10, 15 feet, and then all of a sudden stops, and I hear her gasp. And then she turned right around and walks right past me, doesn't say a word, doesn't look back, just walks right back out where she came from, and she's gone. And I was like standing for a second like, man, what was that about? Well, yeah. What is that? It's like, and I turned around and looked, and when I looked further back, I saw the third man laying there. I go, holy shit, And, my thought was, well, was this like some kind of an angel trying to help me, or what's going on here, right? I had no idea where this person came from or where they went. And so I got up, I bounced Mike on the side, and I remember telling Mike, hey, man, hang in there, brother. I'll be right back. I got to check on one more guy, but I'll be right back. And I'm thinking, maybe he can hear me, even though he's not conscious, maybe, he can hear me. And so I go back, and I find the third guy, and he's laying on his back, and the position he's in, it was pretty gross. And it was obvious right when I looked at him, he was dead. There was absolutely nothing I was going to be able to do for this guy. And so I ran back to Mike, and I noticed Mike was breathing was getting even slower and slower. And at this point, I'm probably 4 to 5 minutes into the event, and still nobody had shown up except for that, that person or whoever that was, right? And then probably about 30 seconds after I got back to Mike, he finally just stopped breathing, and that was it. It was all over. And I was like, wow. I just kind of stood up and just kind of stood there for a second. And all of a sudden, a medic, an EMT comes sliding in like the home base with his aid bag, and he's like, he's all on fire, and he's jumping around. He jumps on Mike, and I was like, hey, dude, I said, it's all over, brother. It's over, man. And he's working, trying to, and he's trying to, assess Mike, and I'm just standing there looking at Mike, and I'm in the middle of 3 bodies, and I remember sitting there looking down at Mike. Did you hear that? You might want to timestamp that because we're gonna have to. What's going on, man?
Shelf fell.
What, my shelf?
Oh shit! Back. So the EMT guy.
I'm standing there and looking down at those 3 men, and I remember thinking, holy cow, man, that's actually supposed to be me laying there, not Mike. And because what happened was earlier that day, I was actually supposed to fly in a helicopter, and I was going to be part of that SAR package, and I was going to deliver, the rucksack and stuff like that, right? And so in the last second, we made the decision to switch places, and I would go out and be part of the ground party, and he would just basically get on the helicopter and dump rucks out the door. So that's how that played out. And why did all that play out? Well, so what people don't realize is, everybody's first thought is, oh man, it must have happened in Afghanistan, blah, blah, blah. But actually this happened north of California, north of Los Angeles in the desert, on the set for Discovery Channel. We were actually filming a TV show called Lone Operator, and Mike was there, Joe Teti was there, and this whole thing played out like that. And of course the show never aired because of that. Just a disaster. To this day, nobody knows why the helicopter crashed. The guy that was flying the helicopter was from a very reputable helicopter company. That's what they do, is they fly for Hollywood and stuff like that. And he had a lot of airtime, and they could. Everybody came out there. What do you call it? The Federal Aviation. They all came out, and
NTSB.
They grabbed, recorders and black boxes, and actually it's pretty interesting, how they analyzed the wreckage. Just from the sounds from the black box, they can tell how fast the helicopter, RPMs and the sounds, the speed, and they can pretty much from there figure out, okay, what happened? Was it a mechanical issue? Did something break apart? And as far as I know, they never were able to figure out the cause of the crash. My personal opinion is the pilot was, he was not an old man, but I would say he was probably late 50s, 60s, something like that. And my thing is, I think he probably went unconscious, maybe had a heart attack or something, and kind of leaned forward on that yoke and just drove that thing nose down, because the way it came down, like so suddenly, like, wow, that's the only thing that's my unprofessional opinion, I guess. But to this day, nobody knows why that bird went down. But anyways, that happened, and there was a lot of lessons that came out of that. First of all, nobody wanted to come to the crash site, and from the rest of the crew that was out there. And the reason why they didn't want to come out to the crash site is because earlier that day, the pilot actually gave a crew briefing, right? Basically said, listen, he's got to give the briefing. The helicopter crashes, don't come near it because, spinning parts and blades, fuel, fire, blah, 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 right? And so, he went through his whole briefing, and so, being in the military as long as I have, I've heard the crew briefings before, and I also know, well, that thing crashes, some of us that are out there coming, we're not going to stand back, but everybody else was just, mortified by that whole thing. You know, they're like, you know, they couldn't imagine running into the mouth of madness to deal with this stuff, you know, and because they'd never been exposed to it. I mean, they're all civilians, man. You know, I mean, they're all civilians from, you know, especially from the Los Angeles area, man. This is like, whoa, you know, this only happens in movies. Now it actually happens on the movie, you know? And so there was a lot of that going on. And you know, they were pretty, people were pretty outdone by all of that, you know. And I still remember, man, finally, you know, after a few minutes, Joe Teti was probably at least a couple of kilometers away on a hilltop, and he finally come running down there, and he's like, Dale, sit rep. And I remember telling him, I said, Joe, they're all gone, brother, because I knew he was good friends with Mike also, you know. And I said, they're all gone, brother. And then a few seconds later, the seal that we were going to recover, because this was all part of the script, right? He comes down, finally he makes it down there, and it's freezing ass cold, man. And he wants to cover up the bodies with his jacket. And I like, dude, I said, don't. I said, just, you know what, keep your jacket on. It's way too cold. You're going to hypothermia out here, you know. It is what it is, you know. And they actually got mad at us. The fire marshal came out there, and we actually covered up like one of the bodies with a little bit of the fuselage that we found, because he's, you know, laying there without his head, you know. Of course, that guy flipped out, you know, who's touching the evidence? And like, you know, and he was crying. The fire marshal was literally crying like a baby. He had just come unhinged, man. Hey, you know, and like, damn, dude, you're the fire marshal, and he's an older guy. It's like, you need to you tell him you've never been through this before, and even if you haven't, you know, you got to show some fortitude, you know. And I told him to shut the fuck up, man. It's like, you know what, and stop. You know, get a grip, man. You're not helping the situation right now. And so anyways, so that was that, you know, that scenario. But what came out of all that, you know, the lessons learned, not really lessons for me so much, but lessons for other people, because that's why I put it in the book, you know, so people can learn something from that. You know, there's teachable moments in everything in life, you know, the good and the bad. You just gotta find them and identify them. One is, you know, what that called for, that situation called for action right away. You know, and even though I was by myself, I worked with the other guy at first, and I basically, dispatched him to bring the rest of the crew up. It was a good call. He wouldn't have done me any good down there. He'd probably lost his shit anyways once we got there and he saw that. But, you know, basically on the run, I'm task organizing, go back there, do this, get these guys, this is what we need, blah, blah, blah. And while I continued moving forward and doing the search. So part of it's leadership, you know. It's that is part of leadership. I had to take the lead and had to direct this guy what to do so that I can get to the end of this thing as best as we can, you know, and maybe save some lives. And then, you know, the other thing is, you know, self-leadership, what I call auto leadership, which I talk a lot about in my coaching. You can't, first of all, it had nothing to do, you know, leadership. Even if you're not leading anybody, you got to learn how to lead yourself. And, you know, if you can't lead yourself, you'll never succeed in anything you do in life. Nothing. You're a follower, okay? You're a zebra or a gazelle. You just walk along with the herd. Wherever they go, that's where you're going, because you don't have to think. You don't have to lead. You just got to follow along and sniff everybody's ass and eat grass along the way, man. That's all you got to do, right? And so, you know, if you want to succeed in life, you know, you want to be in the front leading that herd, or you want to go to greener pastures, you want to do better things in life, then you need to break away from that herd and blaze your own trail, or figure out how you're going to get in front and take that leadership position. But you can't ever do that if you don't understand leadership tenets and principles, right? So that's a big part of my coaching. But, you know, this is an example where, you know, I had to lead myself, which I have no problem with that. You know, I've led plenty of people in my life, and you know, I can lead myself. I knew what I needed to do, but there was a moment there where I had to pause for a second, like, holy shit, I wasn't ready for this, and I had to do what? I had to run the situation, not let it run me, right? And so I was able to pull myself back together and get back on the gas, and so. you know, there's, you know, there's a lot of things that, you know, if you pay attention, that you can learn, you know, about people. You know, for example, everybody else, I'm not saying they were cowards, and I'm pretty sure if there were some other people in that group at the base camp and they would happen to be there with me, they would have come with me. I'm sure of that. You know, there's always some, but you know, courage, you know, it's a matter of, you know, facing your fears and doing what needs to be done anyways, in spite of all that, right? And there's a difference between courage and fearlessness. The courageous person overcomes that fear anyways and does what he needs to do, right? The fearless person is too stupid to realize he's in trouble and does dumb shit, right? And that's most teenage boys, right? We're fearless, right? And then we grow up and we get courageous, go, that was a dumb idea. Jumping off the roof of that house, you know, that was a bad idea all the time, you know? And we wouldn't do it at our age, you know? We might do it once and break a leg, but, you know, we're not inclined to do that anymore. So anyway, that's kind of, you know, a little bit about that story. And so that's, you know, how that leads into the, you know, the rest of the book, you know, and, but to me, that was, you know, it's an important life lesson, because we all think that it could never happen to us. We could never be in that situation. That's the kind of stuff that, you know, is, you know, relegated to warfare. And it's always that guy who has to worry about it. It's never me. Just like this coronavirus crap right now. Who the hell saw that coming, you know? Well, that'll never happen, you know? And even now, right, the lemmings are out there buying toilet paper, because there's no way anybody would come after me with a gun and take my toilet paper and my, you know, my ravioli and my Coca-Colas, right? Well, I got bad news for you, man. If this thing drags on, as we talked about earlier, and the supply trains slow down or start getting interdicted, you see, you know, power outages. You see the internet starting to go in and out. You start, dude. If I was China, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be freaking hammering our freaking internet. Okay. I'd be, you know, as soon as you do that, man, it's. You know, people are going to go, this is, now you've cut off the lines of communication. You've cut off lines for information. And when people are in the dark, you know, and they're starting to go, damn, am I going to get anything to eat too? That's when people start really, you know, they lose their shit. And so, but hey, it could still happen. We're just now, you know, getting into this thing. So, you know, but, you know, it's, you know, and this is what I like to do. I want to help people. I want to teach people. And the only way you can really learn how to cope with anything in life is, you know, we fear the unknown. That most people are afraid of shit because they don't understand. Everybody's afraid of guns. Guns are bad. Guns will kill people. No, guns don't kill people. People kill people. Guns are an instrument, just like a knife, a car. You know, hell, I'll kill you with a shovel, man. You know, it's just a tool, man. And hell, I'll kill you with a spoon if I had to. So, you know, and so they fear what they don't understand, right? They somehow think that it's the gun, right? It's got some kind of demonic spirit to it that possesses people that are around it, and it makes them pick the gun up and shoot people, right? It shows you the level of naivety, the level of stupidity, and gullibility by a large part of our population. So, you know, we fear what we don't understand, but once we understand it, okay, we learn how to cope, right? And that's what it comes down to, coping. How do we cope with things that we don't understand? Well, there's three ways to learn how to cope, okay? One is through knowledge, right? Whether it's through academia, going to school and learning, you know, understanding, you know, for example, this coronavirus, right? If you went to school and you were, you know, some type of a biochemist or bioengineer, right, or virologist or something like that, like you would probably not be worried or as intimidated, right? It's like, I understand how this works, you know, and what's possible and what's not. But to the average layman, he's like, oh my God, the virus might as well be, you know, freaking, you know, King Kong in his mind. You know, that's going to crush us, right? And so, so we learn how to cope if we have knowledge, okay? What I call academic knowledge, okay, schoolhouse knowledge. The other way we learn how to cope is through experience, right? If we experience something enough times, like, you know, I've been down this road before. I know what, you know, I'm up against, and I know what to fear and what not to fear, right? And, you know, experience comes in a lot of forms. It depends on what you want to do. If you're in a gunfight enough times, you know, before you ever get in a gunfight for the first time, I can tell you, you're going to ask yourself, what will I do if I get in a gunfight?
Yeah.
Can I shoot back? Can I fight back? We all talk shit like, I'll blow his head off, right? That's what we think. Until you're it's easy to do that behind your computer, or in the safety of your bedroom, under your covers on your bed. But when you're actually out there and it's like, damn, I'm going to face another man with a gun.
Yeah.
And he's going to try to kill me, and I have to try to kill him. Can I go out and face this guy, or do I want to run and hide?
Yeah.
Or do I just want to fall on my knees and give up and hope he doesn't shoot me in the face?
Yeah.
You know what? People do that. You could get on YouTube, you can see it all the time. I mean, I've got video of where people literally just surrender themselves and die for it. So they have no fighting spirit in them, and because they just don't understand. Like I watched a guy dig his own grave, right? And after he literally dug his own grave, they told him to lay down in the grave, right? And then the guy walks up with a machete and he basically starts hacking him up inside the grave, right? He's going to chop him into pieces and bury him. And so I'm thinking, and he just laid there and took it. This guy whacking the shit out of him, right? You're not going to die with one machete blow unless it just happened to be a good shot across your throat or your neck. But even then, you still have a chance, right? And the guy just laid there and he took the whacking until he was dead. And I'm like, man, you know what? If you understood that you can take a lot of whacks from a machete, you're not necessarily going to die, unless this guy penetrates, 8 to 12 inches into your body, or he cuts a vital artery, you got a fighting chance, And so he didn't have that knowledge, right? He certainly didn't have that experience, and you can't acquire that experience, right? How are you going to train for that? Okay, we're going to train on, you're going to make me dig a grave, and then you're going to attack me with your machete, and I'm going to fight back, right? And how do you train for that, right? Even with a plastic machete, it doesn't work. You've got to be committed to fight, okay? And basically, what you have to do now is you have to impose your will on them, because they've already imposed it on you. You got to turn that tide, man. You're going to have to reach deep and grab your balls and fight. So that's the second way, is experiential knowledge, right? So academic knowledge, experiential knowledge. And then the third one, I like to think of it as hypothetical experiences, right? So it's the what if scenarios, right? That you can't train for, you can't learn in school. And I give a lot of examples of that personally in my own life where, for example, I think we talked about the helicopter crash before, where, how do you train for a helicopter crash? You don't, right? I mean, you got to fall out, sky, it's going to crash, things are going to break into a lot of pieces, and maybe even you're going to break into a lot of pieces, right? Yeah. But, that's one of those things you can't really train for. You just hope you're ready for it when it happens, and so it happens. But what you can do is enhance your survivability, right, by thinking ahead. We know the helicopter crash. I always thought, what if this thing crashed? What would I do? And I remember going mentally rehearsing. I'll take my hat off. I'll take my weapon off. I'll take my load-bearing equipment off. I'll take a knee, reach up, grab the red cargo rings, and then hope that's enough to help minimize impact for me. And if I do survive, at least I'm not being anchored down with all my equipment, my weapon and stuff inside the wreckage, right? And then when it actually happened, which was totally unexpected, I did exactly what I always mentally rehearsed. Hat off, weapon off, load-bearing equipment off, take a knee, grab the red cargo rings, and hang on for the ride. Actually, if I had not hung onto the red cargo rings, I probably would have fell out of the helicopter because the helicopter actually rolled to the side. And I remember hanging out of the helicopter, looking straight down at the ground, hanging on by the red cargo rings. So, and how do we do that? Okay, so that's an example, right? Another example is, we should always be mentally rehearsing, especially when it comes to self-defense. And, for example, if I'm going to walk down a street, maybe I'm in Ford City and it's dark outside and I'm going to walk down the street, I'm passing alleyways. Am I going to walk right up against the wall as I pass the corner? A lot of people will do that, and they'll be on their cell phone texting while they do that, and then somebody just grabs them around the neck, pulls them in, beats the shit out of them or whatever, and robs them or rapes them and kills them. And so what I have to do, what I train myself to do, is I'm approaching the corner. I always keep my head up. I'm not texting. I take a wide berth around the corner, and I'm pieing it off as I'm walking around the corner with my eyes. I'm clearing the corner as I pass it, right? So nobody's going to jump out and surprise me, okay? At least I've given myself distance, okay? That we call reactionary gap. So I've given myself space to respond, to react to anything that comes out. And I already have, in my mind, contingencies. Okay, if the guy comes out with a gun, what am I going to do? I have to assume if he's got a gun in his hand, he's going to pull it out, that he will shoot me. Okay. Mm-hmm. Otherwise he's not going to pull it out. And so I cannot assume that he's not going to shoot me because a lot of people do that and they die for that. Right. So if I see the gun, it's going to be game on and I'm going to have to respond. Now I've got techniques for weapons disarming. I also carry a weapon. I doubt if I could get my gun out faster than the guy's already got a gun trained on me, but there's things I can do to mitigate that threat to me. And then, then I think about, what if it's a knife? What if it's a linear weapon? How would he's swinging at me? What am I going to do? Right. So I already have the contingency for that. I see it in my mind's eye. So if it happens, it bears out. I'm not just standing there, like the proverbial deer in the headlight, right? Yeah. Stunned. And that's actually a response, a primal response that we have. We talk about the fear, fight and flight syndrome. And what that is basically, we tend to, when we're shocked and surprised, it takes our system, a microsecond to, inject adrenaline into our system and basically change everything, our metabolic rate, and put us into the fight or flight mode, right? And so it's called stress shock phenomena. So, understanding that, I'm already behind the 8 ball. If that guy comes out, he's already at least 1 step ahead of me. It's going to take me a second to change gears. So now he's 2 steps ahead of me, right? So he's dictating the pace and the fight. And the only way I'm going to keep up with him and overrun him is I already have to have a contingency plan where I don't have to think about it. I just react. Yeah. Right. And I react because of what I teach again, autogenic conditioning. It's a form of mental rehearsals and visualizations. It's already ingrained in my nervous system. So I can respond much faster. I've already thought it through. Even before I walk up to that corner, if I've never rehearsed it before on the way up, I've already, in my mind, come up with my contingency plan, and it's already sitting on the shelf ready to be implemented, right? A boilerplate response, so to speak. Anyway, so I'm kind of getting off a little bit of a tangent there, but and this kind of falls into what I do as far as performance coaching and things like that. I kind of like to get into the science of it. That's why I call it psychosomal engineering, mind body engineering, and so that's kind of my little story about my book, American Badass. Again, the book's not about being a badass. It's actually, I always have to say this with tongue in cheek. It's about being a good ass, right? So being a good guy, being a good patriot, a good father, good, all those things, right? That's what makes you a good ass, doing all the right things, even when people aren't looking. And so that's what I try to, basically I try to share with everybody. And, there's a lot of humility in the book. I laugh at myself. I don't have a problem telling you I fucked something up. I'm human, right? Yeah. So it's the fact that I can tell it makes me a better man. Yeah, absolutely. I don't have to go around and fake the shit and lie about it, and cover for my ass. Like I screwed up. Yeah. I'm hey. Yeah. So what? Doesn't make me weak or any way inferior. Yeah. It actually makes me superior because what. Growing and evolving and success is based on making mistakes and recognizing your mistakes. That's how you grow and learn. Yeah. You don't grow and learn by never making mistakes. You have never matured yet in whatever it is you're doing. Yeah. Okay. You just made it this far without fucking up, without the downfall, but you're gonna fuck it up. Yeah, it's gonna happen to you. Yeah. And so I'd rather do it up front than on the back end. Yeah. So anyway, let me get a sip of my coffee here. My go juice.
I got you. You gotta own the fuck ups, because it's like there's 2 types. There's like the people that are fucked up and there's liars, because everyone's fucked up. If you said you haven't fucked up, then that just means you're lying, or that you've just you've lucked out so far. You just haven't come across it. Like, okay, it's because you're 10 years old. You haven't experienced life yet. The fuck ups are coming.
Well, yeah. So going full circle, so the whole idea, about the story is, why do some people respond, some people don't respond? It has to do with coping. And if you want to cope with things in life, no matter what it is, you're going to have to get knowledge. You're going to have to gain the knowledge. And there's 3 ways to do it. You can do it through all 3 means or 1 means, but you need to find that knowledge. It's either through academia, it's either through experience, or it's through hypothetical experience and what if and shit, and creating your scenarios. The third one is is the one that's really directly linked to autogenic conditioning. You can develop a nervous system so that you can, respond to stress and cope with situations. Of course, if you're immersed in experience events as well, the problem with them, you learn from that as well. But and it's a quick, it's a steep learning curve, but. There's a lot to be said for that, and of course, academia. If you have all three of those, then you should be able to handle most stresses in life. And fortunately, I'm at a place where I think I can deal with most things, except the things that I wasn't ready for, wasn't prepared for. And then, I have enough experience that I'm not too put off by anything. I'm not intimidated by anything. Things that scare most people don't scare me because I understand the bigger picture behind everything, So anyways, I guess the teaching point here is, learn how to cope. If you learn how to cope, you'll have confidence to deal with any situation, right? And that's what it comes down to, overcome your fears through knowledge and experience. And so that was the idea there with this event, was to teach people, not to make them look bad or feel stupid, I could have easily went out there and said, where's you guys at? How come you didn't come and help me, you bunch of pussies, right? I could have did that and, and made myself, look really good. Like, I had to do all that by myself. But that wasn't the point. The point was, I get it. I'm mature enough. I've been through enough to see it that I understand why that happened, and no fault of their own. It's just the environment and the society we live in, man. We live in a society of snowflakes, kids nowadays don't know how to change a tire on a car. They just don't know a lot of stuff, man. Yeah. Ironing clothes? What do you mean iron my clothes, all the things that, I grew up with, it's like, what? That's just foreign to them, right? And so they're used to a life of everything being handed to them, expeditiously on a hot now. They don't have to, that's the problem we're having in this world, in this country, is especially with this whole stupid socialist movement. You look at all these millennials that support socialism and Bernie Sanders. They don't want to work. They want it for free. And they think they're entitled to it. They think they earned it somehow. And it's like, this is bad news for us.
It's never worked. Because everyone always ends up dead. 125 million people in the 20th century dead. You're gonna exactly, man. Goddamn, look at Venezuela, China, Russia. These are shining examples of how that does not work. America's a shining example how hard work actually does work, and helps you, create a better life for yourself and give you that freedom, and enjoy your freedom, And then there's always the one on the side. You couldn't have done it without slavery, or you could have done it without this, or you could have done it without that, and you owe us, and man. It's like, come on. With every society, there's always, these other things that, it's okay, sorry that happened. Skeletons in the closet.
But it's just part of the growth, man, Nothing's perfect. Nobody's perfect, we can point fingers at everybody and anybody around the world, man. But, we still, we're lucky to live here. Even with all of its flaws, and there's a lot of its flaws. I'd be the first one to tell you, man, our legal system is just that, a legal system. It's not a justice system. There's no justice in it. It's all bullshit. And I can speak all day long on that one. I have a real disdain for our legal system, just because the way it treats certain people, and myself included. Aside from, and it's really not, and to be honest with you, it's really no different than any third world legal system. I've been there. Okay. I've lived in over 87 countries, and I've seen the legal systems, right? Yeah. It's always the same. It's always corrupt. It's always about money. Yeah. It's about lawyers getting rich, judges making money, keeping the institution alive with money, states profiting from people. See, I can go all day long with this crap, it is what it is, and so you can try to change it. Good luck, especially if you're just one person, or you can figure out how to navigate through it all and come out on the other end and be, and be happy and be free and enjoy some type of success. That's what I choose to do. That doesn't mean it's always going to work for me. It hasn't always worked for me, but, you are the key to your own happiness. And, at the end of the day, it's a choice. Okay. Yeah. It's hard to be happy when somebody's holding you down or put you in jail. but it's all about mindset, you know, and how you choose to deal with things, how you choose to respond and react. And that's why I always, it's like everybody wants to blame what happened to them when they were a kid. Everybody wants to blame their parents. They want to blame the other guy for, whatever. Nobody wants to take any personal responsibility. Oh, it's the economy, and, I don't, whatever, man. You know what, dude, I've seen enough high achievers come out of, I got one good friend, man. He lived on the streets of Las Vegas, man. And within 10 years, he was one of the top 1% income earners. I can go on all day about this guy. He's this great success story. I have a lot of these kind of stories, And, your life is what you make of it and the choices you make. Life is a series of compromises. That's what it comes down to, And people make bad choices, bad compromises, and they own it. If you own it, you can learn from it, and you can, you can continue to grow. But if you don't want to own it, you want to blame everybody else, you go back to being the follower I talked about earlier. You're no longer a leader, right? And so, anyways, I'm throwing a whole lot of stuff out there.
No,
about,
dude, not at all. No, there's no
leadership and things like that. But, anyways, so that's kind of. There's my story and a little bit about what I'm doing, man. And what I'd like to do is, do some more of these stories with these lessons learned.
Absolutely.
And,
Absolutely.
Share some of the stuff about the coaching that I'm doing and some of these other programs I'm involved in. Like survival is going to be a big thing, right? So here's the funny part. So 5 years ago, I made a survival series of DVDs, right, on surviving this type of situation. Not surviving in the wilderness, eating nuts, right? Eating squirrel nuts. Eating the squirrel's nuts.
Eating the squirrel's
but actually, it was urban type, this type of survival, right? What happens if there's an apocalyptic event? Back then I used the Ebola virus as an example, which fizzles out really fast, But I had a vision that, it's going to happen, and this doomsday stuff is going to be prevalent. It's going to continue to happen. One day we might actually have a real major doomsday event. Now this is not a major doomsday event, I don't think, but the response is making it that, right? And so I created these DVDs for that purpose, right? How do you prepare yourself? Prepare your family. How do you bug out bags, planning, contingency planning, self-defense around the house with weapons. Teach your kids how to use weapons to defend themselves. And then if everything goes to shit and you got to bug out, prepping the vehicles, where are you going to go? You've already got a pre-designated hide site somewhere in a rural area, and then I go into underground hide sites, basically taking the whole family underground, and basically covering up until the plague blows over, or zombies are done killing each other. I go into early warning systems, all kinds of stuff, right? So communication systems, weaponry, blah blah blah, and last year, I remember talking to the company that produces all my products, and they were looking at a new paradigm. Looks like the sun might be setting on prepper stuff. It's not as popular as it used to be.
Right now.
And voila, here we go. Sun's rising on it again today, right? Trump's 9/11 just set me up for success. So from what I'm hearing is my bulletproof backpacks are selling like crazy. All my products are starting to sell, and so that opens, the old saying, when one door closes, another one opens. Well, it's opening another door for me. And down the road here, I'm already discussing this, talking about running basically what I call survival learning skills courses, right? Where you come for a couple of days across the United States, and we put on these survival learning skills courses, right? Teach you things about survival, right? And I have a lot of cool stuff. I did it already last year for a very exclusive group, and I have a feeling this will be the next wave of the future, right? So I'm paired up with Joe Teti, and he brings a lot to the table in the survival skills realm, and we kind of complement each other with our knowledge. So look for us down the road, man. Come out here like gangbusters, and we're gonna make money. I like to sit here and tell you, we're gonna just do it from our heart because we love you guys, man.
Everyone does everything to make money.
Yeah, everybody does shit for money,
there's nothing wrong with that. That's the thing. Yeah, there's a stigma that's like, oh, I bet you just like my podcast. I love doing my podcast, but I've had people who are like, you're trying to make money. I'm like, Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I am.
Why not?
I was smart enough to get into medical school as I know how to make money. I'm doing this, and I like doing it. I love talking to people. I love giving comment. People that get to watch this, they're watching it for free. They get to listen to a Delta Force guy talk about coronavirus. Where the fuck else can you do that? Nowhere.
Yeah.
It definitely doesn't. They're not mutually exclusive. Coming from the heart and coming from trying to make money. They can be this. They can be in the same. I would like to make money off my podcast. That doesn't mean that I don't love doing this and I don't love putting shit out there. It's just same. So same with your prepper thing. Like, it's doing it for the betterment of everyone. But dude, farmers grow food to sell for money. That doesn't mean that doesn't make them any less noble in what they do.
They're not out here to just feed you.
I'm here to feed you. No, like if there's nothing wrong with that. I think that entire idea.
No.
Oh, you're making money.
I say that because
fuck people that have a problem with that.
Actually, it's my conscience, right?
Yeah.
And I'm very conscious about stuff like that. I always want to do the right thing, and not be perceived as, some guy that's a crook trying to, take money.
Snake oil.
Because there's so many out there, right? There's so many charlatans out there, especially in the performance coaching realm. I'm just like amazed at these guys out there that are, performance coaches, and it's like, wait a minute, what did you do in life? You went to Tony Robbins, and he gave you a course on it and certified you, and you're trying to teach everybody else how to be Superman, Superwoman. It doesn't work that way, right? But they're out there making money, right? They're living off the gullible people. At least I know that when I do something like that, I'm actually going to deliver something with substance, and I've never had a bad, anything, a response, a report or blog or anything like that. It's about doing the right thing, but also expecting to get paid for a reasonable amount.
Yeah.
So this is kind of becoming an alternate career for me as well, along with the security stuff. I'm not giving up on the security, in spite of what's going on right now. I think it's actually going to come back, and but. Here's my last lesson learned for everybody. You know what? If you have only one source of income, one income stream, okay, you've really screwed yourself, because when one source is gone, that one well dries up, where are you going to go to drink, man? Grab your gun and go drink at your neighbor's well? I don't know. But that's where a lot of people are today, right? And so the good news is, for me anyways, is I've always had multiple income streams. Now, I made a lot of money, and I've lost a lot of money. It's like ebbs and flows. And the reason I lose a lot of money, because sometimes I'm willing to take a risk and try something else. It doesn't work, boom, I lose my ass. But I don't give up. It's like, okay, let me redirect myself and come in on another approach to get to where I want to be. But I have set myself up where I do have multiple streams of income. To keep me going, so I can sit at home today and not actually go to a job, not worry that I don't have a job, and still be making money, right? And whether it's through the internet, whether it's inventing products, I've invented stuff, like my ballistic backpack, right? I created that several years ago, and and I still, drawing royalties off of that. I'm getting royalties off of DVD products I created. I can go on all day long about stuff like this, So my retirement check from the Army. Okay, I worked 20 years to get that income stream. There's a lot of different things. And the point that what I'm trying to make is, you have to be diverse, man. You have to diversify yourself. If you haven't done that, man, you have really put yourself at the mercy of the world, man. At the coronavirus and your boss, man, and the company you work for, whoever you're working for, the market. Now you're out there flapping. I know people out there that relied, just on one thing, and now that this is happening, it's like, man, I'm done. Flatline, probably not going to recover for a long time. And what am I going to do? I have no other skills to fall back on, So, anyways. There's my Dale-isms. And lessons learned, man. So.
I wrote down some questions, but I'll save them for tomorrow, so I don't keep you. But man, let's still on to talk tomorrow. Fuck
Same
yeah,
time.
All right, I got a bunch of, but I'll save them for tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, man. I'll text you tomorrow morning, and let's do another one, dude. I'm fucking excited. I'll send you a link to this one when it's uploaded.
All right.
Dale.
Brother.
All right. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Peace. Force, PhD, black belt of the 6th degree. That rhymed. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Yeah,
man?
all good, brother. Yeah, man. Good times.
Aside from the world, the world falling apart.
The coronavirus.
Yeah, it's the end of the world. Yeah. So, you messaged me and we said yesterday we were going to talk again today. We were halfway through, or we were through some. We were talking yesterday. You're telling some stories, so figured why the fuck not have them on again? Let's keep going. So, shit, man.
Yeah.
Where do you want to start?
Right, so if I'm coughing and hacking, it's not the coronavirus.
No, it's not the coronavirus.
And if it is, just move back 6 feet from your device. You'll be good, man.
Yeah, you're good.
That's what they said, anyways. So a couple things. So let me kind of get on a little rant, man.
Yeah.
A rant man. I'm the rant man. So I talked to my wife this morning. So what a lot of people out there don't realize is my wife is Indonesian. And I've known her now over 6 years. And we actually just got married. We didn't really announce that to anybody for a lot of different reasons. But I had a terrible marriage prior to that. I mean, it was horrible. And I'm still living the nightmare. Anyways, that's another topic about the legal system and the justice system. But anyways, more importantly, so I was talking to my wife this morning, and she's still in Indonesia. We live in Bali. We have a security company there. We provide explosive detector canines, patrol dogs, narcotic dogs for like the Marriott properties and some of the local venues. Mm-hmm. Anyways, so now there's a surge of coronavirus in Indonesia, right? So this happened probably within the last 2 weeks. They thought they were corona free, and all of a sudden, boom! It hit like a hand grenade, and the curve for them, the bell curve is like it's like an Apollo moonshot. It's straight up, man, and for a lot of reasons, because they have, first of all, they don't have the kind of hospitals we have in the West, right? I mean, they're third world. I've been into some of them, and it's like, holy hell, no air conditioning, people sleeping on the floors, just bad, really bad. And it is what it is, Now, there's a few hotels. All those hotels might become hospitals, but some of the hospitals over there, they have a franchise out of Australia called Siloam. Now, those are the better hospitals, right? They are. You can just tell, better doctors, better equipped, nicer, more what you would expect from Australia, right? Mm-hmm. But you're gonna pay a lot more, and most Indonesians can't even afford that. It's kind of there for the wealthy and the expats that come over there. So I ended up putting my wife in there last year with stage 4 kidney failure. Okay. And it cost us an arm and a leg. And unlike in the U.S., before you can leave the hospital, you have to pay your hospital bill. Literally, you have to pay it right there. And they don't care how big it is. There's no such thing as installment payments or we'll bill you later type thing. In fact, even her insurance that she had been paying on refused to pay flat out. We're not going to pay. No, what are you going to do, right? There's no real justice system or legal system here. It's just everything is just, I hate to say it, there's a lot of corruption, a lot of graft, cronyism. Anyways, so where I was going with this was I was talking this morning about the virus, and, I'm constantly giving her updates, and she's giving me updates. And the only reason she didn't come to the United States with me, I came here for a couple of reasons. One, my daughter's on spring break. And according to the custody agreement that, our legal system granted me, which, by the way, they didn't do me any favors, man. I mean, I see my kid, basically 5 days out of the month. It's just retarded for no reason, for absolutely no reason. And so anyway, but this is my year with her, so I wanted to be back and spend that time with her. And then I had 3 training events. All of them got canceled this month. And of course, now I'm sitting in my house talking to you. Yeah. So anyways, she didn't come with me because we run the security business over there, and the security business is kind of attached to the hip to the hotels there because of what we do and some of the local venues. And everybody's, the tourist industry just flatlined. And less than 10% occupancy in the hotels. In fact, now they have a travel ban to Indonesia, so nobody's coming there on vacation, and everything is just dying in place.
So you can't go
literally
home.
Well, and I can't even go home, at least for a month. The travel ban's in place for at least 30 days, starting on the 20th. And who knows, man, how that's going to work out. I expect it'll probably be longer than that. and I'll just be sitting here, on pins and needles, hoping that my family's okay over there. But my wife, the reason she stayed behind is several reasons. One, somebody's got to manage the business, and right now it's we're in the hurt locker as well because of this situation, and so she's got to be ready to either react. I'm doing a lot of the business work here, response to the hotels and et cetera, but we have an issue that if they just can't afford us anymore and say, come and get your canines off the property, I got to figure out what I'm going to do with an army of dogs, and where am I going to keep them and feed them? It's going to be catastrophic. And actually, she's going to have to handle that now. I've got quite a few handlers. I got over 65 canine handlers, but they're all going to have to get the pink slip as well. We might keep some on board to help us manage the dogs that are left until we get that all sorted out, if it comes to that, which, that can go either way right now. I heard yesterday on the news, Trump is basically issuing possibly a third package to, he's already to the airline industry, the hotel industry, individual, citizens. So hopefully that will help the hotels and kind of, stop the hemorrhaging and at least long enough until this thing turns around and saves my ass too. So I hope. Anyway, so that's one reason she didn't come back. The other reason is she's actually suffered from late stage 4 kidney failure from over-the-counter medicine. Again, this is the Indonesian medical system. They gave her drugs and did not properly or define, really kind of define what's the protocol for the drug, and she was actually taking more than she was supposed to, which put her into chronic kidney failure. I almost lost her last year. She's recovered, but her kidneys are still, a train wreck, and they'll never reverse the damage. So she's kind of vulnerable. I don't want to expose her to anything where she will have to take antibiotics, because it could kill her. So I got this issue now, and now I'm trapped on this side of the world, and she's on that side of the world. So, anyways, with all that said, she was telling me this morning, that over in Indonesia, the Indonesians are protesting. They're asking the government, "Hey, man, how come? Can we get get some money to help us out here? And because the average Indonesian, all right, so get ready for this. The average Indonesian makes about $200 to $250 a month. That's their monthly income. That's average. Okay. That's the minimum. That's their average income, dude. I know that. Why? Because I pay salaries. Yeah. Okay. And that's average. Actually, I pay mine above average on most of them. So that's one thing too. Most Indonesians, they live day to day. Basically, whatever they go out and do that day for work and make money, that's what they live and eat off of, right? So it's not like, well, I got a check coming in at the end of the month, and I got this big savings account. No, absolutely not. Most of them are street vendors. They sell food on the street food, a lot of that going on over there. Different, menial jobs. It's just day to day, that's it, man. If you don't get a job today, you may not be eating today, unless you saved your money from yesterday, right? Type thing. So the government's not going to give them checks because the Indonesian government's not rich. They're not like the Americans, right? They can't afford it. But they can't quarantine them either, because how are you going to quarantine people that really live day to day, right? To feed themselves. You're not going to give them money to subsidize them, yet you can't quarantine them either, so they can't go out and work. What are you going to do, right? Yeah. And so, so that's that's where they're at with that right now. And then she told me also all the food. So the food is now 3 times the normal cost. All the price gouging has begun, right? Everybody's just, taking advantage of the situation, right? So, and Indonesians are not, just like I said, again, they have a terrible judicial system. It's hard to do anything to prosecute people unless you're on a big company. They'll go after you like hyenas because they can get paid, but they're not going to mess around. They're not going to mess around with the guy that makes $250 a month to help you out, right? Yeah. And they're not going to go after the small little food chains that, are gouging people, and charging 3 times the price. So it's just a bad situation all the way around. And luckily, she already went out and, she had she actually stockpiled quite a few noodles. And every day, she's got some on reserve, but basically her and the kids go out and they go eat that day, local economy. And by the way, in case anybody's wondering what it costs to eat there, literally I can feed a family of 5. on the Indonesian economy, basically eating Indonesian fare for about $5, literally the whole family.
Holy shit.
So kind of puts everything in perspective a little bit, the scale, right? So she's there, I'm here, and I told her we have a house over there, and it's surrounded by an 8-foot wall. Everything's walled in over there. All the residents, they all have walls. We have about an 8-foot wall, and we got an army of Belgian Malinois on the other side of it, pool security, and I got some hard-hitting, man-eating canines.
Yeah.
And so she's pretty safe, even though there's no firearms over there, at least not the good guys. The bad guys have them, and the cops have them, but not the good guys. Their weapon of choice over there is machetes and knives, man. And so I actually had a guy take a swing at my dog with a machete, and he missed, and he paid dearly for that. So anyways, so that's the situation, and we were talking about it. And I'm thinking, man, what's really amazing is in this country, you got people complaining that the $1,000 check that they're going to get from Trump isn't enough, or you got others on the right going, oh, that's bullshit, that's socialism, and I'm not going to accept a $1,000 check, they what, like, are you in, oh my God, man. I mean, where's such ingratitude, man? It's like, you're spoiled ass Americans, man. Either way, you're a spoiled ass American, because I just painted a picture of life in Indonesia. And by the way, it's not just Indonesia. Okay, it's the Philippines, it's Thailand, it's Malaysia, all right? It's a lot of these Southeast Asian countries. Okay, they're in the same boat, and they're on the same income level, economy level. And they're looking at, what am I going to do if I get sick? There's no hospital going to take care of me. I'm on my own, right? And so I'm not going to get money from the government. You're literally on your own, and you're unarmed. You're unarmed, except for my wife. She's, like I said, we got an army of canines, man. That you're not getting on the wall without a fight. That's for sure. And we're kind of isolated too, which is kind of good and kind of bad. You know, you got to get a running start to get to my house. And but anyways, so. I was really kind of thinking about that. I was like, man, and we got Americans here that are going, and even the Asians scratching their heads, they're going, what is up with the toilet paper? It's like they're just completely like, what?
Why?
I mean, you're that spoiled and that rich that you got to go get some damn shit paper because you think you're going to run out. I mean, that's your priority in life. And then the other side of it is, you look at all the gun stores. Okay, you have long lines around the building, people going to buy guns and ammunition, and then you got basically anti-2A gunners, or anti-2A, protesters out there going, hey, bud, can you sell me a gun? What's a good gun? Yeah. Right? They're trying to buy them online, figuring out, hey, it actually doesn't work. You can't buy them online, right? Yeah. And so they're out there doing the same thing. And all of a sudden, everybody needs guns and ammo.
Yeah, everybody's pro-gun now, Yeah,
and so what you have here is, I mean, even Stevie Wonder can see this. You've got the predators and the prey. You got the prey going out there and freaking hoarding the toilet paper, the herd mentality. And then you got the predators out there that are they're getting their weapons and ammo because they're expecting the worst. Yeah. And now you're getting some woke liberals going, hey, I think I better get a gun too, right? Yeah. They're starting to go, okay, wait a minute,
Yeah, okay, it's just getting weird,
I just find it ironic, man. And as an American, I'm actually very embarrassed about this because and then I've got a bunch of expat friends that are in Indonesia, Australians and Brits and others, and they're constantly, gouging me and my American partner about USA and our guns, right? And what do you need guns? The same argument, right? What do you need guns? And I'm like, man, if you can't see why you need a gun today, you're just another lemming. You just might as well follow the herd right over the abyss, man, because that's where y'all are going, man. And they just don't get it, man. And so I look at that and I think about it. It's like, and some of these people are really smart people, and I'm like, you can't be that goddamn smart, man. If that's how you're thinking, where's your survival imperatives? And so I'm just kind of like, it really comes down to, at the end of the day, man, people are, the Roman Empire, man, said, okay, let's do this. They had the Senate and said, okay, we're going to we're gonna entertain the dumb masses with bread and circus. As long as they're in there watching, the gladiator fights, and we're giving them free bread and entertain them, they're not going to pay attention to what the government's doing, and that was ultimately their downfall. Okay, and that's actually what we're doing now. I have been doing for a long time. Right, our bread and circus, it's free cell phones, it's welfare, it's all this other crap. It's MTV. It's identity politics. It's everything to keep people from focusing on the real issue, man, and what's really going on, and really analyzing critically the things that are important, right? And so they put all this superficial shit out there to kind of distract us, and most people just bite into it because they're lazy. They don't want to hear about it. They have the herd mentality, man. Just follow the herd, let the herd do the thinking for me, and I'll just go along and put my head down, eat some grass, and raise my head and sniff an ass, and just walk along with the herd, man. That's what I'm going to do, and that is the majority of not just Americans but the world, right? I see that in Indonesia. I see that everywhere I go, and this is why politicians and these cult leaders are so powerful and so effective, because they understand the human condition. They got this figured out, man. They know the psychology. They know how to manipulate, manipulate people. Out. Exactly. And anybody that's got, will challenge them, they're quick to either, dismiss them as an outlier or, crush their nuts, man, any way they can and get you out of play. So anyways, I just thought I'd share that with everybody. But, at the end of the day, man, this virus, okay, it's got a mortality rate probably less than 1%. And, what's more dangerous than this virus is the response and reaction by the people. That's what's really, because what they have done. You have nothing to fear but fear itself. Yeah, they've killed a lot of businesses. They've put a lot of people out of jobs. They're estimating maybe 20% unemployment. They have, with their own naivety, their gullibility, their stupidity, and I'm not going to give them a pass. I'm not. You know what? If you're an adult, you have the moral responsibility to learn, okay, and to be a better you and understand the world you live in, not just for yourself but for your brothers and your sisters. And if you're not doing that, you know what? You're a liability, and you deserve everything that comes to you. That's my opinion about it. Yeah. But it's the end of the day, man. The damage that people have done to each other will be greater than the virus will ever have done, ever. A million times over. And then these same people, man, these same toilet paper hoarders and all these others out there that have helped create this situation, because they have created, they are enablers, man. At the end of the day, they're enablers. What they have done is enabled this situation to go way south super fast. And what they're going to do at the end is go, hey, what about me? Now that everything's recovering, I need some compensation. I need I need something back, man, and they, and then now they want you to care for them and feel sorry for them. And hey, I should, it wasn't my fault, Yeah, maybe it was your fault for being stupid and not having the right mindset from the outset, you know. And even now, I'm looking at the news and all these spring breakers, man. I mean, there's tons of spring breakers. It's insane. They're all down in Panama City like nothing. Just fuck it. Yeah, totally irresponsible. Totally irresponsible. That's a millennial mindset. Okay, there's no personal accountability or responsibility. They think, it's not going to happen to me. Yeah, you're right. You're probably not going to die because of your age group. But think about all the other people you're putting at risk. And you potentially, by proxy, can kill other people. Yeah. And you should take that responsibility. Shame on you. That's the problem with millennials. Yeah. You know what? And I heard somebody say one time, well, we can't blame millennials for their mindset because that's how they were raised by their parents and the generation before, the generation before. We created this freaking monster, and I argue with that, and I say no but hell no. You know what? If you're an adult, you're over 18 years old, you graduated high school, you're old enough to vote. Yeah. You're old enough to make decisions. You're an adult. Right? And so, you know what? If you make that choice, you got no one to blame but yourself. You're ultimately responsible. And people used to hate that. I used to teach. I was a professor at Henley Putnam University. And I used to teach several different courses, but one of them I taught was psychology of violence. And whether you're a creationist or an evolutionist, God said, at some point, usually when you're a teenager, that, you're responsible for your ways, right? You can no longer blame, you can no longer resort to childish ways, so to speak, and from an evolutionary standpoint, there's some point where when you grow old enough to breed, Okay, I think, and you're old enough, in our case, when you're 18 years old, okay, you're already old enough to breed long before that, but at least by the time you're 18, okay, you're empowered to make rational decisions on life choices, not only for yourself, but for everybody else. Right? You can go vote, and your vote at the age of 18, if enough of you come together, could affect me at my age and my life and my freedom and my children's freedom, right? That's a huge responsibility. And that's and it's never considered. I guarantee you, millennials don't consider that crap. Mm-hmm. Most of them people don't consider it. It's like bread and circus, man. What am I getting today? What's on TV? Where's my cell phone? Where's where's my likes on Facebook page? You know, what's that? Me. That's what they're thinking. And that's gonna be the downfall to our country. And now that's actually why they're playing on the news right now. And fortunately, I know all the Trump haters out there. You're going to, Trump. Yeah, well, you know what? He'll probably go down as the greatest president ever after this, because I guarantee you he's going to pull us out of this nosedive. We're already hit the bottom. Now he's just going to pull the yoke up, and we're going to go back up. And he's going to recover. We're going to recover. Maybe bigger and better than ever before. You know what? And this whole thing about Obama trying to take credit for this economy, well, he's just going to zero that out, because when he comes back and recreates the business, company goes, did you do this, Obama? Hell no. This is Trump's 9/11. This is far worse than whatever Obama ever, or even Bush inherited, man. Yeah. And I guarantee you that guy's going to pull out. He's already showing, man, his leadership. And I support him 1,000%. But there's going to be all the haters out there. You know what? And you can be a hater if you want. In fact, if you listen to this, just get out of here right now. I don't. We're not even in the same camp. And because I look at it. I am kind of a tribalist, and I have very strong opinions now. I used to not really put them out there, but today I don't mind doing that, because I'm just kind of sick of being sensitive to everybody that's a snowflake and trying to understand your position. It's like, there's moral imperatives that I live by, and most people are not living by that. And so, if you're not living by my moral imperative, we're not in the same camp. So, anyways, I was moving on.
Oh, I was gonna say no. That was beautiful. I was gonna say no. This is Trump earning his. This is where he's going to have to prove it. I was thinking back to, I'm from New England, so, God damn it, Tom Brady left the Patriots. But I was going to say, he can go and win 1 million Super Bowls, but the real Super Bowls are where he comes back from being down 28-3 and he comes back and wins.
Right.
So it's, Trump, you can have that skyrocketing economy for the first 3 years, first term. Now it's like, okay, you just got punched in the face. It's like, how do you react? Because now you have coronavirus.
He didn't get punched in the face. He got hit in the head in the back of the head with a baseball bat. Yeah. Nobody saw that coming, right?
That's what it's like 9/11. It wasn't something where it's like you fucked up and this happened. It's like, dude, no one foresaw box cutters and the World Trade Center. Yeah, it's like
exactly.
It's so now it's like it's time to flex nuts. Grab your balls But other thing I was gonna say is what you're saying about everyone kind of looking around and just walking off the cliff with everyone else. Curtis LeMay, famous Air Force general behind Strategic Air Command, he used to say to his kids, he'd be like, I'm not going to give you a heads up if I think nuclear war's coming. He's like, because that's operational security. Someone could get to you, and that could jeopardize our nation and our continuity of government. But what he used to say to him, he's like, I expect you to look, I expect you to learn, and I expect you to listen. He would say that to his kids and wife. And he'd be like, pay attention. He'd say, you read, you watch the news, or I guess radio, you listen to the news, look in the newspapers, watch stores. He was like, pick up these traits. He's like, you don't need me for this. He's like, you will see when war, what was that? He was like, you will see when war is coming by just paying attention to how society is shifting. And that's what he used to say to him. What's that? What's that noise? Is there a noise in the background?
Yeah, Larry.
You hear that?
Yeah, it's coming through loud.
My roommate crunching ice.
No, it's all right. Yeah, no, but that's what Curtis LeMay used to say. He'd say, you look, you listen, you learn, you pay attention, and he said, and when the time comes, you'll know what to do. So, because if I tell you what to do, and you're coming with me to the nuclear bunker, he's like, you're never gonna learn. When I'm gone, you're not gonna know what to do. So you look, you learn, you listen. That's fucking Secretary of the Air Force. He'd say that to his kids. He'd say, look and learn. You're not getting a heads up from me.
Yeah. And we didn't get a heads up for this, it is what it is. Now it's, it comes down to, survival, man. We can either work together, and we're not going to work together. Some of us are going to work together, and then there's always going to be the outliers out there that are going to go against the grain. Yeah. We have the enemy within. I'd mentioned yesterday that, in fact, I got a video of it now. The guy arrested up north that worked for the Chem Bio Lab that was basically working for Chinese agents in Wuhan and smuggling viruses over there. I hope they take that guy out and execute him, man. He needs to die a slow death, but for what he did, man. And he got a lot of money. Not only did he get a lot of money from the Chinese, he actually got a lot of money from NIH, National Institute of Health, and I think DOD and others for working on different projects and stuff like that and experimental stuff. So, man, this guy is a total piece of shit, and you know what, man? He needs the death penalty for what he did. But that was the ultimate treason and subversion. And what he has done, I think he's probably somewhere in the middle of this whole coronavirus thing, and probably had a hand in it. He needs to be held to account. The serious account. He needs to be drugged through the mud for a long time, and then slowly freaking waterboarded to death, man. I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah. Do you think they're gonna send in? Think we're gonna send in some OGA guys? Think we're gonna go get them?
No, they already got him. FBI's got him, man. They already arrested him.
Because I have the bladder of a 90-year-old man with diapers. We're back. All right. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is, somebody asked me one time, how did I get my PhD and my doctorate degree? And how and why? So I kind of want to explain that real quick. Some people are asking out there. All right. So I've got a master's degree in business and organizational security management. I've got a bachelor's degree in education. But I got my postgraduate degree in, it's really called naturopathy, and it's alternative medicine, natural health. And so the reason I got it was, well, one, I was very interested in longevity. How do I live longer, eat healthier, live healthier? I wanted a more healthier mindset, mind, body, and spirit type thing. And but before that happened, what actually led me down that road, so I'm gonna give you a little story. So I worked for we'll say OGA, and what ended up happening was they sent me to a course, an in-house course up actually in the New Hampshire area. And it was a 1 week long course on riding horses, packing mules, things like that. Everything you ever need to know about riding horses in combat, right? The movie 12 Strong. And so I was like, okay, that's kind of a cool boondoggle training. I get paid and get to go ride horses and stuff, right? So I went up there, and it was pretty cool. It was a small group of us, and we learned everything you can learn about a horse. We had a veterinarian there teaching us about veterinarian stuff, feeding, maintenance, how to change the wool. Okay, you don't change the wool for horses. And it's stuff like that. And then, basically how to ride a horse, saddle horses, so forth and so on. And so it's kind of a cool time. And now I've got a very deep background in canines, right? I've been training canines for over 41 years. So I understand pack mentality. And so I was very intrigued with the horses, because now we're talking about a prey animal and herd mentality. But there's a lot of similarities, right? And so I was very intrigued with this whole thing. So we go through this course, and the first thing I noticed about these horses, we had horses ranging from the age of 6 years old to 32 years old, right? And I thought, that's interesting. 32 is like, man, he's like in his 90s, 100s compared to human beings. And so we started packing the horses and riding them. And, and one of the things I kind of noticed was the older horses were keeping up with the younger horses, no problem, through the mountains as we're riding all the time. I was like, okay. And there was really no difference other than superficial, differences like scarring, wear and tear on the outside of the whole horse because of just time. But, the muscle tone was almost the same. I mean, it was the same. I couldn't tell the difference, you know. And, they seemed to have the same stamina, could go the same distance, even though the old horse was still able to sprint. And so it kind of intrigued me. I thought, man, well, how is that possible? And so I started looking closer at it, and I'm like, okay, what do they eat? I'm looking at their diet. Okay, they're drinking water, they're eating raw veggies, and they're exercising. Pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
Water, veggies, and exercise.
Yeah. Good trio.
and then I asked myself, why can't a horse live so long and live really still being a high performer. How can you live so long and then just drop dead and die? Whereas we as human beings, man, we need all kinds of stuff to hold us together into our older, into our golden years, so to speak. We're strung out on all kinds of drugs and meds and other types of ancillary care to keep us going. And when I was out there with the horses, so what was interesting is we actually had 2 horses die out there. Now, the first one that died was the really old horse, right? And he was doing good, man. He had no problem. And then one day we're sitting, I'm watching him, and he just kind of looked like he wasn't doing too, because he started throwing up, and he just didn't look happy. And I was like, what's going on with old boy over there? And then he started getting really loopy, and to the point where he had to been in a lot of pain, because he would literally walk through an electrified fence, and it shocked the hell out of him, and it just didn't even faze him. He just walked right through it like whatever, and he would go down to this river and walk around the river and drink and just kind of stand there in a stupor, and we'd bring him back to the pasture, and he would just kind of, he was out of it, man. And so we thought, Jesus, and we need to address this, right? So here's a kind of a funny story. All right, so earlier in the week when we trained with the veterinarian, a couple of questions came up. One of the questions came out, hey, if you had to kill one of these horses, how would you do it? And the veterinarian, he's like, you'll never have to do that, but if you had to, and so, you draw an X from the ears down to the eyes, right? And then you shoot them in the center of the X, right? And brain shot. That should get the job done. Oh, okay, cool. And then I come along with my question. It's like, well, like in canines, especially dogs like German Shepherds, they have a condition called bloat, okay? Actually, it's called torsion in horses. I didn't know that. But basically, that's where the stomach spins on his axis on both ends, and he seals up the ends, and then it becomes like a balloon, right? Starts filling up with gastric acid, and then it ruptures, right? It's very painful, and if you don't fix it, it's fatal. And usually that happens after you feed a dog like a German Shepherd, and you let him run. He could, from the running motion, spin his belly around on that food, and man, and then you got a major issue. So I asked her, I said, well, when's the best time to feed a horse? Can you feed the horse before you go out on a ride, or should you wait till you after the ride and then feed him? I brought the issue. She said, they call that torsion, but no problem. You can feed the horse anytime. He'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. But if he does come down with torsion, this is what to look for. And then she gave us, I don't know what they were, some type of salts in a package, right? She goes, just pour some of this in a bucket, give him the water, and he should kind of feel better about it. And I'm thinking, well, damn, if this belly's spun around the axis, I don't know how that's going to, unravel itself just by giving him something to drink. I don't know if that's going to work, right? So, but that was her solution. I was like, okay. So sure enough, this happens with this horse. And we could tell he's in really bad shape, and there's no help going to be able to come and help him where we were at up in the mountains. So we tried the old water bucket salt thing, and it was funnier than shit, because we set the bucket down in front of him, kind of put his nose down in it. Dude, he just went ballistic. I mean, ape shit, right? Bucking and kicking, and holy hell. He just lost his freaking mind. And so finally, we're like, okay. And he finally died. Make a long story short, he just kind of died. And I thought, well, I guess if you got to go out, at that age, if you kind of went out with a little bit of, a little bit of glory, a little bit of spunk to him. But it was kind of sad to see him go out. But it's his time. He was lucky to live that long and enjoy his last few moments with us, walking through the mountains. But anyway, so I was always amazed at that. And then we had a second horse that was really cool, a little 6-year-old filly. And everybody liked her, man. She was like a cool little horse. And she had this one male horse that she would follow around. Now, this male horse, he was just an asshole, right? He was the bully. And they had horseshoes on, and he would walk around. She would follow him, and he liked her, right? They were like buddies, and he harassed all the other horses, but he never harassed her. In fact, anybody that rode him, he basically dumped you off the horse too. He was just a prick. And but he was really nice to his little girlfriend. And so on the last day of training, we're sitting there, literally doing an after-action review, high-fiving each other. We're feeling good about we spent the week riding the horses, and they're out in the paddock, in the grass, grazing, it's really scenic, and we're sitting in chairs and drinking a beer and, getting our critique. And I look out there, and they're out there munching, and I look over back, and then I look back out, and as soon as I look back out, I'm like, damn, the little filly's laying on her side. What's wrong with her? That don't look right, right? She's laying on her side. It's like, holy shit. And she was just there with the big horse, her sugar daddy. And so we go out there, and what happened was, apparently she walked up behind him and grazing, and him always being gun shy the way he was, and figured something was going up his ass. He just started shooting first, and then asking questions later. Well, he kicked her right between the running lights with his hoof and those horseshoes, and literally crushed her skull, man. Between her eyes. Shit. Just caved in her skull, man, and put her down. And she wasn't dead though. So we got there and like, holy cow, she's still alive. But it's like, man, brains are sticking out, she's still breathing, and still moving. She can't get up. She's not, she's out of her mind. And, we were just kind of like amazed, like, holy cow, man, could you imagine if you got kicked by that horse? And so now we got a dilemma. It's like, well, what are you going to do? It's like, well, there's really nothing you can do. Unless anybody here's a brain surgeon and thinks they can do some kind of field surgery on this horse. I don't think so, right? So now we're down to, okay, well, we're going to have to kill this horse, right? And so I'll never forget. So I asked this one guy, anybody got a gun? He goes, yeah, I got 2 guns in my trunk of my car. All right, so go up there and get the guns. And so he said, I'll go get him. He'll go run up there. Now he's got a 9mm and he's got a a 9mm and a 22. A 9mm and 22, right? He comes back with just the 22. I go, dude, seriously? You got a 9mm, you brought the 22 back? Yeah, it'll do the job. Why don't you just make sure you do the job and get the 9mm, right? It's like, holy shit, right? So he's like all excited and stuff, and he's drawing X's across the horse's head. Now the horse actually started running on his side in a full gallop. I've never seen nothing like that. He wasn't on his feet running. He was on his side in a full sprint. Just as fast as your horse could possibly run. It's like, where the fuck is he going on his side, right? Well, he ain't going nowhere. Yeah. And, it was just reflexes at that point. And then as, a few minutes went by, 5 minutes went by, he started slowing down into this like gallop, and I just felt really bad for him. Kind of kill it, once he kind of slowed it down, I was like, okay, get this thing done. Yeah. So my buddy draws the X and dummy, but he's not a shooter. He wasn't a shooter. He was a combo guy. But so he goes over there and he's all nervous. He's lining the barrel up, and then he pulls the trigger and he basically yokes the trigger and dips the barrel and misses the X and shoots the horse in the sinuses, right? And so now the sinuses blow up and there's shit flying everywhere, right? It's like, even worse, right? And the horse kind of stunned for a second. And he's like, yeah, I think that did it. And I go, no, that didn't do it. The thing's still alive. Right to fall the chest. Do it again. He goes, no. I said, do it again. We went back and forth, and finally he shot him again and got it over with. But so we lost 2 horses that day. And the owner of the horses, when he found out he lost his shit, was like, what are you guys doing with my horse? He just didn't understand what really happened. And we're just like,
leaves you guys alone for a week. Comes back, 2 horses are dead. It's just like, what the fuck?
What are you gonna tell the guy, man? Yeah. So that's how I kind of got into it. So it really interests me, and that's how I started pursuing my doctorate. Now, I'll be honest with you, man. Look, my doctorate is actually, I do use it now for coaching. I learned a lot. It took me a couple of years to get it. Most doctoral programs are, off campus. You do self-study type things. And so it took me a couple of years, and then I got what I got. It's some people call it, I don't know what you want to call it. It's like, it's not a real doctorate. I don't give a shit if it is or not. It's postgraduate degree. I did all the work.
Dale, your microphone's scrunched up.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, what part did I leave off on?
Oh no, I could hear it. It was just a little muffled. Keep going. You're good.
Okay. All right. So, anyways, it is what it is, and that's what kind of got me interested in it, and it was really from my own personal knowledge on how to be, how to live healthier and increase my longevity, my performance. So that's become a big part of my performance coaching, is the physical fitness side of it, the nutritional side of it, the diet side of it, the mental side of it. And you're laughing, man.
No, I'm not.
Well, I got something on my face.
What? No, I was nodding. I wasn't laughing. Fuck you, Dale. I was nodding. Don't put that on me. Fuck you, Dale. I was nodding. No. You were saying.
Oh, nodding. Oh, am I that excited?
No, I was nodding. Dale, God damn it! I will end this podcast. I will come down there and kick your ass, or at least try.
Well, bring your friends. You don't need them.
Yeah. Hey, me and Joe will come down. Yeah, you can beat his birth. But no, yeah.
So, where I was going with that was that's how I got my doctorate, why I got it.
Yeah.
And now it turns out it's actually one of the degrees I actually use the most, and it has the greatest impact on people's lives and on my life. And actually, I think it's the reason that, at the age of, I'm literally almost 57 years old, and it's the reason I'm still pretty spry, pretty young, pretty, lucid, and still, functional. And so, I think it's because, having a knowledge of alternative medicine and natural health.
What all did you learn?
Basically,
if you
it's really it was counseling. It was learning how to counsel people to live a better life, healthier life, understand diet, nutrition, understand not only that, what affects your way of thinking. For example, the metaphysical world. How does that come to play, right? Metaphysics, kinetic motion theory, all these other things that some people would roll their eyes. They go, some kind of hocus pocus stuff. But Ayurvedic medicine, Chinese medicine, these other, what is medicine? I mean, when we talk about medicine in the United States, we talk about allopathic medicine. And when we talk about conventional medicine, everybody wants to relate conventional medicine as allopathic medicine, but really conventional medicine is herbs and vitamins. It's pre-1900 stuff, right?
That's actually conventional all of our medicine. All of our pharmaceuticals, we put them in orange bottles and put them in little caps, and we say this is modern medicine. It's either synthetic duplications of compounds that are found in fucking tree bark or flowers, or it is the ground up flour. That's all it is. We put it in an orange bottle, and a guy in a white coat gives it to us, and we call it modern. But that's all it is.
Yeah, exactly. And just derivatives from natural substances. They compound them. They put an admixture in there, so it's different. They put a patent on it, and they sell for $1 bazillion. And
that money,
I'm not knocking allopathic medicine. It has its place, but I'm always first to try to go to the conventional route and try to heal myself naturally rather than dropping a hand grenade in my system. That to address one thing, but there's a lot of collateral damage as a result as well.
Sure.
And so, but anyways, so going on, so that's kind of how I got started, and then so moving on with that, my little story. What happened was, right after that, I went to Afghanistan with my newfound knowledge about horses, and when I got over there, the camp that I was stationed at, we had 9 horses. I believe we had about 12 mules, a couple donkeys, right? And we would actually use the mules and the donkeys to carry ammunition and supplies up the hills to some of the OPs, right? And we also used the horses for patrolling and things like that. And over in Afghanistan, they don't believe in cutting the nuts off their horses. They like stallions. It's some kind of bravado thing, right? It's like, you can't be riding a neutered male horse because that's kind of, whatever.
You gotta have an alpha.
So everybody rides a stallion. Well, when you have a stallion that's got his balls still, they're not very user friendly, and and they can be very aggressive. So I get over there and I'm thinking, shit, I know what I'm doing now. I've been trained, man, and I'm in full cowboy mode. So I thought, well, hell, I'm just going to go down to the stables and tell my boys, hey, I want to ride a horse, right? And so the guy down there managing the corral, he's like, okay, and he goes and brings me. Actually, he let me pick the horse I want. I kind of walked around. I saw this really cool black stallion, and I said, "Give me this black stallion. I'll take that one right there." And we saddled him up, and their saddles over there, by the way, are not leather saddles. They are wooden saddles. That's what they ride over there, right? They're really hard-ass wooden saddles, right? And so he puts the old wooden saddle on there, puts the steering mechanism on, i.e. the reins, and cinches everything down, and he goes, there you go, brother. And I said, cool. And so I got on the horse, and he was actually really nice. We had a nice little conversation before we went out the corral, and everything was going really good, man. I was feeling really good. I was like, yeah, man, all my training is paying off. Look, this big black stallion, he's being obedient. We go out and we're riding down the road just a little bit. And I look back, and that stable hand decided he wanted to go for a ride with me. So he loads up one of these stallions, and he comes out. Well, as soon as he did that, it was game on, man. These two horses were like, oh, no, not no, but hell no. And as soon as he rode up, they wanted to fight, right? They wanted to just start fighting. Now, he was carrying a baton, right? That's they carry these sticks over there, right?
Yeah.
They call them obedience sticks. I didn't have one of those. He had it, but I didn't have it, right? And I actually didn't need it until he showed up. And then as soon as that happened, both horses started racing, right? I mean, and I was like, okay, I'm hitting the brakes. I'm doing everything I was trained to do, and nothing's happening, man. This thing is like on, cruise control, and it takes off, man. It's running across the desert. He stops his horse, right? He's got the obedience stick to control it.
Yeah.
And so, his horse complied, but mine was like not having it, man. So he runs up this hill, up the OP quite a ways, and I run through the OP, right, the base camp. We got all the Afghans up there with machine guns, overwatch positions, and they got all the laundry hanging out, right, on the clothesline. And I'm coming through with my hair on fire, right? And I can't stop this horse. And there's Afghans running for their life. Like, holy shit, there's a crazy white guy coming in here on a black horse. And I'm running through the laundry lines and stuff, clothing over me and stuff,
Behold, the pale horse.
Yeah, and we finally hit the end of the OP, and the horse realized he got nowhere else to go, so he throws a U-turn and hits the gas again and goes flying back out the OP, right? And I wanted to get off, but we're just moving way too fast, right? Yeah. And I'm like, I'm going for the ride. So we go down this hill. And over there, it's just rocks everywhere, big ass rocks everywhere. Yeah. And he's just running full tilt down the hill. I know where he's going. He's going back to the stable, but he's moving like at full speed. And I'm hanging on for dear life. Right? I had a week's worth of training on horses, but I am by no way am I. I certainly can't ride a racehorse.
Yeah.
And I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm reining him in, man. I'm actually when. Like sometimes you have a horse a little out of control, you just grab the reins on one side, you pull his head all the way back to your knee,
sure.
And usually that will kind of stop him, right? Sure. No, he wasn't having none of that, right? I'm reining him in, nothing's happening. I'm reining him back in the saddle. I'm even saying, hey, whoa, buddy.
Yeah.
Whoa, buddy.
Whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy.
So finally I just started punching him in the neck, stop. And my foot started slipping out of one of the one of the stirrups, and because just a spoon and
shit's going crazy.
Holy shit! And my foot comes out of the stirrup, and I fall off the horse, right? And I'm on the other side, on the right side of the horse, being dragged by my right leg over these rocks down this mountain, and I'm shitting the brake now.
Yeah.
My mom didn't raise a fool, right?
Yeah.
And so before I went out there, I had my holster on with a 9mm Glock.
Of course.
Just in case things go south, right? I'm ready for it, my tranquilizer.
Yeah.
And so, sure enough, man, as soon as I hit the ground, I couldn't get my foot out of that daggone stirrup. I'm thinking, man, he's going to kill me running me down this hill with these rocks, And as I'm sliding, I'm like, Jesus. So, instinctively, I go for the draw, man. 9mm out. Boom, boom, first shot over the head. Miss. Second shot. Start to pull the trigger. My leg came out of the stirrup. I'm going down the hill, so I didn't have to pop him. And he just keeps on running, right? He makes it back to the stables, and I'm laying there covered in dust and dirt and stuff, and bleeding a little bit. I'm like, holy hell, man! And I put the weapon back in, and then the stable hand comes up on his horse. I got a white one, and he's like riding up to it, and he's kind of like giggling a little bit, and he's like, here, take my horse. You can ride my horse. And I'm like, what? I said, no way. I said, you know what? I said, I'm done, man. I said, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah.
He goes, no, ride the horse. Right? He's insisting I ride the horse.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so part of me was like, I got to save face, right? It's like, it's just that horse, right? I can do this. So I say, okay, give me the horse, right?
Yeah.
And so I get on the horse and I tell him, I said, give me that tranquilizer, the thing you failed to issue me earlier, that stick, I want one of those.
Give me the fucking obedience stick.
And so, dude, I get on the horse. As soon as I get on the horse, I think the horse just knew I didn't know what I was doing. Maybe I still, he realized I was really disheveled or whatever. But as soon as I get on, man, we just started doing like a 360 rotation as fast as we can. Go, and there I go again. Whoa! I hit the ground, and that horse is gone too. I go, you know what? We're done. We're done.
Fuck horses. I'm done. I'll walk. Give me a Humvee.
Yeah, and I look at it and go, don't you ever tell anybody what just happened here. So that was my Afghan cowboy story. And I tell you what, I got a whole new respect for the power of a horse, man.
Yeah.
I tell you what, it was a scary day, but I'm thankful all my friends didn't see me because I'd probably still be hearing about it today. So I went ahead and wrote in my book American Badass for everybody to enjoy.
Well, I was gonna say, dude, that's what I love about your book, man. It's not. We talked about this in the first episodes. It's not, I'm the badass, I'm the killer, you know, I'm the there's definitely some like badass, you know, going in on the choppers with the night vision goggles and there's definitely some badass stories. But then yeah, there's also like you just said, there's just completely owning, just like, man, I fucked up, you know. You're just like, I'm looking at my peers, I'm getting dragged along by my foot, shooting rounds over their head, and they're just like, who the fuck is this white guy? It's just like, like, hey, Afghan cowboy, yeah. And but yeah, man, but I think that's what makes your story so much better, is it's people like me can relate to it, because like we all every guy loves we love like the warrior story, you know, the night vision goggles, the silent sniper rifle, and those are awesome.
There I was, you know, taking dudes out with my K-bar knife, you know, I'm the baddest dude out there. Like, you know what?
But that's what
you tell everybody. But you know,
and like that's entertaining, and it's definitely great. But the thing is like, I can relate to it more when like then the next story is like, yeah, you know, and then I'm getting dragged around by a horse, like, you know, and it's like, you know, that's what makes it more relatable, because all of a sudden it's you, like, you know, instead of being in control and, yeah, you know, being Delta Force operator, all of a sudden you're like, I'm getting dragged along 1 foot shooting at this fucking horse. I don't have the obedience stick. Everyone's laughing at me, and I'm going, don't tell anyone. See, someone like me or my friends, we can relate that and go, okay, yeah, no, I know what it feels like to be a dumbass. That's my daily life. I'm like, okay. So, yeah, dude, it brings you back down to earth, because, yeah, you're right. All the other stories, there I was on top of Mount Everest, just got off the phone with the president. Like, yeah, that's cool, but they're a dime a dozen. You never hear a Navy SEAL or a Delta Force guy being like, yeah, man, I got my ass handed to me by a horse with fucking balls the size of baseballs, you know? That's what makes it beautiful, man. But that's also why you got to narrate your goddamn book and put it on Audible, Dale, because you can't get that. Reading it's great. You gotta do it. What better time to do it than now, man? Coronavirus. You're stuck at home. Go grab a microphone. Just go grab a microphone and just fucking read it. Just get it down, dude.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Maybe I can record it and then. I think I might be able to do something like that. Record it and then.
You got all the time in the world.
Yeah, put it out like that. Yeah, that'd be easy.
Well, just record it now, and then once you know, once the sky stops falling, yeah, you could, you know, actually have someone like go in and just dice it up into chapters. But why not?
Yeah, so now I got to carve out some more hours a day. There are no more hours, so I'm gonna have to add a few more hours. Yeah, so 24, I'm gonna have to work on like 30-hour days.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, what better time to do it than now, though? I mean, everything is shut. The world is shut down.
No, actually, there's a lot going on. I'm doing a lot. You know, so I'm working on my business with Joe Teti, and we're developing that every day, working on it, developing it, along with my daughter, my oldest daughter. So that's, you know, in process. And, you know, there's other stuff I'm working on as well. Plus, I'm working out every day. Yeah. Me and my roommate in here with our rubber bungee bands and whatever things we got to work out with, doing pull-ups and push-ups and stuff.
Hey, man, I've been doing push-ups in the driveway.
Yeah, you know, just well, I might as well take advantage of it. I'm spending a lot of time with my daughter here, and I'm just kind of chilling out right now. Yeah. But I'm ready for this thing to end sooner than later, so that I get back to Bali to, you know, so I also have kids over there. They're not, you know, I mean, they're not my biological kids, but for all intents and purposes, they really are my kids. They think I'm their father anyways. Yeah. So, you know, I have a blended family over there with my wife, and you know, I got family all over the place, but you know, it is what it is, man. So, you know, it's the life I have, but I enjoy it, and I enjoy doing everything I'm doing, and I'm always looking for, you know, ways to develop business. You know, people, you know, I always say, you know, when one door closes, another one opens, you know, and I look at this as another opportunity, you know, so, and I've actually put that out on social media today. It's like, look, you know what, you know, stop wasting your time, you know, playing games, you know, and, you know, whatever, you know, do something productive, and, you know, take this time to educate yourself, get on the internet and learn stuff, man. Whatever it is you think you might be interested in, but try to develop yourself personally and professionally, so that when you come out of the other end of the shitstorm, you know, you're ready to go and engage something, you know, and move forward. Don't waste the time, man, because you're only going to get so much of it. And for some, you're only maybe going to get a few more hours. Some of you may get a few more years. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I remember listening in I believe it was the interview where I discovered you was from an interview you did 5 or 6 years ago, and Yeah, by the way, you look exactly the same. I don't know how the fuck you haven't aged. You look exactly the same. So touche, yeah. Yeah, but I remember you said you were like, you remember playing video games, and then you'd look at the clock and it's 4 a.m. and you're like, fuck, where did all that time go?
Exactly.
So when I heard that, I decided to try something new. So like, because I love video games, but I don't play like games. I like to just find something where there is no game. You can just do like Grand Theft Auto, just get in a car and drive around. For me, that's how I decompress at the end of the day. But what I started doing after listening to an interview with you talking about it's just wasted time. You're like, find something to better yourself. That's why I like audiobooks so much. Is what I do now is I just mute the TV, and so I'm running around shooting Nazis, whatever. But I'm listening to an audiobook on the history of nuclear power, or the history of coal power in England, or the development of the NSA in the 70s and 80s, or the post 9/11 NSA, or the history of military operations on the space shuttle. Like, so that's what I do now. So now when I have my cake and eat it too. I play video games, but I just mute it. And I fucking learn. But that's why you got to put your book on Audible, man. Is so all these jackasses like me can learn. Because
I'll do that. I've been told that before. It's just that, man. My days are like literally just. So full.
No, I believe you.
I'm always working. I'm always doing business development stuff. Got a lot of things I'm always engaged in. Yeah. And
but the thing is you do it one time. And then it goes up on Audible, and then there's your revenue stream. You don't have to do it again. Yeah. It's not like you got to read it every time someone wants to hear it. Read it one time. Yeah. And, I don't know who you'd have to contact. I don't know, I can help you look that shit up. But, do it one time. So you could sit down and record your book in one day. You could do that. Yeah, I could. And then that's one day of work. Okay, that's one day that you have to kind of hustle a bunch of other shit. But then it goes up on Audible, and bam, there's your revenue stream. Yeah. You never have to touch it again. Come on, Dale. Right. Come on, Dale. No. You're the king of revenue streams. You got to practice what you preach.
No, you're right, man. And again, I'm not making excuses, but everything you got to prioritize. Your work. Yeah. And so, for me, it's you have no idea the level of work that I'm involved in. I got so many irons in the fire, but and I have to weigh everything out. I actually have to look at it like, okay, what's the cost benefit analysis? How much return will I get in if I put effort in this? How much will I get back out of it, right?
Sure.
And so if the payoff's not as high as it is on this, then I'm going to focus on this for now, and then when I have free time, I can develop that. So it's always I'm always strategizing and thinking in those kind of ways.
Absolutely.
With the end state being, I need to be able to position myself so that at least financially I'm in a better place, and I'm always getting into a better place, and also I have to time management. I have to look at. I got to manage my priorities, and I got to be able to dedicate time to kids, family, personal development, professional development. Then I got to be able to focus on, business activities. Look, I'm writing 5 books right now.
Yeah.
And so, I was writing 5 books. I had to hit the brakes for a minute, but I'm just dying to get back into it and start writing. But it's like I just cannot find the time. Like tonight, I've got coaching calls tonight, like late tonight. And because I've got to account for different time zones, and I'm sure when I'm done after like an hour and a half, 2 hours, I'm like, do I really want to write, or do I want to get some port wine and drink a little bit and watch some TV and go to sleep?
Get a little relaxed. No, I get you. You definitely got to find it. You definitely got to weigh it. Is it worth me putting time into it and recording it? So for what it's worth, I can tell you of the 58 episodes I've done, the episodes with you, the now 2 episodes with you that are uploaded, those are the 2 most watched videos in terms of views and total watch time. So but the thing is, there's a point of me saying that, not just to flatter your ego, but that people are interested.
Yeah, no, I know that. And,
so it is worth it.
Yeah. No, I've gotten that quite a bit. I've heard from others, like SoftRep. I had some of the highest ratings on SoftRep. Yeah. I did several with them, and look, I'm not bragging either. I think the differentiator is what's the difference? Okay, I got stories, and I just like to tell them. I just like to speak from the heart, man.
Yeah.
Shoot from the hip, and just like I do here,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Just tell the story,
Exactly.
man. And so it seems to work for me. So everything I do in life is like that. Even the books when I wrote it. If you read my book, American Badass, once you start reading, you go, man, that sounds just like Comstock speaking. You know?
It does. So, it does. It feels. It doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't feel like this meticulously. Like I gotta craft this story. No. It feels like you're just sitting down, fucking talking with you. But that's why I love it. That's why I love it. Wait till
you read the other books I'm getting ready to crank out, man. I got some great stories. I probably kind of in the subsequent next podcast probably talk about a little bit about some of these other things I've been doing post my military career. They're actually more exciting, I think, than what I did in the military, and every bit as dangerous and
Black Ops.
It's like some Jason Bourne shit, man. It's like how do I get caught up in some of this stuff? And I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. It's like I just find myself in this weird place doing some weird shit, not intending to do anything. It's just I'm there, you know. Like now I'm dealing with it, you know.
You just kind of have that moment where you look around, you're like, how did my life lead me to right here?
Yeah, no, it's actually very interesting, but it's exciting, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the stories I have are really, it's exciting. It's like, wow. I mean, this is stuff that this is movie material. In fact, that's why I have to be careful what I put out.
That's why you gotta, that's why you gotta put it on Audible, man, because like I said, people are interested in your stories. The numbers do not lie. The YouTube analytics do not lie. People want to hear it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Yes. So like, I'm amped. So like, well, obviously, you got to make sure there's no classified shit or anything. But I mean, dude, Dale, you've got stories at the ass.
There's nothing classified. Everything I'm telling, and I'm pretty discreet because I have to protect certain
names, places,
people's, reputations, personalities, names, things like that. Even in the civilians, I've signed non-disclosure agreements. I've had involved myself with people that have done some really stupid, embarrassing things and needed me to pull them out of the shit, and please don't tell nobody, don't give them my name, but. Anyways, those are. We'll talk about those later on.
Absolutely.
So today, I just want to kind of leave you with all that, and anybody that's paying attention out there, if you're interested, I've got my website, my Facebook page. And then I've got another Facebook page we just stood up, me and Joe Teti, called Tier 1 Performance Coaching. If you're interested in any kind of performance coaching, survival stuff, we've got an entire curriculum for that. Really cool stuff. We focus on what I call psychosomal engineering. And it's the science behind success and a science behind performance, and so you go out there and you can hire, if you got $1 million, you can hire Tony Robbins to tell you how to be Superman, but you'll never be Superman because he doesn't know how to be Superman either. He just got lucky in one area. We'll teach you how to be, we'll teach you how to be the best you. You might not be Superman, but you'll be the best you can be, and everything you do. So anyways, look me up, Tier 1.
Send me the links. I'll put them all. I'll put them in the top comment. I'll link them in the bottom. I'll put everything out there. It's just so it's right there, so people don't have to look it up. It's just right there.
Okay, I'll send you links here in a minute.
Yep.
And come on, man. I'm not super expensive, and me and Joe, we are actually very reasonable. We have to look at our demographics, and we want to give a fair price for what we do. And actually, you'll find it's more than fair. And I've never had a complaint. I have literally coached millionaires, top 1% income earners, to guys that are unemployed, men, women, you name it. I've, construction workers to, photographers. I mean, a whole range of, people out there, and everybody has something to learn, and bankers, teaching people how to build business, et cetera, et cetera. So, I've got the skill set, I've got the experience to do that, and I like teaching, like sharing it with people. So, get on the program, man. Be the better you. I'm here to help you self-actualize.
we gotta get you a headpiece so you can be like Tony Robbins.
I got one. It's kind of goofy.
Fuck that.
It's like a pilot in an airplane.
Yeah. Tony Robbins watches Dale Comstock videos.
Yeah,
you can quote that.
That's right. They're in bed dreaming about me at night.
Exactly.
It would have been like to be a Delta before.
He'll never know. Dale Comstock. I was gonna say I'll let you go. No, but do you gotta go?
All right, man.
Oh, okay, yeah. I didn't want to cut you off. Yeah.
That was like a lag time.
Okay. I was like, why is Dale just staring at me, smiling? Like,
I'm like, why is his lips moving like in a kung fu movie, but nothing's coming out?
Hachitata! Wuhan virus.
Kung Fu.
Wuhan COVID-19. That's gonna get me banned.
You racist son of a bitch.
Whatever. Fuck. That's what they do when they're like, that's racist to say it's called the Chinese virus. I'm like, no one's ever fucking.
Oh my God,
no one's ever
really?
said shit about the West Nile virus. When's the last time you've heard someone get a?
You know, we go on all day about this crap. This is a liberal talking point.
Yeah.
These idiots, man. You know what? And I like when they call me a racist, dude. That's the funniest shit. I've had people call me racist on Facebook. Don't even know me. I go, really, dude? Let me kind of enlighten you, man. And my ex-wife was black. I got 2 kids that are mixed race. 3 kids actually are mixed race.
Your wife's
Black.
Indonesian.
One of my ex-wives was Hispanic, Chinese, and my current wife's Indonesian.
Yeah.
You know, I can go on all day long about that crap. You know, and so
you're racist against white girls. You're racist against white girls.
I'm just a realist, man. I'm just pragmatic, man. You know, it's like I'm going to call it like I see it.
Yeah.
You may not like it, and you might want to, assign it to a skin tone.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with skin tone, man. Some of my best friends are black. You know, my best friends. Actually, my 2 best friends are, one is black and one is Hispanic. Both of them are from Sacramento, California. Went to high school together, joined the army together, and to this day we're still best friends. And always have been, always will be. You know. So when you call me a racist, that's always a cool. That's always the fallback when they can't, give a.
Got nothing else to say.
Level a logical argument about something. It's like, just
who's a racist? Fuck it. It's like,
we just throw the racist hand and get that over with.
It's like pocket sand. It's racist. Just run away. Yeah, I got nothing else on them. Racist. Yeah. All right, Dale. Hey, Godspeed, and let's definitely set up the next one. I got guests for the next 3 days, but let's set one up.
Awesome.
Let's set one up. All right, brother.
Okay.
All right, man.
We'll
Take care.
Touch.
Peace.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Dale Comstock, Joe Teti. What the fuck's up, guys?
Hey, man, you cussing? Didn't you just say that?
What? Yeah, you can fucking cuss, Dale. God damn it.
Yeah, that's no buzzword.
Yeah, no buzzwords. No buzzwords. Yeah. Yeah. No, I always feel like I'm neutering myself, and I'm like, you can't say that word. There's just.
Welcome to socialism, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm from New Hampshire, man. So live free or die. So I'm personally betraying my bloodline when I'm like, hey, you can't say that word. It's like I need to switch this flag out with the CCP flag. Like all hail the state. Lord. Yeah. So So Joe.
Yes, sir.
You are a dual survivor, right?
Yeah, man.
All right.
3 seasons of dual survival. Yep.
And what is your military background?
So started right out of high school, went right in the Marines 10 days after I graduated high school, and spent 4 years in the Marines. Went to infantry school and then straight to 2nd Force Recon, was there for 3 years. I went to 3rd Recon Battalion. I was kind of disenchanted, dude, with the Marines. Nothing against the Marine Corps, but like I had certain visions about spec ops and stuff. And unfortunately at that time, there wasn't MARSOC.
Yeah.
And so there was only one Force Recon company in the entire Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And that was in Lejeune and French Creek. So I got out, and then I went back in Army SF, and then was 18 Bravo. And right when I was getting ready to ETS, I got an invite to join a government agency counter-terrorist unit. And that's Dale and I actually served in the same unit. So did that for a while, and then punched out, and then went from there to being on TV, which was kind of crazy because there was a time where if you would have taken a picture of me, somebody would have up to you went, "Why are you taking a picture of that guy?"
Yeah.
And next thing I'm on national TV. So I went from black to black to white to white.
Yeah, it went from to like and action to like, sir, you're gonna need to leave the premises now. Like this did not happen. Yeah. So was that Delta or was that the other one?
No, so Dale was a Delta.
Yeah.
I wasn't a Delta. It was a government. So basically, the legal term that I can say is I was in a government counter-terrorist unit.
Okay. Yeah, we don't need to go deeper into that. Yeah.
And Dale was there. Actually, Dale was there before I was, and so. But yeah, Dale could probably talk a little bit more, like as far as like. Dude, it was a really. I know guys that served in Delta and like SEAL Team 6. Once they get out, they can tell people that they served in those units. Obviously, while they're serving there, they can't. But the unit that Dale and I served in, it's pretty much secrecy for life. Yeah, that's it, dude. It was that black. Yeah, and Dale will tell you. Tell him he's been on both sides of the fence. So
yeah. So when my podcast blows up, can I hire y'all as my security detail so I can talk shit to everyone? No more buzzwords. I'll be like, come at me. Yeah.
We can work something out, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joe's, to Joe's point, it's, my dad used to always call it the alphabet company. It's like everybody's afraid to say the real name. So whatever, and we are held to non-disclosure agreements, things like that. We are told what we can say. The funny part is everybody that was overseas with us, they know exactly who we were. Okay, even though we were in a fake name or whatever, so we come back to the States, they're not held to those same non-disclosure agreements, right? Yeah. They can say whatever they want about us, and so that's actually happened. It actually happened to me on national TV. I got called out on the opening of a big show, and I won't mention the name, but the host. But basically, she introduced me as being part of this organization, and I'm like, holy crap, man! So at that point, I had an invitation to come back anytime I wanted to, but as soon as she did that, pretty much she locked that door forever for me. So I wasn't that mad. I was kind of like glad because I didn't want to keep going back.
Yeah.
Drinking from the well. I mean, it was a good job. It was very, very, very dangerous job. In fact, I would tell you that it was as dangerous or maybe even more dangerous than any special forces or Delta mission I ever been on. And the only reason why is because, basically we operated downrange as one or two other Americans, and were surrounded by guys that we hired locally, indigenous guys that do the pipe hitting for us and with us. So you were basically out there on your own all the time and doing the same thing where the regular army, the big army and special forces and others, they had a hell of a support apparatus behind them, medical, air support, etc. Whereas you were out there on your own, man, and whatever you had with you, that's what you had with you. It's kind of like my mission in Yemen, where I was downrange with 11 mercenaries all total. French Foreign Legionnaires, a couple SEALs, Israelis, and me, and we had no backside support. We had nobody to get us out if we got in trouble. We had no QRF, no air support. We had nada, man. Whatever we had on us, that's what we had to fight with and survive with. So that's kind of the organization that Joe and I did work for, and so it's one of those things. For me, I got to account for 9.5 years of my life if I go out and get an employment, and it makes things kind of tricky. But so, anyways, I remember when I was in Delta. When I was going through training, we went through basically tradecraft training, or some people call it streetcraft. Basically, it's how to avoid detection, avoid surveillance, pick up surveillance, those types of things. How to do dead drops and secret messaging and things like that. Uh-huh. And we were given a cover story, and I remember my instructor, I can't remember his name right now, but older guy, he kind of grumpy guy, and I remember he said the cover story is nothing but his words were a GD lie, right? He goes, it's nothing but a goddamn lie. And he goes, and we're teaching you to lie. He goes, that's your part of your job, And so, that's what you have to do. As working for the government, we were trained to lie, and it was for a reason, for operational security and those types of things. But anyways, so that just a little bit kind of expand on what Joe was saying about our backgrounds, but I'll let Joe take it from here.
Yeah.
It was funny because everybody, they think it's cool traveling and alias and all this stuff. Dude, let me tell you something, man. That freaking sucks. Because you check into a hotel somewhere and you're used to signing your name, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, shit, I need another piece of paper.
Yeah.
And you crumble that one up. And, so it was I got to tell you, I didn't come from where Dale did, but I can tell you what it did for me personally is it bumped my game way up because, like, when I got picked up and I went through the whole process, I only had a secret clearance. You had to have a TSSCI with a polygraph. And I was told when I got there, 50% of the guys don't even pass the polygraph.
Jesus.
So, and they wanted you to have a minimum of 10 years in a soft unit, blah, blah, blah. I mean, all this stuff was being told me. It was like, well, I'm not going to make it, but I'm going to give it my best shot, Because we had guys like Dale and guys from, SEAL Team 6 showing up. And I'm like, well, I didn't, I wasn't in those units. But what it did for me from a mental aspect is it really kicked my game up, man. Yeah. So when I made it all the way through, got my security clearance, did my board interview, all this other crap, these gates that they called it. And then my class picked up. I went through a 6-month operator course, and it was all the stuff that Dale was telling you, and then some. A lot of shooting packages, a lot of very specific schools that teach you very specific skill sets that somebody that was doing what we were doing would need, far outside of what a regular vanilla soft unit would need to know. So anyway, and then of course you go to the shooting schools and all that stuff, and it really, from an operational perspective, for me, it really bumped me way up the food chain, because I had a pretty big chip on my shoulder, man, because I see these guys I'm working with, been in Delta, like Dale, and guys who are in SEAL Team 6 and stuff, and they're at the tip of the spear, and I'm like, all right. And by the time it was all said and done, not to pat myself on the back, but I was out shooting 90% of the guys. Matter of fact, I went to one of Jerry Barnhart's courses. I don't know if you know this or not, but if you go to one of Jerry's courses, he'll, at the very end, see everybody shoots, and then you'll do like a competition. And at the end of the day, whoever wins gets one of these hats, and they're very sought after. The black's got a black flag, and on the back it says Barnhart Performance. And I actually won 2 of them. And so I was like, yeah, man. So my confidence, you know what it was? It was my lack of confidence, even though it was a former Marine and Green Beret, but it was a different level, man, because everybody there were rock stars. I remember going through one of the courses, like Dale was saying, I can't remember this dude's name. Same thing, it was kind of a grumpy older guy. He was a former
Yosemite Sam.
He was like an MI5 guy, and he's like, you know what? You think you're good enough to be here? And I said, yeah, I think I'm good enough. He says, well, guess what? We don't need good. We need great.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn. Oh, shit. I'm just going to shut the hell up from now on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but it was a great experience. I got to do a lot of things that I never thought in a million years I would get to do in special operations, not in my most wildest dreams. And it was only because that unit, that's what their mission was. Dale's right. You're out there flapping by yourself. They used to say you're a yo-yo. You're on your own. You get hemmed up somewhere. Joe who?
Yeah.
Never
plausible
heard of the guy.
deniability.
It's like delete button. Boom.
Yeah. We don't know who that is. Yeah.
A lot of guys didn't dig that because they came from SF and the SEALs and stuff. Like, we don't leave anybody behind. Well, let me tell you something. In that game, your ass is new mode grass if you get hemmed up somewhere, dude. So. Yeah. But anyway, great opportunity. Got to work with guys like Dale. Dale and I have been friends for a long time. I learned a lot from the guy. And it took me to a whole different level in my operational capabilities. And, that gets back to, what Dale and I are doing now with, Tier 1 performance coaching, is because we have all these unique experiences at a very, very high level. We've seen great leaders and shitty leaders, and we've seen what happens when, you heap stress on somebody, and, do you have the right mindset? It goes on and on and on. And there's coaches out there right now, and I hate to say this, they're coaching from a purely book smart experience. What the fuck? Really? What are you going to teach me? You went to some course and you got some certification from Joe Blow on how to be a performance coach?
Yeah.
I mean, give me a break. What have you done?
Yeah.
What have you done personally?
Yeah.
To teach me how to perform better. If you haven't done nothing, shut up.
Yeah.
Because I can learn nothing from you, right? Dale, I don't know. What do you think?
So we're always scratching our head wondering how we're seeing these courses, basically people offering coaching certification courses, 30 days, pay your $25 and we'll make a certified life coach. How does that work? Because how do you, and I've actually coached other people that were certified coaches through Tony Robbins, and they all admit it's like they didn't, they were not able to go anywhere with it because you know what? It's hard to speak. It's hard to teach when you don't have confidence. And where does confidence come from? Confidence comes from experience, right? What did Einstein say, Joe? About
the only source of knowledge is experience.
Exactly, right? So if you don't have that experience, what are you going to do? Teach from a book, with somebody else that works? And we do teach, a lot of, the academic stuff. That supports the science stuff, that supports, the experiential stuff. So we go in a lot of different areas. But again, to Joe's point, I asked the same question. How can you teach me to be a better me if you yourself are not better than me? If what have you done that's better than me? And by the way, being good at just one thing,
anybody can be good at one thing, right? So, I mean, almost everybody is good at something, at least one thing. The key is, can you be good at everything that you do? And that's the difference between what Joe and I do and have done, and compared to other guys out there. Other guys are what I call one-trick ponies. They got one magic show.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
It's like that's it.
They got one trick.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
And so that's the difference. So we're trying to bring this to another level. Continue to build off of what I've been doing for the last 3 years, what my daughter's actually been doing for the last 6 years. Basically, she's a performance coach as well. And basically, we're all together, we're developing this program to take it to another level because, obviously, we're not into this to do it for free because we need to make a living too. Yeah. This is how we make our living.
Yeah.
But we actually believe that, we're going to give you something that has value, more value than probably a lot of, going to college and buying a college degree for 4 years and coming back with nothing out of it. We're going to give you something you can use right now, literally overnight. If you apply the principles we start teaching, you'll start seeing changes. And it's really the reason why Joe and I have succeeded is for the very reasons for the very things that we're going to teach. And I've actually been doing this for, I didn't know I was doing it. Joe didn't know he was doing it either. I didn't know I was doing it since, until around the age of 15. I discovered that something is going on here, and I figured out a way to break this code. And basically, and then it wasn't until a little bit old, when I got older, when I was 22, that I started really doing the research on this these ideas of performance coaching, autogenic conditioning, etc. And I realized that this was actually a thing that works. Yeah. And so Joe is, unwittingly has applied these same principles, but he's learned now as well to put a name to it and go, okay, this is what it looks like. This is what it is. This is what it looks like. This is what we call it. And this is how it works, right? And a lot of successful people out there have done the same thing. They don't know it, right? People have done very well for themselves, athletes, etc. You're an autogenic conditioning fan. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. A lot of guys don't even know they're doing it, but they know they succeeded somehow. And I was that guy. Yeah. People say, how did you do all this stuff? I don't know. And I thought about it. I was like, oh, yeah, I know I did not. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. So. No, I always had friends ask me that. I started working out in middle school. When I was in 8th grade, I decided I wanted to invest, and I wasn't even 18, so I had my parents open me an E-Trade account, and I worked for a summer, and I invested in Apple because I thought iPods were cool. I turned $1,000 into $16,000. When you're 18, you're like a millionaire. And then, so Joe, you were talking about, like chip on your shoulder. So I was a meathead all my life, man. I had 3 brilliant brothers. So I was an idiot. And I got to college, and I was an idiot frat boy my first year at some shitty school in South Georgia. And I almost failed out. I was so stupid. In my sophomore year, I literally remember I was moving into a frat house, and I was sitting there, and I was just like, man, I'm on a fast track to flipping burgers. And I was like, I just need to start studying. And so I literally stopped drinking and smoking pot like that night and just started studying nonstop around the clock, and got A's for the first time in my life, transferred to the University of Georgia. And like you were saying, well, now everyone was much smarter than me. I was like, all right, now I'm not at this stupid idiot school. Now there's some smart guys here. Well, I just kept studying and studying and studying. 4.0. I published research. This dumb meathead, the effects of salinity on nickel toxicity to the 2 Eurohalien fish species Cryptolepidus marmoratus and Heteroclitus fundulus. That's the thing I published.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, that's what I published. Started studying for the MCAT. I scored in the 95th.6th percentile of the MCAT.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive, dude.
Where I was interviewing University of Keck School of Medicine in LA, Tulane in New Orleans, Miller School of Medicine in Miami. The chip on the shoulder. I was looking around there, so they'd have groups of like 10 interviewees, and something like, it's like Men in Black, where they put all the interviewees in the one room, you kind of sizing each other up, I'd be sitting there just kind of like looking at everyone, just like trying to make small talk, and you have your name tags, and so they'd go in, the dean would read your names, it's this, and Harvard University, Stanford University, Harvard University, Yale, Harvard University of Georgia, and I'd be like, go Dogs. But like it was just me, and I was like, but then I would get accepted, and like these other kids wouldn't. And to me, that was the biggest flip in confidence, where all of a sudden it was, oh shit, I can roll with them. Like, don't let anything else. But so to bring back on everything I was saying, autogenic conditioning, So I never knew what it was. It was just, I'd done things before. I had successes in my life before, but really I'd say the one I'm most proud of was the turn from meathead to getting into medical school. Decided not to go, but I got the acceptance. 15,000 applied, 150 got in. I got in. So decided not to go. But for me, so when I was living in a frat house and I was an overweight idiot, drinking and smoking, didn't know 1 + 1 was. So what I started to do is I'd exercise in the morning, and every day I'd meditate, and it just helped me for anxiety. But I didn't realize till years later that there was a method to what I was doing. But what I would do is it wasn't just okay, I have to get 4.0s. It would be what is it going to be like to get a 4.0? Be what is that feeling? Not just get a 4.0. What's that feeling of closing the laptop in December and being 4.0? Okay, now let's go get fucked up. And I'd feel the emotions. I'd be what's it going to be like? Telling my parents, telling my brothers who are all smart. And then as the years went on, I vividly remember 9 months before I took the MCAT, just meditating one day, and I was what will it be like? How's it gonna feel? How am I gonna make it happen? I have 9 months to do it. I can do it. And even with this podcast, setting it up, it was always visualization. It was always feel it, and it was always tell myself it's gonna happen. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Tell myself it's gonna happen. And it wasn't until I read Dale's book, and as you remember, Dale, I emailed you. I was like, holy fuck, I never knew anyone else did. Because whenever I bring it up to anyone, I'd be like, do you guys ever meditate or focus on? They look at me like, the fuck, man? And I'd be like, oh yeah, I don't know, I was just kidding, And I read Dale's book, and I was like, finally, because the only other people that had ever said, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, I'd be like, well, I don't really want to be associated with you guys, because they'd be, the long hair, dropping acid, it's all about visualization, and hey, I'm not harping on psychedelics, I enjoy them, but I was like, god damn it, they're not, I can't really, that doesn't give me any credibility. And then there's Dale, and I was like, here's the most hardcore motherfucker on the planet, and Dale's talking about visualization, seeing it before it's here, telling yourself it is here, not worrying about how it will get here. And I was like, validation. After 29 years, I was like, validation. Here's the antithesis of the hippie. It's fucking Dale Comstock. And I was like,
it works, man.
Yeah. And then he told me about you, and I was like, oh, holy fuck, I feel less crazy. I know I'm going on a rant, but even I read Space Barons. It's about Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. They don't talk about it specifically, but the one thing they do talk about unwittingly is they're like, yeah, and Bezos and Musk, they both have this thing where you'll always see them they'll be having a meeting, and they'll just close their eyes in silence for 10 minutes, and everyone will be looking around, and then they'll open their eyes and they'll be like, buy this company, or nope, fire him, or get these lawyers. And it's what did they do? And it's they say they go ahead in time and they see. And I'm like, let me tell you, billionaires are saying
great
that.
Story, dude. I've been reading about the gentleman, and he deserves every penny that he has. Because let me tell you, that guy had a really high paying job that he walked away from. A high paying job.
Yeah.
That most of us would be like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Walked away from it, started Amazon in his garage.
Yeah.
And look at it. So I hear people busting on that guy all the time. You're just fucking jealous.
Yeah, that's what they are. No, they're bottom feeders.
Because he took a risk. He left a high-paying job. He had a vision, and he made it happen.
Hustled. He hustled.
He made it happen. Kudos. Mr. Bezos, if you're watching, you're the freaking man.
Yeah, okay? No, fuck communists, dude. I fucking hate all those.
Tommy, what you were saying earlier, what you were describing, it really is frequency. It's actually, there's a thing called success frequency. It's actually real energy, real frequency. It's thinking on a different, it's I think we mentioned this before, it's like turning the dial on your radio and looking for a different type of,
tuning
you want to hear
in.
Opera, you want to hear, rap, whatever, right? And you're changing frequency until you get there. And actually, when you think about it, depending on the frequency that you change, you might get to elevator music, and that might make you relax, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to get really jacked up, you flip it to some whatever heavy metal, whatever, and you're fired up. And it's the frequency, the vibration, etc. Right? It actually ties into the law of vibration, with universal laws. So. With all that said, actually, again, Einstein said it. He said there's actually a success frequency. He said if you want to be who you want to be, you want to be all that you can be. You have to get on that success frequency. You have to ratchet up to that level, right? And you mentioned these guys meditating, studying. That's what that is. Joe and I are basically what our program has. Just put this out there is
what we're pushing is this is proprietary. Nobody else has this. Nobody else does this. Nobody else knows it the way we do it. It's called psychosoma training, what I call mind-body engineering. So it's connecting the mind and the body to work together, right, through frequencies. And so that's the key to success. I saw an ad yesterday on Facebook, and it was promoting Alpha. I think it was Alpha Mind or something like that, right? Alpha Waves, right? And they're saying you can take a pill and it gives you the Alpha Waves. And I call bullshit on that. You can't take a pill to get Alpha Waves, right? To make you superhuman. It's really the energy that you have is derived from within. You generate it from within, right? And basically, whether it's good energy, positive energy, negative energy, whatever kind of energy it is, it's going to dictate the direction that you go. And we can get in this all day long. I don't want to go into all what we're doing, but to the point that you made earlier, success really is not just dependent on, I got a positive mindset, I'm going to do this. It's methodology, and you already know that. It's thinking a certain way. You actually said it a few seconds ago. There was visualizing it in the here and now and actually feeling it, sensing it, as well as saying, is a positive affirmations. That's part of this whole process, right? So, and that's where we're going with this thing. With what we're doing is we're delivering that piece. Plus, there's a lot of ancillary supporting type tenets that we build in this thing. For example, Joe and I talk a lot about leadership, right? You can't, if you want to be successful, you've got to be able to lead yourself. And what does that mean, right? So we really dig deep in that one, self-leadership, right? And not to be confused with leading other people, it's leading yourself, right? So it means developing certain habits, et cetera, and a certain mindset. So anyways, Joe, and by the way, you mentioned something a minute ago about investing. So Joe, believe it or not, was a Wall Street investor too, among his other things. So tell him about that story, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, man. So in between my Marine Corps and Army career, so I got out of the Marines, and I had a cousin that lived in Vegas. He was a percussionist with Wayne Newton.
Oh shit!
And so I was getting out, and I ended up calling him. I was real close to him. He's like, "Hey man, why don't you come and hang out in Vegas for a while?" I'm like, "Shit,
yeah.
I'm 21 years old. Off to Vegas I went." So I left Okinawa, Japan, flew to Las Vegas, and long story short, after about 6 months, I ran out of money, and so I met this woman, and I started dating her, and she was a stockbroker, and she said to me one day, she's like, "Why don't you become a stockbroker?" I said, "Look, I haven't even been to college. I barely graduated high school." She's like, "You don't have to have a college degree."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Really?" She's like, "Well, you do have to pass a very hard test, the Series 7 and the 63. And I said, "Oh boy, it's a lot of math." And she's like, "Yeah, a lot." I'm like, "Oh boy, that's like my worst subject in school. Whatever, trigonometry, you can't even spell it."
Yeah.
But anyway, it wasn't even that. It was, adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing, percentages and that shit. But anyway, long story short, so I told her, I said, "I don't even have the money to go to the course." It was at UNLV, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. It was called the Longman course. And so, you had to buy books and stuff. She's like, "Look, I'll loan you the money. I know you'll do well. I'll tutor you." So anyway, I go to this course, right? It was the most boringest shit, dude. I literally stood through probably 90% of our lectures, because I was just like this the whole time. So I was just standing there, splashing water on my face, doing the old school stand up if you're falling asleep, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, long story short, I take the test and I passed the first time. Woo. Which is unheard of. Like they say, 80% of the people don't pass the first time. Well, Bear Stearns said, if you pass the first time, we'll give you $1,000 bonus and all this other stuff. So anyway, I paid her back, and I was a stockbroker for 5 years. And so I ended up getting my registered investment advisor license as well. I was mildly successful. I was, 23. I would say I got it at 22. Yeah, I was 23, and I was rocking and rolling. I was making $75,000 a year.
Yeah.
Back then, that dude, like you said, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, 20 year, you're a millionaire.
Yeah, I'm a billionaire, right? So living in Vegas, partying hard, all thing. But anyway, I learned a lot about the market. I still trade to this day by myself. I've traded cyber currencies, and so it was a great learning experience for me. But what it did, again, like Dale and I talk about this all the time, you take all these tools that you just gathered along your life. I picked up a wrench and a hammer and a screwdriver. Well, I got to tell you, man, I remember this dude's name to this day. And I'll tell you, he was one of my mentors. His name was Mark Behringer. And I'll tell you right now, this dude could sell a freaking ketchup icicle to a lady in white gloves. And I swear to you, brother, this guy was the consummate salesman. So I learned a lot about the sales process. And it is a process. Yeah. And back in the day, dude, like you were like hand dialing. You had to make
Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah.
I swear to you, 400 calls a day.
Yeah.
Before you could get up and leave.
Yeah. I believe you.
So it was an interesting part of my life, but I was the round peg in a square hole. You know, I was, like I said, mildly successful, but my passion, I still had that. Like I want to do more in this military stuff. Like I still had, there was something I had to satisfy. You know, so I cut away and then went SF, and so I went, and real funny. So, you know, I was in relatively decent shape, but I hadn't put on a rucksack in years, right? And SFAS, Special Forces Selection, it's all rucking. Ruck, team events, you're just rucking, right? And your feet just get turned into shit. And I remember when we showed up, they shake you down, make sure you don't have any, you know, contraband. And I had a brand new pair of jungle boots in the box. And I remember this instructor coming up to me and he opened up the box and he says, "Have you worn these yet?" And I'm like, "No, sir." He's like, "Don't even unpack." But I gotta tell you, my feet were just, oh, bro, it was. I mean, I had blood blisters the size of an egg on the bottom of my feet. Anyway, I made it, and then you know, off to the Q course I went, and other schools and whatnot. But yeah, man, a stockbroker. And of all things, people just don't relate to me as a stockbroker. Yeah, man, had my Series 7, my 63, and my 24. I had my options principal license and a registered investment advisor, but. You know, it was fun. Very stressful, though. Yeah. Because it was a zero-sum game. Every month, back to zero. Yeah. Back to zero. Back to zero. Yeah. You didn't pull your weight.
Boom. Well,
yeah, you know, you could say that. I want to say something real quick. So I was watching the news yesterday. Actually, Fox News, and they had Mike Rowe from Dirty Jobs on there, right? And he was talking about, which was kind of interesting, was, you know, the government goes, all non-essential jobs, all non-essential, you know, employees and businesses need to shut the doors, right? And he came back with a pretty good, retorting something. He goes, define what's non-essential, because who is it non-essential to, right? Because everybody's job is essential. Everybody's livelihood is essential. How can you discount it, right? Yeah. And so in this case, words matter. But what's interesting is Joe and I have been putting out some webinars and some videos on our Facebook page talking about this very thing, right? If you went into this situation we're in right now, and you only have one skill set, one job skill, right? And all of a sudden you go, damn, I'm out of a job. What am I going to do now? When I come out on the other end of this thing, you made a huge mistake before you ever went into it, long before we even got to this point, right? And so this guy, Mike Rowe, made a point. And the reason I'm putting that out there is because he said a lot of people, you know, if all you have is a hammer in your toolbox, then every problem looks like a nail. Yeah. Right, and you kind of beat it with a hammer, right? Yeah. But if you put a lot of tools in your toolbox, right, you have different tools for different problems, okay? And so, you know, Joe was telling, you know, he's explained to you that he was a stockbroker, he was a Marine, he was an SF, he's on television, you know about my background, and that's the point to all this thing. There are people out there right now sitting at home, and I'm seeing the videos all over Facebook, right? And you know, and even on the news, you know, they're taking videos of the kitchen. Hey, we're stocked with food. You know, I got my Xbox, I borrowed from my neighbor. You know, we're watching games. You know, we're hanging out with the kid, and everybody's like, "Hey, enjoy the family time." You know, and you know, this might be a blessing in disguise. You know, and I tell that to the guy that just lost his job, that has no money, and can't make the rent. Okay, and he's got kids to feed. Is that really a blessing, or is that a curse? Right. So, but now, with all that said. Okay, just because you go into this situation with, you know,
limited skills, or maybe you go into a situation with a lot of skills. Okay, that doesn't guarantee that you're gonna, and I don't like to use the word survive, right? Survive means you're just like hanging on by your fingernails. You come out there and I'm a survivor.
Yeah.
I made it. I got nothing left. I survived. And I like to think of it as being a thriver. I like to, embrace the suck, as we used to say.
Yeah.
Of course, we're going to take this opportunity and we're going to embrace it. It's going to suck, but we're going to take advantage of it to be better versions of ourselves and to learn and come out on the other thing either better or we have more opportunities to exploit, right? So because we came into this thing with a lot of skills and maybe everything's kind of bottlenecked for a second, but when we come back out, we've got a chance to propagate again in different directions. So this is why it's important that, people are out there listening, especially if you're a young guy, man. Don't fall for the trap that, get a professional job, make lots of money, like whatever, and you'll be happy for the rest of your life. Hey, man, you know what? For example, let's just say you, Tom, became a medical doctor. Go, hey, I made it. Look at that, I'm making a ton of money. I'm a doctor. I'm good for life because they're going to always need doctors, right? And all shit. Something happens, you have a stroke, right?
Yeah.
And now you're disabled.
Yeah.
And you can't really function at the level that you need anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still functional, but not on the level where you probably can be trusted with medicine or issuing medicine or handling a scalpel, right? Now what are you going to do, right? Have you got a fallback plan? And so it doesn't matter, how successful you are at one thing. If that can always go down the toilet for you, man. And you better have a contingency plan. In fact, Joe will tell you in the military, we have what we call PACE plans for communication, which is primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency, right? If one radio didn't work, the primary radio didn't work, we better have an alternate radio. We better have a contingency means for communication. And we better have an emergency means for communication, right? Mm-hmm. The first one, we might be using a satellite. That thing shits the bed. Okay, the next one is we're going to use a cell phone in emergency, right? And if we get down to emergency, that means one of you assholes is going to put on your running shoes and you're going to run 10 miles with the notes. But there's going to be a plan, right?
Yeah.
But that's how your life should be set up as well. Joe, you want to add something on that?
Yeah, man, absolutely. There was a time in my life that I didn't have. I'll be honest with you, man. I didn't have a primary and alternate and contingency and emergency. I was kind of like hyper focused on one thing. Yeah. And I would have to look back, but I would have to tell you it was that part of my life that I was most scared because it was like Dale was saying, man, this better work. And guess what? It didn't.
Yeah.
One thing that I've learned about life, and I think you, Tom, you can attest to it, and Dale, is when you think you're lining up everything dress, all you're doing is inviting Murphy to the freaking party.
Exactly.
He is just sitting in wait.
You're putting together the card castle and you're handing your friend a slingshot and you're like, okay, break my heart. Like,
who is ever listening to this, you can take this to the bank if it's open.
Yeah.
Whenever you start setting yourself up in a business or anything, all you're doing is you're sending a freaking telegraph message to Murphy to say, hey, here I am. And shit is going to happen. Guaranteed. I've been in multiple businesses and Dale has too. Some worked out, some didn't. But you better have backup plans, guys. And I'm here to tell you, the times I've fallen flat on my face, our backup plans had holes in them. And I'll be the first one to admit it. And unfortunately, I was like a minority owner or minority investor in these businesses. And I only had so much pool. And I'm like, guys, we're screwing up. They can't do this. Yeah. No, it's going to be okay. Here, let me give you one example. And I'm going to bust some people out right now. So if you're listening, like my grandfather used to say, tough shit.
Yeah.
So there was this company. This was in 2007. It was called YRT2. And they were like on the cutting edge of the smart house, when you walk in.
Yeah.
Right? And so all these people I knew that had big bucks, like multi-millionaires, were investing in this. And one guy in particular, I'm not going to mention his name, very successful guy I know, invested a lot of money. And he told me about it. And he said, we're only allowing accredited investors. And I'm like, all right, I get it. And I'm like, what's the minimum investment? He said $100,000. And I said, all right. So I invested $100,000. I bought into their initial offering, put in $100,000, right? This is in 2007. I said to them at one of the stockholders meetings, I said, I got a question for you. What happens if the real estate market shits the bed? You could hear crickets. Bam! 2008, the bottom falls out. The company goes bankrupt, and I got a $100,000 stock certificate that ain't worth the fucking paper it's printed on in my desk drawer right now.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That is textbook. I remember this one guy saying, Mr. Teti, the market's strong. We're in a good market. They had contracts with all the big builders. They were going to go put in all the lines and all the fiber optic cable, and everybody's counting their money. Ooh.
Yeah.
Bam, dude! It was over in 6 months. They went tits up, done, and I was out $100,000. Let me tell you, bro, that hurt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's there. So yeah, I mean, just talking about lining everything up. So man, in college, when I started studying nonstop, dude, I did not have a social life. I went to the #1 party school in the nation. I went to one football game after 3.5 years there, right? I did not go out. I had so much ass thrown at me. This is when I was in great shape. I had so much ass thrown at me, and I was nope, I got work to do. Finally, aced the MCAT, published my research, get my 4.0s, applied to med school, started dating this girl my last semester of college, fall 2013. I'd put off everything, like now it's going to be good. I had lined everything up. Got into med school. I'm going to be Dr. Kerrigan. I'm going to start making bank. I know I just threw away my 20s, but I'm going to have fun when I got money. Got my girlfriend. What could go wrong? Graduate December 2013. April 15th, 2014, my oldest sibling took his life. Suicide. Gone. I had a perfect storm of having never lived, right? Because I just studied. So I went through this like midlife crisis at 23. I was 23, I was 24 at the time. I went through this midlife crisis of like, I didn't live in college, and I went through an existential crisis of losing a sibling to suicide. Right. Sure. And I went through just like the general like not knowing how to grieve, because I went from always just I literally used to have written above my desk, don't depend on anyone for anything, and it was just like, so I went just from this like this psychopathic hustler, like I get it done, to like all of a sudden this wasn't a weight that I could lift or work harder at. This wasn't a test that it was like, okay, I failed it, but I can take it again. It was like trying to fight smoke. I was like, how do you deal with losing a sibling? What could I have done? The depression, the anxiety in it,
sure,
coalesced into gaining 67 pounds in 2 years. And shout out McDonald's. Of just taking every pill, smoking everything, drinking nonstop. Finally, moved home in 2016 and just still losing weight. But I lined everything up, and it was just like, it's perfect. And literally, it was God took a baseball bat and was like, surprise, motherfucker. And it just, so I'm going on a rant, but finally this past August, I was like, you know what? There has to be multiple tiers to this. And I was like, I would like to start a podcast, but I also started online graphic design school. And I was like, start sending out portfolios now. So if this fails, I can do it. And what did I also do? I went and got a job for this. I had a job with coronavirus. I have a job for the rest of this year. It's like, so I'm setting out these multiple, like, I would love for the podcast to work. If it doesn't, graphic design degree, I know I can make, that's another thing, taught myself graphic design. I was like, I can make that work. And if worse comes to worse, I can work at a bar. But it's like, set up these multiple tiers, because not only does setting up one tier invite Murphy to come kick you in the nuts, know what I found, man? I found that when you set up multiple tiers, Murphy's not even attracted to you. He's like, that's gay. I can't fuck with that.
Or you become a hard target.
Yeah, and he's like, I'll go fuck with the other guy.
Exactly.
Like, when you guys, hey, you guys keep talking, I have to go piss so bad. Sorry.
Where'd you find this guy, Dale?
Hey, where'd you go, man?
Ain't that true though, man? What he said is actually true. When you got like one iron in the fire, Murphy can just, and guys who's ever watching, we probably need to explain this. A lot of people might not even know what we're talking about. We're talking about Murphy's Law, which basically says, when you count on everything to go right, Murphy's going to show up and throw, a wrench to your plans. And it happens. I mean, oh my God, I could sit here for 3 days and tell stories about this. I know you can too. And one thing I just mentioned with Dale before, I was on a mission in Afghanistan. We're doing our comms check. We're getting ready to leave the gate. Everybody's, checking their emitters, doing comm checks. Literally we drive about a quarter mile down the road. No comms for Joe. I don't know if I dropped my fill. I don't know what happened, but I had zero comms through my embedder, and I was on the assault force. And so I actually just end up switching out with a guy. And again, that's changing on the fly. I'm like, I got no comms, dude. There's no way I should be on the assault team. So I pulled security, So anyway, that it happens, guys, and count on it. And that's why you've got to have backups to backups. And I don't know, it also makes you sleep better at night. Knowing that if somebody pulls the rug out from underneath you, it's like, all right, you pulled the rug out from underneath me, but I got a safety net there. But
true, man. It's like, I've always had multiple streams of income of some kind or another, man. And if I lose one, I try to build another one back up so that, like you said, like right now is classic example, right? So, people are losing. My business in Indonesia is struggling, and who knows how it's going to work out in a couple months. It may shit the bed or it may continue on. I don't know, but and I'm here in Florida. My wife is in Indonesia,
right,
and she's got to manage that. I've got to manage this, and I've got to, but I have other means for making money. That thank goodness it's passive income,
right?
Royalty checks, stuff like that, to kind of at least make sure I got food on my table, food on their table if it comes to that, and a roof over the head. But, the other thing, you mentioned something earlier about, Murphy. So Murphy, for everybody listening out there, Murphy comes in many forms, okay? And Murphy's not just, a wrench, okay? Murphy doesn't show up as just a wrench into the cog and screws everything up. Murphy also shows up in the form of your friends and people you never thought were your enemies, man. And they'll be the first ones to come along and sabotage everything you've worked on. And there's a saying, with success comes enemies. And Joe and I know that better. Well, we know that as well as most successful people out there, because everybody, I think will have a story to tell you. Good Lord knows how many times I've talked to people that started a company and they had the same story I did. Their ex-business partners stole their company from under them, or blackballed them somehow. So money changes people, man. It changes. Money is very powerful. It changes people all the time. Greed, they lose their damn mind, man. And so, and it's not just, partners, or business, associates. It's also those that have nothing to do with your business, right? The jealous ones. And trust me, they're out there. Joe and I both get hammered by, these basically nobody guys and girls that just have an agenda, and so, we have a choice. It's like we can sit there and swing our guns around and engage them, or we can just pop smoke behind us and just keep moving forward, which is what we choose to do, But they always try to get on a helicopter and fly in front of us and do another ambush along the way, And we have to, temporarily fight through it or diverse. But the point of this, what I'm trying to say here is, Murphy comes in many forms, and I call them fire starters or firefighters and fire starters, right? Or fire lighters. And what are firefighters? Firefighters are the ones that tell you why you can't do something, why it's a bad idea, or basically they'll try to undermine what you're trying to do. They'll use, they'll put negative press out. They'll do whatever they can to throw roadblocks in front of you and hopefully completely derail your operation and sink your ship, so to speak. But those are, avoid firefighters out there and hang around with the fire lighters, the arsonists. That's who you want behind you, man. And I got quite a few of those, man. There's people out there I don't even know that have been behind me for years, following me, supporting me in many different ways, man, which is really amazing. And the other thing I found when I've hit some hard times, we're all going to hit them. The people that I counted on the most, that I thought were my friends, that I thought could help me out for a minute, knowing that I was good for whatever, if I needed to borrow like a lot of money, like right now for a second, to get me through this gap for a minute, I'll give it right back. Crickets, man, total crickets, man. It just, it's like, okay, I know who my friends were, and ironically, a lot of my friends are people that really gave a shit. I don't even know them, man. That's what was so amazing, right? So, and they're not just friends either. It's family. Sometimes your family friend members are some of your biggest saboteurs, man. And it's all because of the human condition, man. People,
we tend not to want to be outshone or outdone by our contemporaries, by our peers, because then that's a testimonial against us. Like, damn, this guy just climbed the ladder and he's way up there and I'm still down here. And they think, oh man, they feel like in their mind you're a better person, and they don't want to feel like you're superior. So they try to pull you back down to their level any way they can, whether it's talk you down or deliberately sabotage your program. And we have had all our experiences where Joe can tell you, especially, people have done everything from send viruses to try to, lock out our accounts, websites. I mean, it's nuts the lengths some guys will go through to include creating web pages, face documents out, fake documents out there, anything they can do to basically discredit you and hope that enough people will buy into the lie. Hitler said, if you repeat a lie enough times, people will finally buy it. And that's the technique that most people that out there that are saboteurs, as far as I'm concerned, they do that, right? They just keep lying and lying until everybody's like, okay, must be true because I've heard it enough times, right? Yeah. And so I'm telling everybody out there, from a business perspective as well, from a performance perspective, if you want to achieve something, you want to be the best you can be, you're not only fighting yourself, you're not only, fighting your own, shortcomings and your own confidence. You're also fighting everybody else's shortcomings and their lack of confidence, right? Because they're gonna project it on you. So, you're gonna face the world and to be successful. And the ones that are successful can overcome all of that. And how do they do that? They do that through mindset, a certain type of mindset. And guess what? It's less than 2% of the population. Less than 2% of the population will achieve all their goals. Look, everybody can do one. Everybody can, do two goals. Yeah, I'm good, But try to just take on an arbitrary a goal and go, let me see you do it. Yeah. Can you do it? It's like shit, Yeah. Usually they can't.
Hey, Dale, that's kind of like what I was doing. So Tom, you might not know this, but I was training for an Ironman, right? So I've done a few sprint triathlons in the past, and they were, I don't want to say they weren't challenging. But at the end of the race, I wasn't like, oh shit, I need a vacation. I was actually fine. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to kick it up a notch, and I'm going to do an Ironman because that's a for real ball buster. Yeah. So I went on this 6-month training program, and I had a lot of people just saying, dude, you're biting off way too more than you can chew and all this stuff. And like what Dale, what I'm trying to segue into is like, I don't want to hear the negative bullshit, and I don't want you to even be around me if you're negative at this point in my life. And I got to be honest with you, I had a few people, one guy I'd known for 30 years, no lie. And every time I talked to this guy, it was negative, negative, negative. I said, bro, don't you have anything good to talk about? Yeah. And it just got to a point where it was affecting me, because I knew when I was getting my phone rang, I'd be like, oh man, here goes negative nanny. I told him one day, I said, let me tell you something, brother. I said, let me give it to you from the hip. The next time you call me and you blow my phone up with negative bullshit, I'll never talk to you again. Yeah. And guess what? He did. Yeah. And I haven't talked to him since. Yeah. And for those of you that are watching, you're like, man, what an asshole. No. Let me just say, there's a saying I have, and this may sound selfish to a lot of people, but this is a fact. I may love you, but I love me more. Yeah. And let me tell you something. This guy was affecting me in a negative way. And what Dale was saying is 100% true. If people start trying to sabotage your life and just throwing these freaking ball bearings in the machine work, man, you can't even get within 100 feet of me and do that. Right now. You're done, dude. I'll cut your ass away like a bad parachute. I'll give you one warning, and after that you're done. Poof, I'll cut you away. Because once I got rid of these people in my life, now look, it hurt. I almost called the one guy back, and I'm like, God dang. But I was just, I can't do this because it was affecting me so bad. And I'm glad I didn't now. I got over the pain of doing it, but I am in a much better place. Yeah. I don't worry about the phone ringing and going, oh man, yeah, fuck this guy. Sure. My circle of friends have gone like that, but the people I do have in my life, like Dale and my other friends, these are positive people, man. They're high energy. Those are the people I want to be around. And one person can unravel that whole thing. You may have 5 positive people in your life, but let me tell you, it's that one pain in the ass, that fly in the ointment that unravels everything else.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't allow that in my life at all, men or women.
Yeah,
men or women, anybody.
People like
you bring negative bullshit into my life, you get one warning. Stop doing this.
Yeah, it's
done.
You have to take those people out, and it's not the same as like, it's not the same as like what you see nowadays with like censorship. Well, they say offensive stuff, shut them down. No, not at all. It's you have to walk the middle line.
Right.
They're allowed to say that. They're allowed to say whatever they want.
Right.
Personally, I'm not going to be around them. Like if there's a show or a politician or someone protesting something,
right.
I may completely fucking disagree with. It's like I may completely disagree with you. I think you're a dirty communist.
Right.
That is your freedom to have that point of view. What I can do in my power is change the channel. Or I can turn the TV off and go, okay, they can't be around me. What I wanted to bring up was but there are people in your life, those negative people, that they're the rain and you and your friends are trying to build a fucking fire. Sometimes you can't get rid of them. Sometimes you live with them, or sometimes they're your colleague and they're next to you. What I found is that there's I remember Joe Rogan said it one time years and years ago, and he's like, if you can't get rid of them, you truly can't get rid of them because of just circumstances. They are by you. He goes, start looking at it as they are your spiritual sparring partner. Look at them as like, okay, I can't get rid of their negativity. That just means I have to crank my positivity up a couple notches. And you look at it as like, it's like almost like those basketball players that will train with the weighted vests. So when they take them off during the season, they can do better jump shots. That's how I try to look at it now, is when I am stuck with negative people day in and day out for years, I'll be like, okay, I just got to step my game up. This just means that every time they say something, I just got to be right back with like, deflect it or non-reactive, or just tell myself like, it's going to work. It's going to work. Because what that does mean is when they finally are gone, you've just been training for the real world. So you're going to go out there and someone's going to be like, your podcast sucks. Like, man, I've been training for years for this. Just like, you're not even thinking twice. It's almost like when you train, and like I've heard Dale describe it, it's like you don't want to train to where you have to think about like, what move do I do next? You train to the point where it's reflexive. You don't even think about it. So you want to get to the point where you're like, you don't even have to think, okay, let's be positively. Someone's like, your podcast sucks. You're like, fuck yeah, it does, buddy. And you just keep walking, like, like whatever. It's so, yeah, you got to cut them out when they're shitty.
My favorite sayings, Tom, is amateurs train until they get it right. Professionals train until they can't get it wrong.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, train until you can't fuck it up. That's
right. And Dale and I were actually talking about this the other day, and I get people asking me all the time, about training and train like you're going to fight. And I tell people, like, yeah, it's actually true, because, when you train on a certain skill set, like for CQB, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to go take down a building, you've trained and trained and trained and trained. When you actually go do it, it's almost just like an extension of training. Now, granted, there's more anxiety and you're dealing with more stress, but it's kind of like anybody that you hear about talking about a sport, and Dale has more experience in this than me by far, but I've had my share. But it's kind of like you're amped up while you're flying in, you're flying in on helicopters, you're driving up on vehicles, but the minute you get to the door, it's just like business as usual, man. Like everything just just slows down, and like, I've done this. I've done this before, and it's just this time there's bad guys in there. And I remember when I was in the unit Dale and I were in, we were on the range one day, and I had this guy come up to me, and he was a former guy from where Dale came from, and he was an older cat too, man, but he was a stud, man. And he's like, hey, Joe, man, the only difference between shooting a real person and a paper target? And I said, no, sir. And he says, there's just a little more mess to clean up. That's all. I was like, Roger that, sir. You know what I mean? Like, but he meant it. Like he you know what I mean? Like that. Those are the kind of guys I was around. So anyway, not to go there, but it anyway. I don't know, Dale. What do you think about that?
No, you're right, because I think maybe we've talked about it before, Tom. I can't remember now, but you're right. When you train the way you fight, well, it doesn't matter if you train to do whatever it is you're doing. If you train like you're going to actually do the job,
when it comes time to do the job, it's like training. I remember when the unit, we used to train live fire. Everything was live bullets all the time. It was, we trained on everything that we're actually going to use for real in combat. And we did that every day. That was how, nothing was simulated. Nothing was faked. And then I remember one time when we did our raid in the Modelo prison, which is in the book American Badass, Carcel Modelo. When I talk about the infill, it was like very surreal. Okay. The bad guys were waiting for us. We knew they were there. And, the gunfights, started as we were still in the air at a slow hover, and the whole thing was surreal to where it didn't even feel like a real firefight. In fact, it felt like a training operation, a training mission. Nothing ever really seemed real, although it was, and people were dying. But in training, people were simulating getting shot and falling down, right? So you never see bullets anyway. So, it was like everything was like it was a training mission. It didn't get real until after we left the target, and we've already had several birds get shot down and get shot up, and we took casualties, and we got back to the JMAO at Howard Air Force Base. I was supposed to be the last helicopter out of 15 helicopters to arrive, and we were the only helicopter to arrive. And then we were told, reload, you're going back in, the bird got shot down. That's when it started getting like, okay, now it's real, right?
Yeah.
So, but to Joe's point, no matter what you do in life, practice, the old saying, perfect practice makes perfect. There's a lot of truth to that. Why? Because you're building that nervous system. You're building, all those things, that autogenic conditioning, either by yourself or as a collective, right? As a team. My team in Delta, for example, my assault team, we would flow through a building like water, man. We knew what everybody was going to do. I knew what shot a guy would take and he wouldn't take. They knew what shot I would. It was just, we had done it so much. We were like really just one body with different appendages and worked together, right? And so that's what made us so effective, is because we trained so many times, so many different scenarios at it, and we did it in the most extreme manner, right? Live fire bullets shooting around each other, over each other, behind each other, and it just became, a normal occurrence, everything we did. So you can do it as an individual, and you can do it as a collective, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be just, wartime stuff. So, some of you guys may have never experienced that out there, but it doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're playing on a football team, whether you're working as a team in a business, right? A group of you are, you're on a project together, and your job is to, create widgets or a certain type of service, as a team. You learn, everybody's strengths and weaknesses. It's funny. I was telling Joe and actually my daughter the other day, because we were talking about issues like with team building, and so this kind of falls into the realm of leadership stuff that Joe and I are teaching out there. So anytime you build a team for anything, there's basically 5 phases to team building. Okay, and the first one is obviously forming the team. Okay, guys, we're gonna group up, and here's our mission. This is what we're going to do together, right? And then the next part is what we call storming, and that's where all of a sudden everybody's trying to figure out where their station is, right? And so there's a little shuffling and jousting and pushing going on, and everybody's trying to position themselves, mostly because they don't understand. They don't understand their job description, right? They don't know what the left and right limits are. They don't know what their space is, right? They don't know where the fence is established yet, right? The fences keep moving, and people keep crawling over each other's fences, right? But once that's all sorted out in the storming process, then the next phase is norming, where we're actually working together as a team, right? And so there's these 5 steps, right? But basically it goes to that point. So there's a psychological component to working as a group as well, right? And we're social animals. Bottom line, we're social creatures, just like wolves and horses and everything else out there. There's a hierarchy that we abide by, that we live by, and there's order, and that's the reason we have that, is to keep order, right? So that we are more effective. So you have to be able to work, as a team, and you also have to be able to work unilaterally, independently, right? Ideally, like a Delta Force operator, the reason we're selected, one of the reasons we were selected, is because they want a guy that can not only work as a team and get along with the guys on the team and work as a collective, but also can go out there by himself and do the job alone. And And I've seen when that doesn't work. I've seen when you have people that have their own agenda, and it just kind of screws everything up, and it's not very efficient. But anyways, so to answer, so a long answer to Joe's response is train the way you're going to fight, train the way you expect to work. You go to med school, right? They're going to teach you how to do whatever you do, right? To be a doctor, right? And you're going to learn it exactly. Do it this way, you know. Don't wing it because you slept in Holiday Inn last night. I'm going to do it my way. That's do what you're trained to do, right? And if you do that, chances are you can't go wrong.
Yeah. So for to y'all's coaching, so yeah, I have a predisposition to, because I look at stuff like Tony Robbins, and so I have a predisposition to kind of look at it and almost like roll my eyes, be like, because it's like, even I remember Joe Rogan said this years ago. He was like, Tony Robbins is like, he's successful, but he's successful at being successful. He's like, it's not like he's a retired, MMA fighter or sniper or whatever, and he's teaching you this. He's like, he's successful. He's like, and I'm not shitting on the guy. He's like, the guy's made his bank. He's like, but he's like, he's successful at being successful, if that makes sense. So for someone like me, back when I could do like 150 push-ups straight, do 40 pull-ups and run a mile, back when I was fucking shredded, I was probably like 170. After my brother, I shot up to like 237. Right now, I'm at 205, and I'm still trying to get rid of my man titties, right? And I'm trying to grow this podcast with the same ferocity that I got into med school. Even right now, it's very tiny. But my goal is to, just like when I first started studying and barely getting A's, to beating the shit out of other Ivy League applicants. There was a long road, but I eventually got there. So, how would I utilize y'all's training program to, like, how would I be able to show? So for like a real time, you could sell it in real time. How would I utilize it as someone that's doing my podcast every day, to where you could look back in 6 months and be like, now look at where his podcast is. Look how much weight he's lost. Like, look how much less of a pussy he is. Like, how would people be able to, if I did tier 1 performance coaching, or if I did y'all's program, how would I benefit from that? Not to put you on the spot, but also, to challenge it, because I do have a predisposition to, again, be the man you can be. Like, infomercial at 2 a.m, and it's like, if you want 10 Ferraris and a bunch of hookers, like, you can do this too. And it's,
Actually, let me start this. No, I'll be honest with you. When it comes to the real science behind this stuff, Dale got his doctorate in this kind of stuff, and I'm not even in his league. I know how it works, but he knows the finite stuff.
Sure.
Let me just give you one. I'm just going to give you one gold nugget. All right. It's not so much about making your podcast better and making you fitter. It's making you better. Once you make yourself better, it just leaks into everything else.
Yeah.
It just dude. It just leaks into all parts of your life. So this is one thing that I tell people. I'm going to give one really big gold nugget. And so I told this, I'm coaching this young man, and he lacks, confidence and a bunch of other things. But anyway, one of the things I told him, I said, what motivates you? Do you want the Lamborghini? Do you want this? Do you want that? Da, da, da. And he's like, no, not really. And I said, well, then what is it about you and your psyche that motivates you to the core? And what I mean by that is motivates you to almost an emotional state. And I'll give you an example. Yeah. So I lost my mother years ago when I was in high school. Tragically, she was taken out of my life. Boom, gone. I carry a picture around in my wallet of my mom to this day. And when I look at it, it rocks me to the core. Like it's not superficial. You know what I'm saying? Cars and material things are actually superficial things, guys. Those are just a way to keep score. Look, I've had a Ferrari, big freaking deal. Yeah. You know what? I don't have it anymore. I sold it. Lost $40,000. Real smart investment, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, those are very superficial type of motivations. Like, perfect example. Guys go, oh man, I want to be a green beret. I want to wear the green beret. It sucks. It's a fucking hot hat. I don't ever wear it. Can't stand it. I want to be a Navy SEAL. I want to wear the Trident. That's great. That's superficial.
Yeah.
You'll never make it through the training. Never. If that's what's motivating you. Never.
Yeah.
Because when you're sucking ass and you're cold and you're wet and you got blisters and you're nauseous, you got a headache, that is not going to rattle you emotionally and go, wake up.
Yeah.
You know, but when I thought of my mom, her saying, Joe, I know you can do this. She was the only one. That gives you a huge psychological edge.
Yeah.
It has to rock you to the core. And I'll give you one more. So, and Dale and I experienced, we had a mutual friend that died tragically in a helicopter accident that Dale and I were both at. I got off the helicopter. Dale and this other gentleman were going to get on it. The other guy got on it, crashed, and killed him. As one of our dear friends. Anyway, I carry a picture of this guy in my gym bag because every morning, except for Sundays, and I talk about it in my book, he would call me at like 6:30 in the morning, wake up. And he'd already be at the gym. He'd already be at the boxing gym. And I'd be just crawling my lazy ass out of bed.
Yeah.
When I see his picture, it rocks me to the core.
Yeah.
When I go to the gym, I open up my bag. There's a little plastic, and his picture's right there. And dude, I've literally thrown up in the garbage can at the gym and went right back to work.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to disappoint him. Like, I know he'd be disappointed if I wasn't putting out 100%.
Yeah.
So the whole point of what I'm saying is, you want to get the top performance, you've got to find that thing, that one, not two.
Joe? Where'd he go? Did he freeze? Joe?
He's probably having a comms issue.
Oh.
I know he was outside on probably using his data, his phone.
No, that's fine. Yeah, he froze.
Well, anyways, I'll pick up where he left off.
No, I get what you're saying. No, you can't. You know, it's like when I was pre-med, I was never like, I want the white coat. It was like, you don't look at it like that. Even now, I mean, I have my brother's initials tattooed on my shoulder. And for me, it's not like I want to have 10 million subscribers and I want to have a big house. To me, I'm like, I look at pictures of me super overweight, you know, addicted to anxiety pills and, you know, just losing myself, long greasy hair, just, you know, blaming everyone, just the antithesis of what I was in college. And I look at myself and that's what gets me going. I'm like, it's one thing to fall that low. Like, how awesome would it be if I rose up and conquered? And to me, it's like every time I have someone up, like Delta Force, or on Friday I'm having on nuclear fusion scientists from Oxford University, and it's like every time I get some, to me it's just like, it's just a win. And I'm like I'm gonna crush it. I'm like, to everyone that said I was down and out, I'm like, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna destroy it. And like Joe's picture of his mom, that's what I see on my tattoo every day. I see my brother's initials. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking crush it. Like, I'm gonna, you know, anyone can get into med school and be in good shape. Who can lose a sibling, gain a ton of weight, get on a ton of drugs, and come back and conquer? That's my driving thing. I'm like, that, I don't give a whether I have where I am now or whether I have 10 million subscribers. I'm like, I want the same mindset every day. I want the same, like, bleeding hunger. Like, I don't want, okay, I've got to the point. Because once you reach the goal, the finish line, you're fucked. Because you get to it. You always want to push the goal. Let's go to the next peak. You never want to get there because you're dead. Once you stop, you're like what you said. I'm a shark. If I stop swimming, I'm dead. Yeah.
So there's two. So, you know, to expand on what Joe was saying, he's right. So my father was my motivation all my life. Everything I did was for my father. Always. I wanted to, not that I was, you know, I had a great father.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to make him proud. I didn't want to disappoint him. So everything I did, it was him. Yeah. I did it for him. I literally did it for him until he passed away 8 years ago. And I remember thinking, damn, now what? Now my father's not here anymore. And then I realized now I'm not doing it for my father anymore. Now I'm doing it for my kids.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it to be the best that I can be for my family. I want to set the example. But, you know, to your point, what can we do to change and make you a better person? First thing we do is I have you challenge your paradigms. All right. Forget all the nonsense that you probably learned all your life, all the bullshit, you know, the that people have beaten your head.
Yeah.
You know,
you have to challenge all of that and ask yourself, is it really valid? And then, like, for example, growing up, in my era, I always felt like, okay, when you're over the age of 30, pretty much you got, one leg in the grave, you're an old man. That was a mindset, right? And probably so, because at that time, a lot of guys weren't as fit as they are today. And so I kind of grew up with that thinking, and then what happened was I was fortunate. I was very lucky because when I went to Delta as a very young man at the age of 23, I started looking around and looking at all these old dudes, and I'm like, man, these guys are studs. Man. They're old. They're freaking studs, man. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, they just broke that paradigm for me. I just realized, no, man, you know what? That's why I'll be 57 next month. And I'm like, I'm setting the example for, hopefully a lot of other people out there. I'm just getting started, man.
Yeah.
I'm not as good a shape as I once was. I'm stronger than I ever was. I'm in great shape. I don't run as fast as I used to by choice, but overall, I'm just as healthy as I was when I was in my 20s. I have nothing wrong with me. Look, I've been injured. I've been fragmented. I got fragmentation wounds in my body. I've had concussions. I've had a lot of stuff happen to me. Helicopter crashes, broken bones, but nothing ails me. Nothing has slowed me down. Nothing. To this day, I'm not waking up in the morning and go, oh, my back. Helicopter crash, my knee. So it's because of a certain mindset. So the first thing you have to do is we have to change. We have to have you challenge your paradigms, and we'll go through that process with you, and then you'll start to realize through introspection. Okay, you start evaluating your inside. You go, man, these are my weaknesses, these are my strengths. We do the SWOT analysis, right? Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and then you do this analysis, and we got many things that we use, tools for this, so that you can kind of self-evaluate, and we can help evaluate where you are, and then figure out the direction that that you want to go, and help guide you there. But you're right. So Joe's right. You have to have something to motivate you. Okay, most people, you would think, they have to have family, especially, children and a wife or a husband, that they would go, what, for them, I am going to be the best that I can be, and do all I can. If you're a parent, you would think that they would go, and actually a lot of parents do. Most parents are like, they'll do anything for their kids, right, to make them better than them. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, what? Why are you not making yourself better by example, right? You can make your kids better, and you can make yourself better, right? Rather than going, hey, don't do as I do, do as I say.
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do.
Right? And this is where we're going about the self-leadership thing. How the hell can you lead your kids? You can't even lead yourself, right? And so you're looking at your kids and you're wondering why they're, why they're a train wreck. It's because you're the blame, right? And so there's so many dynamics at play here, and this is what Joe and I have been trying to have sorted out, and we've come up with different programs to include programs for kids. When we say kids, we mean like teenage boys, around the age of 13 to 17.
Sure.
They're in their they're in their impressionable years, they're hormonal years, right? And I think in those years, it's going to make or break them. If they're going to go to college, how they do in college is depend on how they entered college, right? What their mindsets, their self-leadership skills, if they even have anything, if anybody even beat them into. My dad did, and my dad literally beat them into me with a damn army belt.
Yeah.
Like if I stepped out of line, I got a beat, and my mom.
Me and my brothers, we physically learned how to shut the fuck up.
Well, it's not even.
I know what you mean. We physically
learning, right?
We learned and we physically learned with a wooden spoon.
And look, it didn't make me it didn't make me a psychopathic killer. Anyways, I'm not a mass murderer. I'm actually done very well. And if you ask my ex-wife, she'll tell you otherwise. I'm not stable, but I'm quite stable.
Whatever. But
anyways, so to answer your question, that's kind of a long answer to even a longer answer, because it's not that simple. Like just do this and
I get that. Yeah, when I worded it as how does my podcast get better? How does my how do I?
It's better by changing you.
That's right? What I mean. I didn't mean to be like they're going to tell me how to do a podcast and they're going to tell me how to diet. No, I get that, because even in college, like when it was, it wasn't just that I knew how to lift weights or I knew how to invest. It wasn't just that I knew how to study for organic chemistry or I knew how to diet. It was very different. To me, there was a couple things you had to do. It was 8 hours of sleep. It was exercise. It was a cold shower. It was meditation, and it was eating less than you want to eat. And it was, if you could do that, your mind would get so laser focused, it would turn into a knife. And then it didn't matter what you were doing. Like the research I published, that was research with nickel toxicity on fish. That is not what I give a fuck about. I didn't give a fuck about it before, not during, and not after. All right? But I knew that would help me get into medical school, so I did it. If you looked at me as just some like meathead and you're like, you published this? Like, yeah. And it's, well, how did you get good? I didn't get good at doing research with fish. It was like 1,800 hours of research. No, I got good at honing my mind to do anything. Since I've moved home, I went from just this like meathead to science-minded med school, also got into pharmacy school. What did I do when I came home? I taught myself graphic design to the point where I was making stuff for like DJs in LA. And then I was like, I want to make a podcast. So I get that point where it's like, no, you're not learning all the, it's not like, hey, how do I learn how to hit that target and the target after that and the target after that? You're going to teach me how to use a scope, and then I'll be able to do all of those, whatever I want. So I get that. It's how do I get the mind, and then I can do whatever I want. I can get good at sewing. I can
Well, you know what it is, Thomas, too, and I'm learning this as Dale and I have been talking. And I hate to say this, but man, I don't know if you guys agree or not, but just talking about the male population, guys have been emasculated.
The pussification of America.
I hear it from my female friends, from my cousin, everybody. We're the real men. We're okay. I surround myself with real men anyway, so like I kind of see it, and I don't though. I see it when I'm out and about, but my circle of influence are real men like Dale. Like he's a man's man, right?
Yeah.
And so what we're trying to do with this, you know, let's face it, the majority of our coaching is going to be towards the male population.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fine. Well, you're males, yeah.
So, and it's not that we're doing it by choice, but I mean, of course, we take on female clients. But the bottom line is, men relate to us better than a woman would.
Okay.
But what we're doing is, to be quite frank and to shrink it down, we're empowering a man to be a man.
Yeah.
We're giving you the tools that can shape your person to be a better man, and to have the confidence. Look, and Dale will tell you this. I'm sure you do too. You've had this happen yourself. You know, like when you work out, right? You know, I actually get euphoric feeling knowing, like right now, if you were to say, Joe, go out and run 10 miles, I can't. Go out and swim 2 miles, I can't. There's a power to that. Like it's a confidence that it gets into your whole psyche. And that's why Dale was saying it's the mind, body, spirit, but spirit not so much in the religious, but the ether, as Dale would call it. And that's the energy, right? But it's a combination, just like the fitness triad, you know, nutrition, exercise, and rest and recovery. If one of those legs are missing, it don't work.
The whole thing's fucked.
Well, it's the same with what we're doing. You may be, you know, this and this, but if you're physically a mess, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You may have the right mindset, and you've got to have it. All the pistons have to be firing for optimal performance.
Yeah.
If two are firing, sure. Maybe you got a 500 horsepower engine that's running at 400 horsepower. But if we tweak this one little cylinder, now all the cylinders are firing. Now you're rocking and rolling. Bro. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's what we do. We tweak, and it's all there.
Yeah.
This is the scary part. Everybody has it.
Yeah.
But like Dale says, you have to have a little paradigm shift. You got to quit thinking, you know, and follow the rest of it. Like Dale said, following all the sheep right off the cliff. You're just grazing right off the edge of the cliff. You got to tweak your thinking a little bit. You know, lift your head up and kind of see what the hell's going on around you. But that's all it is. We're just tweaking the engine, and that's why we call it mind-body engineering.
Yeah, and
because we're working on your mind, your body, and the ether. That's it. Because we've done it. And I'll be the first to tell you, I don't have nearly, not even close to Dale's education, but, you know, I've got experience, you know, just like Dale does.
Yeah.
And so I would rather be taught by someone like myself that's been there and done that. And like, if I failed, sure, everybody fails, you know, and that's a part of being a man.
Yeah.
Looking in the mirror and say, I've fallen on my ass, but I got up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? I can't stand these people that say, I've never failed. Really?
Then you haven't pushed hard enough.
I've never failed with that shit. Then you need to be coaching me, because I don't know how you could possibly be a grown-ass adult and you've never failed. Well, I'm going to tell you how. You've never done a damn thing.
Yeah.
How does that saying go? A knight in shining armor, he's never had his armor tested.
Yeah. What did Elon Musk say?
Right.
What did Elon Musk say? If you're not
Same.
If you're not failing, you're not innovating enough. He's like, if my rockets aren't blowing up occasionally, then I'm just not going balls to the walls. But he'd literally be like, so when they'd be like, how would you feel about that failure? He'd be like, fantastic. I know that, he's like, I go to the point of failure, and then I'm like, okay, and then we bring it back 1%.
Yeah. Everybody's afraid of that word.
Yeah. Yeah, no, dude, failure is your best fucking friend, man. Failure is your best fucking friend, because it's only absolute if you accept it and go, I failed, and now it's finished forever. No, failure just means...
Like, dude, I don't know if you ever read the story about Dyson. Dyson vacuum cleaners. I've read it.
You're breaking up.
To fail, to learn how to know what you're doing wrong, to succeed. There's nothing wrong with failing.
Joe, your image froze again. There you go. You're back. You're saying, you gotta. It's,
you there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, guys, just an FYI, I'm in the boonies.
Yeah,
I'm in the boonies.
You're fine.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm in the boonies right now, kind of like my little fallback place.
No. You should apologize, Joe. Fuck you. Yeah, no, no, dude. It's if you're not. I mean, dude, you have to get rejected. If every person I ask to come on my podcast says yes, then I'm not aiming big enough. I told Dale, fucking. Once I got Dale to come on my podcast, I was like, oh shit, I got a Delta Force guy. And I was like, so I got to start aiming higher. So what did I do the next day? I sent an email to retired General Mattis, and I got a fat no. But I got a response from Mattis' secretary. She said General Mattis laughed and said he's flattered. Okay. Yeah, but I was like, okay, bring it back a little bit. Mattis said no. So I asked someone else, said no. Got a little lower. Got a scientist from Oxford, and he said, yeah, I'll do your podcast. And I was like, boom, there we go. And now I'm going to start going forward from him. What?
You should ask Matt, hey, man, you going to let a Delta Force guys outperform you?
The thing is I sent an email to him, and I was like, hey, I would like to talk to General Mattis for my podcast, and, like, I didn't get a response. And so I was like, shit. Well, I was like, he's a paid speaker. So, like, a week went by, I didn't hear back anything. So I was like, so I sent another email, and I said, hey, would General Mattis like to do my podcast? 30 minutes. I won't bring up war. I won't bring up politics. I just want to ask him, how is he staying sane during retirement? Got a response an hour later. And I was like, okay, I'm tweaking it. And it was, General Mattis laughed. He said he's flattered, but he's far too busy. He's making bank doing talks. I get it. But I was just like, okay. But then I was like, okay, bring it back a little bit. Now I got to go a little lower. But yeah, no, I should have played on and been like, hey man, these Delta Force guys said you're a pussy. I'm just, not, they're calling you out. So, yeah, man. Yeah, man. My cousins.
You know what's so funny though, Tom?
Yeah.
Tom, you know what's so funny? It's just like a good analogy too. Is like when guys go to the range and shoot, right?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to have that pretty little target with a hole shot out of the center of it, right? And this is what I tell people all the time. You're shooting too freaking slow.
Yeah.
If you're doing that, you need to speed up your shots. You got to find that balance between speed and accuracy.
Yeah.
And I shoot at least once or twice a week.
Yeah.
I mean, I do a lot of shooting. So I will shoot and purposely shoot faster and take my rounds outside of the A zone.
Yeah.
Just to dial in my speed and then bring it back a little bit.
Yeah.
That's how you get better. And that's a perfect analogy, because they'll probably seen it too. These guys want to have these pretty little targets. Like, dude, that's not impressing me. All that tells me is they're shooting slow and you know all the 7 fundamentals. That's about it.
Yeah.
But when you start spreading out your runs, that's telling me I'm trying to shoot faster. I'm trying to get target acquisition quicker, trying to get on the trigger faster. That's what you need to be doing.
Yeah.
When you push yourself past your limits, then you reel yourself back in, push past, reel yourself back in, and then that limit grows and grows and grows.
That's how you
have to go past.
Yeah.
You got to go past to get better.
If you're not approaching women who are so far out of your league that they're laughing before they say no, well, then you're not going at the limit. If every girl says, yeah, sure, I'd like to eat a cup of coffee, well, bro, I mean, hey, whatever, golf clap. But like, if you're not going up to some dime who looks you up and down and literally just gives you like a visual fuck off, all right, bring it back a little bit. Go, next girl, okay, next. And then finally a girl says, yeah, I'll let you buy me a drink. And it's like, all right, like we're in business. And it, it's...
You're the man.
But that's how you got to do it, dude. That's what failure... I mean... Literally working out.
It's the mindset, Tom.
Yeah, lifting weights to failure. It's literally called to failure. Like
failure,
you get to that point.
There's a reason they call it that.
Yeah, but yeah, like you said, man.
I didn't make that shit up.
Yeah, the fucking pussification of America, man. We had every guy's like, well, I'm not too sure if I want to fail at that thing. I'm like, dude. Fail and get up and make it your bitch. Well, I don't know, man. I think it's toxic masculinity. Dude, if you use that term, get a noose and fucking hang yourself because you're an embarrassment. Toxic masculinity. There's too much testosterone in society nowadays.
Yeah, that's why Joe and I are doing what we do, man. You know what? We're not going to try to save all the beta males out there.
No, they can't be saved.
We're here to help those that want to, want to help themselves, want to be better versions of themselves. You know what? There's nothing wrong. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. Okay, that's just something the left made up. Yeah, that's something the snowflakes made up. Yeah, that's what there's no such thing. No. And masculinity is not a bad thing. Okay, there's nothing wrong with being masculine. Okay, this whole thing, what's toxic? Okay, what is toxic anyways? We can talk about toxic femininity all day long. Yeah, I can tell you what's toxic about women if you want to go down that road. Yeah, the reality is, men should be men, women should be women. Unfortunately, we have too many people out there that think.
Let's not go there.
I know. But the point is, at the end of the day, man, there's nothing wrong with being a man.
And there's nothing wrong with being a woman.
And here's how I relate to that. I had a real life example of how it can go bad. I won't go into all the details. I won't give you the time, but I'll give you the location. It was in Afghanistan, and we had basically, long story short, there was a big military operation, U.S. military, Afghan National Army, my guys, and make a long story short, there was a U.S. Army MRAP had been hit in an ambush, took casualties, guys were laying around, they were still getting hit, they're laying out in the open. My platoon of guys came around the corner, one American and the rest were Afghans, and they looked and go, damn, you guys are laying out there getting shot up, when you guys are sitting under the tree here up against the wall with your gear off, your helmet's off, chilling out, and the entire platoon. And he asked them, why are you not doing anything? And the response was, hey, it was too hard. It's too hot, man. It's too hot, right? That was basically, it's like, hey, man, it's too much trouble to go out there. It's hot right now. Let's wait till the sun goes down. We'll go out there when it's cool. And he called up the captain and asked him, sir, what's going on? How come your men aren't out there saving your American buddies, I can't get them to do anything. I can't, it's like, damn, dude, you're totally impotent, And so what ended up happening was our guys went out there and actually pull Americans off the objective and started provide medical aid for them. And so that was a big stinking deal. And that wasn't that long ago. And when you look at, okay, this is what we got now. This is the next generation that's out there on the battlefield. Not saying that all millennials are bad. I'm not saying that there's good dudes out there as well. But this is a different mindset. And this mindset has been basically slowly been kind of like introduced to the new generation, even the military. Even the military. Yeah. One of the reasons I got out in 2001 was basically in basic training, you couldn't drill, you couldn't yell at the trainees, right? And if you did, they actually had a stress card. They pulled out of their pocket, hold it up, and the drill sergeant had to stop yelling at them and leave them alone because you're stressing them out. Okay, that's no shit. They didn't have to pass the physical fitness test in basic training. The idea was, when they show up to the unit, your sergeant will train you and get you in shape. And I thought, man, that is just a bunch of crap because I don't have time to get you in shape. And it got worse, right? Even on the special forces team, they took out the requirement to know how to swim. They're like, well, if you don't know how to swim, when you go to your team sergeant has to teach you how to swim. And I actually had a water team. And I'm like, dude, if you show up to my team today, we might have to deploy tomorrow on a water mission. If you can't swim, I can't use you. So you shouldn't show up to my team untrained. But that was the mindset, right? And the whole gentler army came, starting to come about, and that's where I decided that's it for me. I'm out of here. And that has never really gone completely away, And I'm not trying to say that everybody falls in that category. There's some good dudes out there, some good soldiers out there, but there's a prevailing attitude, and we've all heard it, man. We've all heard everybody gets a trophy attitude. There's no losers. Everybody's a winner. And be kind, be sensitive. Come on, man. You know what? It takes rough men, man. It takes rough men to fight wars. And we're not, that generation is lost, man. I have the utmost respect for those that fought in World War II, World War I, even the Vietnam and Korean Wars. Those guys were still, those were still men's men, and there's been this whole new society, and I don't know where it started. I don't know if it started with Dr. Spock, but this whole mindset that we've got to be, we got to be kind and gentle, and we're all equal, and we have to cut the boys' nuts off, so they can be with the girls, and come on, man, we're killing our society. While we're doing that to ourselves, that's not just American society; it's the West. You go look at the East, man. You look at the Russians, the Chinese,
you look at Russia,
like the North Koreans, and even the Afghans, the Taliban, how they're trained to fight. They're fighting the way we used to train in the 50s and 60s, man. Yeah. When we were churning out pipe hitters, they're doing now what we were doing then. Yeah. And it's flipped, man. And so, and people don't think that's a big deal, and the average person that's sitting on the couch, they just don't grasp that concept because they're sitting in the cozy living room, and even now there's a coronavirus war going on out there, if that's what you want to call it, and they're like, oh, I'm scared. I hope the coronavirus doesn't invade my house, kill me, and I end up in the hospital, and they're hoping to God that somebody's out there fighting the war for them, which they are. You got first responders out there, doctors, soldiers, everybody, doing their part, but while the sheeple can sit at home and judge, right? Yeah. And so, what we want to do, and when I wrote my book, I'll shut my mouth here in a second. When I wrote my book, American Badass, I got a lot of blowback from, not a lot, but there's some people that gave me a hard time. Actually, some good friends of mine were like, a real badass doesn't have to tell people he's a badass. Everybody knows that, so we're no longer friends. I'm like, wow, you're an idiot because
that was your nickname.
Don't judge the book by the cover.
But that was your nickname. That was guys on the show gave you that nickname. Exactly.
But the point of the book was not to show you that I'm a badass. It was actually, I jokingly tell people, is to show you that I'm a good ass. Right? Yeah. And I don't mean in a sexual way, okay? Yeah. Except for both, maybe. But the point to all that is, being a badass American is about being a good patriot, a good citizen, a good soldier, a good father. Those are the things that embody what I think is a badass, right? Being a badass, being a troublemaker, you're a dumbass, okay? And you deserve your ass kicked. Yeah. And so that's the point to all this thing, right? Is, if you want to be a badass, be a badass by being a good person, man, a good man. What exemplifies, a good man? Look at those that have built this country and have made it what it is today. It was hard, rough men and women have created this country, and it's not the snowflakes of today. They're tearing it down. Yeah. So anyway, that's my little rant.
No, Buy American Badass in stores now. No, but no, I was gonna say that, man. Like that. That was literally when you were on that show. That was the nickname the other contestants gave you was American Bad. Yeah, no. For anyone that's like, who would write a book named American? It's like, dude, it was his nickname. That was not yours. But yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is, and I've brought this up in past episodes, man. Like, your book is the exact opposite of there I was, no shit, covered in dog vomit with night vision on. I haven't slept in a week. No, it was like, so there I am, man, vomiting lobster into my bulletproof vest, and I feel like a dumbass. Like, it's the exact opposite of like Black Ops. It's like, no, it is like on one page it's like Black Ops, and the next day it's like, yeah, man, I felt like such a dumbass. Like, I'm sitting there just like, oh, I'm so stupid. Like,
well, you know what? The reality is, there's a human side to us, man. Me and Joe and all of us, man, we're at the end of the day, we're just human beings, man. Yeah. And that's it, and the reason we can do all the things that we do is because we have this superhuman mindset. Yeah. We're willing to do the hard thing to be better people, and not only for ourselves, but for our country. Yeah. And for our fellow citizens and our families and friends. It's all mindset that makes us so different. When I was a Delta Force operator, I weighed 164 pounds, dude. Yeah. Soaking wet. Yeah. An average guy was about my size over there. Yeah. I told you, my
best shape, I was pushing like 170.
And it's like, but we carried a lot of freaking weight at our size. He talked about in one of our one of our videos about how much weight you carry in a backpack
related to your body weight percentages, 20, 30%. But hell, he can tell you, I carried at least 50 to 60% of my body weight on my back.
Yeah.
I weighed 164 pounds. My rucksack never weighed less than 80 pounds.
Yeah.
Never. With all the goddamn batteries and gear and crap out ammo and stuff and a little bit of food. I carried it perfectly. I carried it just like I carried it no problem. Like a part of my body,
Yeah.
Do the mindset and training.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, just talking about like the human side of it. It's another thing that comes with failures. I've had so many people ask, they're like, dude, how did you get Comstock on your podcast? I give them the same answer. I emailed them.
Yeah.
They're like, how'd you get him on, man? I emailed him. Very professional. Said, Mr. Comstock, would you like to do this? What did he say? He said, yeah, LOL. And so I said, okay, yeah. And he's like, I was like, and then it's all gravy. He was like, how'd you get him on?
I'm gonna use Joe's word, man. I'm gonna throw you a nugget, a little golden nugget, right?
Yeah.
And so here's a little golden nugget. 40% of the time, if you ask for something, you get it.
Yeah.
100% of the time, if you don't ask, you don't get anything.
Yeah, you do not get it.
Think about that for a minute,
you didn't get it, yeah. Mattis said no. Yeah. Okay, cool. Like, Dale said yes. Win-win. It's like I got one, I didn't get the other.
There's more 4-star generals out there, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. I tried to get in
contact. I can get you some generals if you want some generals on there.
Dude, get me some. I'm trying to get. Yeah, dude, because I'm trying to get more and more guests.
I can get you the first black Green Beret general.
Can you?
Yeah.
Please do.
General Butler.
Yeah, I can probably get Remo Butler on.
Please do.
Yeah, Remo Butler. Yeah.
I gotta check with him. But,
dude. Yeah. What's up?
He was a 7th group commander, wasn't he, Dale?
Yeah, 7th group.
Yeah.
He and I used to box together at the Fort Bragg boxing gym together.
No shit.
We used to box and spar together. We made some videos together. Good friends, and I'm still in touch with him today.
My dad didn't know him well. My dad's from a small town, but I think my dad's younger brother, my uncle, is good friends with them. I know they were in the same social circle, but Mike Durant. Yeah. I don't know how to go about getting him on my podcast, but I was like, yeah, I need to get him on my podcast. But yeah, it's not really other ones like him, but I don't know how I'd get him. But yeah, no, dude, anyone, y'all send them my way. Get some fucking people and send them my way.
Right.
Yeah, man.
So Tom, you watched my show?
Yeah.
Did you watch my show?
Dual Survivor? No.
You never watched it?
I'm sorry. Did you? Are you angry?
Oh, that's it. That's the end of this podcast.
What?
No. Yeah, nice talking.
Yeah.
Because, dude, everybody relates to me to this damn show, and what I tell people, it's like Dale says all the time. That's just one step in my life. It was a job.
Yeah.
And I transitioned into it and out of it, and like you can't relate people to like certain things, and like people relate to Dale and I being in spec ops, all that stuff. But like Dale said, we're people, man. That was just a job.
Yeah.
It was a unique job, and it shaped us to who we are and taught us how to be, have that winning mindset. But it's the whole idea of like when I talk to people, not judging a book by its cover. We already talked about that. You got to be very careful in life, and the whole thing I'm bringing up here is be very careful in life. As you climb the ladder of success, who you step on to get to that ladder, because guess what? Those asses you're stepping on are the same asses you're going to kiss on the way back down.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So, and I talk about this in my book a little bit as well.
What's your book?
You got to be very careful. One chapter is just on business.
What's your book?
One's on relation. Yep.
What's your book?
Yeah, so my book is coming out May 10th. It's called Lone Operator.
All right.
It's on Amazon right now. It's also online.
Is it going to be on Audible?
And it's basically an autobiography first. It took me about a year to write it. But it's an autobiography, but it's also lessons learned. Me growing up, and I was bullied in high school and all this stuff, like how I moved through a lot of tragedy in my life and got in the military and tragedy here and how do you work through that kind of stuff and stay focused. And There's a lot of insight to how I grew up and like my mindset of when I was like 7 years old, wanting to be in the military and I wanted to be that commando and all that. And so, and it goes all through, the show. I talk about a couple stories in the show, and then I talk about business. I talk about relationships and stuff like that. But which is really funny because the publishing company, I told them, I said, man, I really don't want to talk about relationships. I really want to steer clear. And they're like, you need to have that in there. You've got female fans and stuff. So I don't get into the dirty, the X-rated stuff, obviously. Yeah. I keep it PG-13, because either young men and young women may be reading it. So I keep it very busy. But man, it comes out May 10th, and it's great because Dale's got a book about the same thing. So it segues great into what we're doing. We're both published authors. And I've read. I have a copy of Dale's book, autographed copy, and I've read it. And I've actually highlighted things in it that's great gold nuggets. And my book's got a few in there too. So, but yeah, come May 10th. And I've got some pretty good. I actually sent out like 15 copies to different people, and I've got some really good reviews. Some pretty high-powered people that'll be on the back of the book. And but yeah, man, it was a lot harder than I thought, actually, because I'm not, I didn't do, I'm not an English major. Yeah. But I had a guy help me, Liam Wolf, and he's a former Navy intel guy. So what I was talking about, I didn't have to explain to him what words meant, intel and, exfil and infill. He already knew it all. And so I wrote the book, and then he kind of put it together for me, like, hey, you need something here. Like, you went from here to here. What happened? So he was a huge help. But yeah, man, I'm real proud of it, man. I never thought I'd be a published author. I didn't think that'd be one of my accolades. But pretty proud of it. Yeah, man. Yeah, well, yeah, I never fucking thought I would have started a podcast. You guys trying to keep this podcast going? You want to keep talking, or you guys got stuff to do? Yeah, I think. How long do you normally do it for, bro? Well, yesterday I did one for 30 minutes, and I've done one with some guys, Air Force guys, 4.5 hours. So it doesn't matter. Yeah. Joe's got to do a coaching call here in a bit. All right. Yeah, I actually have a coaching call in about 25 minutes. All right. But, wrap it up with let's you fuckers want to do another one sometime? Yeah, we'll do another one. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That. All right. Yeah, man. Dale, I'll send you my schedule. Okay. Let's do it again. Yeah, man. I got too many fucking questions, but yeah. Right. Thanks for doing it, guys. Your book's not out yet, so Dale, I'll link your book, and I have your Tier 1 operator link, so I'll put that up there too. But Tier 1 performance coaching. Loan operator, Tier 1 performance coaching. There you go. Fuck yeah. So let's definitely do another one. Oh, right. Here's the quote to leave everyone with. I was going to say about using you guys for training your mind and life coaching. There's a quote that I always love, and it's never trust a skinny chef. All right, because that's a guy that hasn't had his own cooking. So yeah, we all are perfect. You can get leadership from you because it's not just you guys want to be number one. Welcome to Tommy's leadership class. It's like, no, you're just two fucking badasses. So yeah, you want girls, you want money. Yeah, you want girls, you want money. Well, call this number now. You can have a cheesy as smile as me. No. If you're a limp dick, spineless beta male, go do those. But if you want to grab your nuts, do Tier 1 performance coaching. Dale Comstock, Joe Teti, thank you very much for doing the podcast, and let's do another one, guys. For sure. Thanks, guys. All right. Take care. Peace. Peace. Dale Comstock, Joe Teti, two American warriors. What's going on, guys? What's up, brother? All right, so it's I can only do about an hour today, but so you guys were talking about, because we were just saying not so nice things about Tony Robbins, and we all kind of agreed upon he kind of targets the same middle-aged balding guys that want to go back to a time and turn back time, but no one's really there's no male figures for. I'm very lucky. I have an awesome father who's in my life. Some of my friends don't, and I know a lot of my friends my age right now, 29, are just starting to have sons, and
a lot of them aren't happy with the way things are going nowadays, where it's, toxic masculinity, where boys can't be boys. I have 3 brothers. My mom said it was much easier to raise boys because we go outside and we punch each other, and you don't need to explain it any more than that. But nowadays, it's being demonized, and you guys were just talking about that, and I thought it was pretty neat. So let's just jump on into it. So what is it? What is it? I mean, I'm too old. I'm 29. I get it. I'm not. I can't qualify for the coupon. But what is it? What is y'all's youth training, and why is it better than, the dime a dozen stuff out there?
You have to look at the world today that we live in, and it's a different world from when Joe and I, we're almost the same age, grew up. Okay, we're actually in our mid-50s. I'm actually over that hump. In fact, I'm a little more than mid-50s. But when we grew up, it was we were rough and tumble boys, man. We had a problem. We settled it with a fight. We shook hands and dusted off and went back to being friends again. I'll share a quick story. My dad growing up, right? My dad, man. I mean, if I got in a fight, I remember several times I get in a fight with my friend out the street. We're out there rolling around on the street in the middle of the night, punching each other in the face. And my dad would walk out. And I hate to say this sounds bad, but my dad liked to drink beer. And he'd walk out with a beer, and he'd drink his beer, and he'd look down at me and go, kick his hey, son. And if you don't come home, I'm going to beat your butt when you get home, right? Yeah. He'd watch me fight for a while, and then he'd leave, and then me and my friend would finish up and shake it off, and we were still best friends after that. It's just what boys do, Yeah. And so, did it make me a bad person? No, absolutely not. I learned a lot of life lessons there. We are social animals. We have a hierarchy, okay? That's why we need, we have leadership, supposedly, That's why we have government. We have all these leadership figures in our lives, right? We look up to God or, public, whatever. Because that's what we need, right? We're social animals. We're not, independent type of animals. We're like lions, not tigers, right? In that regard. So we need to have a group, and so when you have any type of a social hierarchy, you have to have a hierarchy. I guess we have a social group. You have to have a hierarchy, right? Somebody's got to be in charge. If you're not, it's the normal thing is to butt for that station, right? To move up. And so, and there's actually a science behind all of this. I won't get into the details of it right now, but the point to all my point is here. Society has bought into the feminist narrative that we're all equal, okay, and we should all and everything should have an equal outcome, and toxic masculinity. Well, nobody can tell me what the heck toxic masculinity means, right? There's no such thing, okay? There's masculinity, okay? There's femininity, and there's and then there's the androgynous ones, okay? But we're not going to talk about that. But so there's no such thing as masculinity, just not. And so what we want to do is we want to reach out to people, particularly 13 to 17-year-old teenagers, okay, and go, look, you know what? Why don't you let us, be your mentor, be your coach, and give you some training, some ideas on how to be a better you, to be more successful in life, to be not only physically fit, but understand what does fitness mean, what does diet mean, and why is that so important in our lives, right? Let us help you think differently, right? Stop buying into the herd mentality, okay? We're enculturated very early on to believe certain things that are often, they're not true. Okay. And what we're going to teach these kids is challenge paradigms, not challenge authority, challenge paradigms, but respect authority, right? And just because somebody says something that you think is an authority figure doesn't necessarily mean they're right. I can look back at a lot of the people who are authorities in my life, even my parents, were wrong. Yeah. Okay. And it took me a long time to figure that out. And I missed a lot of opportunities because of that, because they shaped my way of thinking, which shaped my direction of travel, right? So we want to do that, and we want to help kids be better versions of themselves. We want them to be successful when they go to college. We want them to be successful in their careers. We want them to be successful in relationships. In a way, my mind is, I'm thinking, I like this. I want to make James Bond, man. I want to make James Bond, right? That's they're cool all the way around. They're the envy of every man, the envy of every woman, but they're but they're also morally and ethically straight, and they're altruistic. So that's kind of where we're going with this, and I'll let Joe kind of expand on a little bit more. He's got some great ideas.
Please do.
Yeah. So what Dale's saying is absolutely right. So we were actually talking the other day because we already have adult clients that we're coaching.
Sure.
And we were just sitting there thinking, and I think even Dale brought it up. It's like, what about these, the young men that we're talking about right now? Not so much the females, but the young men out there that just aren't being mentored, for lack of a better word, either because it's a single parent situation. Maybe their fathers aren't involved in their life. Maybe their fathers aren't up to snuff. I hate to say this, but I've met more than a few successful females that, have their lives together, got great jobs, make good money. They were married. They have sons, young sons, but unfortunately, they've got poor father figures. They're in the background. So, what does that kid do? A female's, a great female role model, but a young man, like Dale was saying, 13 to 17-year-old, very impressionable. He needs a masculine role model, and he does. And so, so we started talking about it, and, we started doing our homework, of course, doing our due diligence and looking online, and we were like, there's nobody out there doing this.
Right.
Like, there are some people, but they're specifically targeting things like, kids with ADHD and other things like that. We're not talking about that.
Yeah.
Dale and I are not qualified to counsel kids on those type of mental illnesses. However, we are qualified to mentor and coach young men on how to be men. And so we came up with like 15 imperatives. And the first one, first and foremost, is respect your parents, honor your parents. Like that was hammered into me. My father was one of my mentors. Like Dale, I know Dale's had several mentors in his life. I've had a few. My father was one. My grandfather was another one. My father didn't have any money or nothing, but he always taught me to respect my elders, respect women, please, thank you, yes, ma'am, all that stuff. So respect and honor your parents above all else. Another imperative is speak the truth at all times, even if it's painful to do so. Don't get in the habit of telling lies. Maintain the moral high ground, especially when no one's watching. Because we all know, right?
That's the number one.
We all know it's easy to do the right thing when everybody's watching.
Yeah.
But when you're alone, and you got that little devil going, go ahead and do it. And then, no, don't.
Yeah.
You go, I'm not going to do it, right? That's when we want these young men to maintain the moral high ground and do the right thing when nobody is watching. And just like Dale said, maintain your body. Don't use words like good enough, because that sets a bar and that's it.
Yeah, it's
so
terrible.
Always be learning and growing. You honor your body. Be able to train yourself to defend yourself and others. So we've got these moral imperatives that we came up with, and I think they're really good because it covers everything. And in the beginning, I'm like, let's just do 5. I'm like, well, why would you just do 5? Let's talk about it. Like, so let's get into it. And we actually have 15 of them. So I just think this is a really important thing right now. Look, our world is not getting any better. I mean, and I'm not trying to be a doomsday guy, but look, these young men that are going to be put out into society, whether they go to advanced learning or they go to another profession or whatever the case may be, they become entrepreneurs, they are going to have to be able to combat stress and all kind of things that a lot of these kids have been insulated from. And I got to tell you, I would say 90%, if not more, of the single parents that I know right now, men and women that have young men, a majority of their time is sitting in front of Xbox, playing games. They're completely oblivious. They are getting no training on how to be men. When that Xbox goes away, and it will, now what are you going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
And I would say it's a mixture of no training is present to be men, but it's also, in some cases, it's not even necessarily that. It's that there is a presence of a force to not be a man. It's
exactly
what Einstein said. He said if a fish goes to school and its intelligence is based on its ability to climb a tree, it's going to go its whole life thinking it's an idiot. Right? So you know what?
I have some good quotes.
Yeah, Einstein, he's a smart fellow. Look him up. Yeah, but it's true. It's if you are raised in such a way that the person you literally are born as you are told from the get-go that you are a thorn in the side of society, that you are too rough, that your edges are too sharp.
Right.
You're going to go through your whole life either thinking that there's something wrong with you, or thinking just you're going to be carrying around a guilt that is misplaced because it has no legitimacy to be there. It's when and it's not only that, but that's not happening everywhere in the world. That's happening in our society and a couple other first world countries. The vast majority of the world, men are being men. And there's going to be a day when, it's like when you meet the football team across town and they don't practice with pads, right? And you're like, oh man, these guys, they don't care how soft we are. They're knocking us unconscious.
Right.
Eventually you're going to come toe to toe. I mean, dude, as a UGA graduate and an honor roll student who got into medical school, I can tell you the few guys that really gave me a run for my money, not letting me bust the curves, they were immigrants. Because everyone else, Sung Yup and Obi Ekalito from Africa and from South Korea. Because everyone else would say, there's a curve, and why are you pushing it so hard? Why do you have to get a 99? Why can't you just get a 75? You'll still get an A. And then you look at these two guys, and one of them's like, dude, my father doesn't speak English. And the other one is like, dude, I grew up working in a laundromat in South Korea. Like, there's a certain, there is no, what do you mean slow down? What do you mean don't go harder? You go hard until you have what you want. And so we can as Rogan says, we can nerf up our society and curve the edges all we want. 99% of the world is not playing that way. So whether it's you go into business or go to medical school, or as you guys know, go into the military, no one else cares. So if you don't have a father figure, or if you don't have a figure teaching you how to be a man, and or you have a figure or a society telling you not to be one, I mean, once you hit 18 or 21, you're done. You are done.
And where these kids are finding their skill sets is on TV.
Yeah.
TV and on the internet, and that is the worst place to be trying to put your skill sets together. Just like Dale and I say, it's like you want to have a toolbox of all of these skills. You want a wrench and a hammer and a screwdriver and a socket set.
Yeah.
But if you grow up and all you got is a hammer and it's time to put in a screw in the wall, you have no other points of reference on how to deal with people, how to be a leader, how to be a servant leader. If you say that to a team, what do you mean a servant leader?
Yeah.
A servant doesn't lead. Well, actually, a servant leader does exactly that, So, and we want kids to have, that wolf pack mentality. The strength of the wolf is in the pack, and the strength of the pack is in the wolf. You can lead, but you also have to understand the me-we mentality. You've got to be part of a team, but you also have to be able to work autonomously by yourself. And these are it's so important. And I tell you, I've worked with a lot of kids. I've worked with Boy Scouts, and I've done all kind of speaking engagements for kids, SADD, Students Against Drunk Drive, all kinds of stuff when I was on the show. And I have a passion for working with kids, to be quite honest with you, more than I do with adults, because it's more needed. That's my opinion, Dale. I don't want to speak for Dale, but kids need this stuff so bad. Male teenagers need this so bad. So, anyway, Dale, your thoughts?
Yeah, no. I want to just kind of expand on what he said a minute ago, which is so true, right? So we don't, first of all, in the last 20 years, we have our society, parts of our society have really tried to dilute the masculinity in males, right? Everybody's a winner. Everybody gets a trophy, and that's not how the real world works. The real world has winners and losers. Okay. And so if you want to be a winner, all right, the one that's going to win is the one that has a lot more skill sets, more tools in the toolbox, is diverse, right? So, what Joe was saying earlier, if all you have is a hammer, okay, everything in everything in the world then looks like a nail, right? And so, but you can't use a hammer on everything, right? So you got to have other tools. It kind of goes with what you said a minute ago about Einstein, the fish having to cry and being an idiot, right?
Yeah.
So, that's the linear thinking. And I made a point, the last couple of times we've talked, even right now, right? There's people sitting at home going, man, what am I going to do? I don't have a job now. I only have one skill set. I only have one thing I'm able to do. And I don't know when I come out this other end of this virus, will there be an opportunity for me, or will I have to be in the unemployment line still? What's going to happen, right? So that brings a lot of, trepidation. And so what we're trying to tell kids is don't put yourself in that position, right? Be a multitasker, learn multiple skills. Okay. You don't have to go to college to learn all these skills. In fact, you don't have to go to college to learn any skills. Okay. I know plenty of people that are very successful, 6-figure upward, incomes that have no college degree. Okay. It's about effective intelligence. That's a big difference. Effective intelligence, right? Yeah. Almost like street smarts.
Yeah.
And so those are ones that get ahead. And so that's what we want to do is teach young guys how to think like that. We're not saying don't go to college. That's your choice. You want to spend a lot of money and just walk away with a piece of paper and go, hey, I did it.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, that makes you feel good. But what we want to do is share, basically what we call in the Army TTPs, tactics, techniques, procedures, all right, for success, for mission accomplishment. And so, I'm always an advocate for having multiple income revenue streams, right? So what does that mean? It means I have to be good at several other things to make that happen, right? And so, for example, and I'm not trying to brag, but I'm sitting at home right now. And for me, I'm kind of like, okay, I'm quarantined for 30 days. Cool.
Yeah.
I got a lot of things to do, and I got money coming in from different income streams. Even though I'm not out manually working, I had money coming in from different places to sustain me, right? And sustain my wife in Indonesia. That happened because way back, I read the tea leaves. I realized that, you know what? Something could happen. I don't want. If I lose my job, then what happens? So I better get more jobs, right? And learn more things. So that's what we want people to learn. I hate it when parents put all their stock in their kid to learn one thing, to become a doctor or something. Okay, doctors are needed right now, right? But hey, anything can happen to you as a doctor, right? In fact, I spoke with a lady the other day, one of my clients, and same thing, right? I said, what happens if tomorrow, you can't, you take a head injury and you're now you're partially disabled, right? You don't have the cognitive skills you used to. You're still lucid, but you're not effective, right? And maybe you're a surgeon, you can't use your fingers anymore, right? So what are you going to do now? Well, maybe go into teaching or whatever. But you got to have a backup plan, and that's one of the things we teach. I mentioned the other day on the program as well. Have a PACE plan, right? Primary plan, alternate plan, contingency plan, emergency plan, right? Backups. That's how my life is structured, and so there's a lot of dynamics at play. There's a lot of for Joe and I in this space. There's a lot of obstacles we're going to have to circumvent or bust through. There's a lot of walls we're going to have to tear down because people are going to put them up. For example, Joe mentioned earlier that, there's going to be dads out there that are going to be looking at us going, I don't need you raising my kid. But you're probably not raising your kid either. And if you are, more power to you. I'm not down in that at all. Or maybe, so in those, be honest with you, we're not trying to appeal to those dads. Okay. We're not. We're appealing to the son if he wants to learn something, but not to the dads. We are appealing to the mothers out there that are, single parents. Look, you can be the greatest mother on earth, but that doesn't mean you can replace a male figure, right? You just can't. And Joe and I have a lot of teenagers following us. My friend in Indonesia, he's Canadian. His son's 14. He came over to visit. He found out who I was, and he's been Googling me ever since, right? And I've suddenly overnight become his hero. I can go on like that all day long. And Joe has just as many. And the thing is, these young men want, and by the way, this kid, all the kids that I know, their fathers are studs. I mean, they're bodybuilders and muscular. They're soldiers. And they do set a fine example for their boys, not taking anything away from them. But, even me as a kid growing up, even though my dad was my hero, Joe mentioned earlier, I have many heroes. My father, my German grandfather, my German uncle. Gary O'Neill wrote the book American Warrior. Jim Smokey West, who was my martial arts instructor. Dave Fabricius, who was again, he's also a public speaker and coach. These are my 6 primary mentors in life, and they're all men. They're all men. Okay, not saying that there's no women out there I didn't look up to, but they are men, and because I'm a man, and I was a young man growing up, I wanted to aspire to be like these men, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to go out to be a girl. I want to be like Oprah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'm a man. It's the genetics, man.
Yeah.
It's that my testosterone. It's I want to be that guy.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of kids that are out there that want to do that, and they just don't know where to go. Xbox. That's a great example. I've had kids challenge me and challenge my friends and say they could be just as good a soldier as us and just as effective in combat because they're like really good at at these war games on Xbox.
Yeah,
I've heard it too. That's like, you have no idea what war is all about, and you're living in fantasy land. And I have personally seen in combat where this generation of kids have literally sat down and stopped fighting while their friends, their soldier friends on the battlefield are dying, and they just sat there and watched them because of what? It was too hot. Yeah. And we can talk about this all day long, but the point is, we want to help. We want to do stuff that we can't. I'm not saying we're saving anybody, but we want to create, we want to create men that we can all be proud of, that are there, to lead us, to protect us, to, it just enrich all of our lives, right? Just like the women out there, okay? They have a place as well. But Joe and I, we're not women, and so we can't really mentor women or girls, right? Because we can't. Yeah. I tried. It's kind of hard, right?
Yeah.
So,
it's not that we couldn't, guys, and we could, but it's just for Dale and I's skill set and the way we coach. It's not that we would turn a female away, but it would be more conducive for a young man. And one thing I do want to say, and I'm sure, Dale's going to agree with this, and we've already talked about it. We're actually going to have an application form for these young men. And the reason we're doing that is we aren't going to coach everybody. Okay. There's no doubt that our business is going to blow up. And we want quality, not quantity. So there's going to be, and we're working on it right now, there's actually going to be an application form that the parent or parents have to fill out. It's just a one-pager that basically describes the situation, some questions, and based off of what we read, we're either going to take them on as clients or not. And somebody may go, well, that's kind of, bad. Well, it's not. And let me tell you why. First, I'm not going to waste your time and your money and my time. Yeah. If I read something about, hey, does your son do drugs? Yeah, he does heroin. Look, first things first.
Yeah, go to rehab. Yeah.
A man like Dale Comstock, you need to fix that first, because all you're doing is just roller skating uphill. Yeah. It's not going to work. Yeah. So we're not going to do that to our clients. We want to make sure that we've got, like Dale was saying, we need the clay. Give us the clay, and we'll mold it. We'll mold it. But if the clay is just falling apart like a soup sandwich, we can't do anything. Yeah. And so that was one of the things I wanted to caveat, is that we will not be taking everybody. We're going to have a very select group of young men that we feel that our time is best vested in. Because again, like Dale was saying, these are future leaders. When I'm 70 years old, if God grants me that much life, these are going to be kids. They're going to be in their mid 30s. Who knows what they're doing? They could be heads of big companies. They could be all kinds of things. But we know the effect, the cause and effect that this can have, and we take it very seriously. So it is going to be a selection process. Based off of our requirements.
Yeah, and it's for those who don't like it. Well, I mean, this is what come back to earlier what we talked about. There are winners, there are losers. You don't always get what you want on the first try.
Right.
If let that be learning lesson number one. So even if you don't get to do the program, you are still benefiting from it by being told no. hey, there's the slap of reality. You get told no sometimes. Yeah. So, I mean, I would say in that sense, anyone who fills out an application benefits. So I want to talk about, we talked earlier about, being told that you shouldn't be a man your whole life and that there's something wrong with you and that your very nature is criminal at its root, and just how incorrect that is. One of two things will happen. You'll either, over 18, 21 years, you will bottle it up and suppress it forever, and you will go through life being pushed around. Or, once you finally get out of the household you're in, and no one in authority is telling you not to be a man anymore, you're going to experiment with being a man for the first time at 18 or 21. When you're 7, that's when you learn to punch friends and get punched back and be put in timeout. When you're 18 and 21, that's when you go to jail. And that's when you get a felony. And that's when you're no longer,
Very good point.
Yeah. Work it out while you're younger, It's like, let's train with the new gear on base before we go on an operation. We can't, Dale, your book, sorry, it's the first time I use night vision goggles. You're telling me this on a mission. And yeah, that guy walked off a cliff. Literally. And so. No,
Paul, that's a very good point. Yeah. And one of the things, and I'll just say this, I'll let Dale, I know Dale can run with this ball all day long because he's got the education behind it. But one of the things that we're going to be telling these young men is, I was not an alpha male when I was born. I was not. I was a beta male, like minus.
Yeah.
But that doesn't look, and some young men are born alpha males. They are.
Yeah.
I was not. Can you learn it? Yes. I was around alpha males, and the farther up the food chain I went and what I did, the more alpha males like Dale I was around, and I learned how to be one. So I wanted to just make sure that who's ever listening, the single mom or single father, whoever is thinking, well, look, my son is not an alpha male. Look, he doesn't need to be. As a matter of fact, if he's a beta male, they're probably going to get more from what we're going to, show them and coach them on than an alpha male would.
Yeah.
Because these are going to be new thought processes.
Yes.
So beta males are a certain way, alpha males are a certain way. And to really reap the reward of what we're doing, we want you to think like an alpha male, because the alpha males are the leaders. They are successful. They're outspoken. They're confident, not cocky, humble, on and on and on. That is the type of young man we're going to try to mold. Respects women. You don't talk back to women. You don't curse to women. You don't hit women. Blah 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 blah. And so I just wanted to clear that up before we went any farther. I just didn't want to go, man. Like you guys are two pipe hitters. And again, that was a job. We're past that.
Yeah.
It was just a step in our careers. Hey, let me share something right now. And I told this to Dale the other day, and he did. I get pedicures every now and then. Hey, man. Yeah.
Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with that.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. I love sitting there with 6 women on my left and 6 on my right, and they're all looking at me, and I'm getting my feet. There's nothing wrong with that. It's called honoring your body.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong. Hey, man.
And an alpha male is cool with that.
Yeah, it's confidence. Yeah. Hey, yeah.
Anyway, I see Dale laugh and say, "Go ahead and beat me up a little bit."
I was gonna say no, man. Once your clients are old enough and they're 21, man, hey, you'll learn. Girly drinks are the best drinks, man. They're awesome. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyone that has a problem with it, they've never had them. They've never had them. There's nothing wrong with daiquiris, man. They're tasty. They're wonderful. They're colorful.
Joe was right though. Believe it or not, I was also the wimpy kid growing up. I was very small. And to put it in perspective, my mom and dad are both, ready for this, 5'4".
Yeah.
Yeah, they're munchkins, man. They're not midgets, but they're small people. And I don't know where I got my height. Actually, I got my height from my mother's side, because everybody on my mother's side, the men are all tall, and I got my bulk from my father's side, because on his side they're all little tanks, but they're stocky. So I ended up kind of with this chassis, I guess, this frame.
Combat chassis.
But growing up, I was always, the little guy, always got bullied, always got in fights, and so here's what separated me from a lot of kids today, right? Everybody's got all this anti-bully stuff, blah 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 blah. Man, when I grew up, everybody got bullied.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you were my size, you definitely got bullied by the other guys, right? And I had two choices: I was get beat up and go home and cry to mommy, you know, and she comes to work, to school, and, you know, and raises Cain. But even back then when I grew up, guess what? They used to paddle us. The teachers used to paddle us.
Punishment.
Okay? So it's a whole different mindset. So my parents told me, both my mom and my dad are type A's, very aggressive. And they both always told me, you know, don't take no crap, you know?
Yeah.
Basically, if you get beat up, you let that kid bully you, I'm going to bully you. I'm going to beat you up when you come home, right?
Yeah.
And so they pushed me to defend myself because they knew one day they're not going to be around for me and I'm going to be on my own, right? And so they wanted to cultivate a certain character. They knew I wasn't going to get killed in a street fight, you know, especially back then. You know, what's the worst that's going to happen? I get a black eye, a bloody nose. So what? My feelings hurt, you know?
Yeah.
So that was kind of how I grew up. But I grew up learning how to fight back. And I became pretty good at it very young. I've had a lot of street fights. And I wasn't a bully. I didn't go around bullying people. I just, you know, was able to defend myself. I got a bunch of stories on that. Some of them are in my book. And so the other thing I've learned, right, is so as I got bigger, you know, and I got more effective, especially as I got more athletic, I became more confident about myself and my skills, right? So even when I was, believe it or not, when I was 164 pounds when I was a Delta Force operator. So I wasn't really that big, but guess what? I was a light middleweight boxer. I was a professional.
Yeah.
I had, you know, black belts. I can go on all day long.
Yeah.
So I was very capable at 164 pounds, even though I was smaller than the average man at that time. Even now, I was able to handle myself and I had a lot of confidence, you know, still wasn't a bully.
Yeah.
And so, now I look at myself, you know, I range anywhere from 200 pounds to 226 pounds, you know, and I can definitely handle myself. And I don't go out and take advantage of people because of my size. I'm not the bully. I'm not a bully. It's not in me, but I know I fear nobody. Okay. I fear nobody. Now, the other thing I wanted to emphasize was, you know, there's this talk about alpha males and beta males and blah, 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 you know, and there's going to be some out there going to roll their eyes. There's no such thing as a beta male. Well, actually, you know what? I disagree. And I'll tell you why I disagree. I'm a professional dog trainer. I've been training canines for over 41 years on a professional level. Okay. I run a canine company in Bali, provide explosive detector dogs, narcotic detector dogs, patrol attack dogs for the hotels over there and the different venues, okay? Because there is a real terror threat over there. I know dogs. I know dogs like I know human beings. In fact, because I know my dogs, I understand people even better. Remember I said earlier, we are social creatures, just like canines. And so when you take a pack of, I'll take a litter of puppies that I have, in there's going to be alphas, and there's going to be betas, and there's going to be an omega, okay? There's going to be the runt, and then there's going to be the top dogs. And it's always the top dogs that are competing for that leader of the pack position, right? And so, but that doesn't mean that the betas in there or even the omega can be developed to be effective, right? Now, and I do this all the time. So, you know, my alphas, you know, they make training a lot easier, right? Because they've got that drive. They got that A-type personality. Yeah. They want to go, and they're easy to train, man. All I got to do is just channelize that energy, okay? Mold it like clay to get them to do what I'm to do, right? To train to do what I do. The B-types that are not quite as aggressive as the A-types, okay? They're a little bit more laid back. They still have what we call drives, right? I look at what kind of drives do you have, right? And so I actually developed their strongest drive, okay? And so, and then eventually I developed the weaker drive so that there's balance. And what does that mean by drives, right? It's for example, in the canine world, you know, there's many drives, but one of the drives is the drive to fight. One of them is the drive to defend themselves, and the other one is the drive to hunt. Okay, they all look the same, but they're actually all different. Yeah. And so when you're with a trained eye, you figure out which one is which, what's strong, what's weak, and then you develop them that way, and eventually you bring them all you know, to equilibrium. That's when you have the most effective canine. Now, some dogs will not have a certain drive, right? They'll be that beta that just doesn't have that. I don't want to defend myself. I'd rather roll over and give you know, my belly, and you know, and you're never going to be able to make them. You're never going to give them that fight drive that the other alphas have, okay? But that doesn't mean that dog is worthless, right? But the dog might be a good hunter, and that has nothing to do with fighting. It has everything to do with seeking out and searching food, okay? So I can take that same dog and teach him to be a fighter by hunting, right? He'll learn that if I can hunt, It's the same, almost the same act as fighting, but I'm channelizing a different direction. So humans are the same way. Okay, I'm gonna share something here that is probably gonna blow everybody's mind. So when I was in Delta on my team, okay, you would imagine, right, the whole unit's nothing but double
alphas.
A type, right?
Alphas, yeah.
But it's not true. Okay, it's not true, because we had also guys that were our snipers, and they were more B types.
Oh yeah.
They were laid back, cool. They could lay down for long periods of time.
Probably want that, though.
Behind a rifle and a scope.
You
and
want
take that
that.
shot. What you needed, though, the guys that were up close, okay, the A types, you needed the guy that had no problem getting in there with that fight drive and getting it on at close range. Okay, I looked at the snipers as kind of like the B type, the prey drive, the hunter from afar.
Yeah.
You didn't have to get close and personal and fight. That was too much.
Yeah.
Right. And so I had a guy one of the guys on my team became a sniper eventually. Really nice guy, very laid back. You could not ruffle his feathers no matter how hard you tried. Yeah. And we always tried, because that's all we did to each other, right? Because that's what we were type A.
Yeah. Button heads and stuff. Yeah.
But this guy one day admitted he had never been in a fight. I go, what? I said, "You're not even one fight, not even one fist fight in grade school?" He goes, "Never been in a fight, never exchanged punches."
Yeah.
I'm like, wow. How the hell did you get here?
Yeah.
But to my point, you don't have to be a fighter to be an effective soldier. Yeah. Right? You don't have to. We look at your other traits and the other drives. He was still effective. He was actually more effective as a sniper. There was a place in the world for him, right? There's a movie that I was watching about, I can't remember the name of it right now, but it was about a conscientious objector in World War II. He joined the Army.
Oh, yeah.
He felt like it was his duty, but he didn't want to shoot nobody, right?
Yeah.
But he wanted to be a medic.
I know who you're talking about, yeah.
Okay. The Medal of Honor.
Yeah, Medal of Honor recipient.
Yeah, I just saw that. That was a great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, there's a classic example, right?
Yeah.
Now, what did he have to do? He had to go in there, and he had to jump in there with a pack of wolves, a bunch of meat eaters, right? But he went in there as a kitten.
Yeah.
He was just a little puppy, and he would never be the alpha. He would never be these meat eaters, right? It was in him,
but
for whatever reason.
In a sense, that is a form of alpha, because he never let anyone tell him to be anything other than what he wanted to be. That is, in a sense, alpha. He stood up to everyone and said, "I'm not doing it." If that's not alpha, I don't know what is. But yeah, sorry, go on.
No, but that's right. And so, but he didn't meet the stereotype, right?
Yeah.
He didn't meet the profile of the regular alphas out in there. So the point that I'm trying to get to, I guess, here is we're not here to try to convert anybody's teenager to be, a type A meat eater, and that's it. What we're trying to do is we're trying to develop each person based on their unique traits, their genetics, their DNA, their socialization, whoever they are, and try to shape that so that they become more effective with what they already have inside. That's the idea, right? Just like my dogs. I got to take what you were born with, and I got to work with that to create the best canine I have. And guess what? Every one of my canines that I've bred, every puppy, every one of them works. Some are actually attack patrol dogs. Some are just scent dogs that look for explosives. Some dogs can do it all. I have one dog that can find narcotics, explosives, and he's a great attack dog, right? I mean, he really is super dog.
Yeah.
And but not all dogs can be that, but they all have value, and they're all effective. They all make me money.
Yeah.
I mean, if they could get paid, they'd be making a lot of money.
Yeah.
They can't get it, so I got to get the money. I just need a dog.
Yeah.
So that's where we're going with this, and hopefully that, kind of doesn't, hopefully people don't misinterpret that we're just trying to groom alpha males, because we're not.
No,
we're just trying to help young men be better men.
It's literally to be the best person that you are, and if you're a beta male going into it, not a lot of beta males like being beta males. There's not some like, well, he's stuck as that. It's being a beta male and being like, whether they realize it or not, most of them do realize that there is a thirst to be like, how do I, within like reason, like how do I throw my elbows and, get what I want and get my place in the world? And if you do have alpha males in single mother households, man, you need a father figure there. Like, I have my mom and she's tough, and my three brothers, but also like, thank God my dad was there, because at some point, you have to have Big Daddy be like, okay, you crossed the line, and it puts you in your place. And again, back to what you were saying earlier, because if you're not put in your place before you turn 18, one day someone's going to put you in your place, and it's not going to be the same as being grounded. It's going to be a police officer shooting you, or it's going to be someone knifing you. It's going to be something horrible. So, or getting fired. Maybe not violent. You just get fired.
I had a stepson. So I had a stepson, right? When I first got to know him, he was young, and he was very meek, very passive. I mean, man, he was, I think, 7 or 8 years old. He was still drinking out of a sippy cup. I'm like, are you kidding me? And he was very I don't want to say spoiled, but he just hadn't been nurtured a certain way for a while. Anyways, he got bullied all the time in school because of his appearance, right? He had these big, the Coke bottle glasses, he was Asian kind of mix. And he was a little guy, and so he was a nice guy and he was quiet, and people, the other guys saw it as a sign of weakness, and they would just jump him all the time. And I would ask him, I said, well, what happens when this bully, he went to fight with you? He goes, I run as fast as I can. I said, well, how long can you run for?
Yeah.
At one point, do you run out of gas and he catches up with you, right?
Yeah.
And then what happens? I just keep running. And then I zig this way and I zig. That was his answer. I'm going to zig this way and I'm going to zig that way. He can't catch me. I'm like, wow. I said, what would you do if that bully attacked your mom? Would you run away? Zig and zag, or what would you do? And he looked at me like, wow, yeah, good idea. What would I do?
Yeah.
Now you had to think about the consequences of running. Maybe that's not always an option. And so, and he was very, averse to firearms, so he got all this bad information, growing up, guns are bad and fighting is bad, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden reality set in, he's getting bullied. And so the next phase was, okay, well, no fault of your own that you feel like that. You're still a kid, man. It's that input, right? Input output thing. And right now you're just getting a lot of bad input. So what we have to do is fix that. So, we got him enrolled in karate school, to build his confidence, not necessarily because it's going to make him a dynamic fighter. It takes a long time to get really good at it, but at least start building his confidence, start involving him in sports, where he had to play with other kids, and be a part of this team. And then, to make a long story short, what finally happened was he finally grew up to loving firearms. He got into, the milsim games, he had all the tactical gear, and all this. Suddenly he flipped from being this little beta guy that, really passive, to was able to stand up for himself, and so you see the flip, right? And the flip came because he didn't have a real father figure there for him. And suddenly I show up and I'm this guy, right? And I'm like, whoa. And I'm like, well, how fast can you run? And for how long?
Yeah.
Because we're going to make a point where you're going to run out of gas and he's going to catch you.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to catch you. And what about you? And when I brought that thing up, what about your mom? What are you going to do if somebody attacks your mom? And then they realized, running's not always a good idea. And sometimes I got to do something for someone else and I have to be selfless about it, right? So, these are the kind of things, these lessons learned that I've drawn from all my life, and I've had experience with them. And there's a lot of kids that are out there like that. So I mentor a lot of kids. I actually get a lot of teenagers, not a lot anymore, but I used to get a lot of teenagers that would come in from out of state, come down here to where I live in Florida, just to spend the day with me, hang out. Their parents would bring them down here, their grandparents would bring them down here. And basically it was a day to go eat some lunch, talk about the Army, talk about the military, play the guns, show the guns, tell war stories and just kind of, let them touch the magic, And I think almost every one of them that I remember went into the military, and I'm still in touch with some of them. They still call me and they're now, E5s, E6s, officers, and they're going up the ranks. So, they're out there and sometimes they just need a little guidance and a little reorientation, to get them going in the right direction. What's the right direction? The right direction is the direction they want to go.
Yes.
If they want to be better people and they want to be this, and then let's help you get in that direction. Running from your problems, and zigging and sagging ain't gonna get you where you want to go.
No,
the biggest thing, Tom, the biggest thing too that anybody that knows anything about coaching is one of the biggest things that a great coach, performance coach, life coach, whatever you want to title it, is that they hold their clients accountable. That's a big word, accountable. And your mom can hold you accountable, but when you have somebody like myself or Dale kind of like watching and they respect you it has a little more, and we're not trying to replace their father.
Yeah.
We're not trying to do that.
Yeah.
What we're saying is it's a little bit different when you've got this guy, that's coaching me, watching and holding me accountable. It's a little bit different mindset. And it's great because it works, because that's what these young men need. They need guidance, but it's not a fire and forget. You've got to give them guidance, and then you got to maintenance them.
Yeah.
And you got to hold them accountable. Just like our adult clients, like one of my guys, I told him, I said, hey man, I actually texted him yesterday, are you doing this? You doing this, doing that? He's like, oh, I forgot. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to constantly, and that's what Dale and I do. It's not like blah, 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 and you just put out all this information.
Yeah.
Anybody can do that.
Yeah.
And by the way, on our program, just like Joe was saying, to hold them accountable, we actually have tests. For example, when we talk about physical fitness, okay, I want you to see you record yourself and send me a recording of you doing 50 push-ups.
Yeah.
If you don't, I can do 50 push-ups, well, then you need to keep doing push-ups till you can. I mean, I knock out 120 push-ups every day at one time.
Yeah.
That's just my routine. No problem. Okay. Well, you got to start somewhere. If you can only do 5, that's fine. Let's see the progress. I want to see you actually trying. We'll have you filming yourself push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, whatever, right? We'll give you a physical fitness test, and you're going to show us, right?
Yeah.
And then hopefully at the end of the training, we'll see the progress if you're doing what if you've committed. So there's things we'll verbally test you at the end of something. When we have a module, we'll get done training. For example, leadership. When we talk about leadership, okay, and we're not talking about just leading people. We're talking about self-leadership, okay. There's going to be a lot of principles that we go through, and I want at the end, or anywhere along the curriculum, I'm going to ask you about leadership. I'm going to ask you, name off some of the leadership traits that we've talked about. What does it mean? How do you apply those? So we're going to come back and we're going to hold you accountable, right? It's not like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, next module, and you forget everything, right?
Yeah.
We're going to hold you to task, because these lessons are learned that you're learning or they're going to learn are not, they can be perishable until you basically commit them to memory, and you not only remember them, but you apply them in everything you do. And that's the goal. We want you to apply all these tenets to everything that you do in life. And then if you do that, then you'll start seeing the positive change, and you're heading in the direction you want to go.
Yeah, absolutely, Dale. I couldn't agree with you more. And the thing is, a lot of these young men I'm sure we're going to be talking to really have never, and I don't want to say I'm assuming this, but I would be willing to bet money on it. If their mother or father are signing them up for us to mentor them, they've never seen anything like this. They've never even heard of something, and that's the sad thing. This stuff is going to be brand new to them. And it's not rocket scientist stuff, it's just instilling, morals and values and discipline, and a thought process, for example, win every day. And we're going to do this with our young clients as well as we do with our own. Win every day mentality. Every day you've got to do something to win. Micro goal. It's actually called a micro shift.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into the whole psychology of it, but a micro goal is just doing something every day. I won 1%. Yeah. I did this. I won 1%. Yeah. I did this. I won. It becomes a mindset, a winning mindset, not lose. It's I did this today, and I did this today, and I did this today.
Yeah, make your bed as soon as you get up. It will help.
Dude, I'm just telling you, this is the mindset that you need to get young adults into. The winning mindset, and if you notice, Dale and I don't even think he's ever said it. Everybody talks about the warrior mindset, right? In our community, warrior mindset. Okay, that is so overplayed. Yeah, it's not even funny.
Yeah,
I don't. Have I used it in the past? Yeah, but everybody thinks of the warrior mindset of being in the military or being in law enforcement, and it doesn't really have a good connotation to it. It has a kind of like a black side, like, aggressiveness and this, and that's not really what it is. The warrior mindset, if you even people want to talk about it, it's just a psychological state that you can overcome, like stress, fear, obstacles, and keep going. It has nothing to do with kicking in doors and beating people up. That's not the warrior mindset. It's convoluted. When people think about that, it's like, do your homework. That's not what it means. And Dale and I really didn't use that term because in our community, that's all people talk about. In ours, we use a very proprietary structure, psychosoma training, which, to be quite honest with you, I'd almost guarantee you talk to 10 spec ops guys, maybe one will not even know what you're talking about. You're exposed to that at certain levels. And anyway, the bottom line is, so we don't even get into using that term warrior mindset. It's just, I don't know, Dale, if he agrees or not. Matter of fact, I know he agrees, but it just doesn't have a good connotation. And when you talk to kids, the first thing they're going to hear is warrior. That means fighting. That means, soldiering. And that's not what it is. So we don't even use that. We use the term, actually, and Dale came up with it. It's beautiful. It's just mind-body engineering.
Yeah. Yeah.
It means the same thing, but it's not the same word, So, and Dale came up with that, and it's great. And Dale, there's actually more to just mind and body, but he can get into that. And I know we're kind of running short on time right now because you said an hour.
Yeah.
But Dale, if you were to close up with that about the mind-body engineering thing, and
So there's actually there's three components to the program. When you train people, okay, everybody talks about mind, body, spirit. Okay. Okay, we know what the mind is, okay, to some degree, right? Everybody's thinking about, it's the way you think, got to think this way, be positive, you're a winner, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it's actually more to it than that. There's actually a neurological, physiological component at play that you have to literally manipulate. Okay, and so we're going to get into some really deep stuff here when we talk about kinetic molecular theory, metaphysics, and a whole lot of other things that are related to this thing. So it's actually not just teaching yourself to think a certain way, it's also understanding the underlying changes that are going to go on physiologically and psychologically, and how they're going to work together to improve performance all the way around, whether it's your thinking or whether it's actual physical action. Then the second part is the body, right? So if your body is not in harmony with your mind, right, and so if it's not in tune, then for me, for example, if I'm out of shape, then mentally I'm out of shape because I feel bad about myself, right? But if my body feels good, my mind feels good, right? They're symbiotic, and so we have to talk about how do you take care of the vessel, right? This the temple. If you're a Christian, right, we got to take care of the temple, and it's what's carrying the brain housing group. Funny thing is the guy Dave from Wendy's, right, the founder of Wendy's, he got on TV one day. Somebody asked him about hey, your hamburgers are greasy and stuff. Isn't that a bad thing? People are going to get fat and die of heart disease.
My body
can carry my brain everywhere, right? And then he died of heart disease. How ironic is that, right? So what we do is we got to teach you how to take care of your body. I'm a naturopath. That's kind of what I focus on as well, is diet, nutrition. I explain what you're actually what's actually happening, especially when you take certain vitamins, et cetera, and how does that affect your overall systems. And then the third one is spirit. So we're not talking about the Holy Spirit, okay? We're not talking about enthusiasm spirit. Like, bro, you got this, man. Come on, show good spirit. Nope, none of that.
Yeah.
When I talk about spirit, I'm talking about something different, and I won't go into too many details because this is kind of one of our. This is what sets us apart from the herd out there, right? But when we talk about spirit, it's completely unrelated to those things, and you'll be surprised when you find out what it really means. But it's actually the underpinning to success. If you understand that, and you understand how to apply this last one to everything you do, then you basically, what you have done is you have built a mega engine, and it's running at high RPMs, and it's pushing you forward really fast, right? So anyways, those are the three tiers of this coaching program, and the intention here is to, again, it doesn't matter who, we'll coach anybody. I mean, we coach women, it doesn't matter, right? Kids, I've coached kids, women, adults, older guys, younger guys, it doesn't matter. The premise is the same. Now we modify it based on who the audience, who's the client, but the whole idea is to give you the tools in the toolbox to make yourself a better version of you, to self-actualize, to become
what you envisioned you would like to be. Studies have shown 76% of people in their twilight years, as they get older, 76% when they were asked, what's your biggest regret? To the T, all of them. Man, I never got to really experience the things I wanted to do, right? I never got to self-actualize, I missed out on this, I missed out on that, I wanted to go skydiving, but I never got to go skydiving, now I'm too old. No, actually, you're not too old. But and then there was another study that basically was taken and interviewed people that were literally in their last days in the bed, right? And the same question was posed to them, and 100% of them were like, I didn't get to do all the things I wanted to do. I didn't get to self-actualize, right? That's the biggest regret everybody has, is they did not become the person they wanted to be. They've missed out on so much. And there's a lot of reasons why that happens, okay? And most of those reasons can be overcome so that you can do, like Joe and I, man, my biggest fear in life is I'm going to run out of things to do, because when I run out of things to do, it's like that's when I'm going to die. Like I told you before, I'm like a shark in the water. I got to keep moving, right? Otherwise I die. So I got to keep filling this bucket up, my bucket list, right? Put stuff in it. It's like, okay, I got to still fly, fix wing aircraft. I got a pilot license for that. I got to master the guitar, So I put a lot of stuff in there so that, after I knock out these other goals, I got one more to I have my guitar right now, and then the guitar and flying an airplane at the same time, whatever. But the whole idea is, it's when there's nothing worse than watching somebody die, and I've seen this happen I see this happen in my family, where they regretted that they did not get to do the things they wanted to do, and it was heartbreaking and it was maddening. For me.
I was gonna say, Maya Angelou, there is no greater pain than bearing an untold story.
Yeah, great. You have to write that quote down for me.
I will.
Yeah, man, I need to be taking some notes here. Hold on.
You need to be coaching me, man.
I will. Yeah. But
One honor of Tom Carey.
Yeah. It's but that's it is true. It's it's better to go into, was it Hunter S. Thompson? It is, the purpose of life is to embark on a journey, and then to is it better to if you're a ship, is it better to go into the rough seas and sink, or to stay safe in harbor? It's like, dude, you might die in the process, but we all die. So it's like, there's nothing worse than, it's one thing, disease or injury. There's nothing worse than seeing someone just like, nope, like I'm safe, I'm healthy, I'm financially secure, but you're so full of regret.
The best quote ever, guys, and we can probably segue with this, is that Teddy Roosevelt, Rough Rider, read his quote in the arena.
Oh, yeah. Dude,
I know. That says it all right there.
That's a beautiful one.
This, when you're done watching this, Google Teddy Roosevelt's quote in the arena.
Yeah.
It says it all.
Yeah, right.
He was the man. That was a man. They don't make guys like
Teddy
that.
was a man's man.
He was the man's man.
Yeah.
He said it perfectly.
What is that historian's quote about Teddy Roosevelt? Because Teddy died in his sleep. He said, it's best the Grim Reaper came while he was sleeping, for had he been awake, there would have been a fight. It's
a great quote. It's a great, if you haven't read it, it's called In the Arena.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So I'm going to stop recording. Let's wrap it up, stop recording. Yeah, I just got a couple things to say to y'all afterwards. But Dale Comstock, Joe Teti, thank you very much. I will put the links in the video and in the comments, and you're doing God's work. Thank you so much, guys.
Man. And hey, let everybody that's watching, make sure you sign up for this podcast and become a member of it. And,
they will.
They will. Plug it for you, and put a plug for us. Come to Tier 1 Performance Coaching on Facebook, and our website, Tier 1 Performance Coaching.
Beautiful. All right, brothers. Thank you. Do it. Yeah. We won't go any longer than an hour tops.
We got about an hour, and that's it.
Yeah.
On those questions, so probably the best thing to do is let me see if I can pull up on my email here real quick.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm going to say, have you just ask me what the questions were. But
I can read them to you if you want.
Yeah, maybe that might be easier, because I'll sit here and fucking read them. And
yeah, I'll read it to you.
I don't even see them right now. Okay.
All right.
So let's just we'll just make it that.
Yeah. There's 21. So I mean, we could be.
Some of those questions I'll probably be able to combine them or answer those at one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know what most of these abbreviations mean, but okay. question for Dale. What is his thoughts on how the DoD is increasingly orienting itself towards being SOF centric in most of their combat operations? I don't know.
Yeah. So here's my thoughts. Right. Being a soft unit SF, it's sexy, but I think what's happening is, you got people out there, commanders out there that think that, let's just make everybody special forces. But the reality is, you hear me okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was just checking.
Yeah, so the reality is, special forces, everybody can't be special forces. They seem to think like, we'll just make everybody now special forces. We'll make you special. When actually being a special forces is not about the gear and the mission as much as it's about the individual in it, right? You got to have certain qualities and characteristics for guys to be, special forces, whether Green Berets or whatever the hell they are. And I hate to use the word operator because, that term's been hijacked. So originally, operator goes way back. There's an operator and operative, right? So in Delta Force, originally what happened was we were called Delta Force operators for a reason, because we actually, as an operator, you were a soldier, okay, and you dressed like a soldier, you did everything a soldier does, you fell under UCMJ. Then two, you also worked for other government agencies, right? And under the guise of working for them, you credentialed through them. When you're working for them, you're not necessarily U.S. Army anymore. And the third one was we were also required to work, in the guise of a civilian, right? Unaffiliated with the government, right? So you were kind of like this Jason Bourne MacGyver guy. You wore different hats all the time. So what do we call a guy like that? We call him an operator, right? And that's how the term came. Not only that, there are issues with promotions, right? So if, for example, if I'm an 18 Bravo, 18 Zulu, Green Beret, and I'm in Delta Force, okay, when my records go in front of the promotion board, okay, who am I competing against? Okay, I'm competing against other Green Berets, but how can I compete against them when we have different jobs, different missions? They're doing their Green Beret thing. I'm doing the Delta Force thing, right? So they had to distinguish a Delta Force operator from everybody else. And so we were evaluated differently, et cetera, et cetera. And so I guess it's kind of a sexy name because then now everybody calls themselves, I've even heard cops call themselves SWAT operators, Marine operators, everybody's an operator now, a special forces operator, look, if you're a Green Beret, you're just a Green Beret. If you're a SEAL, you're a SEAL, if you're a Marine, you're a Marine, if you're a Ranger, you're a Ranger, if you're a paratrooper, you're a paratrooper, you're not a paratrooper operator. But everybody wants the cool name, but they don't want to do the hard work to get or to earn it, right? It's just like the Green Beret. You want a Green Beret? Go earn the damn thing, Yeah. And anyway, so what do I think about it? To answer your question, Special Forces has its place. Special Forces is a force multiplier. The reality is this. I think Special Forces are more effective than conventional units, especially today. All we have to do is look at, the war with the Russians in Afghanistan, the Mujahideen, wearing sandals and AK-47s beat back, a conventional Russian army, Actually, when you look at Afghanistan today, how long have we been there? And we're still fighting the Taliban. Why? We're trying to fight it with a conventional army and we're trying to fight unconventional dudes when we should be doing exactly what they're doing. We should be using UW guerrilla warfare to fight these guys. And every time I brought it up when I was over there, I was told, basically, for example, I remember writing a white paper saying, look, we need to start building VBIDs. We need to start parking them out in front of the compounds of these guys that we know are terrorists. We need to start doing the same thing they're doing to us. And they came back, we're not in the business of building VBIDs, and basically kind of like said, we're not like the enemy in a bad way, and I'm like, so I wrote back to it, I'm sorry, did I call it a VBID? What I meant to call it was a wheel explosive delivery system. Does that sound better? Yeah. Right. So, they got this mindset, man, in our military, our government, they just can't get their head around, any of this crap. They try to run like a business and they want to be politically correct, right? Everybody's got to be an operator. Everybody's got to have a beret. We don't do VBIDs, and that's why, even now we're still in Afghanistan fighting guys we should have dusted a long time ago. And so the key to me, the special forces is the way to go. They're a force multiplier. Look, you can do a 12-man ODA special forces A team can do anything a freaking battalion can do. You give me some radios and some air support, some artillery support. I can take a 12-man ODA and hand a division its ass. And so I don't have to waste a whole lot of soldiers fighting. Yeah. That's kind of going. With technology the way it is today, I don't see much use for conventional armies anymore. Large numbers of soldiers. I think the way to go now is the surgical stuff, surgical warfare. Why not? The technology supports it. All we have to do is adapt our tactics to the technology, and we can win. So, but trying to turn all conventional forces and make them special forces, guys, that's a mistake, because it just doesn't work that way. Because it's not about the gear, it's not about the uniform, it's not about the beret, it's not about the term operator. It's actually about the heart and soul of the soldier, that particular soldier. It's different. So that's the only thing I have to say on that, I guess.
Beautiful.
Next question.
Beautiful. Next question. Yeah. I think you kind of just said this. Do you think that you can win a large-scale conflict with a small footprint of SOF and enablers? That's what you just said. Yeah, hand a battalion its ass.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How would you counter the argument that SOF, when operating in a vacuum away from a large supporter conventional force, is unable to achieve long-term strategic and political effects?
Yeah, that's kind of one of those. That's one of those 1,000-foot elevation type questions.
Yeah.
I think I still think that even with a small unit, you can have the same effect, the same psychological effect, the same sphere of influence with a smaller unit, because of what I said earlier. It's a force multiplier. You use technology, you just use different means to basically. Expand yourself, expand your capabilities without actually expanding your numbers, So, for example, psychological warfare, using PSYOPs campaigns, is a form of force multiplication, because what we're trying to do is affect the mindset of the not only the opposition but also of the populace, right? It's like politics. Trying to sway people's ways of thinking, make the bad guys think we're going to do certain things, and then every now and then reminding them that we can do certain things, like the drone strike, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, I think again, the way of these large conventional warfare and occupation is going the way of the dinosaur. I don't think it's necessary anymore. As long as we have, and we keep improving our technology, man. Goddamn, we're using drones now. One day you're going to see fighter jets without pilots in it.
Very soon.
So we're gonna be fighting wars from space, with lasers and stuff like that. So, we have to adapt. We have to be forward thinking, and and have to think way outside the box. And not saying that there will never be a time for convention. There might be times for conventional forces for certain things, but the way the world's advancing, all the countries are advancing. They're all catching up to us, and the day's going to come where, we throw in a large amount of men or occupying a large amount of an area with a large amount of forces is probably no longer be tenable or feasible.
Number 4. Do you have any tips for young players on pushing through selection? Curious, as I'm a combat engineer in the ADF looking at going back to selection within the next 2 years. Just any tips?
Yeah, actually, I've got a lot of tips.
Yeah.
One is never quit.
Yeah.
That's easier said than done, I guess. And then 2 is, preparing yourself. The old adage, prior planning prevents piss poor performance, is definitely an effect here. I've seen guys go to selection and think they're just thought they were in good enough shape already because they did, unit PT every morning, and they'll just gut it through, and it turns out it wasn't it was easy as they thought. You have to prepare for something like that, because it's not only physically hard, it's mentally hard. And what happens is when your body breaks down, your mind breaks down. If you have a weak mind, it doesn't matter how strong your body is, you're not going to make it. And if you have a weak body, you have a strong mind, you could probably still work your way through it, but probably at a huge price. I have a friend of mine that he made it all the way through selection with 2 broken legs, literally broke both his legs from the outset. made it through selection, got selected, but couldn't go to the unit. He spent a year in convalescent leave. He had to go to Texas to get metal rods, same kind they put in racehorses for broken legs. He basically had to go to a veterinarian and get rods installed in his shins before he came back, So he made it back. He's a good operator, but there's, you got to be smart. So interestingly, I'm going to, so I do performance coaching, among other things, with Joe Teti from Dual Survival on the Discovery Channel. And one of the things I promote, and I've already done this, is I have a train-out program for selection, okay? And so I don't give it away. It's actually something that's been out for about 5 years now. And it's basically my train-up program to prepare me for selection that includes what I've done since that time is I've added what would I do today differently than I did back then to make it myself even more effective. So I've added a lot of other things like nutrition, diet, certain supplements, etc., to bolster that my capability. So I actually have that, and it's called Soft PT, and it's the entire program from beginning to end. Train up every day. This is what it should look like. These are your objectives. These are goals. So basically, it's it basically answers all your questions. How should I train for this, and what can I do to train for it? I'll give you my training program, and if it means anything, when I went through selection, there was 110 guys that tried out, 6 finished, and 3 of us were selected. So I have 110. Okay, that happens twice a year, 2 selection courses, and I was the youngest guy at the time, age 23, to make it through the unit to make it through selection, and out of the 82nd. Okay, I was just a grunt. I didn't have any special forces background, Ranger background, only been in the Army for 4 years, and I pulled it off. So why did I pull it off? Because I trained for it. I knew what I was up against, and so I created a program for it to get me through it. And so, I do offer that. You can basically hit me up on, there's a couple of ways to find me, but one is our website, Tier 1 Performance Coaching. We have a website. We also have a Facebook page, or you can email me at dale@tier1performancecoaching.com. And, I have that available. So
yeah, I'll link that to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If guys want to go through selection, if they're looking at, what can they do to better themselves, prepare themselves? I run an entire curriculum on that, not just the physical fitness part, but the mindset piece of it that goes along with it, which will increase your chances of success 1,000% for sure.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll link that to him.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think this is kind of thing. How do you get chosen to go through selection for the Delta Force? I feel like it's kind of, I guess, well, I don't know. How do you get chosen for selection? So you just talked about how to get through selection.
Yeah.
Do you get chosen, or does it just happen?
Yeah, to get selected, here's what's got to happen. First of all, you have to meet the minimum standards. They know what the minimum standards are. They canvass all the military records, and they look for guys. You have to have a GT score of at least 110. No UCMJ action ever against you. No judicial punishment. You have to have a minimum rank, I believe, E5, minimum age of 22. There's a bunch of prerequisites. And so if you meet all those, then you can actually apply to try out. And actually, the application process is lengthy as well. It includes background checks, includes PT tests, it includes psychological evaluations. So there's quite a bit that goes into that as well. That's before you even get selected, right? And if you pass all that stuff, then you get to come to assessment selection, right? So then you go through the next round, which is the physical part, which you go through the selection process. And so that's, several weeks. And it's very physical. And again, it's, limited information. And basically, you're on the same plane as everybody else because of the way you're evaluated. Everybody has the same, you're trained in the same area, right? So everybody has a fair chance, right? Just because you're a Green Beret and the other guys, infantry, doesn't mean the infantry guys, disadvantaged. You're going to it's going to be a level playing field. And basically they're going to evaluate your heart and your soul, is what it's going to come down to. And, your ability to cope, et cetera, with the unknown, and really kind of cope with yourself, man, because you're going to learn a lot about who you are and who you're not. And then, then if you make it through just through that piece alone, the selection, then you got to go through the board, commander's board. You got to go through a psychological evaluation again. And then if you make it through all that, then you get to go to the operator training course, which is at least another 6 months. And even that's an evaluation, right? You graded and evaluate throughout that thing. Then you go through another commander's board, another psychological evaluation. And then if you're lucky, you get to walk across the hall, as we call it. And when you arrive to the squadron, your sergeant major like mine, he told me, congratulations for making it this far. Delta's a continuous process. If you don't put out 110% every day, we don't need you. So, so selection's never over, but you have to start somewhere. So if you're interested, you need to look up the SFODD recruiter. And usually they're traveling around and they're doing their interviews and stuff like that. And usually if you already meet the prerequisites, they'll send you a letter telling you so. So it's a lengthy process, but if you want it bad enough, you'll stay the course, man, and do what you got to do to get through it.
Yeah, and you can become, shout out Dale Comstock, read American Badass. I'll link that too. You can read the badass story. You got to do all that before you can become the American Badass.
That's right.
So this one's a lengthy question. What does Dale Comstock think about the al-Baghdadi raid? You don't have to mention this, but from the tactics standpoint, tactical call out, direct assault, MWD/CAD/K9, semi-contained suicide vest explosion in Baghdadi's work-in-progress escape tunnel. Just generally, what does Dale think about that raid? Does it make him proud? What does he think about the surround, contain, and call-out tactics? All around, what are his thoughts on the Baghdadi raid?
Well,
if you need me to read it back.
I get it all. And so the thing that kind of jumps out at me is the call-out tactics. I've seen that done before, and I personally don't support it for a lot of reasons, but namely because once you surround a compound and you basically say, hey, you come out with your hands up, and what if they don't come out? Now you've already given them a tactical advantage. You've given them the opportunity to dig in, rig their IEDs, whatever the hell they got prepared for, So I'm a speed, surprise, violence of action guy. That was always the fundamentals of CQB. I remember going out in 2003 with one of the special forces teams at the compound I was at, and they weren't allowed to. They were only allowed to do soft knocks during the daytime. In other words, they had to go to the compound, knock on a door, say, "Excuse me, Mr. Badman, we're here to come and get you. Would you please come outside and please don't start a fight?" That type of shit. And I thought, man, how stupid is that? Because one, what if they don't come out? Two, what if they go, they score out, they go through their tunnels or whatever, man, right? I just thought it was a bad idea. But I wasn't limited to any of that because of who I worked for and the things I had to do. So I was like, they asked me if I would come along and participate with my guys to help them. And so what I would do is I always explosively breached. You know what? When I knock on your door, it's going to sound like 10 pounds of C4, and if you're standing on the other side waiting for me, you're going to eat a door on the way as I come to the door, So that was my philosophy. If I got to come and get you, you're already an asshole, and, whatever you get,
Yeah.
And so, you have to weigh it all out. We can say, oh, but what about the poor babies and the children? Well, God, what about my babies and my children, right?
Yeah.
And so I want to come back and see them as well. So, we can talk this all day long, and I hate the bleeding hearts, the liberals, and, we got to be nice to the bad man, and he might be nice to us. It's bullshit, right? To me, people die because of that. And so I'm not a fan of the call out, never have been. I don't see a tactical advantage to it. I think you're setting yourself up for bigger failures. And, what if the bad guys are smart and they learn their RTTPs really fast, man. And guys were getting killed in Iraq because they figured out how we were entering rooms and doing CQB. So they were preparing for it, and so, we have to keep changing our tactics. Every time we change their tactics, they change their tactics, it's tit for tat. To me, call-outs are a bad idea, but the braid, great. I didn't expect any less. The unit's always been very successful at its raid. They've done more raids than you'll ever know. The SEALs talk about how great they are. They can't even walk in the shadows of Delta. Not even close.
Yeah.
And, there's a difference between the quiet professionals and the loudmouths. And I say that, and I don't care. You might piss some people off out there if you're a SEAL fan, but the reality is reality. SEAL Team 6 got its beginnings from Delta. Delta's the one that went over there, trained them, gave them the T&E, and got them their startup. And the reality is there's a lot of missions that SEALs did not get, and basically were sidelined because it always went to Delta. So without getting all that crap, Don't get me wrong. I like SEAL. I got a lot of SEAL friends, but I got to call it the way I see it.
Fuck yeah.
So tactics wise, I thought the unit did great, but I wouldn't expect anything less. They're never going to be perfect. Nobody's perfect. People make mistakes. Units make mistakes. Intel's wrong. Things change on the ground. But this goes to my point about earlier about with Delta operator being special forces, it's not about the equipment. It's in the uniform and the beret and the title operator. It's about the man. Can he think fast enough? Can he adapt to the situation? There's a saying about Delta operators. Delta operators aren't necessarily the best guys, but they're the right guys. Okay, so that's what's important, right? And what does that mean? The right guy that can think. Can act unilaterally, can work as a team, but can think his way through, challenges and come out on the other and prevail and never quit. Gonna win one way or another, whatever it takes.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Number 8. Another question. And this guy asked a couple questions, so I'll come back to those to make sure we get the other ones. Which unit did you enjoy your time with the most and why? Thank you for the interview, Mr. Comstock.
What was that? What unit? What?
Which unit did you enjoy your time with the most, and why? Thank you for the interview, Mr. Comstock.
I enjoyed my time with Delta, but I also enjoyed my time with 3rd Special Forces Group. I had an A team there, and the reason I liked my A team is because in Special Forces, we didn't get all the cool gear and all the equipment and all the money that we had in Delta. Delta was a Tier 1 unit. Tier 1 means we were always in a state of war, even in peacetime, so we were funded as such. So we had we had endless amounts of money, and we got to do a lot of cool training and equipment, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Special Forces, not so much. So when I got to a Special Forces team, my guys didn't have as many opportunities to train in certain things and be as good as a Delta guy. But I was able to impart my knowledge on them and train them on a lot of different things that they normally wouldn't have gotten. And the other thing I liked about Special Forces, Green Berets, is by far I think they are the best Special Forces unit, bar none, because they are so diverse. You have a 12-man ODA. You've got communications guys. You've got weapons guys. You've got medics. You've got engineers. You've got a warrant officer. You've got an intel sergeant. We speak foreign languages. We have multiple missions. In fact, my team, my Special Forces A team, I was a water infiltration team. I had the first ground mobility vehicles, the desert mobility vehicles that I've set up. We were a rucksack team. We were also a permissive Halo team. So, we jumped Halo operations. So we had about 5 different missions that we did alone just on my team. And we were a Portuguese speaking team with our area of operations being Iraq and Angola. Which, how cool is that? We go to Portugal all the time just to learn the Portuguese language. So, but a Special Forces A team has to have a lot of skills to be very proficient in them. The commo guy, which my son, by the way, he's a Green Beret. He's also a communications guy. He got to know a lot of radios, digital radios, satellite radios, UHF, everything, man. He's got to be a radio guru. The medics, by far the best medics in the world. These guys are trained to do everything from, veterinary care to, dental work to delivering babies, you name it. The engineers, they build stuff, they blow stuff up, so everybody has has a lot of training, a lot of, education in their MOS far beyond what most guys will get, like in a SEAL unit or, Delta or Rangers or things like that. So to me, I think the Green Berets are by far the most diverse, probably the best trained Special Forces out there, bar none.
Hell yeah. How has CQB changed over your time in SOF? What would you say was the most significant of these changes?
We in the early days we used to train on points of domination, basically running the walls, right? Picking out points of domination in the corners, and sectoring off the rooms. Well, what we found out was, we trained on that all the time. And then when we started deploying for real in combat, we started realizing that, it's not so easy to run the walls in a room from one corner to the other corner because you got things like, furniture, tables. I've even had to run over cows and goats standing in the daggone house in my way, right? So it doesn't work. So, everybody started going to strong wall. Just basically strong wall and one wall. And then I started realizing that doesn't always work either. A lot of times teams just end up in the doorway, kind of doing a kind of a blossoming effect, guns in all directions, and clearing the room from the doorway as they're trying to inch their ways in. And then you have, the next technique where guys were pieing off the room, from the outside, clearing as much as they could from the outside, and then entering the room. So, the techniques keep evolving and keep changing. But regardless of the technique you use, I think, some things are just fundamental that you can't get away with, and that's speed, surprise, violence of action. I've added one more. Nobody else uses it. I do, but it's called momentum. Once you get that train gets to rolling, man, you keep it rolling. And never let a guy in a room by himself. You got to flood the room with as many guns as you can at one time, and basically just overwhelm the adversary with speed, surprise and violence of action, man, and just keep running him down and impose your will until you're done with that room, and then you go into the next one. So, it's evolutionary, but we've learned a lot over the years, and every time we change techniques, the bad guys adapt, which causes us to change our techniques again. Yeah,
this one's not really a question. I can't imagine anything more fucking terrifying than Dale bursting through a door. That wasn't a question. That was just a comment. Agreed.
So here's a funny story, right? So I go busting through his room in Iraq one time. So I like to be the first guy in, man. I always, even with my Iraqis and my Afghanis, I just love taking the point, going through the doorway the first time, being the first one through. And I remember busting through his bedroom door, and freaking guy didn't even know we were coming, man. And he's on his bed with his girl, and he's knocking it out, man. I mean, he's putting it on. I'm busting in there. And you'd think he would, get off the damn bed and get off of her, maybe grab a gun or at least, holster his other gun in his underwear. But he didn't. And so I remember I'm just standing there with the rest of the team looking at this guy, and he's looking at me like, hey, come on, finish,
Come on, bro.
Jamming my rifle, my HK-16 into his forehead, get the hell off of him now, I'll let the air out of you. Actually, I wanted him to get up so I could take a look at her real quick. But she couldn't up and jumped in the corner, and he had money and guns laying all over the place. He was he killed a lot of Americans, actually. I should have shot him, but
fuck that guy.
Of course I couldn't. But yeah, so he was a little surprised, but not surprised. He wanted to keep on, hey, let me get my last shot off.
Come on, bro.
We got to do this again,
Yeah, I'm going to Guantanamo Bay. Come on, dude. No, you're going to get plenty of action there. It's just going to be from your cellmates. Okay, yeah, we went through that. What are some of the biggest weaknesses you have experienced with limited penetration? Can you name a situation where you had to go dynamic? Thank you for doing this, Mr. Comstock.
I'm not sure what you mean by limited penetration other than, I guess, turning the doorknob and trying to push my way in, or maybe using a ram or something like that, or maybe ballistic breaching with a shotgun. I'm like this. If I know the bad guys are on the other side, I'm gonna go dynamic every time. Why risk it, right? Unless it's a room with one bad guy, and I know there's 20 little kids in there, then we might have to reconsider that. But that's rarely the case. And usually when you do something like that, when you go hit a target, usually your intel is good enough that you know what to expect on the other side. For example, a lot of the raids that I used to do was 2-3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. And we'd watch the target for a while. Everybody's sound asleep. There's no activity, and so we had a pretty good idea that, okay, there's nobody in the living room, in the front door, the back door, and that window, that we have to really worry about. But we're still gonna try to get that shock and surprise, right? That explosion. You know what it's like to get woken up in the middle of the night when a freaking door charge goes off in your house, It takes you a second to kind of get reoriented, and that's what I need. I need to get you, let you reorient while you're doing that. I'm letting the air out of you. So, but never say never. Sometimes, Most of my breaches are explosive. Now I've shotgun breached. The reason I don't like shotgun breaching that much is because you're standing in front of the door with a shotgun, and when the door opens up, you might be in a gunfight with several other people. All you got is a shotgun, and now you're trying to transition to a handgun or trying to get your carbine around, or you're trying to get out of the door so everybody else can get in. It's just kind of complicated, man. I believe in positive entry, and I've seen where the charges that did not go off, or there was not enough ass in the charge, or the shotguns just wasn't getting the job done. So now you spend more time out there trying to reset and try to get through that door. And the longer you're sitting out in front of that fatal funnel, man, more things can go wrong, and you give the guy on the inside more time to get up his nerve to hose you as you're coming through.
Let's see. Yeah. So, how does Dale think the unit's CQB has changed after some of the bigger operations in Panama and Somalia, and how they come up with the free flow style of QCB, and who influenced CQB, and who influenced their CQB tactics the most?
Actually, the unit, man, the unit has always been. What's the word I'm looking for? They've pioneered CQB. What you see today in the way of CQB has its origin from the unit, man. Okay. That's all we did was study what's the best way to clear a room. We'd create all kinds of scenarios with people in it. What if this, what if that? And we thought it through. It's like, well, what has the best chance for success, right? So, the whole idea of running the points of domination, the whole idea was, the first guy, the number one guy, he's running the corners, he's running long, and everybody's hopefully watching him and drawing down on him and to shoot him. While they're doing that, the number two guy's coming through, and he's popping to everybody else, And so, a lot of thought went into this, and it's just like coming up with, plays for a football team, And of course, Iraq changed a lot of things because the bad guys were getting smarter. They knew what the unit was doing, and then so they started countering it. So that required other things like breaching with a goddamn tank, first, and then going in.
Yeah.
So a lot of things had to change, but and they're always evolving, man, and. In every situation, in every war, things are going to be a little bit different. So, it depends on a lot of things like structures of the buildings, what you might encounter in that environment. But ultimately the unit, like I said, this is what they do, man. This is what they're really good at. And they study it, they plan it, they study it, and they adapt. It's when I say, free flow, is it free flow? It's kind of free flow to a point, but it's actually, it's also organized free flow. There's a process to it, and the single most important piece of that process is the man on that team. Okay, control. And so, for example, you would think, we got to have a good team leader. Team leader's controlling everything. As long as you got a good team leader, you can flow properly. Blah 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 blah. Actually, it doesn't come down to the team leader. We would like to think it's the team leader's in charge. Actually, it's always the number one guy that's going to go through the door, whether he's going in the room or going out of the door, that's making that call. What's the best call? For example, when a root team goes into a room, I always tell the number 3 or number 4 guy, the guy closest standing to the door, he's now in charge. Why? Because he has the best view of the room. He also knows what's out in the hallway, which direction they're going. So basically, he's controlling the room, and now he's going to control the direction of flow, right? So it's not necessarily the team leader. It could be the lowest guy on the team, right? So that requires every man on the team to be able to think like a team leader, understand their tactics, procedures, and be able to take charge of that team and run that operation from that to the next room or that next building. That is the difference between conventional and unconventional. That is why you just can't take regular Army guys and slap a Green Beret on them and call them an operator and give them a cool gun and think they can do the same operations and the same missions as a Delta Force operator, for example. Ain't going to happen because it always comes down to the man. And that's why the selection is so stringent, right? As I said a little while ago, they don't pick the best man, they pick the right man, okay? We need thinkers. In fact, they always tell us in OTC, we need thinkers who are shooters, not shooters who can think sometimes. We need thinkers who are just shooters, right? And that's the key. That's the key difference, and that's why the selection process is so difficult, so stringent. There's a psychological evaluation. There's a lot that goes into this thing because the stresses and the pressures you're going to be placed under, either unilaterally or as a team, are huge. They're probably the most tremendous situations and pressures you could ever find yourself in. And if you can't operate in that, if you're going to fold, if you're going to wimp out and whatever, you can cost a lot of people their lives plus the mission.
Hell yeah. You're a walking encyclopedia. You got everything. What are Dale's thoughts on elite tactical LE units like the HRT, I guess hostage rescue team? Have they known any individuals in their time with OGA that had a background like that, and how did they adapt to military and paramilitary operations? It's kind of a three-part question.
Yeah, so like with HRT, I've worked with them before. The difference with HRT is they have a different criteria for selection. So they tend to be, our FBI guys are all college graduates, tend to be officers or former officers of the military, and basically their real bread and butter was being FBI agents, right? Investigators, blah, blah, blah. And now they're going to be a hostage rescue team. I'm not going to say they're bad. When I was working with them, they weren't great. They got a lot of their training from us. Again, they adapted a lot of our weapon systems, things like that, and tactics and techniques and procedures. But it always comes back to the man. That's what it comes back to. And even there, I don't care if you are, no disrespect to my FBI agent friends out there, but it really, there are good ones out there, but as a collective, man, you've all got to be pretty much on the same level. You're only as good as the weakest guys on your team. And, HRT, okay, they're good. They're good for what they do. Are they on the same level as Delta? No. Or SEAL Team 6? Absolutely not. Are they good for what they do state-wise? Yes. They're getting better. They're getting smarter. But my experience is that they were still learning when I was working with them. And where they are today, I don't know, I'd be speaking out of turn. I don't know. But here's what you got to remember this. They're used for CONUS operations, right? You have some kind of a hostage rescue, a big scenario with terrorists here in the United States. That's where they're going to get called in. However, the reality of the fact is, and I already know this for a fact, and I won't say why I know this, but the reality is if it's something big enough, they're going to call in the unit. They're going to call in Delta. They're going to call in the big guns, the big boys to do it, just because of the number of assets that we have, the capabilities, the experience, the real combat experience. I mean, years and years of real combat experience. They're going to go, you know what? Let's push you guys aside for now. We'll make you guys containment or something else for now. Let's bring these guys, and we have to guarantee that we're going to save a lot of lives and not screw this up because little ego things going on here. So, or it might be, a joint operation. I don't know. But everybody's got their responsibility. The Delta unit is overseas. Obviously, FBI is CONUS, but that doesn't mean the unit can't work in CONUS. When they wait posse comitatus, so very possible. Very likely.
If shit went down at like the White House or the Capitol. Yeah, they're going to be flying in Delta. They're not going to fuck around, and no one's gonna protest to that. And if they do, they're fucking communists. So, in regards to his former profession, can Dale comment at all on the growth that their former OGA unit, Ground Branch, underwent during the global war on terror? More importantly, what does the future look like? Will they be the most active of all units moving forward as the wars draw down? And I commented when I posted this that you don't comment on anything with OGA, so I'm not sure if you want to just skip that question.
I'll just say what I know that I can say. So those guys they're not just, there's no OGA Ground Branch school that you go through and I'm a GP or like I'm a Delta Force guy or a SEAL. It's basically, guys come in from different backgrounds, right? And it, like anything else, certain skill sets are, require some, more desirable, not just skill sets, but also, it always comes back to the man. Okay, it always comes back down to the man. The agency just like the Special Forces and Delta, they have very extensive background investigations, polygraph tests. So there's a lot of hurdles you got to get through just to be there. They're not necessarily looking for the best man; they're looking for the right man, right? And so, we used to always, So when I was in the Army, I used to always think, man, Delta's like the final frontier. If I can get to Special Forces and Delta's, like, man, I'm on the top. And then I heard about this other place called Ground Branch. And really?
Yeah.
What? Okay, there's another place, right? And actually, that's not even the pinnacle. To me, the pinnacle has always been. You know what? You can go to war with Delta and have, helicopters and medics and all kinds of cool assets behind you to, pull your ass out of a jam if you need it. You can go to CIA and they'll have tons of money and buy your way out of shit, or they'll bring in the military to bail you out. I said, but what would it be like to be on the ground by yourself, mano a mano, with the same shit the bad guy has, no backup, no big military behind you, no money, no way out. It's just you and him. Be a mercenary. That was the ultimate frontier. I've been there and done that. I've been on the battlefield with three other Americans and an Arab, fighting it out with thousands of Al Qaeda, and it was just me and them. Whatever I had an old Chinese Chicom AK-47, 30 years old. I have them. I'm wearing bandanas and freaking. I had no assets, no air support, no medical support. If I got shot, then I got shot, and that's probably where I'm going to lay and die.
Yeah.
But to me, that was like the ultimate, and it was legitimate. These were legitimate missions. It wasn't like going out there, let me see how cool I am.
Yeah.
I actually worked for foreign governments, in furtherance of their global war on terrorism. And they brought me, and in this particular case, 10 other guys, 7 of them for Legionnaires. And our job was to come in and give them a special force capability and do strike missions for them because they didn't have the capability. And so to me, that was the ultimate, because now I got to really test my soldier skills, my real drive and my real heart, because I knew I'm out there all alone. There's no backup coming. There's no helicopters coming. There's no air support. If I get shot, I'm not going to a JMOW and get patched up. If I do get rolled up, there's nobody coming to rescue me. If I get killed on the street, then they're probably just going to chop my head off and leave me laying in the garbage somewhere, and nobody will know I was there. That's when you really see what you're made of. That's when you really test your skills. To me, that's the ultimate. I can't think of anything else other than maybe fighting aliens.
Yeah,
if aliens come down, I'd like to fight them too.
Yeah.
Test myself out against them. What else is there, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, that would have to, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because I had always thought it was like, SEALs, like Rangers, Green Berets, and then like as I like read more, I was like, oh, it's like Delta and DevGru. And then as I read more, it was like, oh, it's this shadowy thing called Ground Branch for, CIA, SAD. But yeah, I've always thought, like, even talking to you and Joe Teti a couple weeks ago, I just remember thinking, I wonder if there's something above that. And it's kind of what you just described. It's you're going out and it's plausible deniability. Dale who, hope you get back.
I mean, we infiltrated one night from New York in a G500 jet, G5 jet, in the middle of a desert, unmarked airfield, landed in the middle of the desert in the middle of the night, got off, loaded the back of a C-130 that has ramp down, engines running. That was only 2 airplanes in this desert. Got on it, flew off again, and went into this place and unloaded. Had some tents waiting for us. Got all our weapons, which was all bought off the, literally bought off the market. I mean, at the bazaar. I mean, old rusty bullshit, black market stuff, and bought it, and that's what we used, man, to go do this job and jobs. Actually, it was quite a few of them, and how cool is that? But it was that there was nobody. I mean, nobody knew where I was. Nobody knew where I was, not even my wife. She thought I went off on a training mission somewhere. I'm just going to go train some guys. Nobody knew. Anybody knew. I mean, if I never came back, I'd have just disappeared off the face of the earth. Nobody would have known. Unless I showed up on the news in a orange jumpsuit,
Yeah, yeah.
But that wasn't going to happen either because I wasn't going to let nobody catch me.
Yeah.
So.
That's literally being like the shadow of a shadow. Have you ever read Black by Christopher Whitcomb? It's a book I read in high school and I love it. I recently read it again, I think last year. But it's about operations like that, and he kind of goes through the different tiers, and then one guy gets selected to do stuff like that. And it's like there is no formal, but yeah, it's like you go to like a tarmac at JFK, you get on like a business jet, you go to Qatar, and then you jump onto another jet, and then you switch names, and then you get there and you recognize like one guy from Delta, and it's just like, you know, you guys are wearing turbans, and then you drop down into like a fishing boat and you insert here, and it's literally, here's some rusty weapons from the loc, so there's no fingerprint. And he's like, it is the unspoken world. It is the truly plausible deniability. God damn it, Dale Comstock is Jason Bourne. You heard it here first. Dude, you got to write a book about that shit. American Badass was cool.
I'm actually writing this book, but I'm not going to make too much public because
Obviously.
I'm actually saving this for a movie script.
Yes.
It's going to be a pretty badass movie.
Yes. Fuck yes. So excited. Okay, tied to some of the questions above, are there really any differences? I'm sorry, that's just so fucking cool. You are the fucking American Badass. God damn it. Getting so excited. Okay, are there any real differences between Green Badgers and Blue Badgers in regards to that organization in terms of training and operation? I think he's referring to OGA. I don't know what any of this means. Is there any difference between Blue Badgers?
Yeah, everybody talks about green and blue badgers. Green badgers are contractors. Blue badgers are staffers, right? Okay. So there's a difference. So one's on contract, one's their on permanent staff.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's actually a difference in responsibilities too. So
okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. How is adapting to the unit difficult in particular? How does it compare to operating in an SMU? And did the selection? I think they're talking about OGA again. Did the selection process help ease the transition to that? I'm not sure if I'll just read the whole thing. For Dale, how is it adapting to that unit in particular? How does it compare to operating in an SMU? And did the selection process help ease the transition?
I'm gonna kind of guess at what they're trying to say. Man, once you make it through a certain point, like, you know, once you make it as a Delta operator, everything's easy.
Yeah.
You know, basically, when I say it's easy, it's not that difficult. You have the confidence, you have the skill sets, you have the knowledge. Everything's easy. I mean, you don't have to go through any more selection. What other selection course could you possibly put me through? Yeah. Right? To test my mettle? What are you looking to test my heart? I mean, it's already been tested. You know, test my body. It's already been tested. Yeah. Test my will, my combat prowess. It's already been tested. Right. Yeah. My intellect. It's all been tested. Okay. You have to have a certain IQ. Yeah. Minimum IQ. You know. Yeah. So I mean, I can go on all day. So once you make it to a certain point, you know, you can. Man, the world is. It's open, man. I mean, you can do pretty much anything at that point.
Yeah, you can become Jason Bourne. Let's see. Well, he's got like 15 minutes left. I still got like 10 questions. Do you want to keep doing? Because I know you're on a time crunch.
Yeah, let's go about another 10 minutes.
Okay. I'll get through what I can, and then for everyone that didn't get their question answered, sorry. Maybe next time we'll throw them in. For young guys today who want to ideally do that for a career, what sort of background would get them in the door today? Same applies for young military officers, be it USMC, USASOC, or AFSOC, or NSW, and are most dudes former Tier 1 operators and officers like they say? So I think these are all referring to OGA.
Yeah, so there's no, I really probably shouldn't comment on that because I wouldn't know all the real criteria. I'll just put it this way, it always comes back down to, the man, okay? What you're made of and what you've proven, right? So, I mean, you can do anything you want if you're the right guy, okay? And irrespective of rank. Look, from the civilian world, I'll give you an example. I went to a hiring conference. A bunch of companies were there at this hotel for the weekend. Me and a bunch of other military guys were interviewing. We were all NCOs. What we didn't know was that next door was a room with all officers interviewing also with the same companies. And finally somebody goes, hey man, why are those guys over there and why are we over here? And the host said, look, he goes, because those guys are all officers, you guys are all NCOs. And we're like, yeah, so what? And they go, well, because corporate America sees those officers, they see General Custer sitting over there with the butter bars on and pigtails, right? And and they're the leaders. And they look at you guys as, the technicians. You guys can turn wrenches. And so everybody took quite a bit of offense to that, because of the 23 of us that were in the room, 4 of us had college degrees, and I was the only one with a master's degree, and had more combat experience, more troop leading experience than all those officers over there put together, hands down, right? So here's another thing that people believe. They believe that officers are leaders. Actually, officers are executive managers. The real leaders are non-commissioned officers, and that's the reality of it. But that's not how corporate America sees it. That's not how anybody else sees it. They see every officer as General Custard,
yeah,
and every NCO, unless the guy is sad sack, right, taking orders. But so my attitude was, well, whatever. I will get the job on my own merit. I don't have to be an officer. And sure enough, that's what ended up happening. I ended up getting a very high level superintendent position, executive position with a company, a Fortune 250 company, way over all those officers. Not because I was an officer, I was an NCO, but because I proved myself. My credentials spoke for me, and based on my merits and the way I presented myself, that got me through the door that I need to go through, right? So that's another example in the world where it doesn't matter. It doesn't always matter what you're wearing on your shoulder. Doesn't matter all the time what organization you came from. What really matters is who you are, right? I'm not defined. People define me as a Delta Force operator. That's what makes me who I am. Actually, that was one of many things I have been, right? That's my past. I was a Green Beret. I was alert. I was an 82nd. I'm a doctor. I got a master's degree.
PhD.
I can go on all day long, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I was a professional boxer.
Canine trainer.
Canine trainer. I can go on and on and on and on, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm not defined by any one thing, okay? I'm basically defined by who am I today, and how do I present myself to you, and what can I do for you, And so that's what's important, right? So some of my coaching clients, I got a guy that I spoke with last night. He's like, man, I'd really like to be able to do more in life, but I just don't have your kind of experience. I go, well, you don't have to have my experience, okay? You just have to create your own experience. And, like in business, particularly in the business world, it's not what you know so much as who do you know? Do they like and respect you, right? Because you can find the skill sets, right? You can always develop that. And it's the same thing with, working for the government agencies and things like that. Yeah, you need skill sets, right? You need certain things. They're not going to just hire you because of your personality, and you're the prettiest girl in the bunch. They're going to, you got to have something else to bring to the table, obviously. But I can tell you, every guy that's been in organizations like that, there were guys who's like way skills level wise were way down here, and I was way up here.
Yeah.
It wasn't just because of the skills, man. It was because of up here, the mindset, the drive. Were they calculated risk takers? Could they think? There's a lot of other factors that go into what makes the guy the right guy and not necessarily the best guy, right? What makes you the right guy? Okay, you could be the best at everything and be a total turd, right? And so really, you could be the best goddamn shot, run faster than anybody,
But you're an asshole.
You're an asshole. Nobody likes you. Nobody can work with you.
Yeah,
we'll get at you.
And
right?
you're invaluable. You're worthless. Yeah.
Right. It comes down to the right guy. What makes you the right guy?
Sure.
Not necessarily the best guy. What makes you the right guy?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. All right. We've still got like 10 questions, and I know you got a call in a couple minutes. So, So I think we'll cap it at that.
Okay.
With that. And then we
can always pick this up some other time.
Yeah. Yeah. And you still down to talk on Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
About autogenic conditioning. Yeah. We can touch on these. There's only a couple more left. But yeah. Dr. Dale Comstock, PhD, American Badass. Buy his fucking book. It's worth it. I promise. It's like I've said in every episode with you. It's fucking hilarious. It's there I was knee deep in it. No, it's there I was vomiting lobster. It's the 1,000-yard stare because I'm fucking like I have food poisoning. Yeah. It's fucking hilarious. And as always, it makes you more realistic. compare myself. Like, okay, I can identify with that. Yesterday I had on Tony Tedeschi, a guy I work out with, who was a first responder on 9/11, and he said that we're no Dale Comstocks, we're not. And I was just like, hey man, I guarantee you Dale would give you props, because I mean he was digging, pieces of his friends out of the rubble, World Trade Center, and he was talking about how we're just ordinary men we're just in an extraordinary situation. And I said that's what Dale mentions in his book. He said some of the best guys he saw were, his Afghans in sandals. He said these guys, they'd have their dick in their hand in 1 minute, but he's like, when bullets started flying, you'd see these guys and you're like, they just stepped up to the plate. They became warriors. So yeah. So give Tony a shout out for FDNY. Yeah.
All right, Tony, man.
Yeah.
I look forward to meeting you someday, brother.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, no, he loves you. I ain't no Dale Comstock, but I was like, fuck you, Dale would love you. Yeah. So tier one operators, Dale Comstock and Joe Teti. You do the plan to help get people prepared for selection. I'll link that. And
yeah, we do performance coaching, professional and personal performance coaching on tier one, personal coaching and or performance coaching. And I do have a program on there just for getting guys ready for the selection process. In fact, I've got a couple guys right now that are preparing to go through the Q course, and another guy that wants to go through the Q course also wants to go through selection. So I do have that program. I can help mentor you that, not just the physical fitness part, but the mental part. I won't give you the secrets of what you got to do every day, because that's what makes the secret. That's what makes the unit so unique. In fact, nobody really knows the secret. I don't even know the secret. I don't even know the times. Nobody knows the times except a couple guys on the very top, and that thing is like the best kept secret ever anywhere, man. And so it's there for a reason. Because they want to make sure they pick the right guy, right? Yeah. Because they want to pick the best guy that knows all the times in G2 there, right?
Yeah.
Of course he's the best. He made it, but he's not the right guy because he's a cheater. So, but I can definitely prepare you for it. And if you got the mettle and you have the heart, you have the drive, you really want it bad enough, then I can help you get there.
Fuck yeah, Dale Comstock. Thank you for your time, sir. As always. It is a pleasure, and it's hilarious. I love talking to you. It's always fucking great. It's fantastic. All right, Dale. Stay safe during coronavirus, and you and I will talk again on Sunday. I'll send you a link when this is up. I know that they're all going to appreciate it. Thank you, Dale.
Sure.
Peace.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, now I hear you. Yeah.
What's going on, man?
All right, cool. Not much. I've been busy.
You going crazy? For everyone listening, Dale Comstock, former Delta Force.
Yay.
I just had a brain fart. 6-degree black belt, canine trainer, actor, movie star, bodybuilder, weightlifter, canine trainer, author. I mean, PhD. I mean, Jesus Christ, check all the boxes. I hate having you on because it just illustrates how short I come up and everything. Because I have on other guys and it's like, oh, they have their interests, I have my interests. I have on you and I'm like, God damn it, Dale's done everything. It's
not quite everything.
Yeah, almost, man. I mean, but it's good. It makes me, yeah. Well, on that note, on everything. So one thing you talk about in your book, American Badass, on Amazon and Kindle, is you talk about visualization and autogenic conditioning. And you and I talked about this on the first podcast, episode 50, how visualization kind of gets a bad rap from people because it's so associated with kind of hippie, woo-woo, new age. But I was so surprised because it's something I've done my whole life, and I think it's what got me into medical school. It's what kept me going every single day. Because you can get hyped up about going to med school. I want to be a doctor. But, on day 700 of biochemistry, you got to have something else to keep you going. And I'd always visualize what it would be like to get accepted, how happy I would be, how proud my family would be, what it would feel like to hold the letter, all this stuff. And that would always keep me going. It was just a little ray of sunshine, just a little breath of fresh air that kept me going. Just, yeah, it was like a taste of it. And you talked about it in your book. And that was so refreshing because it was like, holy shit, here's this guy that is on the farthest opposite end of, like hippie, oh, it'll come to you, man. It's like, here you are, just like the definition of man. And it's like, and here's this guy, and he's talking about visualization. And I was like, holy fuck, this is the guy. This is like, you never hear the two. It's either visualization or it's like super hard ass on the other end. You just got to work. You just got to and you do got to work. But you talked about it, and I was like, that's awesome. And not only that, it's not like you're just some guy. You were in Delta Force at 23. Like when you talk about how you achieve goals, like you have people have to listen, because you don't just do that. No one just does that, So what is your process of autogenic conditioning, of visualization? I'm talking too much.
Okay. So let me give you a little background, a little history on how I stumbled across this, right? So it actually happened when I was about 15 years old, playing baseball. And essentially I played left field, right? If I didn't play left out. So I wasn't a very good baseball player and not very confident at either. And I remember one day my coach asked me to play third base, which I was mortified to play third base, right? Because it was, in the infield, and more chances of making mistakes and all kinds of stuff, right? And so, but I went ahead and did it anyways, and I did. I made a lot of mistakes, a lot of errors, right? So much so that, the parents in the bleachers were yelling at me. I mean, they'd walk all the way over to the sideline where I was standing, and chewing my ass on my down, they were pretty serious about this stuff. So, and then what happened was that game, our catcher got kicked in the groin, and he got, basically put out for the season. And so we lost the catcher. The next day at practice, my coach said, hey, I want you to play, I want you to be a catcher, right? And I thought, Jesus Christ, I thought I was playing third base, but, I could have screwed that up any worse than what I did, right? And made a lot of mistakes. I was just a terrible baseball player. And now he wants me to play catcher, right? So, and we're going to play the same team the next day. There's a big deal over there at the time. And so I had about 30 minutes to practice before it got too dark, and everybody's giving me all kinds of input on, how to catch the ball and, what to expect, blah, 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 blah. Man, it was sensory overload. And, and I'm just kind of like learning what I can in 30 minutes. And then I got dark. I went home, and I was really nervous about playing that role the next day. I thought, man, there's no way I can play catcher, man. I was so out of my element, I was comfortable in left field because not a whole lot happened out there. But and now, I'm going to do this. So I went home, and I was so unnerved by this that I laid down and went to my bed. I put my headset on and started listening to my music. I still remember the song Disco Daz by Barcase. And one of my favorite songs. And I started listening to the music. And as I was listening to it, I started visualizing, I saw myself playing, playing the role of the catcher, right? And I could sense everything. I could feel that baseball. I could feel the ball hitting my glove. I could feel myself catching it. I could feel myself throwing it. It was almost like I was really there. And I just kept visualizing it. And I saw myself, stopping every ball, even if it meant stopping it with my chest or my face, but not letting it go behind me. I saw myself making double plays, triple plays. I was a one-man baseball team. I just saw this over and over in my head, and I was like living it in my mind, and thought about every possibility, every contingency that could happen, and then coming up with a solution for it. Well, then finally I fell asleep. I don't know how many hours later it was, but it was late. I stayed up for several hours just laying there meditating, thinking about this, and that's actually what it was. I was essentially it was a form of almost self-hypnosis, right? Mm-hmm. And so passive concentration. So next morning I got up really early, had to be out of the field. I think it was like 8 o'clock. I'm walking to the baseball field. It was kind of cool, sunny morning. But I had this real cool, very, sense of calm about me the whole way. I was not nervous like I was the night before. It was almost like I was indifferent, didn't care one way or another. I was just calm. And I got to the baseball field. And my coach said, hey, jock up, get all you get on and practice catching some, pitches from the pitcher and start getting ready, start warming up. So I did just, very, very, just unfazed by it all, man. Just okay, sure, put it on, and got out there. I started catching the ball, and then the parents saw me. Right, they saw me playing catcher, and they all come out there, and in mass, and they're chewing out my coach. Hey, what is he doing, man? Come on, coach, what? He was probably the first time that, probably one of the best examples early in my life of leadership, and I still remember he looked at all of me, he goes, listen, I'm the coach here. He goes, this is my baseball team. I decide who plays, when they play, how they play, where they play. And you guys are the parents. Your job is to sit in that bleacher and cheer on the kids. And that's it. If you want to do my job, you're more than welcome to do it. Right? Yeah. Otherwise, go sit down. Yeah. And so they marched off, and I was like, wow, he put them in their place, right? When he was slightly intimidated by him. And so it kind of gave me, again, a sense of confidence that, wow, I got his support at least. Maybe he saw something in me that I didn't see in me, right? Very possible. But why would he put me in this position when there are far better baseball players on the team? Anybody could have played that position other than me, right? I mean, I could have took the right fielder's place. He could have played catcher, right? I'm sure he was better than me. Yeah. So, the game goes on. It starts, and make a really long story short, at the end of the game, I was awarded the game ball as the most valuable player. I literally, everything I had visualized that night happened. I was making double plays, triple plays. I stopped every baseball from going behind me. I was a one-man baseball team. And when it was all over, from there on, I played catcher for the rest of the years. And so I thought, wow, and the lesson I learned was, man, if I really focus, I literally went from zero to hero overnight. And so later on in life, I learned the lesson again. So I went through the unit. I made it to the unit. As you mentioned earlier, I was the youngest guy at the time to make it there at the age of 23. I was in the operator training course, and the first couple months of the OTC is very marksmanship intensive. In fact, the first 2 weeks, I remember every day we're inside of a building in our bay, and from 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning till easily 6, 7 p.m. at night, and just dry firing for 2 weeks with the 45, just not even firing a shot, just coming out and pointing at pasties on the wall, going through, all the fundamentals of marksmanship, combat marksmanship, reloads, tactical reloads, combat reloads, admin reloads, malfunction drills, 4-stroke draws, just over and over and over, right, ad nauseum. But it was like martial arts. When you practice karate, you do forms and katas, right? And it's very slow, it's very deliberate. And why do you do that? You're doing that to build what they call muscle memory, but it's actually not muscle memory, which I'll explain here in a minute. But you build good mechanics, right? So this is, the old adage in marksmanship training, smooth is fast, you can't miss fast enough. So go slow, Yeah, you're building those proper mechanics, right? Which I'll talk about here in a minute. So about a week into the training, every day after the training, we had an after-action review, right? We go into the classroom, and basically, the instructors would pull out the camera, the one-eyed judge, and they show everybody how fucked up you were, and point out the good and the bad, and basically it was a critique. And there was one instructor named Craig Maxim. I call him Mad Max. He was a little short guy with a big red bushy mustache, battle attitude, Vietnam vet, real hardcore dude, man, but good people. And so he was the primary instructor. And I remember one day, this has never happened before in the whole week that, we're there doing this, but on this particular evening, he said, Comstock, stand up. So I'm like, fuck. So I stand up, I'm not sure why I'm standing up, what's going on here. And then he just started to, basically dress me down in front of everybody. He was like, you know what? He goes, you are fucked up like soup sandwich. If you don't get your shit together, you'll be doing the duffel bag drag out the front gate in no time, and he just tearing me a new ass. And I'm like, whoa, where did that come from? I had no idea that, I was behind the class anyway. I thought I was at least on par. And because I really didn't get, any more ass chewing than anybody else. In fact, I didn't feel like I got a whole lot of any. And he's dressed me down, and I was like, oh my God, I'm in jeopardy of getting kicked out of the course, man. I came all this way just to bolo this in the first week. So I went home, and as I thought about it, I was like, you know what? I got to do something. I got to do it now. And I don't know how I'm going to fix this, but I got to do it now. And I remember when I did playing baseball. And I said, let me try that again. So I remember I went home. My wife was cooking dinner, and I just said, look, I'm not eating. I'm going to bed. I got some training to do. She's like, and I said, don't ask. And I went to bed. And I did the same thing, put my music in, something kind of soft, and I just started listening. I mean, as I listened to the music, I just started visualizing, seeing myself going through all the drills, man, the 4-stroke draw, magazine reloads, combat, I mean, everything, right? And so, but I could feel the gun. I could feel, the stippling on the gun. I could feel the weight of the gun. I could feel the steel. I could feel the white oil on it. I could feel the trigger press. I can still today see the sights. I actually had 2 45s, and they were both set up just a little bit differently. The sights were different, front sights and the rear sights, and I can still tell the difference between either one of those guns. I know them almost like they were my hands, and I could see that front sight over and over. I could feel the mechanics. I just felt smooth over and over. I just could see it and feel it, and I saw myself doing it perfectly every time. And so I fell asleep. And then that morning I went to work and I was pretty calm again. Right. And so I'm out there training all day and nothing's happening. Nobody's yelling at me, nobody's encouraging me. At least if they were yelling at me, that's a good sign because I think I still have potential, right? But that wouldn't happen either, right? Nothing's going on. Day 2, same thing, crickets. Day 3, crickets. And I'm like, God, man, is this it? I mean, where am I at here? Nobody's telling me one way, or nobody's giving me an attaboy, or nobody's calling me names. I'm just kind of here. Yeah. And at the end of the 3rd day, we had another AAR. We're in the classroom, and this is the 2nd time this has happened. The whole time I've been there. Comstock, stand up. I'm like, oh no. And I'm thinking the worst, right? My head's hanging low, and I'm thinking this is the swan song. This is where I get the axe, right? And I stand up and I'm kind of deflated and I'm expecting the worst. In fact, he told everybody in the class, I want everybody to look at this man right here. Everybody take a look at Comstock. And I remember thinking to myself, yeah, that's right, motherfuckers. Look at me. Yeah, I'm the fuck up. I'm out of here, right? So I was like, yeah, go ahead and rub it in. That's what I'm thinking to myself. I said, this is bad, Yeah. Who does that kind of shit, right? Yeah. Just tell me to pack my shit and leave, and I'll leave. I'll quietly get out of here, right? But you're gonna humiliate me too, is what I'm thinking, right? And so, then as he tells everybody, look at me, they all look at me. I'm looking at them, kind of a little goofy, and then he goes, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, this is the most fundamentally sound student in the class, and I predict he'll be Top Gun. And I, whoa, what, right? And I didn't see that coming, right? Like, holy shit! Yeah. And he sang me praises, man.
Fuck yeah!
Wow, I went from 0 to hero, that, right? Yeah. Again, and sure enough, at the end, I took the Top Gun position, and so, and so it was another lesson learned. And I thought, okay, this is. There's something to this, right? And that's when I started really delving into it and started studying it and found out that it's a thing. It's a thing that's been used by the East German, the Olympic teams in Russia. They train their guys on this stuff, and it is a thing. In fact, it's a thing for a long time. It's just that most people, right, if it's not science, it can't be real, right? But they don't understand the science behind it because there is a science behind it, okay? And so, and it really, sadly, most people are very closed-minded. They're being inculcated into a certain kind of mindset. The only way you can be successful is hard work. And I'm here to tell you can work hard or you can work smart, right? And there's a faster way to work and be more efficient. All you got to do is look at my bios and my resume, and people ask me all the time, Comstock, how did you do all that shit? Well, you know what? I didn't do it because I worked so hard because, I did a whole lot of things at the same time. Yeah. And I enjoyed my life. I had a lot of fun. I've raised, I got a bunch of kids. And so because I worked smarter, but I also had a way of thinking, right? And I let my subconscious help create my reality. Okay, now I know that's like, everybody goes, oh, come on, yeah, well, you know what? If you're not into that, just get the hell off the show right now. Yeah, exactly. Right now, because you're not going to learn nothing. As long as you got a closed mind, you'll always be in the same place that you're at, or you'll barely just move forward in life, But you want to be successful, you might want to hear me out. So I started studying. I started learning a lot about it. Realized it's a thing called autogenic conditioning. Emil Kuh was basically the father of this philosophy, and he said that anytime willpower and imagination are in conflict, imagination always wins. Anytime imagination and willpower in conflict, imagination always wins. So what he's saying is that it doesn't matter how bad you want to do something. Okay, you can work your ass off. If you can't imagine the end state, you can't imagine success. You cannot see yourself down the road. You'll never self-actualize, right? You have to believe it, feel it, see it, touch it, and see the end state, right? In your heart. So it's like a dream, but it's more than just a dream, right? It's turning that dream into reality. So does that mean that all you got to do is, have positive thoughts and see yourself being successful and do nothing? No. So what you have to do is invoke, one of the 12 universal laws, which is the law of action. Means you have to do something to that end, right? So you have to do something to help create that reality. And so backing up to, so I'm getting a little off track right now, but going back to the concept or the idea of auditory conditioning, what is it? What does it do? Okay, what's happening? Why? How can I just, concentrate on something really hard and all of a sudden I'm successful, right? Well, there's a thing called frequency, like real frequency, like radio frequency, energy, right? When you look at the electromagnetic spectrum, you've got VHF, UHF, X-rays, you got visible light, UV. So you got a lot of different frequencies and lights of frequency on this electromagnetic spectrum. So even Albert Einstein said it, basically success is frequency. If you want to be successful, you have to get on the success frequency.
Yeah.
Tesla, there's many people out there that will say the same thing. Success is not about willpower. Success is about physics. Success is based on physics. Okay. Period. Albert Einstein, that's one of his greatest quotes. Okay. It's about he says it's physics. Simply, it's physics. And so what does that mean? It means this. Everything in the world is energy. Everything. We create our own energy from within, which allows us to think, which allows me to talk, which allows me to move my hands and my feet. I have to create energy from within to do all these things, right? Interestingly enough, is how powerful is our mind? Okay, it's not like we got a electrical generator up there cranking out a bunch of amps and volts, right, to make things work. It's a small amount of electricity, very small amount, right? And it works on the biological level, right, with sodium and things like that, and your nervous system. But fathom this, man, that little white matter, little gray matter in your melon there, right? Besides controlling your arms and your legs and everything else you do, right? Imagine driving a 4,000-pound car. This little brain is manipulating the steering wheel, the brakes, the gas, and controlling 4,000 pounds of hurling metal down the road under control, right? And when you drive a car, you don't even think about it anymore, right? If you're an experienced driver, it does it. This car has become an extension of your brain and your body, just like your hands and your legs, right? That's how powerful the brain is. That little bit of tiny energy that's being created in your brain, that's manipulating everything else, is being transferred all the way into a 4,000-pound vehicle, okay, or more, or a 747, right?
Cruise ship.
So you have to think about that. That's pretty powerful when you think about something like that. So what's happening is, through this pattern of thought, I am actually stimulating my nervous system. My nervous system, I'm innervating it, and through a process called myelination, okay, which is thickening the nervous systems, the dendrites, and all those types of things. I'm allowing this energy to flow faster and more efficiently. To, for example, the muscles that I'm going to recruit for whatever action, right, specified action, and I have to coordinate those muscles so that they work in a certain sequence, so that I can raise my arm a certain way and extend it out, right? Yeah. That takes a certain kind of coordination. So I got to control a lot of muscles sequentially to create that maneuver, right? Now, think about this. All right, when you first learn how to ride a bicycle, right? Nobody gets on the bicycle first time and just takes off and rides it naturally. There's no such thing, right? You got to do a lot of things. You got to pedal it. You got to brake. You got to keep your balance. You got to steer it, right? There's a lot of things that are going on. You got to, your inner ears are trying to keep your balance. You're trying to coordinate a whole lot of muscle groups, to work, in concert to keep you upright and keep you moving forward. But it doesn't take long before you know it. You're hauling ass on a bicycle. You're steering. Sometimes you're riding without your hands. You're chewing bubble gum. You're talking to your buddy next to you on his bike.
Yeah.
You know, you're not even paying attention to riding the bike no more. You're just doing it, right? And have you ever known anybody to forget how to ride a bike or how to forget how to swim? It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Once it's there, right? That innovation is there, and it's not going to be reversed. So that same concept, that same process applies to anything cognitive that, you know, for example, if I want to pass a final exam this Friday, right? I see myself, I think about about myself passing that test, answering all the questions easily. They just pop right in my mind. Got it, boom, boom, boom. And I see myself at the end getting, you know, a passing score, an A or whatever I see. So it works in that regard as well. It also works in the sense that, you know, if I'm sitting here and I'm looking, I go, man, I really, 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 you know, I want to be, I don't know, you know, I want to be a millionaire, you know, and I want to have, you know, this kind of a lifestyle, and this is what I want to do.
I want to grow my podcast.
Yeah. So if I see it, and I mean, actually see it in my mind's eye, right? I can imagine it. I can just feel it, man. Like, man, what would it be like to be standing there with, you know, wads of money in my pocket, leaning up against a Ferrari, you know, and living this life, right? You know, this dream. If you can imagine it and experience it in the here and now, feel it, right? Then what happens is the subconscious starts working to that end. Okay, it's using the same process of myelination, or spinal tuning is called sometimes. So, and there's more to this, right? I mean, because the conscious and the subconscious are working. The subconscious, I mean, the conscious is aware of all the sensory input. It's aware of everything around you. It's the one that's saying, Comstock, you know, you're an idiot. You can't make $1 million, you know, blah, blah, blah. But the subconscious is a little guy in a dark room in the back with no windows, sitting behind a computer, and he's getting input and go, damn, this guy wants to be a millionaire. How do I chart a course to get us there? You know, and he starts working it. But nothing happens unless the conscious takes over and goes, okay, we have to invoke the law of action. Okay. So let me give you an example of how that works. Years ago, a long time ago, right before I got out of the Army, I was a master sergeant, not making a whole lot of money, like $34,000 a year. I had a wife, 3 kids. Still got the 3 kids, don't have the wife. But I decided to take my family up to Washington, D.C. and for a weekend. And what I wanted to do is surprise them and take them to the Kennedy Center, right? Go watch a play. I thought that'd be really cool. And so we get up there, we check in, and then that night, it was a Saturday night, we go to the Kennedy Center, go to the box office, and I said, okay, I want 5 tickets for this show. And I remember she quoted me some ridiculous price, like $700. You know, I'm like, whoa, you know, and there's no way I could afford that, right? And I looked around at my kids and my wife, go, you know, sorry, you know, I didn't know it was that much money. I can't afford it, you know. I said, we could go, you know, if you guys want to like push the van back to North Carolina tomorrow and eat hot dogs, we could probably work it out. But I said, otherwise, it'll take all our money, right? They were pretty good about it. They're like, yeah, Dad, come on, let's go bowling, eat some hot dogs, you know. And they would go to that. So we did, but I beat myself up pretty bad over that. Even in the car, I was just like, you freaking idiot, right? And so what happened was right there in that car, I still remember thinking, you know what, this will never happen again. It's never going to happen again. So what I told myself is I make $250,000 a year. Now, I just told you I make $34,000 a year, right? Now I'm telling myself I make $250,000 a year. I thought that was a reasonable number within the year, right? Of course, that's not true, and that's what the conscious is telling me. Comstock, you're lying to yourself. You make $250,000 a year, you know. Be honest with yourself, but it doesn't matter. It's not about being honest with myself. It's saying it in the here and now. I make $250,000. Not that I'm going to make $250,000. I make $250,000, right? And so when I start doing this, I've created my reality. The subconscious is back to going, hey, he thinks he makes $250,000. We got to do something here, right? So, you know, there's processes that start taking over. And then the law of action is also invoked, right? So I've got to do something to help that, facilitate that. So I remember it wasn't, you know, I told myself every day I make $250,000, put little Post-it notes on my mirror. I saw myself making $250,000, saw myself successful. And then I went back, got my master's degree. Didn't know what I was going to do when I got out of the Army. And I thought, well, maybe I'll start a security business. This was pre 9/11.
Sure.
And then one thing led to another. And within a year, I finished my master's degree, had already started a company. And then boom, 9/11 happened, and right after that, I was off to the races, and I was making $250,000 just like that, right? And so much so that I sold my company to G4S in 2004. Okay, they bought my company up. So then I went on and incorporated again, created another company, another business. So, why did that happen? It happened because I had a certain imagination. I imagined that I make $250,000 a year. I felt that I tasted. I could just see what I could hold that money, and I wanted that badly, and it became reality. And I can go on all day long with these stories of my life. So when people ask me, Comstock, how did you do all this stuff? Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I think about it in the here and now. I actually feel it. I sense it because I want it bad enough. And that's the thing. If you don't want it, okay, then it's not going to happen. You got to want it, right? You got to be passionate about it. And if you're passionate about it, you can create that reality. And so that's kind of how it works, right? There's a lot more to it, a whole lot more to it, and a lot of other areas that I go into. So when I'm teaching this stuff in the metaphysical world, I go into, a lot of this stuff that's, tied into, Ayurvedic medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and other things that are kind of, for some people, they might roll their eyes, some weird stuff. But actually, there's something to all of this. And I go into meditation, how to meditate quickly. In fact, we were taught how to meditate in Delta.
Really?
Yeah. So,
cool
to prepare us for actions, right? Whatever it was going to be. And we had 3 psychologists that were there. That was their job, man, and to keep us trained and keep us functioning. And so there is a place for this stuff, even in the military, because I was taught and trained how to do this, right? So again, anybody that's a naysayer out there, that's your choice, and you'll never be successful, or you might be successful, but you're going to go down the long, hard road, and you'll never be as successful as you could be if you just open your mind. Again, like I said, this is stuff that is, espoused by, great minds like Albert Einstein. I mean, he says it all the time. He says,
this is not philosophy. This is physics.
Yeah. The best knowledge is experience, right? Yeah. I mean, we can go on all day long, right? And so I got kids back there screaming and hollering.
You're fine.
But anyways, exactly. It's physics. It's all physics. It all comes down to energy and frequency, right? And everything we do. And how is that so, right? So, for example, the wooden table I'm sitting at right now, at the molecular level, it's got energy. Okay, those molecules have energy, right? They're moving. They're always moving.
Ocean, yeah.
Everything's moving, right? It's always moving. Everything's interconnected in the universe. Everything. So, the mind is a very powerful, organ. And I kind of think of it as like a radio, transmitter receiver. And I think we've talked about this before, So, for example, I'm conjuring up thoughts of what I want to say to you, using energy in my brain. It's basically, I'm now recruiting, activating my voice box, all the nerves and muscles I need to vibrate the air, vibrate the molecules in the air, right? Frequencies and wavelengths, just like a radio.
Yeah.
Just like a radio, right? It's like a radio antenna. That's how they work, right?
Yeah.
And basically, I'm propagating this signal, which is information. You're receiving it with your parabolics.
Yeah.
You're taking it in, you analyze it, you're converting it, and basically you're reading what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah. And that's how radios work. That's how we work. And guess what? Radios work not through magic.
Yeah.
It works off of energy. You have to have a power source to run the battery, right? To do what? To send signals and vibration through the air, right? To be received by another radio, to interpret it and analyze it and convert that information, right? The frequency to information. We're no different than that. No different than that. We emit energy all the time. We have what's called an ether, which is about 6 feet around us. It's kind of like an E-field, electronic field. And, we emit energy, some more, some less. If you're sick, sometimes less, or different spots. We talk about chakras in Ayurvedic medicine, right? They're different energy points in our body down the center line. And, we want them all to be harmony and congruent. Mm-hmm. Sometimes if one is off, everything is off. So, we focus on that one chakra and try to bring it back to health. But, even they've known that, the American Indians, they're very spiritual and as well. They speak a lot about the spirit and, and nature and things like that. But actually, if you really listen to what they're talking about and what they're saying, it's energy. It's coming back to energy. What is spirit? Spirit is nothing more than, again, it's frequency. Okay. They just call it something different because they can't see it. Yeah. Okay. And they can't feel it, but they know they're aware that it's there. Right. Yeah. We talk about our sixth sense, right? Everybody's got six senses. Well, think about that for a minute. What could that sixth sense be? If you can't see it and feel it, you can't put your finger on it. What is that sixth sense? Well, we know it's there, right? How many times have you been standing around and somebody walks up behind you within a few feet of you, and you go, oh, how did I know you were there, right? Yeah. And or you're sitting there in the car, you're thinking, and all of a sudden your wife says what you're thinking. Yeah. Like, Dad, I was just thinking about that, right? Yeah. Right? Because you're sitting close to each other. Your ethers are interconnected, your energy, and eventually she gets on your frequency. Yeah. Look, even women, man, they know when you come home, if you've been out doing something you should have been doing, they're like, what did you do? Nothing. They just know, man. They know. They know. I don't even have to be near my wife. My wife's, 10,000 miles away right now. And she goes like, what did you do? I can, something ain't right? And we know it. We can sense it too, right? Them. And so, there is an interconnection. So here's another story. There's a couple stories, but so this particular story, so let's tie this into object conditioning again, right? So, in my military career, I spent a lot of time flying around in helicopters, right? And my biggest fear was Black Hawk helicopters because when they crash, the crashes are bad. And it's always been my experience, magnesium alloy, it breaks up really fast and bad and burns and, just not a good sight. And so I remember one day flying in a Black Hawk, we didn't have any seats in it and we're cruising along. And I remember thinking to myself, what would I do if this helicopter crashes, right? I had nothing else to think about. And then I thought, there ain't much you can do. You're in a helicopter and it crashes, you kind of go with it, right? It's not like you just step off on the elevator, go down the stairs. Yeah. And so I thought, well, man, there's got to be something I can do to, at least enhance my survivability. So, suppose I crash and I survive the crash. Last thing I want to do is die in the wreckage because my weapon or my load-bearing equipment got snagged up on something I couldn't get out, right? And so I thought, okay, well, what would I do? Well, I'll get rid of my booty cap or my helmet, whatever I'm wearing, get my weapon unslung, get it off of me, get my load-bearing equipment off and get as slick as I can, right away. And then I'm going to take a knee, grab the red cargo wings on the rooftop, and basically brace myself. I said, that's about as good as it's going to get. And so I remember rehearsing that in my mind, and that was it. Okay, just that one time I thought about it. And then every now and then when I got on a helicopter, those thoughts kind of came back. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this and that. Okay, it wasn't like a real rehearsal or nothing. I just thought about it, and what I had is a boilerplate response to a possible scenario, right? So years and years later, in fact, in 1990 on Mother's Day, Panama, Darien Jungle, we were down there doing jungle training. Long story short, we got called to go do an operation, right? We were out already doing survival jungle training, and this was kind of a frag order, right? Over the radio, hey, get on the HLC, you guys load up and fly, 5 miles south. There's a gold mine there. We think there are holdovers from the invasion, Panamanian Defense Forces and militia, right? Hole up there. And so we want you to fly down there, get off the helicopters and, and exchange gifts, right? So like, all right, here we go, right? So the helicopters came in, and the first two came in. My team got on the first helicopter. We had 15 packs on there, 4 crew, and then 2 teams on there. And anyways, helicopter takes off. We're flying. We're at 206 feet, and then the number 1 engine on the left side just disintegrates, right? Goes out, and you could tell right away what was going to happen, what was happening, because you could feel it losing lift like an elevator. And anytime there's any turbulence in a helicopter when you're flying or any kind of weird bumps, the first thing you do is you look at the crew chiefs, right? If the crew chiefs are just kind of like hanging on the guns, looking out the window, you're good. Yeah. If you're doing anything but that, then you're not good. So when that happened, I looked at the crew chiefs, and sure enough, man, they're levitating out of their seats by 6 inches, looking at us, eyes are all big, and saying, get out, hang on, right? And then all the alarms and bells and whistles went off in the cockpit, and we knew we were in trouble, right? And about that time, we hit a tree, snapped the rotor blades off down to the hubs, and then the bird flipped sideways. And I remember hanging on that cargo ring, hanging out the bird, looking straight down at the ground, dangling from this cargo ring, thinking, holy shit, you know? And then it righted itself, you know, belly down again. And then, you know, time slowed down, but I know it happened really fast. And I remember thinking, Jesus Christ, when is this thing going to crack? When is it going to hit? Right. And then when it did, it was so fast and so hard that I almost don't even remember it hitting. I just remember waking up on my back. And as I'm laying there, I'm facing towards the back of the helicopter, and my head's facing towards the front and on the inside. And it was really quiet, except for the burning. I could hear the engines burning. And there was nobody in the helicopter, or so I thought. What I didn't know is a couple of guys got launched up towards the front of the helicopter into the cockpit, and, you know, were unconscious. The pilots were unconscious. The two crew chiefs got squirted out over the top of their guns. Everybody else that was in the back of the helicopter got squirted out. And so as I'm laying there, I'm thinking, Jesus, you know, I'm alone, and this thing's on fire. And so luckily I had taken everything off. And I remember about that time it hit me. It's like, Jesus, my back is killing me. And so I had an L2, L3 compression fracture. And it just felt like, the only way I could describe it to people is imagine King Kong grabbing you and it just kind of ringing you like that, right? And that's kind of what it felt like, man. It was just like so much pain. And but there was another part of me that said, man, this thing's on fire. And I'm looking at a huge ox tank in the back. It was strapped in the back of the helicopter, right? And I'm thinking, yeah, that's all I need is for that thing to catch on fire with me here, right? And so I rolled over my belly and started crawling out. And I finally made it out the helicopter, landed on the ground, crawled a few more feet, rolled over on a log. And I remember laying on my back, looking to my right. I saw one of the crew chiefs there. He was unconscious. His lips were ripped off over his face. I thought he was actually dead. And then I looked to my left, and one of my teammates, who was a medic, was laying next to me. And I still remember, though, we all carried PRC 122 survival radios in our survival packs. And he had the foresight, or at least he remembered to pull it out, and he turned it on the beacon mode. So they have different beacon settings under A and B at the time. And that's to basically, the beacon goes out, and it's an alarm to any aircraft in the area. Said, hey, there's hone in on this. There's been a crash, right? So he's got the beacon going off, and I look at him. I remember just thinking, man, he's a medic. I'm in so much pain. Surely he can help me. I mean, I wasn't even thinking straight no more, right? And like, Tom, my back. I think my back's broken. You need to help me, man. Help me, brother. And I still remember, man, it was like it actually was a movie, Major Pain, when he was telling a story about the little engine they could. And the guy got his legs blown off, and he's crawling. And I remember Tom looked over and he goes, Bubba, there's nothing I can do for you, Bubba. My leg is broken. He's bleeding out of his mouth and stuff, And I went, oh, laid on my back. Okay, whatever. And so anyways, the story goes on quite a bit. Actually, I'll finish the story. It's kind of funny. Yeah. So then a little while later, the other helicopters went back to HLC. They got out the machetes. They came in, cut the way into the jungle. They found us, started triaging us. They had brought spine boards and stuff like that, and started dressing everybody up to haul them out. And I was actually the last one to go out. And actually, they actually literally forgot me, right? So I'm laying there, and I'm already on morphine, so I'm on Queer Street. And I could see them hauling guys off. And then I looked around. I was like, there's nobody else around, right? And I'm like, where the hell's everyone? And I looked in the jungle about 50 meters down. I see the last guy going into the jungle. And I realized they forgot me. They really did forget me, right? And so I yelled out, hey. And I heard somebody say, oh, shit. Hey, we left Comstock. They come running back, right? And I'm like, son of a bitches, man. And then they picked me up, took me out, got on the helicopter, ended up in Gorgas Army Hospital down in Panama. And it was Mother's Day, so there was, a skeleton crew there, doctors and nurses. It was really quiet, very empty. And suddenly had a mass casualty event. It had a lot of guys in there just, pretty bad off from the crash. And so I was on a gurney. They already stripped my clothes off. They had me on a gurney and covered me in a sheet. And I'm laying out in the hallway. And I remember a good friend of mine. I won't mention his name here, but he was in the unit. He was an operator, good friend, very funny guy, very jolly, just a good-hearted guy, man, and older than me. And we used to ride to work together every morning too. And so he's standing out there with me. And even though I'm on morphine, I can feel something gnawing on my groin, right, on my balls. And there's something itching bad down there, right? And I'm like, what the hell, right? But I can't move, right? I got a broken back. I can't even get up, right? I'm on morphine. I'm still kind of goofy. And so I looked at Tom. We'll call him, his name was Tom. We'll just call him Tom.
Well, I'm Tom.
Yeah, everybody's Tom, right? I said, Tom, I said, dude, something down there is itching really bad, man. Something's chewing me up down there. He said, huh? I go, really, man. I said, take a look and tell me what it is, right? And he starts giggling and shit. He's like, dude, come on, man. I go, no, seriously, dude. And he's looking up and down the hall. No, come on, man. I said, come on, you got to do it, Dirt. So he's like, okay, hold on. He looks around. He lifts up the sheet and holy shit, man. He looks at me. I go, what? He goes, dude, you're covered in ticks, right? I mean, apparently while I was laying in the jungle, all these ticks decided to, come to the diner, right between my legs, right? So, and so I'm like, dude, man, you got to get them off me, man. I'm starting to panic now because, and the little bloodsuckers down there, there's a bunch of them. And so he's like, dude, I can't do that, man. He goes, I can't do that. It's embarrassing. I can't do that, right? And I'm like, look, man, I go, you got to help me, Tom. I said, you got to get them things off, brother. And come on, man, come on. And so we're going back and forth. He's just laughing and giggling. He's like, no, man, no. And finally I convinced him to do it, right? He's like, okay, but you better not ever tell anybody. You hear me? I said, I'll never tell nobody, man. Don't worry about it. Just get him off me. And so the funny thing was he goes under the sheet and he puts the sheet over his head. So he's under the sheet and he's pulling the ticks off, right? And finally he gets done and I'm like, damn, dude, you freaking, man, you're your brother, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I owe you my life.
And I told him, I said, you better tell nobody. I said, never tell nobody, right? So I put it in my book.
Yeah, it's in the book and it's on the podcast. Yeah. I remember reading that. I was like, I was like, why am I reading? I'll never tell anyone. And I'm like, as I'm sitting down the toilet reading American Badass, and I'm like, hey, man.
So that happened. And so the
true brother
walk away message for that was, I did exactly what I had thought about doing before. It just happened. I didn't have to think about it. I just did automatic. And when this thing started to go down, I mean, literally hat went off, helmet came off. I mean, booty cap came off, weapon came off, load bearing equipment came off, took a knee, grabbed the cargo ring, did it automatically. Didn't even think about it. Didn't think anything about it, just did it. Like, oh, I'm in this position, right? And so you could argue, well, the question is, did it help you or did it hurt you? That's a good question. I don't know if it helped me or hurt me. Maybe it hurt me. Maybe it helped me. I know one thing. I didn't fall out of a damn helicopter when I was looking down at the ground, right? So in that sense, it probably helped me because I'm hanging on the cargo rings. But one of the things it did do is give me something to think about on the way down rather than dying, right?
Yeah.
So I'm actually fighting to save my life, and I'm not thinking about, my God, I'm going to die. So moving on. So how this autogenic conditioning and how powerful this idea of frequency is. So what happened was I ended up, San Antonio, at the hospital there. I ended up in a body cast. Finally got back to Bragg. I was on convalescent leave, so I decided to go home to California. And I met I went and saw my mom and dad. So it turns out my mom, who was in perfect health and is still in perfect health to this day, doesn't go to doctor for anything, has no health issues, nothing, zero, zippo, man. I mean, she's like a billy goat, man. I mean, she's just hardcore. And she told me that on that particular day, she showed me the medical reports on that same day at the same exact time. All right, Pacific Standard Time versus what we were in Central Standard Time, Panama City, Panama. The exact same time, exactly. She was at work. She worked at Montgomery Ward's and furniture department. She was walking down the aisle, looking at, whatever, and then just got lightheaded and just fainted, passed out on the floor, right? Wow. So they came and picked her up, put her in an ambulance, took her to the hospital. They checked her out and go, man, there's absolutely nothing wrong with her. We don't know why you passed out. Your blood pressure is normal. Everything's normal. There's nothing wrong with you. We don't know why you fainted, right? And I thought, how ironic. I said, maybe, because it was exactly the same moment, maybe she could feel my fear, my anxiety, it was probably so overwhelming. And because, there's a nexus between my mom and I, we share the same frequencies anyways, maybe she sensed or experienced in her mind that something bad was happening. She just didn't know what it was at the time. Right. And that put her down, made her lightheaded. Then it happened again. Years later, my father had a heart attack, for smoking, blah, blah, blah. And then he's supposed to stop, but he didn't stop. And then, a few years later, I was in Portugal with my special forces team, and we're doing a live environment training. So I was in Lisbon. Each of my team lived with these Portuguese families throughout the city. We were there for a couple months learning the language and just hanging out. And one day, I'm going to meet my team as a Sunday, Sunday afternoon. We're going to meet at this outdoor cafe. And in the meantime, I just walked around all day kind of shopping. But while I was walking around, I kept thinking about my dad, right? He just kept popping in my mind. And I thought about his heart attack. And I thought about, just dad just kept coming to mind. I don't know why. And I just kept mulling it over, right? And so later on that evening, I met my team. And we're sitting at this table outside this cafe. And my team leader shows up, Kit, the captain. And he's like, hey, Comstock. He goes, did you talk to your wife yet? I go, no. She's been trying to call and reach you all day long. This was before really cell phones were, everybody has a cell phone, especially overseas, right? And I go, no, dude, I've been here all day. She goes, you need to call home, call your wife right now. Shit, man. So I get up and I run to a phone booth. I make an international call to my mom. And first thing my wife says is, okay, don't panic. Okay, your father's all right, but he had another heart attack. And I'm like, how the hell did I know that? Yeah. How did I know that?
Dude, it's a story that I've only told my parents and one other friend, man. April 15th, 2014 is the day my oldest sibling committed suicide. The night before, I was down, this was in Maryland. I was down in Georgia visiting my girlfriend at the time at UGA. The night before, I haven't talked to her in years since we broke up, but I guarantee you could contact her and she would say, yeah, I remember that. She literally, we were sleeping, her head was on my chest. And I remember she woke me up because she said she woke up because on her ear, she could hear my heart thumping so hard. She said it woke her up and she looked at me and I was sweating and sleeping. Oh, you're having a nightmare. Woke me up. Said, what's wrong? And I was like, I swear to God, I just saw my older brother. Like I saw him like walking around his room. Like I saw him like picking up a gun and I saw him like getting in his car. And like I had known he had been depressed for years. And it was just, and I was like, I saw him. I was like, I literally saw him get in the car and drive away. And then like I saw him commit suicide.
Wow.
And she was like, wow. So he did. And I remember for privacy issues, just for family privacy, I won't go into all the details, but I went through literally looking at like text messages with family members and him. Emergency response. It happened to the minute that I saw what happened. And wow. Dude, that fucked me up on such a level because it was like, it's one thing to have it be, just in itself, suicide is terrible. Dude, I saw the room. I saw like where he was going. I saw asleep down in Georgia. Athens, Georgia, #1 party school in the nation with my hottest fuck girlfriend, farthest thing from my mind. I got my tonsils out a couple weeks earlier and I'm finally healed up. So I was like, I can go down and drink. I'm not on Vicodin anymore, right? Dude, and it wasn't just like a panic attack. Like, oh, I think something's wrong. It was like, I saw exactly what was happening. I was like, I saw him, like what he was doing and through text messages with, just the last text messages with him and other family, I pieced the picture together. Dude, it happened to the minute. What?
Yeah.
Distance, 599 miles. I looked it up. 599 miles. 2 a.m. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
What is
there's something there, this is all, it goes back to what we've been talking about, this whole thing about frequency and energy. It's a thing. It's a real thing.
It's real as it's one. Sorry to interrupt you. One thing I always think about is, what happened when people used to get sick in like the 1500s? Oh, they're possessed by a witch. They have depression or anxiety or what, before that, think about illnesses. Think about pandemics before we knew what viruses were. Oh, yeah. There's a demon sweeping the nation. People are dying. Yeah. You're coughing. That was black magic. So they'd burn people at the stake, and they'd invoke the priests, but they didn't know what that was. And now you fast forward because they couldn't see it, microscopic before even microscopes. Imagine if they come forward to 2020 and we're like, oh yeah, no, that's a virus. And it's, the DNA and the RNA is recombinating and it's going through. And they're like, oh, we're like, yeah, no, it could definitely seem like magic. That's one thing I always think about is like, maybe it's 2050, maybe it's 2250, who knows? But I feel like at some point they're going to go back and be like, oh, yeah, no. They probably used to think that was like, demons or something. But yeah, no, don't they know that, you open a med school textbook and be like, oh, yeah, in the year 2155, scientists Bob Smith discovered the Smith effect. And it's how, we all have electrical fields around us, and those between family members and those that you love are very interconnected, and electron entanglement, and they could even connect each other, on opposite sides of the world. They're going to look back at us and be like, oh man, that must have freaked some people out. But that's how I look at it. It's very real, but I just think it's very simply a science we haven't discovered. I don't think it's magic. Yeah. I think it's a science we haven't discovered.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. You're right. We don't know everything, but a lot of these guys, a lot of these scientists have dialed in on it. There's more, but essentially, it's a thing. I attributed my success and my lack thereof to my failures. If I don't apply it properly, if I don't have the right mindset, but I've already proven to myself time and time again, it is a thing. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking way outside the box. You have to think a certain way. You have to think positively. And it's not just positively. People talk about visualization. I hear performance coach talk about visualization all the time, but they don't explain what does that mean, visualization, right? And then we hear about muscle memory. Okay, your muscles don't remember shit. It's your nervous system that remembers it, right? Willpower. You gotta willpower. All the willpower in the world. It doesn't get you anywhere if you don't have imagination, right? And so there's a lot of these things that are involved, right, in this system of autogenic conditioning, more than I could possibly talk about here today. But I do provide. I was gonna say,
do you and Joe provide that with Tier 1 performance?
That's kind of my forte is autogenic conditioning. This whole process for self-actualization, using your mind, thinking asymmetrically, and how to channel your energies. Not just your way of thinking, but your way of talking and speaking, neuro-linguistic programming and things like that to get you going in the right direction. You want to go literally overnight. You can literally start succeeding overnight. I mean, it's that effective and that fast. That fast. I mean, literally, I can go on. I got 1,000 stories like that where, literally overnight, like I mentioned the other two earlier, but just some short terms, low level stuff, but I need to do it tomorrow and I need to do it fast and do it right. Boom. I can do it. It is a thing. I do teach it, but I tie it into a lot of other areas. Things about going to self-leadership. As I mentioned a minute ago, self-actualization. I tie in the metaphysical aspect of it, kinetic molecular theory. So there's a lot of really abstract stuff that, you can learn, pieces of it here and there in school, but you're not going to learn how to, basically harness all this stuff together and then use it and apply it to your success. I always tell people you can spend a lot of money going to college, for a piece of paper, right? A certificate. And here's the funny part, right? Like I got a doctorate, I got a master's degree, and I look back, I'm like, what did I learn? And I realized they didn't teach me anything. Actually, they gave me a homework assignment. I went home and did all the research, figured it out myself, and then gave them an essay, right? I taught myself, I paid a lot of money to do my own research, And so, I tell people all the time, you can invest, whatever, 20, 30, 40, 60, 80,000, $100,000 in an education, get that piece of paper, go, I did it, I win.
I did it, got the thing.
And not even work in that profession, which most people don't. Where you can spend a fraction of that, and learn how to apply, these fundamentals to success. I've owned 3 companies. I still own one in Bali. And it's doing okay, even though we have the virus going on right now, it's still flat and stable. And it'll pick back up. But I've owned 3 companies. I've had 2 small businesses among all the other things I've done in life. And I was able to do that, not because I have a master's degree or a PhD. It's because of a way of thinking and this imagination. If you can imagine something, it can be so. You just gotta have to really want it and feel it and experience it in the here and now. So there's a lot of stuff that goes there. And so I do teach that. If anybody's interested, you can look me up on info at Tier 1 Performance Coaching. Info at tier1performancecoaching.com. I'm easy to find on the internet, on Facebook, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm providing coaching clinic. And all of it. Yeah. So, again, it's for those that want to succeed. I've had a lot of success. I've trained a lot of people. It doesn't matter if it's fitness, weight loss, professional development, business development. I do a lot of business development stuff for people. Again, it's a way of thinking, man. That's what all it comes down to. This way of thinking is a frequency. Okay, it's like changing the dial on a radio, right? You don't like this song. It's it's sad, depressing. You dial it up a little bit further. You're on hard rock. It's jamming, right? So it lifts you up, right? It's a different frequency. They're different. It's literally a different frequency. Not only the radio, but the music is on a different frequency.
Yeah.
Right. And it changes your mood as well. And so what we're going to do is teach you how to change your mood from within. All right. And put yourself on another frequency level for success. There's so much to this thing, but so that's what I do, man. That's where I'm at. And me and Joe. This is kind of this is our passion, man.
Can I?
We look. Can I get people out there?
Go ahead. Can I get a friend discount if I do it?
Absolutely, man.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I legit no bullshit. I'm not just saying this.
I'll tell you what. Anybody that comes on your show and hears this and they contact me, I'll give them a discount. So if you're a listener, man, you tell me you've been on this radio show with it's podcast with Tom. We'll hook you up, man. I'm not getting rich off this by any means. But to give you an example, I've got 9 students this week that I'm coaching just this week alone. And it's at 2 hours each. That's 18 hours of teaching. Okay. Spread that out over 5 days. That's a lot of instruction on top of all the other stuff I do, the business development in Bali. I'm actually doing business coordination in Bali with Canadians. And I got a lot of irons in the fire. And so this is not my primary effort, but it's something I like to do on the side. And so, I've got to get compensated for my time. I mean, 18 hours. Absolutely. I mean, I need to make, I could put 18 hours into another business, right? So,
no, there's nothing wrong with making money, man. There's nothing wrong with it. It's fucking, it's people that have a problem with it, like, oh, you charge for it? Yeah. Because I eat and I have a home and I have gasoline that goes in my car. There are expenses. Shit costs money, you dirty communist. But on that note, 4 p.m. Dale, I said I'd only keep you for an hour.
Yes, sir. All right, man.
I'll link all your stuff, and I'm interested. I'm actually I don't have any money, but I'm gonna see. I fucking had a job, a coronavirus. When all that goes away and I can start working again, I'm no bullshit. I'm gonna do you and Joe Teti's Tier 1 Performance, and I'll use my podcast to show the success of it or lack thereof. We will see.
You'll succeed. I guarantee, man. I guarantee. I don't like to guarantee anything, but you will see results. Everybody that I've coached so far has seen results. And nothing else. I'll change your perspective on life. You'll challenge paradigms, and that's the key to is challenging all these paradigms, and then making those adjustments in your life for success. But anyways, all right, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on the show, brother.
Thank you very much for coming on. I fucking love having you on, Dale. Let's definitely do another one. And tell Joe to stop being Joe Teti to stop being a stranger. He came on, did 2 episodes, and bailed. Man, it's like fucking a chicken. It's like fucking a chicken not calling her back. Joe comes on, teases us, and then he's gone. He's a player. I feel used. I feel used.
Yeah, he'll come. He'll be happy to come back. I'll get him back
man.
over here.
Let's let's set up another one. Let's do us 3. And man, cut it out an hour. I think that's a good time to do it. All right, man. Thank you very much for doing it. Dale Comstock. See you. Peace, buddy. Peace.
Bye-bye.
We're going. Dale Comstock, Joe Teti, 2 American Warriors. Dale Comstock, Delta Force, Joe Teti, Dual Survival, Discovery Channel. So I got a bunch of questions from you guys from our Reddit Q&A. And the first one is obviously the touchiest one, just because of what can and can't be said. But someone commented that, hey, they've seen pictures of Joe in Tiger Stripe BDUs with an H&K 416, and they said that's not run-of-the-mill armament. They said only a couple. Only 2 Tier 1 places can afford that, and 1 3-letter agency. And they wanted me to ask you about that. And I'm pretty sure I can ask you about that. It's colloquially OGA. But is there anything you guys can comment on that, or is it I'd have to tell you?
Well, I've been asked that question dozens of times on interviews, and I'm going to give the same answer that I've given every single time. And that is because of moral and ethical and legal reasons. I will never divulge the government agency that I worked for or Dale worked for because of that. And there's other reasons too. The compartmentalization, the way the organization works, and all kinds of other things. But yeah, there's pictures of me online that of me in tiger stripes and carrying an H&K 416, and we carried other weapons too. But here's what I'll just tell you about the unit. It was first off, I didn't even have the proper clearance when I first was approached. I only had a secret clearance. So to be there, you had a SCI, which is a top secret special compartmentalized information, and you had to pass a polygraph. And for what I was told when I was actually talking to the recruiter, he's like, don't get excited because 50% of the people that actually take the polygraph don't even pass. So think about that. If you have 100 guys that you're looking at, now you got 50, and you're only halfway down the road, not even halfway, and you just took a polygraph and lost half of them. So, and it's not like you can call an 800 number and say, hey, I want to turn in my resume for, maybe for this organization and for this particular unit. It doesn't work that way. You got to be vetted, invited, and then again, I went through a long process. I'm sure Dale already had a TSSCI being where he came from, but I didn't. So I had to go through a 6-month clearance process. And then there's other gates you have to go through, and I'm not going to get into all that stuff. And then I had to go to a 6-month OTC, an operator course. And actually we graduated 4 guys. 4. To give you an idea how small the unit is. It's very small.
And you guys but they're taking from Delta and DevGru. They're taking from there and only graduating 4.
Yeah, I mean, their primary recruiting ground was obviously the tier 1 units, and because you've got a lot of experienced guys out there. I mean, look at Dale's resume; it's pretty hard to beat. Those are the kind of guys you want as you climb up that ladder of that soft. You got your regular vanilla, special forces units, your vanilla SEAL team guys, and you got your tier 1 units, and then you got the unit Dale and I served in, and they want experienced guys. If I'm not mistaken, I think they wanted a minimum of 10 years. In a soft unit. That was like their minimum requirement, and then other stuff. But anyway, man, it was a very it was a great check the block for me. I got to do some really, really cool missions that I would have never thought in a million years in my soft career I'd ever get a chance to do. But that particular unit, they do some pretty they do some cool shit. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say. Dale, you want to take this ball right now?
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Is that a lateral pass?
Yeah.
I'm dialing out, brother. I'm handing off.
No, again, there's things we just can't talk about. There's certain organizations we can't speak of as far as affiliations and things like that. As maybe some of you out there know that are listening, maybe you don't know, you can easily, Google Dale Comstock, Yemen, for example, and you're going to find a lot of news articles out there that have come up about my mercenary work, real mercenary work, not contractor work, not working for Blackwater, literally working for foreign militaries. So, and I've done that, and I've worked with, there's guys out there that I've worked with. I'll say that, I work with the Legionnaires and others, and even those guys, I don't talk too much. I won't identify them because their countries are different than the U.S. For example, the countries that some of these guys came from, they could actually be prosecuted for being mercenaries, even though they may live abroad in other countries. Why didn't I get prosecuted? Because it's actually not illegal to be a mercenary in the United States, as long as the country that you're working for is in line with the U.S., is basically friends with the U.S. government. And it says it right on the State Department website as well. So I don't do anything illegal like that, but I have worked as a foreign mercenary. Basically, this whole soldier of fortune thing, going out and using my skills and applying them to help foreign friendly countries fight the global war on terrorism. And so there's a lot of organizations out there that are, this particular one. In fact, I can name it all because the heads of the business, I'll say it that way, came out and, they revealed everything. The Spear Operations Group is who I work for. And it is basically a company that specializes in mercenary, international mercenary work. So there's a lot of organizations out there. When we talk about, OGA, some people call it other government agency, Office of Government Affairs, right? So everybody's got, has got an acronym that's, a prop, if you will, that they put out front, and they keep the real business behind it. So, and we're not here to, obviously we're not here to reveal secrets or do anything. And there's actually a reason why, besides, for security, that we don't talk about, who we work for, because one, we don't want to go to jail. Two, we don't want to be targeted. And that's a very real thing. The group I was working with for a while, we actually had a couple of guys targeted here in the U.S. In fact, I won't name the base or the person, but the guy was actually shot. All right, by, I'll just say what looked like Middle Eastern men on a military base at one day, and got shot in the stomach, in fact. So, there's a lot more to these stories, but, the threat is real. And, I can't hide. Everybody knows who I am. Everybody knows about my exploits. And unfortunately, when I travel around the world, a lot of people recognize me for who I am. I literally had, Indonesians pull up in Jakarta and roll down the window and go, "Hey, are you the American badass?" Man, I was like, depends. Are we friends or are we enemies, And so, and actually I became very good friends with this guy, this one particular guy who introduced me to other people. But, you just never know. I also know that there's many ISIS, fighters that have come back to Indonesia that are actually harassing one of my friends over there. And they also know that he's associated with me. And, through his intelligence, his network, I'm aware of this potential threat out there. So, the threat is real. And guys like Joe and I have to always be ready. And, I'll be honest with you, I don't go anywhere without a firearm. I mean, I'm always switched on because, the threat really is here. It's here as well. I already know that. It's not just a foreign threat on our country, in our soil. It's actually a domestic threat as well. There are nutcases out there. I think we talked about this last time. One individual that, not that I'm afraid of him, but there are nutcases. I've been threatened by people. I've had people threaten to come to my home and shoot me. I don't even know who the hell they are, and I take those threats very real. That I hear those threats. I get those threats through social media. So, it's a big deal. And that's why we have to kind of, be careful who we associate with, who we were associated with in the past. Unfortunately, when you're in a position that I'm in and Joe's in, we can't hide from that. We just have to be prepared. That's all we can do. We can't, we can't run from it. So,
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah. You got to think other countries have to have the equivalent of the unit you guys are in. Not competent equivalent, but in terms of organization or hierarchy, you got to imagine they probably have their own, and who else would they want to target but our own?
Right. Yeah. Well, what's funny is because, you're right. And so every country's got this capability, and, regardless of, what kind it is, but, we travel around the world as Americans, training, friendly foreign nations on a lot of our tactics and techniques and procedures, right, to develop them, thinking that, we're force multiplying our defense, so to speak, by training our allies. But, a lot of these allies are not really our allies, and these allies a lot of times are training our enemies. I'll give an example. In Jordan, for example, in Amman, there's a place called Casotech that the U.S. government paid for, a multi-million-dollar training facility. I've never seen anything like this for the Americans anywhere. But this place was just mind-boggling. It had everything from, it Airbus, mock-ups. I mean, actual Airbus aircraft, on hydraulics. It had, obstacle courses. It actually had small urban villages, and for urban training. I can go on all day long with the apparatus, training apparatus this place had. It was state of the art, and our government, our tax dollars paid for this. And guess who they were training? This was set up to train people, soldiers from Africa, from all over the Middle East. It wasn't there to train Americans. It was open to everybody. And they actually had Americans. I know because I was working with a company to bid on the contract. They actually had Americans there as instructors training these other people, and so, now, do you think that every guy that went through that training at that facility under the auspices of, the American government and our training, we're going to train you because, we're friends. You think all those really are friends? How many of those people took that training and then trained somebody that, was our enemies? So, this is the world we live in.
I've been there. I've been to some badass training sites. I've been there. It's basically a King Abdullah Special Operations Training Center, Comstock, and it's in this crazy looking valley. You can actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think they even have a website. But it is, like Dale was saying, it's probably got the baddest ass mount site that I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, Dale's right. It's it's sad that you've got this multi-$100 million facility that that people that may not be friendly to the United States is actually training on. It's scary because it can train you to a very high level. If you've got the money and the facilities, you can pretty much train anybody to do anything if they've got the will, physical ability. You throw money at it. Just like the people we used to work for. They had an unlimited budget. Dude, I went through a surveillance, counter-surveillance course. It was a month long, and there was 5 of us left in the class. We graduated 4, but there was 5 at that time. And we were told there were 40 role players for 5 of us. He said, so when you have that kind of money,
Jesus,
you can train to a very high level. But yeah, that place is insane. I've been to it once. And matter of fact, when I was there, they were still building it. They were still putting it together. But Google it. You look at it, you'd be like, geez, crazy.
Christ.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
The American government spends a lot of money on, our allies. And, I don't necessarily agree with all that. I'm kind of on the mindset of Donald Trump, man. We should be taking care of our own, putting the money into our military, our training facilities, our people, and stop, doling out all this money, this tax dollars to all these organizations and all these countries that really are not our friends. And, and so, and at the end of the day, man, it's guys like, us, Joe and I, and my son and others that got to go out there and fight these wars, which, are starting to, I'm starting to really question, I always kind of have, but even more so now, it's like, it's all a bunch of crap. It's all politically motivated. Somebody's making money off of this stuff, and good lives are being lost for no reason. Now, I'll use the war in Afghanistan, for example. That war should have been over 3 months after it started, but no. Everybody wanted to pussyfoot around. Everybody had their hand in the dike trying to make some money, and then you add in the fact that the Americans, they don't have the resolve to fight a war like it needs to be fought. Just like Vietnam, we sit here and a lot of lives are lost for what? Mogadishu, that's a great one. Everybody's familiar with Black Hawk Down. Think about that for a minute. All right, we lost quite a few men. Not as many as the bad guys, but we lost, if we lose one American, we lost one too many.
18 fatalities.
And we had a lot of injuries, a lot of wounded, and, so a lot of men died. So at the end of the day, at the time, our illustrious president, Bill Clinton, decided, I got a bloody nose. We're going to pull out. We're not going to finish what we started. Right. And so to me, that was the biggest disappointment was, as a commander in chief, when you deploy your military to fight, all right, and you give them a mission, an objective, all right, the soldier on the ground, that's his mission, man. He is going to execute his mission if it kills him, right? That's what we're supposed to do, duty, right? And so we expect that from our commander in chief. Well, guess what? That didn't happen. We got in a skirmish, how you want to call it. We got a major battle, and and we did kick ass, real ass. Yeah, we took casualties, but we still prevailed. But because of the perception and the public outcry, I'll go ahead and call him our president, decided, we're going to tuck tail and run. And so all my, I had 5 friends over there, personal friends in the unit with me that are dead. And I'm like, okay, those guys are dead for what? What did they die for? Not a damn thing. Yeah. Not a damn thing, because our commander-in-chief did not complete the mission that he expects us to complete, right? So, I hold these commanders and the president at the same level of standard as he would hold us to. If you're going to call yourself my commander-in-chief, my God, you better see this thing through. If you're going to send me out there to fight, you better be behind me 100% to the bitter end. Don't send me out there, my friends out there, and let some of us get killed and get wounded and maimed just to change your mind. That's bullshit. And so, things like that kind of give me a lot of pause. But, so I'm looking, you sent some questions earlier, that people had. And I'm looking at one right here that it says here, do you see SF work as a decent career path, special forces, right? And so, so with what I just said a minute ago, it may make a lot of people think, man, why would I even want to go into the military when I'm just cannon fodder? Okay, I'm just a pawn, man. I'm a bullet trap for the politicians, right? And that sounds really bad coming from a guy like me, I guess. But, I guess with age and experience, you start, in education, you start to realize, wait a minute, this is a bunch of crap. And and I just cited an example of Mogadishu, okay, where good men died. Families are going to go without their husbands and their fathers because the president of the United States, and I'm talking about Trump, I'm talking about Clinton, didn't have the balls, all right, to finish what he started. Okay, and that's just one of many examples. I'll use Desert Storm. Okay, what do we do there? All right, we pounded the shit out of the Iraqis in Kuwait. And then because, everybody's, oh my God, please don't hurt the bad men anymore. We pull back. And I can remember standing in the field when we got the word that the war was over, and we're like, how is that possible? We didn't finish the job, and of course, it all came down to well, that's not what that's what Joe and Jane America want. They want us to quit and be nice to the bad man, and let him go home and leave him alone. And I remember standing there telling my team, I said, you know what, this war ain't over. It's over today. I said, but our sons will be back to fight it. Mm-hmm. I guarantee you our sons will come back and have to come back and finish it. It'll get even worse. And bam, I was right. It happened. Here we go. We got to come back because we didn't finish the job the first time. How many more lives died unnecessarily because, and I'll blame the American people for that too, by the way. The politicians, okay, they're the decision makers, but they're influenced by the American people. Okay. And they're worried about, their job and perception and all this crap. Mm-hmm. And so they kind of, they succumb to the whim of the public. And when you have all these people out there pissing and moaning about don't hurt the bad man, even though he hurt us, and he was very bad to other people, we're going to be the nice guy. What they don't realize is, what, that old adage, nice guys finish last, sometimes they don't finish at all. And here we go, right? We lost a lot of good men because the public at the time, every guy out there said, a girl out there said, no, we shouldn't fight the war. We should stop. Okay, you got blood on your hands. You got blood on your hands, okay? And so the same thing with Mogadishu. When you don't let the soldiers do their job and finish the mission, you cost them innocent lives. You basically have risked their lives. You've cost them their lives. You've cost their families their livelihoods. We can go on all day long about this narrative, but going back to the question, do you see SF as a decent career path? Absolutely, right? So, and there's a lot of benefits to it. So, kind of getting off my little rant here about the evils of war and dumb people.
Keep going. Awesome.
The SF is a great career path because you're gonna, actually military service is a great career path. I don't care what you do in the military, right? It's the best show in town for a lot of different reasons. You're gonna learn a lot of things that the college is never going to teach you. You're not going to learn in civilian life. In fact, when you come out of the military, you're going to be light years ahead of the civilian. You're going to come from a culture that's way above the civilian culture, way above it, man. I put a post on Facebook yesterday about one of my buddies. He's locally here. He's a black guy. He's a former, Army guy. former medic. He's got combat experience. We're really good friends. And, we go out quite a bit and hang out and have beers and we get along really well. And the reason we get along really well is because we have we share the same culture. We came from the same culture. We didn't start in that culture. Actually, I did. I grew up in the military. My father was in the Army. He didn't, but nonetheless, we shared this culture, and these ideas and these experiences and this brotherhood that, allows us to thrive in the civilian world. And we realize, you know what, the Army has the Army green is actually different shades or different hues of, light and dark colors, man. There's no color in the Army. And anybody that's been in the military with, I think if you're honest about it, you'll say, look, man, I'm not going to say racism doesn't exist, but nowhere even close to what's going on in the civilian world. The military culture is, the integrity, the honor, the honesty, the camaraderie, the civility is light years ahead of the civilian world, light years ahead of it, and that's why I always recommend everybody do some time in the military, and get your minds right. But special forces, yeah, it's the way to go. I would highly recommend it because you're going to learn a lot of job skills that, believe it or not, you're going to go, well, how can I be our special forces Green Beret job skills going to help me in the civilian role? That was my question, right? Because I'm pretty good at pulling a trigger, but I don't know where I'm going to need that. Actually, it has allowed me to do a whole lot of things. That mindset, the training I got as a Green Beret has allowed me to build 3 companies. 4 companies, including the one Joe and I have now, Tier 1 Performance Coaching. So we're in our 4th company. I'm in my 4th company, and I had 2 home-based businesses, right? So what I learned in the military allowed me to thrive in the civilian world, and it's priceless. And I mean, no college degree, no college education can replace what the military has taught me.
Yeah. Hey, so I'm looking at these questions too. Damn, Dale, you get diarrhea of the mouth, dude.
Yeah,
God almighty. That was only 18 freaking minutes.
Hey,
Jesus
you guys
Christ.
can just get off the show, go shopping for like an hour or something, come back.
Yeah. Oh my God, man.
That was wonderful, man. Well, because I always fucking go on rant. I enjoyed sitting back.
I could have ran around the block and went to the gym and come back, and Dale was still talking.
All right, well, beat him.
Fire a question off to me, man. Let's hear something. I actually have one right here that I'm looking at. Somebody was asking. Huh?
You never ask, do you have a question? You always ask, do you have a question pertaining to this subject? I did that one in the non-commissioned officers course. I said, as part of my test, does anybody have any questions? And then, of course, some jackass, yes, sir. When was the last time you had sex? I'm like, come on, clarify that.
So one of the questions, Tom, one of the questions I was looking at here was what is the hardest physical training, military training I've ever been through? And so that's an easy one. I've been to like 30 schools, 30 formal military schools, and by far the hardest was ARS, Amphib Recon School. I went through it right when I got into Second Force, but actually I had to go through four months of RIP, the Recon Indoctrination Platoon. But what sucked is I got to Second Force in the summer, and my ARS class didn't start until winter. So, and at that time, ARS, which I think they call ARC now, that's where you got your 0321 MOS, kind of like going through BUDS for the Navy. This was like the qualification to get your 0321 recon qualification. So it was in a place called Fort Story, Virginia. And I'm going to boil it way down, dude. It sucked. It was in the winter. You're swimming in the fucking Chesapeake Bay, in the winter, twice a day, up to like 3 or 4 miles. I think our longest swim was 4 miles. You're swimming with a freaking chicken vest on, BDUs, and you're towing a rucksack. So you're carrying a rucksack, and then when you get out of the water, you actually swam down the coastline, got out of the water. The instructors are sitting there drinking coffee. Oh, you want to quit? Blah, blah, blah. And then you got to run back to the starting line with this heavy-ass rucksack on that you've been in the water, for 2 or 3 hours swimming. So anyway, it was this freezing-ass, cold, miserable school. It just sucked. Very Spartan compound. A few Quonset huts, some telephone poles, pull-up bars, and it was right on the beach. And that's all you need to torture somebody is sand, cold water, and a telephone pole, and welcome to hell. So that was the hardest physical school I ever went to. But remember, every school's different. Some are mentally hard. Some are, technically hard, where you have to, do like dive physics and go through the dive tables and all that stuff, where 1 second and the whole thing's wrong.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was definitely the hardest physical school for me, by far. I mean, yeah, the Q course was hard. Yeah, a lot of rucking. Same with SFAS, a lot of rucking. But ARS was rucking and swimming. It was a long school, and it was a winter class, and it sucked. I mean, I think it was like in 83 when I graduated. I think we started with, Jesus, man, like 77 guys, something like that. And I think we graduated 13.
Jesus Christ.
And these are all guys that went through, came from 2nd Recon Battalion and 2nd Force and already went through RIP to prepare you to go to ARS. So anyway, yeah, that was that. Sucked. Wouldn't do it again for $1 million. Thank you.
Hey, there's a question on here about what was the bond with the respective teams. I just had this conversation yesterday with someone. Our team, when you're on a team, it's like that's your family, man. It's like you're a team of brothers. I mean, you think about this, man. You're going to spend your entire day with the same guys, training, doing a lot of cool and hard stuff, and then you're going to go down range. You're going to be spending months, years together, living downrange, wherever it may be. And you tend to get very close to your team, more so than your family, because you actually spend more time with them than your family, So, going back to the earlier question about, special forces is a good career path. I'll warn you on this one. If you want to be in special forces, more power to you. We need more SF guys, but understand one thing: you're probably going to get divorced, and you're probably going to be more than once if you keep going back to the well and getting remarried, right? So I've been married several times. All right, I'm embarrassed to say that, but I have been married several times, and people ask me, "Comstock, why do you keep getting married?" And I thought, yeah, why do I keep hearing it? Because I'm not a damn quitter, right?
Yeah.
No, but that's something to think about, And here's another one I want to address real quick. This is kind of one of my pet peeves. What is our opinion on women in SF and SOF, Special Operations Forces? Man. I was on the show with Alan West to address that one time when this ugly thing started rearing its head. Let me say this. Okay, there's different parts of special operations, right? So I don't have a problem with women in certain roles in special operations, no problem. But I'm completely 100% opposed to women being on a team as an operator and as an assaulter. Okay, I just completely against it, right? So, and here's why. In my experience, actual experience with women, actually training women for this role, I have yet to find one that has the physicality. All right, the endurance, the mindset, okay, to actually do the job. And so everybody wants to fight the last war, right? Because they're riding around in vehicles, they're getting a tick, and everybody's getting out fighting, even the girls, because they don't have a choice, right? It's either fight or die. And so they always want to fight the last war. Go, oh, well, look at this. They're getting in firefights. Why can't it be special forces? Because special forces, man, special operations, if you're going to be an operator, man, a trigger puller, okay, you've got to be in super damn good shape, okay? And no lie, everybody knows it, man. The average rucksack for the average operator is probably anywhere from 80 to 100 pounds, not include your load-bearing equipment, your weapons, and whatever you have to hump every day, okay? And men and women are not equal, okay? Newsflash, we are not equal. Because if we were equal, all right, then women would be fighting, in the boxing ring with men, MMA with the men. They would be doing everything a man can do, but physically we are different. In fact, I'll go so far as to say is emotionally we are different, okay? They're like, oh, well, they can handle more pain than men because they have babies. You know what? That's kind of a stupid, because let me try to have a baby. I'll tell you who's better, right? I can't have a baby because physically it's impossible, okay? So, but I can tell you with my experience, over 35 years of hardcore combat experience, okay? Jungle warfare, desert warfare, you name it, right? In some of the most extreme conditions for long periods of time, weeks and months, okay? It's just not going to fly. I have seen what happens when you integrate men and women. It always turns out the same. And here's my example. One of my examples. Going to Desert Storm, we had to stop off in Spain on the way to Iraq. And we had to stay in a hangar, and it was a whole over place. And there was one area sectioned off, okay? It had a bunch of cots, and it had about 45 women over there. Guess what? Every one of them was pregnant on the way back to the U.S. All right. And now think about that for a second. How does that work out? And wait a minute. What? You're having sex while you're down range? Maybe you should be keeping your legs closed and thinking about your job. No, or maybe it was a ticket to get out of there, right? There was a lot of that going on. There was a lot of prostitution going on out there, and I've been in base camps where, I've literally had women come on to me and, try to tip me down that road. And boys will be boys and girls will be girls. And ultimately what ends up happening is, imagine this. Let me just paint a picture. You're in the jungle somewhere. All right. It could be a training event. It could be real combat, right? South America, for example, and you're out in the bush for 2, 3, 4 weeks at a time, right? Only resupply you might be getting is from a helicopter drop or digging up a cache or something. But everything you're living off of, you're carrying off your back. Let me tell you, anybody's ever been to the jungle, after day 1, you're sweating like a pig. Okay, you're getting crotch rot, you're getting rashes, you're not taking a bath, you're not going to get a shower, you're rolling around in mud, getting bitten by bugs, you're up all day, all night, you're tired, and guess what? When the team stops in a defensive perimeter, usually, especially a small special operations team, what do? We go back to back on our rucksacks, facing outward. It's a tight perimeter. And then when you got to go take a shit, you're not going to go wander off in the jungle and go take your dump with a roll of toilet paper and a shovel. Hey, I'll be back, guys. Nope. You're going to do it right there in the middle of the perimeter into a plastic bag. Yeah. For everybody to enjoy, because that's what you do, right? Because it's that's what you do, man. It's all about not revealing yourself, not revealing your presence. Trying to keep a low key. If you're a special operations team, you are not an infantry company, a rifle company. Okay, you can't afford to be compromised. Okay, especially if you're moving to an objective. I mean, you talk about guys in Vietnam that have done this kind of stuff, okay? The LRPs particularly, special forces. There's some things that happen on a team that have to happen for everybody's security. What do you think is going to happen when you got a woman out there? Probably after the first day, I'm not going to want nothing to do with her anyways, because everybody's going to smell like crap and she's going to look like shit. But, after about 2 weeks, it's like, okay, well, the hormones start setting in. It's like everything starts looking good, right?
Yeah.
So I think, Dale's right. Ahead, I think there is a place for women in special operations. But I agree with Dale as well, as far as being an assaulter and getting in a stack and doing direct action kind of stuff. I just don't see that. Now, I know some studly women. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think 2 or 3 women have graduated from Ranger School, okay? I don't know if the standards were lowered. I've talked to some people that were in the know, and they said they were. I don't know. I wasn't there. But, hey, if you can make the standard, good on you. But to put them in a team with men, you got a bunch of raging type A male and probably a raging type A female. How's that going to work? How is that possibly going to work? Yeah. And guys are naturally going to worry about the woman anyway, more so than their other teammates, because that's what men do. I think, look, it's crazy as it sounds. Look, if the military leadership wants to have women in SEAL teams and SF, form an all-female team or something. You know what I mean? Like, if that is what they have to do, put 12 women on a team and let them go do their thing. But do not integrate men and women in direct action type missions. That's not going to fly. That's not going to fly. And I do know some studly women. I know women that can PT circles around me, but that's only part of it.
Yeah. I did a show one time with Alan West, and we had this very conversation. And, after I said the same thing I just said now, I love women. But we all know our place. I can't do certain things women can do, nor do I want to. Everybody has their gender roles, right? And I'm not into political correctness. I don't care about PC. I don't care about your feelings. Okay, I'm just being realistic. And here's why I'm being realistic, especially now. I have a son in special forces. I don't want my son to get killed, okay, because someone on the team is underpowered. I don't want my son to get killed because somebody just didn't have the power to pick him up and carry him off the battlefield, okay, or carry their own equipment. These are all factors that, I had all kinds of civilian dudes, never spent a day in the military, throw me under the bus, and and call me all kinds of names because you hate women, you're an evil man, It's like, man, all right, first of all, if you've never been in the military, especially if you've never been in special operations, you need to shut the up, right? Because look, you have no more business telling me about my profession as I do telling a brain surgeon, hey, you should be prescribing aspirin for this, not doing that, right? I'm way out of school right now, and same with them. I've been there and done that. I've done the hard time. I've done the hard work. I was alert. Okay, as a Green Beret, as a Delta Force operator, I've been a mercenary, and I've done other stuff that Joe and I talked about earlier, right? I know what it's like to carry heavy loads for long periods of times, under stress, with a lot of injuries. And dude, try carrying. You know how many guys it takes to carry one dude that's down? 4 minimum. And you're not going to go very far with you.
It ain't like on the movies. Dead weight sucks.
Yeah, exactly. So, there's my little rant on that one. Next question. Joe, you got it.
Give us an easy one, Tom.
Well, hey, I sent you all the questions so that you could choose which ones, because I'm
picking. I'm going down the list here, man.
Yeah, hold on. Let me look.
Okay, what about this one? What are their thoughts on the quote-unquote botched raid in Venezuela that recently went down?
Oh man!
Oh yeah, I don't know a lot about it. From what I do know about it, a former Green Beret, I guess, and some guys went down there with some mercenary types to try to unseat the president. Is that the one you're talking about, Tom?
That's what the question says. I personally don't know.
Yeah, that's the only one I know about. That's the only one I know about, and it was recent. Former Green Beret, goes down there and they try to unseat the president. I don't know a lot of details about it. I just know it went south.
I actually have personal insight on it. Okay, so I'm gonna just say I have some personal insight on it, and I'll leave it at that. I know what that whole deal was, how this whole thing played out for the most part, and how it should have played out, and it didn't. So I'm getting this from a very reliable source. Okay, remember what I told you, what I did earlier. These guys were way outside their skill set on many, many levels. They got a great idea that, good idea. Fairies start flying around and they got all hyped up on it and they went down the range. So here's my thoughts on that, right? So every time I've done any kind of work like this, you better have an out. And you got to realize one thing. Nobody's coming to get you out. There's no big mill to back you up. There's no JMOW for medical support. You're not going to have gunships. You're on your own. And if you're on your own, you better have a plan to get out, unless you're planning on just letting yourself die on the streets. So in this case, get captured. That was a dude. He should have had an escape plan, and they didn't have one. They had, I'm going to tell you right now, those dudes are going to get exploited in a bad way. And the other thing they did is they were not sanctioned. They're not sanctioned by the government in any kind of way. And probably the only reason the U.S. government wants to get them back, because one, it's an embarrassment. Two, it's a political thing. How dare we, abandon, Americans in another country, even though they're dumbasses. And three, when you go there and do that kind of work, you need to know that you might as well have a plan to either escape or fight trying. But, they got caught in broad daylight in a boat. What in the hell were they thinking? Unarmed on top of everything else, man. And so they had a shitty plan. I had a plan. It was nothing like that kind of plan. Let me just put it that way. I think, these guys were amateurs. They might have been SF. I don't even know if they were full-time. Regular SF. I think they were 10th group or something like that. But the inside story I got, they were not prepared for this. Their planning sucked. And, they went about the wrong. I'm not trying to judge them. Look, there's a lot of money. I was on a project worth $880 million. I jumped right on that sucker. Why wouldn't you, right? I don't know what this one was worth, but, if it was even somewhere close to that, I'd have done it, Yeah. I can't say I blame them. I just think their plan probably sucked. And I always went into these operations with the mindset that, I'm not going to get rolled up. I get rolled up, it's going to probably be worse than dying on the street, man. I'd rather fight and die, or try to escape before I get captured. If they're going to capture me, I'm going to take myself out. It's not going to happen. So, anyway, that's my, sure. Yeah, it's an embarrassment to SF guys. Like, really, come on, dude, you guys are better than that, freaking, it was amateur hour, I think. But, anyways, somebody was asking something about what's the, the worst food they ever ate downrange. I'm gonna let Joe answer that question. Joe, tell them what's the craziest food you've ever eaten.
Well, I mean, I can tell you just military-wise, I actually was sent to Haiti for Operation Uphold, Maintain Democracy back then, and we had T-rats the entire time. The food on the economy was so tainted, you couldn't eat anything. It was it's one of the dirtiest, nastiest countries, poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere. We were there for 6 months, so we ate shit food. But like when I was on dual survival, dude, really, grub worms. I ate an armadillo one time. Matt caught it, and we were cooking it. I'm like, man, this thing smells good, and all the fat was dripping off it in the fire, and I was hungry as shit. And I tell you what, man, I took one bite of that damn thing, and I was like, I mean, it tasted so bad. It was the worst gamey taste I have ever had in my life. But yeah, and that's why I got permanent stomach problems right now, is because of that show. Just water and just shit food that I ate over and over and over. But yeah, I would have to say the worst meals that I had was in Haiti eating and you ever seen T-rats, Tom?
No.
They look like giant tuna cans. And then you have to boil water. You have to, like, this heater, you boil the water and you throw these things in it and you heat them. Then you open them up with like a John Wayne.
Yeah.
It's just literally, I'm sure Dale's had them. The eggs are literally green. You open up I'm not shitting you, dude. And it's like Jello. The eggs, it's disgusting. Dude, I'm about to gag talking about it. It's so gross.
I'm nauseous hearing. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Here's another question. So this is kind of, I think, I like talking about this is what did those guys do in their off time, right?
Yeah.
So, all right. So here's the deal, right? So as a motivational coach, what I always do is encourage people to maximize their time and don't waste it on things that are non-productive, right? So people want to know, how did I get for example, my doctorate degree? I got my entire doctorate degree while overseas. In Afghanistan. So if I wasn't out kicking indoors and going after bad guys, I wasn't in the gym, and I wasn't in the mess hall grabbing some food. I was in my room studying, and I earned my doctorate degree in 17 months doing it that way. So I maximized my downtime. There's a lot of guys that still remember, in the MWR room playing video games, Doom and all the whatever else they play, right? And they were getting drunk and playing video games. I thought, man, what a waste of time. That time I decided I'd take that time for myself and make better myself for me and my family in my career down the road. So maximize your time, because you only get a finite amount of time. Okay. And you don't know what that amount of time is. It could end almost like that. Or it can go for a very long time, but whatever it is, you need to prepare yourself and maximize your time. That doesn't mean you can't have fun and enjoy, personal time. I've done all the fun stuff I want to do and then some. And actually I'm doing more of it now because, I sucked it up a little bit earlier on in life, and did the hard time then so that I could have more fun time now, and I'm actually enjoying life. I don't know if we talked about this, but, I live in Bali, Indonesia. How cool is that, right? Yeah. My business in Indonesia. I wake up in an exotic place with exotic women, seeing, living in an exotica, man. It's how, I'm living the dream because I did the work up front. And now I'm literally living a dream, so to speak. So maximize your downtime, if you're listening to me out there. And then, what do you have to say about that, Joe? I don't want to keep running my mouth, man.
Yeah, no, I agree. I say this all the time. We're here for a blink of an eye. Tomorrow's not promised.
Yeah.
Yesterday's over. You only have today.
Yeah.
And today, it was a great day for me. The gyms reopened here and I went and worked out. So, my day is, training, physical fitness, hitting the gym, swimming, keeping my body strong, my mind strong, and reading. I do a lot of reading. Like I'm sitting here right now, and every time I'm out here, I'm reading this book right now. And everything's a learning. It's called One Mission.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, yeah, great. It's by Chris Russell. General McChrystal was his. He was actually General McChrystal's 2IC. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I can't just sit. I have got to be doing something perpetually.
Yeah.
I don't watch TV. I watch the news a little. I may watch a movie every now and then, but that for me is a complete lack of time and misuse of time. And Dale and I talk about this in our coaching. Is if you're sitting there playing Xbox for 8 hours a day, think about like Dale. Look at Dale. I mean, he's got his doctorate because he put time and effort downrange in a combat zone and got his doctorate. I mean, that's a perfect example of using your time wisely. But it's so sad because a lot of people don't. Okay?
Now, how do y'all do that with your coaching, Tier 1 performance? It sounds great and awesome hearing it from just alpha spec ops guys like yourselves, but to someone like me or any other Joe Schmo, it's like you almost expect this super awesome positive professional time management from guys like y'all, because it's how you operate. That's the only reason you can do what you do and do what you did. But to just the average Joe listening, like me or my friends, what I mean, I know you can't give it away because that's y'all's company, but what's something that you can tell them with Tier 1 performance coaching, how to utilize your time? Because you're right, 8 hours of video games. I mean, dude, in 1 week, I mean, just a Monday through Friday, that's 40 hours. I mean, how quickly does that add up to 10,000? 10,000 is what's taken to master a talent. You could become a master in something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Tom, you know what it is, Tom? And Dale will tell you this too. It's all mindset. You've got to get it in your mind to change your way of thinking. And for those people that come home and play their video games, they got to get out of that mindset. People that come home and sit there in front of the TV and watch TV for 6 hours, they got to get out of that mindset. You got to break it and reset it. And we do that through a very proprietary fashion, which is, psychosocial engineering. And Dale is an expert at this stuff. I know about it, but Dale's, he's got his doctorate in natural health and stuff, and he knows his stuff cold. But in my opinion, and we'll get Dale's here in a second, that's what you just got to change your mindset. If you're happy doing what you're doing day after day after day after day, then keep doing it.
Yeah.
That is literally the form of insanity. Is a technical definition is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different, result.
Yeah.
You're not. So you got to change your mindset. That's not hard to do if you are given the proper tools. And Dale and I give people the proper tools, and we've got a lot of success stories. I think that that's all it is, and wanting to do it. You want to do it. If you don't want to do it, you're not going to do it anyway. But anyway, Dale, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's so to Joe's point, right? If you want to change your performance in life, right, and you have certain goals that you want to achieve, you have to change your mind. And it's not just a matter of, okay, I changed my mind, I'm going to do this, right? So this is where we kind of separate ourselves from the herd. As Joe mentioned, psychosoma engineering, which is really a form of mind-body engineering. Think of it as a wheel with 3 spokes on it, okay? And those 3 spokes all have to be the same length. They have to be equal. All right, in order for that wheel to be round and roll properly. And so we break it down into this triad, right, which is one is the body, right? So taking care of your body, it's the vessel that carries the brain, okay? If your body ain't right, your mind's not going to be right. And too often people dismiss the physicality of life, like, well, I don't need to work out. I need to work, I got to do this. I got to take care of the family. But they don't understand that the importance of taking care of your body. There's a lot of things we're going to go into when we talk about the body. There's so much. The body systems themselves are made up of different energy points and things like that, meridians. It's energy, right? And so that takes me to the next spoke, which is mindset, right? Changing your mindset. Okay, talking about we go into self-governance, right? Changing the way you think about everything, challenging your perspectives, challenging paradigms out there, and adjusting all of that and setting yourself up for success. It's not enough to go, I'm gonna do this. I changed my mind. I am going to do this, right? There's so much more to willpower. In fact, Emil Kuh, the founder of autogenic conditioning, said when willpower and imagination are in conflict, imagination always will. I don't care how much willpower you have. If you don't have the imagination, you'll never meet your goals. In fact, only 2% of the population can do that. The third part is the third spoke on this wheel is is what we call the ether, right? It's frequency. It has nothing to do with the spirit, right? Blah, 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 the Holy Spirit, cheerleader spirit. No, we talk about frequency. We actually talk about energy, okay? Real energy. I mean, EMF type energy, right? Electromagnetic frequency type energy. So that's the third part, which is tied to the first two spokes, right? They all have to be congruent. And usually, almost always, in fact, the 98% of the population that does not self-actualize, does not realize their dreams, becomes this person like me, for example, living in Bali and enjoying life. The reason they don't hit that they become one of the 2% is because those spokes are not at the same length. Okay, and that wheel's all jacked up, and they're bumping down the road, and they're going all over the place, but in a straight line to the objective. Jeremy Betham, he's an 1800 philosopher. He said that, and he's the father of what we call utilitarianism. But basically, what he says is this: human beings, we would rather pursue pleasure and avoid pain in everything that we do in life, right? So it's much harder to actually bear down and burn the midnight oil and study than it is to go to bed and go to sleep or play a video game, right? It's a lot easier to go combat and do combat operations, go to the gym, eat, and then play video games rather than going to your room and round out your day with 3 or 4 hours in the books trying to better yourself, right? That's painful. Okay. Yeah. And that's the difference between those that succeed and those that fail is this particular mindset and this knowing and understanding of frequency and how to manipulate it and channelize it for success. Even Albert Einstein has said it. Okay. Success is nothing more than frequency. It's nothing more. It's not philosophy. It's nothing but frequency. It's physics, period. Yeah. Physics. Yeah. So that's where we are on this thing. And so what we do is through our life and our experiences, I've understood this concept since the time I was 15 years old. I figured it out on my own. Didn't even know it was a thing. And I've applied it to everything I've done in life. Joe has too. He has applied it unwittingly, not realizing that it's actually a thing that he was doing this whole time. So now that we've arrived to a place in our lives, actually I have a long time ago that, okay, this is a thing and this is what it looks like. Okay. And this is how I can use it to make myself better, to realize the dreams. And so it works. It works for me. It works for Joe. So when people ask me and Joe, how the hell did you do all these things? Right. And in fact, there's a question here said, how do we balance, work and life during our careers? Well, my whole life is my career, right? And so, and I find perfect balance. Like I said, I've got children. I'm married. I can go on all day long. I have a great place to live, and but I don't give up. I still, like right now, we're Joe and I are building another company. This is another company. And it's not even work for me and Joe. That's the great part about it. It's not even work. It's like a labor of love. We're having a good time doing cool stuff and making money at it and building a company. Yeah. Right? Yeah. We've changed our frequency. We've changed our mindset so that we're working on a level, operating on a level that we want to be on. That's comfortable. Okay, it's pleasurable. There's no pain, right? But we're producing. We're the top 2%, and we can teach everybody else how to do that. If you want to learn, we have a process for doing that. In fact, tonight, by the way, starting tonight for the next 3 nights, we're having a 1-hour seminar, free seminar every night. You can go to our website, and you can see the link on there for that. You can join our webinar and listen to what we're putting out. We're going to be talking about exactly these concepts that I just mentioned here a minute ago. So it's free. Join it, come and learn something, and who knows where this will take you. It might change your whole life.
Oh yeah.
Tom, I know all this is true. Here's a very simple way to explain this where this isn't bullshit. Have you ever been in a group of people or around a certain person? You didn't know them, maybe never even spoke to them, but you're just getting this weird vibe off of them. It's energy, brother. Yeah. It's energy. I got to tell you, when I started really digging into this, I cut several people out of my life that I had known for 20, 30 years. And I told these people, you got to stop with this negative bullshit. Negative. You're affecting my life with this negative stuff. And the minute I got rid of it, it just things started happening in a positive way. So there's a very easy example, just being around someone, you just, the hair on the back of your neck stands up. You just get it's energy, dude. It's energy. They're putting off negative energy. And I'll be honest with you, like Dale said, I didn't even know what this stuff was. I didn't know it was a thing until way later in my life, way later. Yeah. And now I know it's for real because I can look back at my life and go, yep, there's an example. Yep, there's an example. Yep, there's another example. It's undeniable.
Yeah.
It's undeniable.
Well, I'm like you. I told Dale in the last episode he and I did. Yeah, I never knew what it was. But in college, it's exactly what I did was just, balancing mind, body, and soul and just, cutting out negative people, being positive. And like, that's how I got into medical school. I got into a school where 15,000 people applied and 100 got in. Like, you don't do it by accident. Like,
No, it's not, dude. There's no such thing as coincidence and accidents.
Yeah.
And it's just like Dale and I were thinking of the other day, how do you explain this to people where they can understand it? And Dale actually came up with it. It's like an electric car. Perfect example. You've got the engine, a transmission, and then you've got the electricity. Well, that's the same thing. It's your mind, your body, and then the energy. You have this cool car, this electric car, with a badass engine and a badass transmission in it, but if you don't have the fuel, the energy, the electric, it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
All the cylinders have to be pumping. And I've been that person where, I was off balance, like, where my wheel wasn't round. It was freaking oblong. Boom, going down the road, like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
And once you get everything in sync and working together and all the cylinders are firing, that's when the magic actually starts to happen. And it doesn't take long. No, it really doesn't take long.
And what you just said is perfect. Yeah. When it's oblong, that's exactly what life feels like. You have your ups, and then you have these just like, bam, face in the pavement. Exactly. You're like, what is that? And when it's a wheel, not only does it go smoothly, but what can you do once it's going smoothly? You can get some fucking momentum on that fucker. You can get it going. That's where you get going. And that's where you end up in Bali with your fourth company.
Yeah, exactly.
Comstock, Joe Teti. It's 3 p.m. I said I'd only keep you for an hour. Tier 1 performance coaching. I will link your shit. Check it out, everyone. And guys, thank you so much for doing this. I hope nice men in black suits don't come knocking on my door.
Nope.
If they do, it's their fault.
Deny everything. Just deny everything.
Deny everything. I didn't sign anything, so
and make counter accusations.
Yeah. All right. Or if I disappear, I'm down in Guantanamo. So
there you go,
gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Tom.
I will link everything, and Dale, I will put that link to the seminar y'all doing for the next 3 nights in there.
Yeah. It's also Tier 1, our Facebook page, Tier 1 Performance Coaching. You can go there and also click on the link. They'll ask you just to register. It's free. But then you'll get an email with all the links for the Zoom, and set you up. It's very easy. But just go to our website or our Facebook page, tier1performancecoaching.com.
Hell yeah.
All right, man.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thanks, Tom.
Till next time. I'll see you guys. Joe, Dale.
Peace.
Aligned. We have 2 badass American warriors and 2 not like that. Me and Joe, but whatever. Yeah, so we were going to talk about like mercenary work and black ops shit because it makes me feel like my life's cooler than it is, but it's not. But what I'd rather talk about is the fact that America is seemingly on fire right now. And Dale and Joe, because it doesn't matter what my opinion is on this shit. I mean, because I look at it, I'm like, well, we shouldn't be doing this and we shouldn't. But I have no experience in the military and I have no education in any of this. But I figured you 2 gentlemen, both much older than me and with experiences in these things. And I thought fitting on the anniversary of D-Day when we actually fought Nazis versus a bunch of fat social justice warriors with blue hair thinking they're fighting Nazis. What do you guys think about what's going on?
Oh man, Dale, let me start this one because I just saw this on TV and I bought crap myself, man. So I don't watch football. I don't watch any sports, right? I just don't. I know who Drew Brees is. I know his quarterback. And there was a video that they showed on TV. It looked like he recorded it in his kitchen. And he basically said, I don't want to quote Mr. Brees, but basically what he said was, I take offense to these guys kneeling because when I hear the national anthem and see our flag, I think of my grandparents. I think he said his one grandfather served in the Army and the other one served in the Marines. And, he said, I tear up when I hear the national, and Dale and I both do. Any veteran does. And what makes me it makes me sad and mad that this guy felt so compelled to apologize for that comment.
Yeah.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah. It's
really, who got so butthurt that a quarterback for the NFL said, my grandparents served and I take offense to guys kneeling. It's staggering that you have to apologize about something like that. And let me say for the record, and look at me right now, I don't care who it pisses off. It pisses me off that people take that platform and not stand for our national anthem, okay? You disrespect every single man, woman that has served and died for this country. And you could ask any veteran. It is not right. You should not do that. And if I own a freaking NFL team, I guarantee it'd be like you're sitting in the locker room.
Yeah. Yeah.
These guys are making millions of fucking dollars running a football up and down a football field.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You can't stand for the national anthem?
Yeah. Hey man, my 76 years ago today, my rest in peace, lived a long life and served in the FBI for 50 years afterwards. 76 years ago today, 18-year-old my great uncle Rich, my grandfather's brother, was coming out of those troop carriers with 50 cals buzzing by his head on Omaha Beach. 18 years old, his friends being blown to pieces.
I know.
And then he came back and served in the FBI for 50 years. It's literally had a dagger with a swastika on it. I remember when I started, I think my Joe, Udell, when I started working out in like 6th grade, I remember I was in my aunt's basement in New Jersey, and I was doing chin-ups. And he told me, don't do chin-ups. He said, do pull-ups. And I said, why do pull-ups? And he said, because when you have to get away from Nazi tanks, you can't climb up on a wall like this. You have to climb up on a wall like this. And I was like, noted. And that been that way since. But yeah, man, it happened. What's up?
Go ahead, Dale. Far away.
Yeah.
The problem I have with all this is it's all based on a lie. Right? So all of it's based on a lie. So so before anybody that's listening, calls me a racist, whatever, let me give the preamble first, man. So first of all, I have 3 black children, okay? Biological children from a black mother. All right, 3. I also have a child that's Hispanic and Chinese from a Hispanic woman. That's Chinese also. I have Indonesian children, stepchildren. So I've been married to black women. I've been married to Hispanic women. I'm married to Indonesian women, Asian women, right? So let me just start by saying all that. And I know there's people out there go, oh, that still makes you racist. It doesn't matter, right? I actually had someone accuse me of basically, using minorities to promote my racist agenda. Like, why would I freaking marry a black woman or an Asian woman or Hispanic woman to promote a racist agenda? I'm not. Look, man. You got to have some screws loose if that's your mission is life. Let me marry all these minority women so I can promote an agenda off of a false narrative. But anyways, so let me just start by saying that. Do I care? I care about my kids because of how they're viewed. And what really bothers me is when you have white people, okay, particularly these millennials, these social justice warriors, telling my kids that, oh, by the way, you're oppressed and you'll never be able to advance the way you should because of white privilege and all this other bullshit that they've literally made up. Okay, that none of that exists. Okay, I have no white privilege. Nobody's got white privilege here. My dad had 11th grade education. My mom had a 9th grade education. Everything I got, I freaking work for. But the point of what I'm going to say, though, is this: the narrative. So Black Lives Matter movement. Okay, that in itself is a racist term. Okay, because all lives matter. Okay. Fuck you. Black Lives Matter it's bullshit. Okay, all lives matter if you want to get technical. But they use the argument Black Lives Matter because because white cops are always killing black cops disproportionately, right? All right, so let me just enlighten you. First of all, more white people are killed by white cops than anybody else. Second of all, they say, well, proportionally more black men are killed. No, actually, proportionally, over 55% of the crime in America is committed by 13% of the population. Black people. Again, 95% of the population, black on black crime is committed between black men 20 to 25 years old. How do I know all this stuff? Because I was a professor I taught psychology of violence at a university. All right, so I did my statistics, I did my math. It's out there. The data is out there. Okay, you can go to the FBI, the UCR. There's a lot of sites out there that lay all the data points out there. But everybody wants to conveniently ignore all that, right? So this whole crap about Colin Kaepernick taking a kneel for justice for black men, and cops is all bullshit because it's based on a total complete lie, right? And so they argue, well, that's the First Amendment right to protest. Well, it is, you have a right to protest. You have a right to do all that, but not when you're on the clock on somebody's running a business, which, by the way, NFL is a business. And how do I know it's a business? Because my son-in-law is black, okay, was a linebacker for the New England Patriots and the New York Jets, okay?
Oh,
and
really?
He's black. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know that.
That's my son-in-law who's married to my daughter, who's half black and white. All right, he's already told me how the whole thing. It's a business.
Yeah.
So when you're taking a knee during business time and you're not following their SOPs, they want you to stand up. Okay, you have no right to protest. Your First Amendment right goes out the freaking window.
Yeah.
All right, you're on the business clock, man. So and what happened is, people are buying into this narrative, right? And if you're not buying into it, you're guilted. This white guilt thing, you're just a racist, because you're not buying into this, right? And so I happen to know, and I won't give my source of information away because I don't want this person to become scrutinized. But as you know, Joe and I are into the life coaching business as well, and there are people out there that are white people, particularly white women, that are coaches, that are now basically the cancel culture is attacking them, saying, listen, if you as a white woman, even though you're a coach and it got nothing to do with any of this, if you're not out supporting BLM, we're going to basically bury your business. We're going to boycott it. So that's the game they play. If you're not on board with our BLM bullshit narrative, then you're a racist, and we're gonna bring the cancel culture after you. And it's the sad truth. You know what? I got skin in this game. Literally, I have skin in this game. Oh, you're not black. You don't know what we're talking about. Yeah, well, I got black family. My children are half black. In fact, I'm deeply immersed in the black culture. All right, just by virtue of the fact I was married to a black woman for 12 years. And I was very in that culture, I was married previously to another black woman for 7 years. Yeah, 7 years. So let's start doing some math. That's 19 years that I was in a black culture. I was married to a Hispanic woman for 5 years, okay? I'm married to an Asian woman. We've been together for 6 years. All right, so I know what the freak I'm talking about. I don't have to be black to identify with you. In fact, I have skin in the game because my kids are in this game. And I don't want white people out there telling my kids they're oppressed and that they'll never be all they can be because white people are holding back. No, the reason they're not, actually they're very successful. All of them are very successful. Nobody held them back. Okay, they didn't have to have any special privileges. Nobody had to boost them up because of their skin color. They did it all on their own. They did it on their individual merits, and they don't make excuses for why they didn't succeed. And by the way, we all fail. We all fail. Okay, but my kids fail. Everybody fails, but they don't make excuses and absolve their responsibility and accountability to somebody else. Go, well, it's not my fault. It was their fault because So stop telling my kids because of skin color that they're oppressed. Okay, stick that shit in your ass. White people, shut the fuck up. All right, shut the fuck up. Especially you social justice warriors, shut the fuck up. That's all I can tell you. Black people, stop making excuses. Stop making excuses. You know what? The most powerful man in the world, was the black President Obama.
Yeah.
Okay, if he can do it, anybody can do it.
Yeah.
All right, I got lots of black friends, man. Lots that are very prominent public figures, very wealthy. If they can do it, you can do it. Stop making excuses.
Yep.
Stop blaming me for my skin color.
Yeah.
Stop telling my kids they can't get ahead because of their skin color. It's all bullshit. Yeah. I got ahead, they got ahead. My dad's got an 11th grade education. My mom got a 9th grade education. I came from nothing. And here I am today, killing it.
Yeah.
Why? Because I freaking worked at it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. I didn't make excuses.
Yeah. And
Joe, I want to hear what Joe has to say.
Yeah, Joe, my Udell.
Joe, let me add to this conversation. Where did this all start?
Where did this all start?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where do you think this whole
powder keg started from? Because I'm trying to piece it together myself and I can't.
Man, I don't really know where it started. It seems to have become more and more of an issue the last 10, 15 years. But I think my biggest issue is the word racism and Nazi. You almost lessen the meaning the more you use it, and the more you use it in a manner that's not accurate. Like, you don't have the evidence that somebody's a racist or a Nazi.
Right.
You know, this case in Georgia, down in South Georgia, where there's the man that had recorded the shooting had said that there were racial slurs as they were chasing after the man that was unfortunately killed. Okay, so that's racist. If they can prove on video, okay, that's racist. There's evidence, but I'm a real big proponent of if you're gonna use a word like that. Right. I think lessen the meaning of it if there's not evidence behind it. And I think promotes race, like that word has lost its meaning.
People wield it like a sword now. It's like, look at this racist. And that's what bothers me. And like Dale, you know, I probably have a 50-50 mix of white and black friends. And, you know, I work out with a bunch of, you know, black athletes. And what's so funny, me saying that, I even feel funny. Should I call them black or Afro-American or men of color? Like, my friends don't care.
Yeah.
What they don't care. Like, if you call me a white person, I don't get offended by it.
Yeah.
But it is just so crazy how this is spun out of control. And then when I see organizations like, you know, Antifa out there, and look, again, I agree with Bill. I am 100% behind anybody that wants to protest peacefully.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
That's a God-given right in the Constitution.
Right of assembly.
Cross the bridge when you start burning buildings down, okay, and attacking people. What did Trump get hammered for the other day for saying when the looting starts, the shooting starts, he says that's racist?
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? If you don't loot, you won't get shot. I don't know.
Very simple.
Don't be crazy. How is that racist?
Yeah, it's.
I don't care if it was all white people out there. If you loot, you get shot.
Yeah, dude.
I don't care if you're blue, green, yellow, pink.
So,
don't.
Yeah.
It's,
so here's the deal, right? This is the reality of it. This is what people don't get. Okay. First of all, there's another agenda here. Okay, there's an agenda. These riots are being funded, supported, okay, by another organization or other players out there that we're not seeing. We talk about Antifa. Antifa is really, you know, they're the puppet masters, man, and they're inciting these riots. They're out there, you know, throwing shit through the windows and telling everybody else, "Hey, follow me!" Throw bricks through the window. We've got on video where a white guy is paying money to black guys and tell them, "Hey, there's a bunch of bricks over here. Grab some. Come on, let me show you where they are." I mean, he's inciting this stuff to happen, right? So, you know, and where's the money coming from? You know, pretty much it's accepted that the money's coming from Soros, the Clinton Foundation. I will tell you this: the Chinese and the Russian, they're in this game as well. Okay, they're here, they're in this country, and I guarantee you, man, they're stoking the fire just like we would do over there.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay? They've got their guys here doing the same thing, right? Enablers.
Don't counterinsurgency, bro.
Yeah. Well, that's where we're at, right? We're in an insurgency. We're in the incipient stage, getting ready to go into this next stage, guerrilla warfare. In fact, I said it a few days ago on social media. The next thing you can expect is IEDs and ambushes. Guess what? They already had an IED, and they've already had 2 cops get ambushed. We had a cop yesterday in Las Vegas shot in the back of the head. It's starting, right? We're going into this next phase. Now, how far down that road we go depends on how long everybody buys into this idea that, you know, what's going on is based on this shooting of Floyd, and this is still a protest, when it's obviously
been hijacked.
This is more of a riot than a protest, and everybody's lost focus why they even started this. Why? Because we have people in the background, enablers, stoking the fire, telling people, hey, black people, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that, be angry, it's all about racism. When in fact, there's an agenda. It's an agenda by the left to prop up, really to destroy this country. And I do believe they actually want to destroy this country. It's all about power. They would love the Republican Party, they like to bring down Trump. And everybody goes, oh, it's bullshit. Let me tell you something. You call it bullshit if you want. I've got the world experience. I've been there. I've seen how insurgencies work.
Yeah.
I've seen how counterinsurgencies work.
For anyone that's
This started out as a protest for a minute. But what it was an opportunity for these guys on the backside, all right, to look, they already had it all played out. The bricks, man. They pre-placed or pre-positioned, baseball bats, crowbars, Molotov cocktails. All right, this stuff was already on the shelf, ready to go. This plan, it just needed a hot button, a trigger. This shooting was the trigger. Okay, and they really, played down hard on it. White cop kills black man, but they left out the part where there was an Asian guy involved, a Hispanic guy, and what looked like to be maybe another black guy, right? They really cut that piece out of it, right? Because it doesn't fit the narrative. And more so, the data doesn't fit the narrative either, right? More black men have died in these riots than
including a police chief, including a retired black police chief.
Yeah. So. Okay, exactly. So anybody with any logic, that's logical and can think rationally would stop and go, wait a minute, this is not making any damn sense. But no, they feed into it. Why? Because the dumb masses, the Romans, all right, the Romans, the Senate of the Roman Empire knew, said, hey, bread and circus, give the dumb masses bread and circus, and they'll never pay attention to what's going on in the Senate and in the politics, right? And that's exactly what happened. And that's exactly what's going on now. We got bread and circus all day long on television. We're watching this circus, right? And bread, right? We're getting stimulus checks. Oh, by the way, just go take free stuff out of all the stores, man. It's bread and circus.
Yeah.
And while they're doing that, the government on the other side, and when I say the government, I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about at the level of Trump. I'm talking about the local state governments, okay? And you look where all these riots and all this crap's happening. It's happening in blue states, blue cities, Democrat-managed cities and states, okay? It's happening there. It's not happening in conservative areas, okay? Tells you something, man. This is being stoked, and actually, it's not being stoked. The politicians just kind of sit back, crossing their arms, and they're watching the bread and circus.
Yeah.
They're watching the bread and circus, and they're furthering their agenda,
Yeah.
And they know the dumb masses don't have the critical thinking skills, nor are they going to take the time to really analyze this and do the real due diligence. They're just going to go with whatever they hear. What?
Yeah.
Let's go break into more stores. Everybody go over here. Let's break into more stores.
And they're playing on emotion, Dale, and everybody.
Exactly.
Everybody is so spun up emotionally, and we all know is mature adults, when you get spun up emotionally, you look at things like this.
Yeah.
You're not doing what Dale says. Like, hold on a second. I'm gonna take off my emotional hat and put on my thinking cap for 1 second. Is this making any sense? Let me just do my own data mining. And do it for yourself. Don't watch CNN. I mean, you watch CNN. I got it on right now. And I watch Fox. Everything's so slanted. You can't even really watch TV anymore. It's so bad. But I don't know what the end state is here. I really don't. I've formed along the way, but I am so confused myself. I don't know where this is going to end. I hope it doesn't end badly for everybody involved, because no one's going to win.
No.
It's left ain't going to win. The right ain't going to win. No one's going to win. Everybody's going to lose. I don't know. It's scary, man.
I was gonna say, for anyone listening for the first time, not me and my Joe, but Dale and Joe Teti, they both have experience in this, in special operations, as well as working for a covert group. If anyone can speak on this, it's these two, which is why I wanted to. It's the idea that this wouldn't be stoked by a foreign adversary is room temperature IQ, mouth breathing, dipshit insane.
It's a no-brainer, dude.
Because we do it. Because we do it.
What does Sun Tzu say? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah. It's all wars based on deception. I mean,
that's it, dude. It absolutely dead on. You can count that the Russians are involved in this. You can count, maybe even North Korea. They are living. These other countries that really don't like us are watching us, going, "Oh my God." All we got to do is add a little bit of money to this fire, and they're going to self-destruct.
Yeah, but the thing is like it really did start, I think, as an organic, legitimate movement. Someone is unjustly killed, which they were, and you protest, which is beautiful. Thank God we're allowed to do it.
Yeah,
it's been hijacked, and but it's been hijacked. So now, if you go against it, though, it started as a legitimate, beautiful thing, needed to happen, and then it turned into this violent, destructive, tens of billions of dollars of property and business damage and insurance claims. And now, if you come out and say that's not good, stop doing that, you're instantly, so you're against the protest for George Floyd. And no, I'm against the thing that's happening after it. And it's the idea that this isn't, in 2015, in the Baltimore riots after the death of a black man, Obama said, you are undermining your own communities. When you are burning businesses, you are not marching for civil rights, you are committing arson. When you are looting, you are not pushing your agenda, you're committing theft. So these are very simple felonies, and you're undermining your own community. But fuck that. That's 5 years ago. That's gone forever. Doesn't matter that the black president said that. Right. Fuck you. This is Trump's fault.
The dumb masses. You know what? And here's the thing. The media knows, politicians know that people's memory is like that short. Okay? They can't remember 2 weeks ago what happened, let alone 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay? Is anybody talking about this virus? No. That shit's out the window. Gone. The virus,
just gone.
It's cured, man.
Gone.
It's cured, right? Because they know. And here's what's going to happen. Mark my words, okay? If this whole rioting thing calms down and everything gets back to normal, which I think it can, because here's what's happening also. People are getting woke. A lot of black people are going, wait a minute. Why is this freaking white boy here throwing bricks through the window saying he's supporting me and smashing shit up, right? And we're supposed to be protesting, not rioting.
And why is a white Jewish man running BLM?
Yeah, so woke, right?
Anybody home?
Yeah.
So I think they're gonna start getting woke and go, whoa, stop the madness, right? And that's not gonna work out well for the left side, the Democrats, right? Because they need this to keep going, but it's probably not gonna go. And if it does continue, then it's gonna go beyond November after the election. Either way, November, if Trump gets elected, which I think he will, either way, and if he doesn't, either way, shit's gonna hit the fan. It's game on, man. But they're gonna do their best to keep this thing, going until at least the election. So if these riots and all this protesting goes away and everything's back to some normalcy, I goddamn guarantee you, all right, the second wave of COVID virus is coming.
And it's Trump's fault.
I'm telling you right now,
it's Trump's fault. It's
in the queue.
Yeah, they literally.
The virus.
Yeah, they got it lined up. What do these fuckers want next? It's literally it's your DJ.
Hey, say this for the record too, guys. The death of Mr. Floyd, tragic. I don't care, white, black, green, purple, doesn't matter. Do I think those cops killed him on purpose? No, I do not. There was somebody videoing right in front of the guy's face. You're telling me you're a law enforcement guy. There's a person saying, and you're going to murder somebody on camera? Don't think so. Highly egregious? Yes. Excessive use of force? Yes. Do I think the guy killed him on purpose? No, I do not. Should they pay for what they did? Yes. I'm not a judge. I'm not an attorney. I'm not gonna even talk about that. But do I think the guy was killed on purpose? No. Then somebody said, I saw it on TV, that they knew each other in a club or something. I don't remember exactly what it was. Like the police officer knew Mr. Floyd working in a club or something. And met him.
They work like security together. That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's it. What does that have to do with anything? And if he did know him, maybe they were even I don't know. But the guy, there's no way that this man was killed on purpose. It was terrible and it was tragic, and it shouldn't happen. With that said, there is something that kind of shows the way that the temperature of this country. So I'm all about people helping people. But this is kind of like where I have a hard time. There are great veterans groups out there that are nonprofits that are trying to raise money. Does anybody have an idea how much, I believe it's Mrs. Floyd, has raised on GoFundMe for the death of her husband?
Mm-mm. No.
$13 million.
Jesus. Hey, hustle. I go get it.
13. If you don't believe me, go check.
I believe you.
I'm not faulting her for trying to raise money for her family. Let me say that again. Read my lips. I'm not faulting her for raising money for her family. But it's the most money ever raised on GoFundMe. I guess my question to you is this: how many veterans that have died and their families have died fighting for our country went on GoFundMe and raised $13 million for their husband?
Nothing, because you're evil white men.
Zero.
You're evil white men. It's
zero.
But that's the thing, is I can tell you what the first feedback is going to be from this video immediately. Oh, look, a bunch of white guys discussing these problems. That's racism. That's racism right there.
And look, guys, we all know we're going to get beat up for this, but I will not.
You two aren't.
Sit back idly and just sit here. I am not a sheeple.
Yeah,
I'm not racist. Like I said, I say 50% of my friends that I know and I work out with are Afro-American, black, whatever you want to call them, right?
Yeah.
They don't care.
No,
they don't
care. Give a fuck.
And they're friends of mine. If they called me right now, I'd be like, yeah, I'll be there, brother. I'm not one of those people. What I'm worried about is my freaking country.
Yeah.
And the sacrifices that have been made by guys like Dale and other guys out there giving their lives for this country, and it's just unraveling. It is just unraveling, and I don't know.
And here we go again, right? Cognitive dissonance. You know, the facts are right there in everybody's face. The facts are in the face, and you're right. They're going to call us a bunch of racists because we're having a conversation, and it doesn't fit the narrative. But the facts are right there. Look at the statistic. Everything I laid out earlier is fact. Everything, the numbers, they don't freaking lie. Here's another thing you could argue. Okay, you've got protesters out there, and then you've got rioters out there. They're intermixed. Why are the protesters not turning on the rioters, going, "Hey, stop! You're killing our cause, and it's not right." Why are they not standing up to them?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah,
they're letting them go. So in a lot of ways, man, they're culpable.
It's what
protesters are culpable there by allowing it. Because look, they're using the same narrative on us, right? They're saying, well, if you're a white guy, you're just standing by and not fighting against racism, then you must be a racist. Well, I'm going to say the same thing. If you're a protester watching people rioting, throwing bricks through the window while you're protesting next to you, then you're a rioter.
Yeah.
Okay, you're aiding and abetting. They did the same thing with the cops, right? The Asian cop is standing there, and you didn't do anything to stop the other cop from killing the white guy, so you're culpable. You're a murderer too. You see?
Yeah,
it goes both ways, right? And here we are again.
Yeah.
So you can't have it both ways. You're either all in or all out.
It's
somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, what do they say? If you have 100 cops, one bad cop, 99 good cops, and none of them do anything about the bad cops, you have 100 bad cops. Okay. Yeah. If you have 100,000 peaceful protesters and you got one of them breaking shit and the other don't do anything, you're all bad. Well, it doesn't work that way. Well, fuck off. Yeah, it does.
What about, I heard on the news too that I guess some of these states are going to start cutting funding to their law
for the police.
Yeah.
Yep, it's already started.
That works out.
It's already
funded. I know guys that have to buy their own training ammo.
Yeah, it's, you know what? I say let it happen, man. I say let it happen and let everyone watch. Joe, Joe, Udell, what do you think about this? We've been boxing Joe out. I'm sorry, Joe. We've been all screaming. Joe's just sitting there in the corner like, hey guys.
You're Joe. My Joe, you're Joe.
Yeah, my Joe.
I think the most frustrating part for me is it's almost just like the people's opinions. Like two things can be true at once. Like to piggyback off of what Dale and Tommy were saying, if you see an abuse of force or a police officer overstepping the lines, you can speak out against that, but you can also speak out against protesters destroying private property, interrupting business operations. In my community here in Atlanta, we had really bad protests, and those two things can be true. You can support police officers that had bricks thrown at them, but then you can also support communities that have but individuals that have been affected by police brutality. These two things can be true, and it's almost like you're not able to talk about it.
Yeah.
Labels. Damned if you do, damned if you don't right now. Like Dale was saying.
Sure. Yeah.
Whatever side you pick, you're going to be wrong. The other side's going to hammer the other side, and the other side.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
man, and it's. I mean, one, bunch of white guys on this podcast, so we're going to be discredited. If Joe Teti had to say, I have black friends, the answer, so you have to say you have black friends? Well, no, it is now you have to say that, because otherwise you're some fucking Nazi.
I need to disclaim the fact that, I don't run with freaking, I've got black friends.
Yeah, should I disclaim that my dad looked up our ancestors earlier this year and found out that, oh my God, on my father's side, I have two great Kerrigans served in the Union fucking Army. Like, should I disclaim that? Should I write that there? It's so bad. The thing is I think actually the DJ Akira the Dawn, who I've had on here before, he said yesterday in a live stream, because he lives in LA, and he's like, he's got what?
Who's this?
Akira the Dawn. He makes music called Meaning Wave. He puts like Jocko or Joe Rogan over music. It's awesome. I'm trying to get him to make Comstock Wave, but But he was like, he's in his English. He's like, it kind of makes me think of like ancient Egypt, where you had to put the sheep's blood over your doorway, and that way the spirits wouldn't come in and kill your kids. He goes, right now, I'm telling you, in my neighborhood, if you don't put up Black Lives Matter in your window will be shattered. He goes, you're not putting up the blood, you're not making the sacrifice. And it's just like, I thought about that last night. I was like, that's fucking brilliant. And he goes, and most of my neighbors, they're not racist at all, but they're just going, I don't want my windows broken. Like, I just leave me the fuck out of this. I've been inside for 90 days. Like, it's, Jesus. And not only that, I make those 2 points. The other one I wanted to make is, I think that they are trying to provoke a strong response from Trump. It's kind of like the idea of like, pick up the gun. Pick up the gun. He picked it up. You shoot him. You saw him. He had a gun.
They kind of teased him already, and he made the comment about Antifa should be labeled as a terrorist organization.
Oh no, they did label him as a terrorist organization.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, straight up.
Because federally, like you can't because of the First Amendment.
Nope.
Blah blah blah. All that.
It's definitely heating up. I mean, Twitter is now is blocking some of Trump's tweets. Snapchat just took Trump off like the public stores, which even as a conservative and a right-wing person, I do say that those are private companies. They are allowed to do that.
Yes, they are.
That being said, I don't agree with it, but you are absolutely allowed to censor. Yes, but you are also free to shoot yourself in the foot and let other companies pop up and
I actually also these social media platforms, okay, that's all they're supposed to be, is platforms for free speech. And when they get into the business of censoring,
publisher,
okay, and now they're getting into in the realm of journalism. Right. So they fall under different laws and regulations.
They're classified as publishers as opposed to platforms.
That's why Twitter's kind of in this weird place right now because of what they're doing. And Facebook, at least Zuckerberg's smart enough to go, you know what, I'm going to go down that road, because otherwise, if he does, now he's going to fall under different regulatory, requirements, things like that, and he could set himself up for all kinds of lawsuits, right? But
he's already stood in front of Congress.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to this: there's a left-wing agenda out there, and it's perpetuated by really, again, I'm going to say the dumb masses. And people, well, these are some really smart people. They're still the dumb masses. I don't care what kind of education you have. You're an idiot. Okay, most of them people out there, when you look at professors at universities, okay, what are they? They're just a professor. They spent their whole life in academia. They have no real world experience, and they're spouting off and brainwashing our kids on shit they don't really even know.
Yeah.
Okay. But what I wanted to say earlier was, there's two laws that we live by. One is man's law, right? And the other one is what I call natural law. So going back to that video of the cop, subduing Floyd and everybody's standing there filming, going, oh my God, you're killing him. Oh my God, you're killing him. Stop it, right? Okay, so here's my question on that. But actually not even a question, it's an assertion. So everybody's afraid, and everybody comes, well, if you would have stepped in, the cops would have shot you. The cops would have done this or would have done that. Then you would have harmed to yourself. Yeah, there you go. This is what I'm talking about. Selfish, immoral people, right? Okay, the natural law says this: if you see something wrong, you are to do the morally right thing, the ethical thing. The morally right thing would have been, you see a man getting killed unjustly, and you feel so strongly that he's being killed unjustly, What are you supposed to do? Keep filming? For what, posterity? Or get your ass in there and help that guy, even at risk of you losing your life. Look, there's 2 cops or 4 cops there. How many people were standing around there? They could have easily overwhelmed. They could have stepped in, at least pushed the guy off the guy and give him a chance to start breathing again. They didn't do anything. They stood there going, but I'm not trained, and they would have hurt me. You freaking cowards. Yeah. You helped let that man die. You didn't interfere. Well, I don't have your kind of training. You don't need training.
No, you don't
need training. If it was your child, think about it, if it was your child. What would you do? Stand there and film, or would you get in there? Of course you'd get in there. I would hope.
Yeah.
You know, so there's morals law, there's man's law, and then there's natural law. I follow natural law. When I see man's law is wrong, okay, then I always fall back to natural law. That is doing the morally and ethically right thing. I don't care what the consequences are. You know what? At least I know I did the right thing. I'm going to go down doing what I believe in.
Yeah, it's when.
So you know, that's the problem with society.
That's a very good point, Dale.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, very good. I'm just saying that's a very good point. How many people were standing around watching this while that guy was being, abused and killed? I bet you there was a dozen people watching.
Yeah, it's
with their thumb all the way up their butt watching.
That whole thing they could have saved that man if they didn't do anything but run over it and tackle that cop and he rolled off of him. That might have been enough to allow that man to breathe again, and that probably would have changed the whole dynamic of that arrest.
Yes,
and that guy would have been saved. Yeah, it might have been a melee there for a minute, and there were a bunch of people in handcuffs, but at least he would still be alive. Yeah, everybody's going to go to jail, whatever. So what? You did the right thing. Yeah. You know what? And let it sort itself out in the courtroom. And maybe you don't get away with. Maybe you end up in jail after all. But at least you know what, you can sleep good at night. Yeah. You can sleep good at night.
Yeah, it's
So I always tell people it's context, right? When you sit there and tell me, because that's always a fallback. Well, I'm not trained. And they have guns and they might shoot me. Yeah. What if it was your 5-year-old boy or daughter in that same situation? Would you stand there and film it and say, "Hey, you're hurting him"? Or would you get your ass in there and get it on?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, you'd get it on. Why? So you telling me that man's life wasn't valuable enough for you to do that? If you're going to tell me all lives matter, get your freaking ass in there.
Yeah, it's man. And it's, again, and even in the wake of that, it's that black police chief killed defending a pawn shop, and that black federal agent killed several days ago, who I've seen people say he's not really black because he's half black. At fucking what point is this now becoming racism?
Are you kidding me, Tom?
Yeah. No. No.
So Tom, with that said, right?
So that's going to be now half Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to make that distinction, then why are you allowing white people to protest on your behalf? Well, they're not black.
No. I actually saw a post about that the other day, and it said, remember, if you are white and you are joining these protests, just remember, you're a guest.
A guest.
It said you're a guest, and I saw someone say a guest to.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I saw someone say a guest to what, and then the response, someone said, I think like Airbnb guest, and someone said, no, you're a guest to their pain and suffering. Oh. Okay, let me just blow my brains out right now.
Come on, dude.
Yeah, man, it's
psychological warfare.
It is
psychological warfare, man.
It is what it is. And
you know what? And we're dealing with the dumb masses again, and they're pulling us down to their level, and we're allowing it. We're allowing it when they tell white women on the street, get on your knees and beg for forgiveness for your white privilege. That's when you've lost, man. Yeah. You have lost the psychological war.
Yeah.
Right? When you have cops and soldiers on their knees marching in unison, you violated your oath, first of all, because you're supposed to remain neutral. You're a law enforcement officer. Right. You're a soldier.
That's
okay?
Right.
You have no right to involve yourself in any kind of a protest. Right? They've lost it. Psychologically, they have lost the war. And we're in big trouble, man. I sit here and I look on social media, and I see guys in the military, veterans, special forces guys. I support Black Lives Matter. I'm all. It's like, dude, have you not done the research? Have you not really looked behind the curtains and realized that you're supporting a fucking lie?
Yeah.
And what's going to happen is if this goes to guns, which I do believe it's going to, guess what? It's no longer going to be the right against the left. It's going to be brother on brother.
Yeah.
I got a feeling I'm going to be shooting other Green Berets.
Yeah.
This whole thing.
Jesus Christ. I just fucking hope not, man. It's what did that Marine, that famous Marine, I don't know, the general command, what did he say? He goes, I like the Marine Corps' take on skin color. He goes, I care not if you're black or you're white. We hate you and think you're equally worthless. And I was like, that's what we need, man. What did the FBI hostage rescue team veterans say about, back to what you were saying, it was kind of out of topic, I wrote it down, about bread and circus? Christopher Whitcomb said in one of his books, said the pyramids were built with the bullwhip and rye soup. Rome died in the baths. But that's kind of what it feels like. It's 76 years ago, storming Omaha Beach, and nowadays you got a bunch of on the verge of diabetic, fake-haired, fat women just screaming that you're a racist, you're a Nazi, KKK, and here I am, just like, waking up with like a chubby, just like, man, what? I'm just trying to deal with my morning wood, and now I'm a racist. Like, I'm sorry, like it's, I don't know, man. It seems like it's going downhill, but
just for the record too, I'm going to put this out there. I wasn't going to, but I am. I'm not going to mention the name of the organizations, but I personally, because of being on TV and the amount of people I have on my Facebook page, I have personally been contacted in the last 5 days by 3 different organizations wanting me to endorse their program. And I'm not doing it.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not doing it.
Jesus.
I will not do it. It is wrong. It's morally wrong. It's ethically wrong. I'm not doing it. It is not the way I operate. I don't care if somebody say, Joe, here's $1 million check. Do it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, it's
it's just I wasn't raised that way. I grew up. As a matter of fact, I grew up in a predominantly black, like literally Braddock. I'm from Turtle Creek. Check out the map, guys. I'm from Turtle Creek, Pennsylvania. Right down the road is Braddock. It was predominantly Afro-American people. I interfaced constantly growing up with friends of my friends of mine. And so I am not going down that road, guys. I think once you go down this road, there's no going back.
Yeah.
You can't be a little bit pregnant. You just can't. You're either freaking done or you're not done. I am not doing this. Can't be a little bit pregnant. Okay?
Yeah, you can't. Well, fuck, what was I going to say? I don't remember what I was going to say. God damn it.
You're getting all wound up.
Yeah, I'm getting all excited. I don't know, man. It definitely seems like, and by the way, when we say that this is a leftist thing, that doesn't mean just Bob liberal who votes Democrat. This isn't at you. I think there are nefarious greater powers at B. This isn't against every person. Yeah,
of course he's right.
Because we do this. I know my Joe's got to go in a minute, so we'll wrap this up. But I was going to say, when was the War of the World scare? Do you guys remember that? Was it the 30s?
Yeah, that was back in the 40s or 50s.
Where Orson Welles read the invasion of the
radio.
And that was actually a huge thing with the at the time is the Department of War, back before we were pussies and changed it to defense. But the Department of War said we can't let that happen again because the phone lines are swamped, everything was swamped, and it caused such a mass disarray that if that was a Soviet operation, they could have invaded, and we were so busy with ourselves. Exactly. What makes you think that this isn't the same thing? Get everyone riled up. Well, shit, man, that's how you can't go in dry with no lube. You got to have foreplay. Now, this is some foreign foreplay.
And let me tell you, if you don't think ISIS and these terrorist organizations are waiting, like, oh my God, these guys are self-destructing from the inside, this is a perfect opportunity for these assholes to come over here and do. Dale, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
If nothing else, it's a great test run.
Exactly. They could do penetration tests right now.
Yeah.
See how deep they can get into a city with a package.
Yeah.
Even if it ain't even real. Okay, let's see if we can get guys into these buildings. It's perfect because everybody is so fucking consumed with this other shit. Somebody could walk by them with a nuke and not even see it.
Yeah, it's 10:45. I know my Joe has to go to work.
Yeah, let me say one thing.
Yeah.
Let you guys have.
Sorry, Joe.
So I have a background. I have a degree in criminal justice, and one of the first things that they taught in school, and one of the first things I know they teach at the police academy is your responsibility as a police officer is to protect the innocent fellow officers, and then protect the criminal. And so they protected, there was supposedly a forgery going on, so that's a crime. They intervened with George Floyd, so they protect the public from harm to like our currency and financial system, and then they protected officers by officer safety, restraining him, searching him. So now he's restrained, but all those officers that stood there, including the one with his knee on his neck, now owe it to protect the criminal. They're there to protect the civilians and public safety. They're not the executioner. They're not that. That's what our court system's for. They are there to go down the list of innocent fellow police officers, then protect the criminal, and they failed to do the last step of that. He was trained. It was completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
So Joe, all right. So I used to go to criminal justice as well. So what is the first and most important trait a police officer should possess?
Integrity.
Well, actually, it's discretion. So integrity is important, right? But discretion, right? So in that scenario, the guy wasn't bound. Look, procedurally, he could have said, you know what? Let me get off this guy's knee or neck. Let me roll him over. Let me just pick him up. Hell, maybe I don't even need to, really cuff him. I can. He's being compliant. There's things officers can do called discretion. And he had that discretion. I'm not going to defend him, but I agree with Joe. I don't think he intentionally meant to murder the guy. I really don't. I think he lost his way and didn't realize what he was doing and how far he was taking this. And I think also the issue was he was reluctant to back off and use that discretion because he's under the camera. And it's like, I got to show that I'm doing my job and be professional and not be in any way goaded by these hecklers or these spectators. He was trying to assert himself as, I'm doing my job. I know what I'm doing. But he really didn't he didn't use discretion and go, well, maybe they're right. Maybe I am choking this guy out and let me roll him over. So that was a big mistake. And, how that all ended up, and why it ended up there, that's another story. But what happened at the end was, I don't think it was premeditated, even though now they're saying it's premeditated because he had enough time to think about it while he was choking him out. And he decided to continue on. I don't think his intent was to kill the guy. That's what I think. And so I don't think it's first degree murder. I actually think it's probably a manslaughter charge. Right. I don't think it's, maybe second degree murder, maybe.
They just upped it to second degree murder, which I think is going to be problematic because it's going to be hard to prove that it was premeditated and he could be acquitted.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez, that'll throw some riots. Jesus fuck. I mean, and just for the I know, Joe, we're keeping you. I know we got to let you go.
All right.
But
I got that out, guys.
Yeah. All right, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Peace. Yeah. I mean, and just for the record, before this podcast ends and people jump on it for a bunch of white guys, there's nothing good about that guy dying. There's nothing. Don't think that this is no, dude. He's a guy that died, that had brothers and sisters and parents. He was someone's friend growing up. He had an inside joke with a person at a store. He's you and me. That's not good. And there does need to be reform. And and that's what I mean by like what Joe said earlier. You can believe multiple things. The riots are bad. There does need to be reform. That wasn't good. We're not a third world country. You can't kill people in the streets, premeditated or not. That can't happen because tomorrow it could be my son or it could be me. Yeah, it's yeah. If I ever die from police violence, I don't want you guys to riot. All right, just throw a party. So be like, that dipshit's gone. He's all right, guys. Well,
thanks, Tom.
Tier 1 performance coaching. Didn't get to really plug that at the end. I know Joe had to go, but fuck yeah, man. And Teti, you keep having fun today. And Dale, I'll see you. And let's as always, let's do another one, guys.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Appreciate it, brother.
Take care.
You guys take care.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
And we're recording. I can edit this part out. Just say, hey, Tom, I watched your video with the NYPD guy. I checked it out. Yeah, shout out to Donald, all right? Just whenever you're ready.
Yep. Hey, man, I checked out your video from that NYPD guy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Donald, brother.
Oh, fuck yeah. They'll fucking love it. Joe Teti. Yeah, and Dale, give them a shout out. They'll love Delta Force.
Hey, shout out to Donald, man.
Yeah. Hey, man. Yeah, man. We were just talking about how we get death threats for anyone that supports Trump. So, I don't know. I take it and run with it. So I had some other questions for you guys, but Annie Jacobsen, my favorite author, written a ton of books about intelligence agencies, about DARPA, about Operation Paperclip, Area 51, and her most recent book, which she went on Joe Rogan and talked about, was Surprise, Kill, Vanish, which is about, the U.S. Tertia Optimo, denied operations starting in World War II with the Jedburghs going through OSS. In Vietnam, it was MACV-SOG, and she comes up to the most recent with CIA Special Activities Division, Ground Branch, Air Branch, and Maritime Branch. And despite what you said, I'm clear I'm having a stroke. Despite what we said before we started, Joe, just one more time, blink twice if they're going to kill you. But do you have any stories you guys can tell me? Is there anything without me getting a fucking Hellfire missile through my window? Is there anything you guys can tell me about an agency that you may or may not have known any stories about?
No.
Fuck you.
Here's the deal, bro. And I don't want to speak for Dale, but I can probably speak for him right here. We are ethically, morally, and legally obligated not to disclose who we work for. And unlike other special mission units, SEAL Team 6 Delta, once those guys get out, they can disclose, such as Dale,
sure,
who he worked for. Obviously, while they were there, closely guarded secret. Unfortunately, because of who we worked for, the government entity that we work for, we are basically sworn to secrecy for life. And there's a lot of different reasons, dude. It's not like, there's one reason. There's a multitude of reasons, and I'm not going to get into why. But yeah, I was with the Girl Scouts, and I think, Dale, weren't you with the Girl Scouts over there? I saw you handing out cookies and cobble one time.
The brownies.
Yes.
Brownies with the Indage, yeah.
Hey, Tom, I get it, brother. And a lot of people ask, and I don't take it as an insult. People have asked and asked and asked, and my answer and Dale's answer has been the same, over and over and over. And we're not going to comment on that. But as far as missions go, here's the thing: everybody's got a war story, right? It doesn't matter what unit you were in, what you did. If you were downrange for any amount of time, you got a story. Whether you were in an FOB or out in kicking doors. I think the most important thing, if this is what you want to talk about, I know I've got my notes. We were actually going to talk about something completely different. But if you want to talk war stories, this is what I would say. Dale, I want you to chime in. If I'm going to tell a war story, first off, I'm not going to give up any TTPs or times, dates, and places, one. Secondly, if I'm going to tell a war story, I want the people listening to get something out of it. You know what I mean? Like, hey, check out, here's a learning point. Dale, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I'm actually trained as an OPSEC security manager through the NSA as well. So, one of my functions in the military was to make sure that, documents didn't go out that were classified or had classified information. And so I'm pretty aware of what can be talked about, what can't be talked about. Most important thing, like Joe said, what you can't talk about, nor should you talk about, dates, times, places, tactics, techniques, procedures associated with, certain operations, et cetera, right? We don't want to give the bad guys our TTPs and our methodology for, prosecuting targets, for example. And so, so I'm totally on board with that. And so, everybody goes, oh, but you wrote a book about Delta Force. Actually, no, everything I wrote in there, by the way, I did not break OPSEC, and that book's been out for like 7 years now, and I still haven't been arrested or anything like that, right? So because I did not break any
I didn't violate OPSEC. And moreover, if you look at the beginning of the book, it says it was based on true events, based on real events, right? And so there's a distinction there by using certain terms. But to answer your question about did I ever have anything happen to me, or was I involved in anything, with,
OGA,
the Alphabet Company? And so, here's a kind of a funny story. I'm not going to go into all the particulars on it, but just to kind of give you an example, I was legitimately operating as a mercenary for Spear Operations Group. It's a small group. The owner is a personal friend of mine, and I've worked for him, internationally, South Africa, Hong Kong, Mexico. And so his function is, his company is, Mercenaries Are Us. He's probably the only company like it in the world. And it's a legitimate, legitimate mercenaries, not contractors like, Blackwater or anything like that. I've actually been a part of foreign militaries, and actually fought on their behalf, conducting special operations missions to prosecute targets, their targets on their target deck. And so, so you might argue, why would you do that? Well, first of all, there are some stipulations. One is I cannot, for example, I could not join the North Korean army and do this kind of stuff. I couldn't join the Iranians, the Russians, or Chinese, right? The countries that I was involved with were friendly to the U.S. government. Okay, basically we're all in alignment, and it even states that on the State Department website. Okay, what you can do as an American, as a U.S. citizen, what are you allowed to do and not to do? Anyway, so got all that out of the way. So anybody else who thinks I was rogue, not actually, and the information's out there. There's quite a few news articles out there about some activities I was involved in. Probably the best one that kind of dispels all the lies and bullshit is one that I did with SoftRep. I did that to kind of squash, some rumors and a lot of misinformation out there. So, but bottom line is this: so we were, we had been downrange a few times, and in a foreign country. I'll say it was Yemen because it's out on the internet. But we were actually staging out of the Arab Emirates, and I remember one day, we were in a hotel going downrange again, preparing to go downrange again. And we were in a hotel for probably at least a week waiting for our marching orders to launch, and, some admin reasons why we were kind of delayed. So we're hanging around the hotel every day, climbing the walls. And one day, a buddy of mine who's an American that was a part of this team, part of our strike team, which was a small team. In fact, it was less than 11 guys. He gets a call from a friend. And according to him, his friend was was in a briefing at the agency headquarters, and he started off with, "Hey man, how are you doing? Blah blah blah. Hey, it's good to hear from you. How did you He goes, "How do you like the Novotel hotel that you're in Abu Dhabi?" And the guy's like, "What?" He goes, "How the hell did you know where I was?" He goes, "We know everything. We had a big briefing about it this morning, blah, 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 blah." And he kind of giggled a little bit. He goes, "Yeah, but don't worry about it, man." He goes, "We know where you are. We know what you're doing." And he goes, "In fact, we know Comstock's in the room next door." They named off the names too, right? Jesus. And then he kind of giggled because my partner was a little, didn't say a whole lot. He's like, "Oh, shit." And he told him, he goes, "Don't worry." He goes, as long as you don't take out any of the targets we're trying to turn, it won't be no problem. And he asked him, "Well, which targets would that be?" And then click, the phone hung up, right? And we kind of joked about it. I was like, "I guess we'll know if we get the wrong target, we'll get a hellfire on our ass." So, they're all knowing, man. I mean, it actually was really scary. And Joe and I have talked about this before, because Joe and I were engaged in something here in the U.S., just he and I, and we were really shocked and surprised at just how much the government really can find out about you in short order. I mean, it's like out of a movie, man. Like, they can literally track you and know where you are, where your car is parked. It's scary shit. And so I won't go into particulars of that, but Joe and I were like just shaking our head going, "Damn, man." You know, Big Brother knows everything out there. So you have to be really, you know, I don't know if I'm breaking OPSEC. I don't think I'm breaking OPSEC. I'm just saying that. It's like, you know, it's like, what was that movie, man, with Denzel Washington and, where he was a lawyer, and then you know they were tracking him everywhere he was going, had him on video.
I know.
Trying to take him out.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You know, we kind of like living that world. In fact, you know, I used to go to Dubai all the time in Abu Dhabi. And what was always interesting over there is there's not a lot of police officers. You hardly ever see a cop, right? There's no trouble. Nobody's going to break into your car. Nobody's going to steal anything. You know, you've got Western women running down the road at 10 o'clock at night, jogging in booty shorts. You know, nothing's going to happen. And it's super duper safe. And if you look around, you'll notice that there's CCTV cameras everywhere, right? First of all, they're always watching. But more importantly, they have an informant system that's unbelievable. Everybody's an informant. Everybody. Okay?
Yeah.
And so what that means is, as an informant, or, you know, as Joe civilian, you see anything that's, you know, unusual, out of line, you report it to the police. Police will come, and then, you know, and basically what you get is a blue chip. So if you ever get in trouble, it's your get out of jail card, right? And so they're really, really good at this. So they use basically this form of community policing, if you will, to spy on each other and rat each other out. I've seen where guys would get drunk, a little carried away in a bar, and basically taxi was called. He'd be walked out to the taxis and get in the taxi. He'd get in the taxi. They'd take the driver would take his passport and go, all right. He goes, here's the deal. He goes, two things will happen. You're going to go to your hotel room and we're never going to hear from you again, or we're going to take you right to the airport and kick you out of the country, or we're going to take you to jail. But, you know, they've got his passport number. They got all his, they got everything, all his information, right? So they're pretty, you know, so from that aspect, it's pretty safe. But the bottom line is the government is really, really, really watching, man. I mean, I've racked up so many speeding tickets over there. I'm like, damn, I didn't even know there was a speed. I didn't even know that anybody was watching, or there was a speed limit here, you know? I mean, I got speeding tickets out in the desert for going like 10 miles an hour. I remember on one trip, after about 5 days, I racked up like a $700 bill on speeding tickets. It's, you know, it's like, what? And you can't leave the country until you pay it. I mean, I'm at the airport. I can't leave the country until I pay that money. Oh, damn. Anyways, you know, so, yeah, I kind of gone off on a tangent a little bit, but, you know, as far as, you know, so Joe's right about war stories. No, I don't particularly, first of all, it's hard to tell war stories to anybody because most people don't even understand what the hell you're talking about, right? The average civilian and the military guys, you know, we've already been there, done that, you know, we get it's like no big deal. It's, you know, it's like telling fishing stories, you know, whose fish was bigger, you know, and, but so I agree with Joe that, you know, if we're going to tell a story, there should be a meaning behind it. There should be something behind it. So, you know, if you look at, for example, you know, you look at my book, you know, my book doesn't have it has war stories in it, but it's not about how many guys I shot, you know, or anything like that. There's actually, the book is about life's lessons and being a better version of myself, you know, a better patriot, a better father, you know, all those things, right? That's what it's about. American Badass. And so I've read other guys' books, and I'm not going to call them out because some of them are really good friends of mine that are no longer here. They're very famous. And it was like chapter 1, I killed 10 dudes. Chapter 2, I killed 10 more dudes. You know, chapter 3, I shot 10 more guys from 5 miles away, right? Yeah. 45. Yeah. And it's like, damn, you know, it's all about blah, 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 you know? Yeah. You know, look at me, look at me, look at me. And you know what? Man, you know what? Going to war and killing people, that's not so hard. I mean, it is hard for people to do that, but the harder part is, you know, living with it afterwards. Yeah. And, you know, and so, I mean, I'll be honest with you, man, for me, it's actually not hard to live with. The part that's kind of hard to live with is when you see all the other stuff, the collateral damage, the collateral effects it has on kids and innocent people, you know, that's what kind of gets you, especially when you can relate it back to your personal life. You know, for example, you know, I've held little kids in my arms, man, you know, in direct action missions out on the street, you know, because they're screaming and hollering so much and just mortified, you know, and I'm trying to give them comfort because on one hand, I see this little guy, he's not my kid, but on the other hand, he's the same age as my kid,
Yeah.
you know, and I'm thinking, what if that was my boy, you know?
Yeah.
And so you find yourself in the, you know, this human part of you, you know, it kind of gets caught up in all this mess, and it can take its toll on you. And, you know, so, you know, for me, that was, you know, shooting bad guys. I can do that all day long, and I don't even think about it. I don't even care to talk about it. It's not a big deal. It's like squash and dance.
Just going to work.
I can do that all day long, man.
Yeah.
You know, so, here's a kind of another stories. Actually, I'll start with two stories, and it kind of shows. It compares and contrasts, you know, combat with the civilian world, and where there's a lot of overlap, and it really always comes down not to this scenario, the situation, but it comes down to the man on the ground. So, as you know, I was one of the Modelo prison raiders in 1989. We went to Modelo prison in Panama to rescue Kurt Muse.
Yeah, Acid Gambit.
And you know, it was termed the first successful U.S. military hostage rescue mission.
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah, that's Delta's first. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard people say, "Oh, there were other ones like the Philippines, you know, when they had to liberate, you know, a bunch of civilians and soldiers from POW camps." I'm like, I don't know. This was like the first, I believe, the first really planned out and you know, modern hostage rescue mission of Kurt Muse. It went for the most part flawless, not perfect, but you know, it went pretty well. And it was a cool story because, and I'll just give you the overview on it, because I could talk all day long about it. But basically what happened was I was actually injured at the time. I had gotten injured in a training accident. I was on staff duty. I was going through a really bad divorce, and I was on medical profile and hobble around on crutches. And so they didn't have a job for me to do in the unit except, you know, pull staff duty watch every day, you know, 24-hour shifts in the office, answering phones, you know. And one night on duty, I got a call. I believe it was 17 December 1989, I get a phone call from Joint Special Operations Command, and it basically gave me the code word to activate the organization and, you know, to conduct this mission, right? So I called the whole unit in, and I remember I'm standing in my suit, you know, and Major Harrell at the time, he was my troop commander, General Harrell. He came into the office and he looked at me. He goes, "Hey man," he goes, "I know you're in a bad place right now, going through, you know, another divorce. You got fragmentation wound in the leg, blah blah blah." He goes, "But he goes, I wouldn't feel right if I didn't ask you, do you want to go along? Because this is the Super Bowl. This is what we've always been training for, right?" Man, it didn't take me long to think about that at all. I'm like, you know what? The hell with the ex-wife, you know, she can have everything as far as I'm concerned. I wouldn't miss this for anything.
Let's roll.
Right? If I got to do this thing on one leg, I'm going, right? So I did. And I ended up going down there and December 20th, you know, we conduct the assault. The assault was going to go down, I believe, at 0 at midnight. And so what happened was 7 hours prior, we started getting intel reports that the mission had been compromised. It actually been compromised by several other American servicemen. And one of them was an Army MP, and the other one was a Marine. The Marine called home to his mommy and daddy, crying, "I may never see you again." You know, and anyways, that was, you know, intercepted.
They picked it up.
And then the Army MP that I'm aware of went down to the canal and told all his Panamanian friends, "Hey, don't go around the Modelo prison and Commandancy area tonight. It's going to be, you know, shit's going to hit the fan." You know, so all these, you know, this is breaking. This is operational security, these are violations, right? So, you know, that prompted the reinforcement of the Commandancia, the prison. The Commandancia was Noriega's headquarters, and it was a military, headquarters building, which was right literally across the street from Modelo Prison. Modelo Prison being the model prison, it was their modern prison, right? And so there was actually, so Kurt Muse was, you know, supposedly an agency guy, got rolled up for also conducting, you know, some type of signal intercept or whatever he was doing, and he had a guard on him all the time, and the instructions were, if anything were to go awry, you know, firefight started, to immediately shoot Kurt Muse. That was his job, right?
Yeah.
And so So we were going to do a ground assault initially, and then we realized that they had reinforced the bottom floor. There was over 60 prison guards. There was over 60 Panamanian Defense Force soldiers barricading the bottom floors. So they reinforced expecting a ground assault, which is okay because we came in by air. We landed on the roofs by helicopters. And then the entire commandancia, the entire block had been reinforced with heavy weapons, machine guns, 50 caliber machine guns on all the corners. And so when that all started happening, the local population thought, well, damn, must be a parade or something coming tonight. Let's get the lawn chairs and beer and go sit on the road. Yeah. And so literally the sidewalks, it was like they were waiting for the the Rose Bowl parade or something, man. Everybody's down there with beer and partying and dancing music, and there was just thousands of people out there. And meanwhile, the military was, fortifying the whole area. And so now we had a hornet's nest to contend with, and we had a lot of civilians that were running around in this thing. So anyways, we decided to move the time. Well, we didn't. I didn't. They did. Somebody higher up. So let's push H-hour to the right by 20 minutes. So we went 0020 hours was the H-hour. So we ended up flying over there. It was a total of, so we had 4 MH6 helicopters with the people pods on it, the assaulters. We had the little 4 H6 attack helicopters. I believe we had 4 Cobras, and we had 2 to 4 Blackhawks as the C-2 birds and medevac birds also in this whole, this entire sortie. So we took off. It was a minute and 45 second flight from Howard Air Force Base through over Bridge of Americas, and then we came through the saddle on Ancon Hill. And as we came over the top of that hill, really low and fast, that's when everything started. Our snipers were already out there. They started engaging targets from the wood line, and then as we came in, we were pretty overloaded. The helicopters were really, really heavy. In fact, the little birds could only carry so much weight, and I was actually I was the lightest guy there, and I had 70 pounds of equipment on me. I was pretty, compared to everybody, I was pretty light, and I had 70 pounds, and I was still heavy. And that was without water. That was just armor, weapons, ammo, explosives, things like that. So anyways, they had to, on 2 of the little birds, we had to take, or they, I can't say we, but, as part of this whole program, we had to strip some of the avionics out of 2 of the little birds to lighten it up. We actually reduced 2 of the little birds by 1 pilot. So they only had 1 pilot flying just so we could keep maintain the weight. And so that caused problems on hovering and landing because you can't just hit the brake stop and set it down. It's got to be like a slow hover coming to a landing, right? And so it's very, it has to be very calculated and controlled. So that means we couldn't have a lot of speed. So we're flying in down Hangdong Hill about 35, feet off the deck. Not going very fast, man. Maybe, I don't know, if I had to guesstimate, 45, 50 knots. And as we're coming into the Commandancia area, to the whole neighborhood, it was a hornet's nest. People were running everywhere. People were shooting, and it's hard trying to pick out, your targets. They're running amongst all the civilians out there. They're shooting at you, but you're trying to find them to shoot them at the same time from a moving bird. And so what also was supposed to happen is, as we came across that bridge, we had an element from, I believe it was the 197th. I can't remember now. 197th. It was an armored cavalry unit, all right, APCs, 113s, and they were going to come in and provide blocking positions on all the corners, right, hold it down with machine guns, but basically help block everything for us. And it was Christmas time, so most of those guys had gone back to the U.S. on leave. So a lot of people were left behind, were your cooks and clerks and supply and logistics guys, support guys, and they were actually driving the M113s and man the machine guns. So, I'll tell you how that worked out, man. Basically, everything became a target, and there was no such thing as target discrimination on their part. It's like shooting everything. And so we come hovering in, and we as we're coming into the roof, it's a 3-story building. It's a flat roof, and there's a small, like a 10 by 10 annex on the top. That was where I was going to breach, and we have to bring the birds in. As we're hovering, and trying to slowly land this thing with control. We're engaged. I'm engaging guys on the street that are like right there, within 35 meters, or not even that far, 25 meters away. They're using women and kids as shields, and and they surround themselves with them. And I still remember one guy vividly in my mind to this day, man. I still remember what he was wearing, a white Guayabera with blue jeans. He was probably about 5'9", had an AK-47S with a parachute model, and basically he was surrounded by 5 women, each holding little kids. They kind of worked together. He was aiming up at us, but he didn't fire. And they were working their way through a cemetery. And as they went through the entrance, somehow, for some reason, I kind of knew that they would split up, and I was right. They all went to the left. He button hooked around the right, jumped up over the wall to shoot, and that's when I engaged him. And so then we land, and my job was to explosively breach the annex. And so when I get up to the door, I was told originally that the door was going to be a steel door, just a standard hardcore steel door, right? So that's when I built my charges for that. I thought, well, damn, nobody else is going to be on the other side of this door.
Yeah.
So I got to make sure I get in. So I used what's called the P factor, right? P factor for plenty. I had plenty of explosives in my charge, right? I calculated what I needed as a minimum, and I had
way over,
quite a bit, right? So I had a lot on. I'm not going to say how much it was, but it was a lot. And so it was definitely overkill. But now, when I explain what happened, it's a good thing I had that P factor in there. So I run up to the door to place my charge, and to my shock and surprise, there's a steel door, but in front of that steel door, about 6 inches, is a jail door. So it had 2 doors. So the problem with the jail door is, I didn't have a whole lot of surface area to place my charge. All I had was the bars. So I'm losing a lot of charge to surface contact, which means I'm going to lose a lot of energy. And that was going to be a problem. Had I gone with the standard charge for that, it may not have been enough to do the job. But luckily, the P factor came to play. And so I had plenty of extra oomph on there. And that's when things got a little crazy. I had everything set up and ready to go. The other little birds are landing, and guys are deploying, around the building, and they're lining up in the assault order. And I'm waiting for the command to initiate the firing system. And so by this time, it's a raging firefight, man. Rounds are flying over my head, over the building and stuff. And I'm pretty much exposed. My back is exposed to the commandancia and the prison yard, because the prison yard there were towers, guard towers. In the guard towers were guards shooting at us, right? So, I got a whole lot of chaos going on at the same time. And we had already deployed also our fire support positions. They went out to the corners of the building on the top of the Mag 58 machine guns at the time, M203s, and they were taking out the towers, and any bad guys in the prison yard, plus over at the commandancia. So I'm like hurry to Jesus Christ up, man, because I'm standing out in the open there, hold the charge, waiting for this the go sign so I can fire the system. Well, what happened was, when I got the go, I fired the system, and I only had an 8-second fuse on it. 8 seconds. It was like super ultra short, right? Deliberately. And when I pulled it, the tail was a little excessive, meaning the length of the firing system was a little too long, and it caught on my boot of all goddamn things, right? So as I'm running to get around to cover, I feel my boot get caught on this my shoestring get caught on this firing system, and the charge falls over behind me. And I'm like, holy shit, not only did it fall over behind me, but it falls right in front of the stack, right? And
oh, Jesus.
And so I'm in my mind, I'm counting 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And finally I got to the point where I realized, okay, this thing was going to go, it would have already went. Right? So I run back out there, I grab the charge, and I run back up, and I place it on the door. Now, earlier what happened was, I won't go into the details, but basically I had a safety pin not come out of the system, right? So it caused a malfunction in the firing system. So that's why it didn't go. And the reason that happened is, originally when I pulled the firing system, I had a malfunction. I thought, Jesus, I pulled this thing hard enough. It's dual prime, had 2 systems on it. I said, it's got to be burning, but I can't hear it because the noise, I can't really see it because it's dark, and I had sensory overload. Is this thing burning or not? And I'm counting in my mind. This is already about 4 seconds have gone by. 5 seconds I'm deliberating over this thing. I thought, man, dude, if you got to make a decision. get up and move out, or maybe you might just get blown in little pieces and parts right here, right? So I thought, well, it's got to be burning. So that's when I got up and I hustled, and it got caught on my shoelace, okay? Then doing the count to my head, I go, man, that thing is not armed, right? So I run back out, grab it, stick it back up there and go, okay, by the numbers, and I start manipulating it. And basically then I, realized, okay, it is burning. I got confirmation on it. And I completely ran the wrong direction. I ran around the other side of this annex and exposed myself to enemy fire just to get back into the formation. Boom, the charge goes off. That jail door literally became a flying plate, and it blew the second door off. Both doors went flying across the annex and slid down the stairs, nice and perfect, out of the way. Just leaned up against the wall. Couldn't have done it any better.
P factor, baby.
And, yeah, I couldn't even plan that, man. It was like amazing how that worked, right? So, that thing was wide open. We went in and then started to conduct the clearing. Finally got down to where where the hostage was that we're looking for, Kurt Muse. And at this point, the guy that was tasked with shooting Kurt Muse, he apparently didn't know what was going on, because at this point we already engaged guys in the hallway. A lot of them just shitting their pants and laid down, and so he was probably in the room wondering what the hell's going on out there. He hears gunfire and helicopters, and he was probably trying to figure out, what do I do? He's probably mortified. And so when the assault went into the room that he was in, it was a pretty good sized room. It was like the interrogation room. He just made a beeline for a toilet, a shower, right? A little bathroom area in the corner. And one of my friends, who was one of the assaulters there, his name was James Sutter, who's no longer with us. He actually passed away several years ago at a pretty early age, I would say in his mid-50s. But anyways, great dude. And man, he saw this guy run into the toilet, into the bathroom, and he was right hot on his heels chasing him. And this guy jumped into the shower and was standing in the shower, and he had a handgun drawn, already punched out, aiming at the door, waiting to shoot anybody that comes to that door. And James didn't even hesitate, man. I mean, he just didn't even hit the brakes, man. Just right on in with a Car 15, and he shot the dude 4 times in the chest. The guy never got a round off. Speed, surprise, violence of action. So, there's a lesson learned right there. When we talk about speed, surprise, violence of action, that's a perfect example, man, of how aggression, man, speed, violence, man, can win the day, man, imposing your will. And that's exactly what he did. And he smoked this guy that definitely had to jump on him, right? So, anyways, long story short, we ended up, we found Muse in the shit cell. Another breacher blew the cell door open, got him out. We put a bunch of armor on him, stuff like that. And then at this point, we're getting the call to evacuate. And we're in the stairwell. It's pitch black, man. Like I said, very noisy, a lot of gunfire. Right below us, on the floor below us, the guys are down there shooting. All the bad guys are shooting out at the other military elements out there. And so as I'm waiting, we're waiting for the helicopters to come back in. We got Kurt, he's in the stack. It's pitch black, and I'm like, well, damn, I'm here, and I'm laying right by a balcony. So I lay down on the balcony. I'm out there engaging, targets across the Commandancia, and there's a barber shop in the prison as well. Got guys in that. I got guys in the towers. So I'm out there basically shooting fish in the bowl. And as I'm laying there, I'm thinking, I can hear the helicopters landing, and I can hear some taking off, and I'm like, man, was it time to go yet? And I'm waiting for somebody to tap me and go, let's go, but nothing happens. After a while, I'm like, I get this strange feeling I'm by myself. Yeah. So I start reaching back with my non-firing hand, trying to feel my teammate's legs or something. I don't feel nothing. And I start sweeping with my leg, as I'm laying on my belly, and I don't feel it. And then I realize, oh, fuck. Shit, man, I'm alone, man. And so at this point, I hear the Panamanians, right? The PDF and the prison guards coming up the stairs. I can hear them talking. Let's go, right? They're on the way up because they can hear the helicopters leaving, so they want to come up and shoot us in the ass, I guess. And I'm like, holy shit, they're right here coming up the stairs, and I'm laying here on the floor. And so, I freaking, man, I jumped up like a scalded dog and started running up those stairs, thinking, God, please let there still be one helicopter waiting for me, right? And I get up to top of the stairs, and I get out the annex door, and sure enough, my bird was still sitting there. A couple birds, 2 of the helicopters were still sitting there. And when I got to my helicopter, to my designated seat, I got another guy sitting on my seat. I'm like, hey, that's my seat, man. We're almost having an argument about my seat, right? I'm not gonna get
the middle of hell, shit's flying off.
Yeah. Seat, too bad, if you missed your flight, oh well, you just have to wait for the next one. And then if you finally realize, he got on the wrong seat, on the wrong helicopter, got up, moved out, and I got on mine. I was all happy, and then off we flew. And then what we didn't know was Kurt Muse's bird had already taken off the roof, and when it did, it took up a lot of ground fire from the bottom floor, and basically the helicopter, it disabled it in flight. The helicopter was literally like flying down the street like a car, taking corners and stuff, hit some power lines, and ended up crashing, about a block away with everybody on it. And but nobody else saw that. I didn't know that. And our birds left. My bird was supposed to be the last bird back to Howard Air Force Base. It was the only bird to come back to Howard Air Force Base. Oh, and I was like, well, this ain't right. And we landed at JMAL, which is the joint, it's the medical unit, right? They were all late with all the surgeons, doctors, everybody's ready. They were ready to go for us, right? And they're all standing with their hands crossed. And, one bird lands and they're all just kind of standing there like, and we realized something was wrong. So my team leader gets off. He tells us stay where we are. He goes out and he's yelping at somebody. He comes back and he tells us all. He goes, refresh your magazines, your weapons, lock and load. He goes, we're going back in. The precious cargo got shot down. And I'm like, holy shit, right? And so that's when I got scared, right? Like, oh crap, because now I know what we just came out of. Now we got to go back in there.
Yeah.
And what happened was when we came off the target, I still remember. Taking a lot of ground fire, returning ground fire, and then getting a little bit of lift in the air. And all I remember seeing was 50 caliber tracers coming at my helicopter because these 197th guys, they were just shooting at everything that was moving. And they're shooting 50 caliber tracer, right? 50 caliber tracer, when it's coming at you, looks like it's a flaming basketball. They're freaking huge, man. And they're whizzing under your feet and shitting by your helicopter, like, holy shit. And so I knew we were going back into the hornet's nest. And so just as we start spinning up, then we start spinning back down, we started seeing all the other helicopters come in. And what happened was an element from actually another one of our elements, a ground element, was in 113s. They got the call. They knew where the crash site was. They went over there and they recovered the assault team and Kurt Muse. Kurt Muse was the only one to survive that crash, literally unscathed. They put him in the middle of the helicopter. They had helmets and stuff on him. They had him padded pretty well. All the other guys, they had gunshot wounds, the legs and the chest. James, the guy that I told you about earlier that shot the interrogator, he fell off the helicopter when it hit. It bounced, and then he swung underneath the helicopter because he was tied into it, and his legs went under the skids and cut all his toes off on one of his feet. My team leader, my assistant team leader on my team, he was laying on the ground, and Kurt Muse was laying on the ground next to him, and Kurt Muse started to stand. The helicopter was kind of canted to the side. Engines were still running. And he started to stand up into the rotor blades when my ATL got up, grabbed him to pull him down so he could take his head off, and he ended up taking a rotor strike to his own head, and it shaved the top of his helmet off and knocked him clean out, man. So now everybody's unconscious, right? Except Kurt Muse, and he's like, oh shit. So he grabs my team leaders or my ATL's 45, and basically gonna make his last stand by himself, and that's when everybody came in and recovered him. So that was the Modelo prison raid. There's a lot more that goes to it. You can read it in my book.
Yeah, I was going to say American Badass. It's all in there. Yeah,
American Badass. Yeah. I go into more detail about that whole thing, but that was a big picture. And then what I wanted to do real quick, and I'll let Joe talk, is talk about compare and contrast. So that was combat, and then here's the civilian world. Okay. So Joe and I were actually on Discovery Channel. We were on a TV show called Lone Operator. That actually Joe was was the producer of it. And we're on the desert one night up in Northern California, outside of LA, North LA, Southern California, up in the desert. It's in February, and I won't go into all the details on this one either. But basically, what happened was we had another guy with us, a friend of ours, a mutual good friend of ours named Mike. Former Green Beret, former Ranger, was in Delta also. He was there part of this movie, this TV show we're making, the three of us. And so we had to do a helicopter scene one night, and it was what was gonna happen was this helicopter was gonna fly out into the desert. There was gonna be a guy out there driving a car, and then the car was gonna break, and then he's gonna call for help. and then the helicopter was going to come in. Rather than recovering him, the guy in the helicopter was going to toss him a rucksack and basically point and go, "Good luck, there you go. That's all you're going to get. We're not going to help you." Because of the theme of the show, right? It was kind of interesting. I won't go into details on that right now. If Joe wants to talk about it, can. But so my job was, well, actually Mike's job was to stand out in the desert with the producer, and basically he was going to do the narration, right? Okay, he was going to talk about the folly of high-speed driving at night with no night vision goggles or lights in the car in the desert, right? What could happen, blah, 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 and for the scene. And then I was going to get in the helicopter, and I was going to toss this rucksack out to this guy on the ground. Well, we had a briefing from the pilot. It was a civilian pilot, and he was flying a Bell Ranger, and he was giving us a safety brief early that evening. He goes, "Okay, the helicopter crashes, whatever has." He goes, "Don't come near it. You might get hit by rotor blades, gasoline, fire, blah, 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 And he's going through the whole safety thing. And then I remember I asked him, I said, because there's no illumination, there's no moonlight out. It's pitch black. It was at 3:30 in the morning, it was 27 degrees. I was freezing out there. I said, "Okay." I said, "So, question for you. The route you're flying, you briefed the flight route. I go, are you going to be flying under nods and MBGs? And he's like, "What is that?" And then I go, "Oh, damn."
Oh, Jesus.
So I said, "Okay." He didn't know what those were. I go, "Okay." I said, "Yeah, night vision goggles, night optic device." He goes, "No." He goes, "I'm going to be flying, instruments." Okay. And so, anyway, so I should have, that kind of raised a little flag in my head. It's like, okay, well, he must know what he's doing, because he told me he had flown it earlier in the daytime. He had driven it, and so he felt comfortable flying it at night, even though with no illumination. Okay, you're the expert, you're the pilot. I thought, more power to you. So after a while, we got to talking, me, Joe, and Mike, and we were talking about the roles and stuff, and it was decided that by all of us that I should actually do the narration, because I have a background in off-road driving and high-speed technical driving, right? So I could talk to it better, and kind of jazz it up. And Mike was like, "Hey, I'll toss the rucksack. Anybody can toss a rucksack out. It's easy, fly around, throw a rucksack out, right?" So, so that's we all kind of agreed on that, and that's how it was supposed to play out. Well, later on, I was out, about 3:15. I'm out there in the dark, freezing my butt off. And there's this guy driving around the desert, and I'm talking about the follies of driving fast at night in the desert with no lights on, blah, 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 what could happen, and, and then it's like I'm always like, narrating or talking about a football game or something like that. So it was just me and the producer, and we're sitting up against the truck. And then what happened was the guy in the car called me, goes, "Hey, Dale, this is so-and-so. Vehicles in op, I need extraction, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Roger that, stand by." Extraction bird inbound. And sure enough, the helicopter's already flying a big orbit, a couple miles out, and flying counterclockwise. It was coming around from around my 5 o'clock position. And he was maybe 500, half a kilometer out. And all I could see was the red and green strobes on it. You couldn't see nothing else. Red and green strobes flashing. And he was inbound. I called him and said, "Roger that, we need extraction, blah, blah, blah." Pilot acknowledged. And then now I'm done. My part's done. Now helicopter's still got to fly over there and drop the rucksack, right? Well, as I'm watching the helicopter, all of a sudden, just for no reason whatsoever, it was at about 200 feet above ground level, doing about 80 knots. And also I just fell out of the sky. Did a 45 nosedive right down into this canyon. And my first thought was, damn, is he gonna do some kind of dynamic flare? Is this part of the show? He's gonna make it look good, And I thought, but damn, the guy's not on night vision goggles. He's flying blind. I actually thought that's a pretty ballsy move, right? And so I was counting myself 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And then, I could hear a little bit of crunch, and I knew, man, this is bad, right? And so I had a coal miner's light on. I just started running that direction. There was nobody else out there. Nobody, right? It was a pretty simple shot, or so we thought, right? There was a cameraman out there, way out there in the desert on a boom with a light, right? Filming. That was it. And actually what happened, I saw him come down off the boom and start running, right, like back to the base camp, which was about a half a mile away to our rear. And so I started running, and the producer was running me. He goes, "Dale," he goes, "did that helicopter just crash?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think it just crashed," and he just freaked out on me, and he didn't know what to do. He said, I remember he told me very clearly, he goes, "Dale," he goes, I've never had this happen before. Tell me what I should do. I don't know what to do. We're running, right? And all I could say was, man, just go back to the base camp, get everybody up here, blankets, fire extinguishers, 8 bags. I said, get help, just do that, go. And I'm still running. So he takes off. I run down this chasm, about 150 feet down at least, pretty steep hill. Pitch black. I run down there, and I'm sliding down the hill. I get to the bottom, and I stop, and I'm huffing and puffing. I'm looking around. I don't see nothing. I don't hear nothing. And damn, so I move forward a little bit more, another, 15 meters or so. I stop again, and that's when I smelled the JP4, the jet fuel. My pants, the bottom of my pants were soaked in it from running through the sagebrush. I could smell it, and that's when I knew, man, I'm in the impact area, and I start scanning around, and I start seeing a little bit of the fuselage, just a small little chunk of the fuselage, man. It was nothing bigger than a shoebox left of that helicopter crash, and so I knew I was in the wrong place, so to speak. And I looked to probably about my 1 o'clock position. I see the pilot. He's laying face down. His legs are away from me. His shoulders are toward me. It looked like he was rolled over and his head was under his chest. So I run over and I grab him by his shoulders and I gently roll him over, and again, it's in the book, but he was decapitated. He was missing his head. Yeah. And so that was kind of like a real awakening for me for a minute. I had to gasp. Holy shit! I wasn't ready for all that. I'm covered in tissue, and it was bad. And so I look to my right, and about another 15 meters away, I see Mike laying there, and he's still breathing. So I run over to him, and I'm doing whatever I can to save his life. And he's in bad shape. He's not even conscious, but he's breathing. And I'll spare you all the details here, but let's just say he was not looking good, and there's nothing or nobody that could have saved him. I'm convinced of that, man. But I tried to do what I could do with what I had to work with, which was nothing but my hands. And so he was soaked in jet fuel as well. I remember he had a brown fleece jacket on. It was just soaked, man. And I know that because I grabbed him and I had to roll him to the side to clear his airway because he was just a mess. And anyways, and then the weirdest thing happened. So this is the thing that really stands out in my mind to this day, and I can't even explain it. So at this point, I've probably been down there at least 4 minutes by myself, and there's no help coming. It's pitch black. It's freezing cold, man. I mean, I'm barely wearing it. I'm just shivering my ass off. And so I'm thinking, okay, I got 2 guys. I know one's dead KIA. I got one that's right here that's in bad shape. I'm missing one more guy. There was 3 on this helicopter, and so I'm trying to balance Mike on the side. I'm trying to keep his airway clear. I'm trying to keep him breathing. I'm trying to do whatever I can, as best I can, to stabilize him with what I got on me. And so I'm getting a little panicky now because I know there's one more guy out there. And so I start yelling, man, I got 2, I'm missing 1. I need some help. I need a medic, right? Hoping that somebody would hear me somewhere, a half a mile away, or at least come to my voice. And so as I'm sitting there holding Mike, I'm trying to figure out what can I do? And all of a sudden the weirdest thing happened. So remember, I got a coal miner's light on. And as I'm moving the light around, I'm getting shadows and stuff from the tumbleweed, the sagebrush out there. And all of a sudden out of the desert, okay, from out of nowhere, out of the desert, comes this woman, literally just like walking at a brisk pace, walks right past me, like within 2 feet of me. I mean, I could reach out and grab her leg. That's how close she walks past me. Walks behind me, and I'm not even looking back. I just saw her walk past me. I'm still trying to balance Mike, and she stops, and I hear her kind of gasp, right? And then she comes walking back quickly again, walks right past you, back out into the desert. Out in the middle of the desert where there's nothing out there, right? Just takes off. Doesn't say shit to me. And I'm like, what was that about, right? And so I turn around, I look behind me, and there's the other guy landed, the other guy on the helicopter, right? They're casualty. Damn. So I get up, and I got Mike bounced, and I'm talking to Mike. Mike, I said, if you can hear me, I'll be right back. Let me check on the other guy, man. You're going to be all right, buddy? Blah, blah. And I run back, check on the other guy. And right away, it was obvious, with the damage done to his body, that he was dead. Mm-hmm. There was no doubt he was dead. So it didn't take me long to assess that. And so I got back to Mike, and he lived about another 30 minutes, another 30 seconds. And then, his breathing started to slow down quite a bit. Mm-hmm. And then he passed. And then it was shortly thereafter, the first medic comes sliding into home base, and he's like going to work. And I'm like, dude, do your job, but it's over, man. I mean, there's no doubt it was over in my mind, and then probably shortly right after that, I heard Joe come walking in. Dale, sit rep. I said, Joe, they're all gone, brother. They're all gone. Yeah. And I'm just standing there, like, just shaking my head because I'm looking at Mike, thinking, man, that was supposed to be me, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that was supposed to be me. And not only, what was really uncanny was, at the time, both of us were married to Hispanic wives. We had the same number of kids, the same number of age. We both had the same military background. We were both boxers. We had been boxing together, on the movie set, and there was a lot in common there,
A lot of mirroring.
And I'm looking at him going, damn, that should have been me laying there, not him.
Yeah.
How, I dodged that bullet, and I mean, and so you talk about, survivor's guilt, man.
Yeah.
That weighed heavily on me for a very long time, right?
Yeah.
Because I thought, man, and the hardest part was facing his family when it was all over. So I'll add some more to the story, because what happened was, after the crash, right, everybody was involved. The FAA, man, everybody was out there. And then, then the investigation started. Then the lawyers were getting involved, and, who's at fault, and I thought, oh my God, and then I get the phone call, what were you doing? What were you doing? How'd you guys decide on this?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh man,
Yeah.
And then I get a call one day, probably a month later, 2 months later, from from his wife, and she's like, hey, his birthday's coming up, even though he's not here, and we would like to invite you up to Pennsylvania because we have a big birthday celebration for him, right? A big celebration. And so would you like to come? And I gotta be honest with you, I was like, man, is this like an ambush? What am I gonna walk into?
Yeah.
I was really, I didn't know,
Crazy.
mad at me, what happened, So I rogered up, and I decided to go, and I did, and I went up there, and I remember driving way out through the Pennsylvania countryside, and finally got to the area where they had this party, which was a huge party. So Mike was of Italian ancestry, and his wife was Cuban, so they had a big Cuban Italian, party out there. They had about 500 people out there. No kidding, man. They had circus tents out there, bands. They went all out. It was a big celebration, right? And they had, set up a memorial for Mike, and it was really nice. It was really, really nice. And I'll never forget when I drove up there, I had to park the car. It's a big open field, and I literally parked right there in the open field. Everybody could see me, and I was a little late. I was like one of the last ones to arrive, and I get out of the car, and I could see all the eyes were on me, right? And I kind of felt like, damn.
Yeah.
Are they going to come and mob me?
Yeah.
What's going to happen here? And I'm walking across this open field, and Mike's father comes out of the crowd of 500 something people and walks out and meets me in the middle of the field. Right?
Movie scene.
It was like out of a movie, man. I'm not joking. I'm not kidding, man.
Yeah,
he meets me out in the middle. And I'm like, really, really nervous at this point, man. I'm like, God damn, what's going to happen here? And he looks at me and he goes, I got to ask you a question. Because at this point, when Joe talked to him, he said that he was killed instantly. Everybody was dead instantly, right? But it wasn't true. We knew that wasn't true.
Yeah.
And so Don, that was his name, his dad, he said, hey, he goes, let me ask you something. He goes, that man that was still alive in the end, was that my son? And I knew I couldn't lie to him, right? And I told him, I said, I said, that was your son, I said, he was still alive when I found him. I did everything I could for him, and I'm sorry, for how it all worked out. I really apologize. I said, I did whatever I could do for him with what was in my hands and my power, and he was actually he thanked me. Thanked me. He goes, you know what? He goes, I want to thank you for being there for my son. And I'm thankful that it was you that was there with him in his last minutes, to see him out, And he actually, hugged me and patted me on the back, and he's like, he goes, welcome to this family, man. He goes, you are now a part of this family, And so the whole family took me in, and they treated me really well. But I got to tell you, I felt really uncomfortable because there's guilt, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard to deal with that. But his family really made me feel welcome, and I stayed there all day and that night, and we talked quite a bit, and reminisce. But so the irony of it all is, I go to combat, see all this crap, and then it happens to me on a Hollywood movie set. And I'm like, it's not supposed to happen here. This is supposed to be fake. But this is just as real as anything else out there, So at the end, I did a speech in Las Vegas back in December. front of about 4,000 or 5,000 people. And that was kind of the theme of where I was going with this. I kind of told the story without revealing where it was till the end. And in the end, I told everybody that this was not Afghanistan. This was actually, on a Hollywood set. And, first I literally had women in there crying. But more importantly, there was a theme in there that I wanted to share with people. And the theme was courage, leadership. And sometimes you just got to run into the mouth of madness, and do what's got to be done in spite of your fears, in spite of your inhibitions, in spite of your lack of knowledge. Because a lot of people, I was told, didn't want to come because earlier that day, the helicopter pilot had told them to come near the crash because it could catch on fire, get flying pieces and parts. So everybody wanted to stay away. Right? They didn't want to come there. I'm like, no, man. I knew that was an option when he said that. I was like, no, that's not going to happen. I'm going to run in there and help you, And so that was the example that I was using was, that there's some other things I talked about. It was designed. The speech was centered on was on leadership. It was themed on doing the right thing, even if it's difficult. Sometimes you just got to put your feelings aside and. You have to do what's right. And so, anyways, I've been talking for a long time, so I'm gonna hand it off to Joe.
I was gonna say before you start, but you were just saying, sometimes you got to run into the mouth of fire, and it's kind of like the guy, your Delta Force guy that ran into the bathroom after that guy. You said sometimes you can't flinch. It's just you got to go right into the fire. Hold on. So, my computer's at 6%. I got to grab my charger. Sorry.
Yeah, I got a little long window there, Joe. Got me reminiscing.
Yeah, not the best memories, needless to say, but very valid points there. The ironic thing that I was going to say, too, when Tom gets back is when I got on the bird first, we were all standing around talking about who was ever been on a helicopter crash.
Yeah.
And you said you were on one in Delta. Mike was on a hard landing in Ranger Battalion. And I'm like, I've never been in a helicopter crash, so I'll go first. I mean, you can't make that shit up. And, very surreal situation. And
it was, man.
Yeah.
You know what? And I remember when we had that conversation about the crashes, and we said, well, I think we got all the crashes covered, so nothing should happen tonight, right? And I remember that I had this sense of foreboding after that something just felt wrong. Even though we laughed and giggled about something told me